Chapter 1. Lord Senju. The preliminary experiments on the interdimensional teleportation ninjutsu you established 20 years ago have finally been completed. In a plaza imbued with a sense of advanced technology, Orochimaru stood alongside Uchiha Senju, observing the interdimensional teleportation array that had taken 2 decades and consumed countless resources to construct. For Orochimaru, who revered science, this endeavor by the emperor epitomized the thoughts and creations of a true visionary. However, for the majority of others, it was merely a manifestation of Uchiha Senju's obstinacy, a symbol of a war-mad tyrant who, having unified the entire ninja world, sought to ignite conflict in other realms. How much more did he desire to satiate his insatiable ambition? The experiments on this ninjutsu have essentially concluded. Both summoning beasts and shadow clones can successfully traverse this technique to reach another ninja world, he stated. Currently, the passage can accommodate 3 individuals at once, but due to its unstable nature, only those below the super shadow level should enter for optimal safety. Senju nodded in acknowledgement. 20 years, a full 2 decades. The teleportation array was finally complete. The Tsutsuki clan had always loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head. Even with the utmost development in this world, he lacked confidence in confronting the arrival of that clan. Now, with the doors to parallel worlds flung open, his future appeared brilliantly illuminated. Indeed, he was a traveler from the 21st century, well-versed in the original plot. He had crossed over at the conclusion of the first great ninja war. His mother hailed from the Senju clan, while his father belonged to the Uchiha clan. His very existence was a taboo, and it was only after his parents sacrificed themselves that he managed to escape and survive. Owing to his dual heritage, he possessed the Sharingan and Sage Body by birthright, and he excelled in various elemental ninjutsu. As the second great ninja war commenced, he single-handedly purged the elite of the ninja world and dismantled the ninja village and country systems, unifying the world and establishing the first great unified nation in the ninja realm. To the common folk, the identity of their rulers was of little concern. They were only preoccupied with the price of rice today and whether they could afford oil tomorrow. Yet, for the ninjas and feudal lords, Uchiha Senju had encroached upon their vast empires. Countless conservative factions began to sow discord following the establishment of the empire, attempting to restore the village system. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Senju unleashed a massacre upon the ninja world, decimating 1/3 of the ninja population. From that moment onward, no one dared to act recklessly, and the title of tyrant was affixed to his name. The peace that countless heroes in the ninja realm sought arrived in this bizarre manner. 3 individuals below the super shadow level, then. In the current ninja world, there were no distinctions between nations and villages. All ninjas belonged to the empire. Uchiha Senju was the first emperor of this empire, wielding absolute authority to mobilize anyone. As for the first wave of the advance team, numerous exceptional individuals occupied crucial positions within the empire. For instance, Minato Namikaze served as the head of the National Transportation Bureau, handling a myriad of daily affairs, making it impractical for him to be readily dispatched to another world for exploration. Similarly, the Senju clan played a vital role in the nation's infrastructure bureau. The Hyuga clan was stationed in hospitals throughout the country, attending to patients. With such an abundance of talented individuals, Senju found himself at a crossroads. Soon, he recalled a few individuals who were currently idle and possessed great fortune. Transmit to Uchiha Dado, Hatake Kakashi, and Uzumaki Nagato. Understood. Dado and Nagato were both children of destiny from the same era. Dado's dual Kimui could ensure their safety while traversing the passage, and his Kimui could also serve as a storage space, making it an essential tool for interdimensional travel. Nagato, having the Rinnegan implanted by Obito, had yet to activate it, currently hovering at the super shadow threshold, poised to break through once he entered. Kakashi graduated as a Chunin at 6, became an elite Chunin at 8, and surpassed the shadow level with his exceptional swordsmanship by 12. He possessed a wealth of experience and knowledge, as well as absolute reason. In the original narrative, he not only served as the protector of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but also held the position of Hokage. These three candidates were undoubtedly the most suitable at present. As for Uchiha Shursui, his ocular techniques were indeed advantageous for conquering a world, but he was presently engaged in a mission in the land of Earth, brainwashing a certain organization, and thus could not return in time. Additionally, the cooldown for Kotoa Mitsukami was excessively lengthy, requiring years of recuperation after each use, making him ill-suited for the vanguard. Orochimaru, do you think if we place a large number of ninjas within Daido's Kamui space, we could leverage that opportunity to transport them to another parallel world? Orochimaru shook his head. Without establishing a stable teleportation passage, entities below the shadow level cannot withstand the forces of this spatial power. Even tools like the Kenjutsu or Kamui would have their contents shredded by spatial turbulence. I understand, Uchiha Senju replied with a nod. After casually inquiring about the progress of several research projects, Senju praised Orochimaru's efforts and was soon joined by the three individuals. Lord Senju. Upon seeing Uchiha Senju, the three bowed respectfully. Senju nodded. The interdimensional teleportation project has reached a preliminary completion. The Empire requires you as the first wave of the advance team. We currently possess almost no information regarding that unknown world. This mission carries an ultra-level danger rating. From the moment you step into this teleportation array, the risk of demise is imminent. The Empire is humane. This mission operates on a voluntary basis. If any of you wish to withdraw, please voice it now. Uchiha Senju scanned the three individuals. Since you all seem to acquiesce, I implore you to complete this mission diligently, as it pertains to the future prosperity and survival of our entire empire. Daido, remain vigilant of Nagato and Kakashi while traversing space. Should any life-threatening situation arise, promptly transport yourselves to Kamui space to ensure your safety. Understood. Kakashi, you will temporarily assume the role of team leader. Should any issues arise, report them promptly. If communication with the Empire is lost, all decisions will rest upon your shoulders. Yes. Nagato, this is the latest gene serum developed by Tsunade, containing my 6-path chakra. It will assist you in activating your Rinnegan instantly and reduce its chakra consumption. Thank you, Lord Senju. Additionally, this is a nanoband jointly developed by the Oil Female Biome, the Akatsuki Machinery, and Orochimaru's technology. You can use it to locate and communicate with one another, as well as report back to me at any time. It also contains a wealth of knowledge regarding the Empire's forbidden jutsu, technological machinery, biological medicine, and the methods for constructing teleportation gates. Uchiha Senju produced 3 sleek, technologically advanced nanowatches. The trio donned the bands, and a sharp sting coursed through their arms, followed by a deluge of diverse knowledge flooding into their minds. The nanobots, by piercing their flesh, connected their consciousness and utilized a form of illusion to impart all the knowledge directly into their brains. The 3 exchanged invigorated glances. The knowledge alone was worth more than any task reward. All right, aside from gathering intelligence and scouting missions, I've already communicated the remaining personal tasks through the bands. Now, prepare to embark on your journey. In the 64th year of Konoha, Valley of the End, a violent tremor swept across the area, the surrounding air distorting under intense heat. As a sound akin to space tearing filled the air, the 3 individuals materialized out of thin air. Whoa, is this the Valley of the End? Nagato's expression bore a hint of darkness. It seems this is another world. It's truly a rarity to witness such desolation in the Valley of the End, Daido exclaimed, excitedly surveying the surroundings. Interdimensional travel. I never thought Orochimaru would actually succeed, Kakashi remarked, unable to conceal his astonishment. Within the Empire, the Valley of the End was a renowned tourist attraction in the Land of Fire, bustling with visitors daily and contributing significantly to the local GDP, creating thousands of jobs annually. Now, aside from the statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the area was desolate for miles around. Desolation was the trio's first impression of this world. In the distance, Jiraiya, equipped with a monocular and utilizing the geographical advantages of the Valley of the End to gather materials, suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation followed by the emergence of 3 powerful chakra signatures. He cast a reluctant glance at several young women frolicking in the river, their expressions glum. Who is it? Could I have been discovered? Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he formed hand seals and transformed into a bird. He was somewhat perplexed. These 3 chakra signatures felt foreign, as if they did not belong to Konoha, yet they also seemed vaguely familiar. As he flapped his wings, he slowly approached the 3 individuals. With the diminishing distance, his pupils began to constrict sharply. These 3 chakra signatures surpassed that of a genin, considering the recent turmoil in Konoha, and with the surrounding villages eyeing them warily, he boldly drew closer. Let us all attempt to see if we can establish contact with the Emperor, Kakashi commanded. Wait, Kakashi, are we really going to make contact like this? Nagato interjected, halting the proceedings. Fear not, Nagato. The mere fact that we have managed to traverse to this world is already an achievement in itself, Dato reassured him, assuming that Nagato was concerned about their lack of accomplishments thus far. No, my concern lies elsewhere. Are we truly prepared to bring the flames of war into this world? The Emperor's brutality is well known. I do not wish to witness him sacrifice countless lives for his own ambitions again. This world is innocent. Though he had not experienced war firsthand, he had been a bystander during the Second Shinobi World War, and his teachings from Jiraiya had instilled in him a profound appreciation for peace. Now, he stood as Nagato, the prophetic child, before the loss of Yahiko. Kind and gentle, he considered the welfare of others in all matters. One could summarize him with 2 words: a saint. Nagato, this is a mission. I hope you will comply with the directives. Our arrival in this world does not necessarily imply a grave error. The Emperor has stated that if the path here is correct, then we are here to seek collaboration, Kakashi said, turning his gaze towards Nagato. Nagato remained silent for a moment, then offered a self-deprecating smile. Is it not the Emperor who determines right from wrong? Over these years, which of his ideas have truly solicited the opinions of the people? Just as the war has barely concluded, the entire shinobi world is in dire need of restoration. He proclaims a desire for peace, yet immediately after unifying the shinobi world, he disregards the welfare of the populace, dedicating national resources to the research of interdimensional transportation ninjutsu, foolishly aiming to ignite the flames of war in parallel universes. I simply do not comprehend. As Nagato spoke, his tone began to brim with indignation. How much territory must he possess to satiate his vain and tyrannical heart? Dato, upon hearing this, felt a swirl of complex emotions within him. Indeed, the Emperor is obstinate. He makes unilateral decisions, and the so-called Republic is merely a guise for his dictatorship. Enough of this talk. The Emperor trusts us to serve as the vanguard. At the very least, everyone is currently well-fed and has a stable life. Is that not so? Kakashi interjected, attempting to console them. Stable life? All I see are individuals struggling under the weight of his grand ambitions, Nagato retorted. Kakashi fell silent. Very well, I shall contact the Emperor. As chakra surged into the wrist device, a phantom appeared before the 3. Uchiha Senju beamed at the 3 who had successfully arrived in the parallel world. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. A deep, authoritative voice emanated from the wrist device. Reporting to the Emperor, we have safely crossed into this realm, currently located at the Valley of the End. Kakashi reported accurately. Good. I have transmitted your detailed mission through the device. Always remember to prioritize your own safety. Uchiha Senju glanced at Nagato, who appeared as withered as a frostbitten eggplant, and sighed. Remember, we are here to rectify the errors of this world, to seek peace and cooperation, not to engage in murder and plunder. Thus, do not carry any psychological burdens. Observing Nagato's continued silence, Senju spoke again. Nagato, do you recall the criteria for determining whether a world is correct? His tone turned cold. Nagato, of course, had not forgotten this principle had been repeatedly emphasized since the Emperor unified the shinobi world. He steeled himself to respond. The nation-state system of shinobi villages is erroneous. A unified republic, following the path of communism, is the correct way. Do you still remember the core values of socialism? I do. Good. Then I shall refrain from further elaboration. Nagato, focus on completing the mission and reflect upon your former self and your family. As the communication ended, Orochimaru could not contain himself. Speaking up, Emperor, although Nagato possesses formidable strength, are you not concerned that he might turn against you at any moment? Moreover, I doubt he will comprehend your subsequent words, as he has not lived through that tumultuous period, has merely experienced hunger for a few days. Turn against me? Senju chuckled softly. He was acutely aware that this shinobi world was unified precisely because of his presence. How could he not understand the pathological and fractured nature of a world lacking such unity? Currently, Nagato exemplified the archetype of an armchair strategist. The horrors of war that Jiraiya had imparted to him were mere tales. She had not lived through them. His parents had once been saved by him, so this young man could not grasp the anguish of losing loved ones and comrades at any moment. The ideology of communism had deeply rooted itself in the hearts of the people. He did not believe that when the time came, Nagato would abandon such a favorable system to revert to the previous shinobi village system. To take a step back, even if he possesses strength surpassing the six paths, what if he truly betrays us? Undoubtedly, Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan, is an exquisite weapon, and this time he has been sharpened well, making him even more adept at wielding it. As he observed the communication line go dead, Kakashi let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Nagato clenched his fists, seething with fury. Indeed, the Emperor remains unchanged. What did his final words imply? Was he attempting to coerce me with the threat of my parents? Ha! Nagato, accepted this mission to uphold the peace of the world. I'm the prophesied child designated by the sage, as long as I exist in this world. Emperor, you shall not bring forth war again. Previously, Nagato had pondered why Jiraiya referred to him as the prophesied child, questioning how he could be the key to future world peace. Throughout his years at the Hidden Leaf University, he often reflected on his identity as an ordinary student, especially since the ninja world had already been unified. How could there possibly be an opportunity to save the world at this moment? Filled with rage and extreme dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Senju, Nagato experienced an epiphany. The sage does not deceive me. I am indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the Toad Sage, the hero destined to save the world. Have your missions been revealed? My task is to gather as many rare materials as possible for constructing a two-way teleportation passage in the future. Kakashi spoke up. The Emperor instructed me to pay close attention to this world-S version of myself. If possible, we could exchange our eyes to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Dato's face lit up with excitement. Additionally, to recruit talented individuals, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Nagato. My mission is to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato spoke gravely. According to the information provided by the Emperor regarding parallel worlds, we are currently within the Land of Fire, not far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Though it is a parallel world, our identities may easily be recognized. Having previously stayed in the Rain Village, it is unlikely anyone in the Leaf would remember you. You are now responsible for gathering intelligence, while Dato and I will focus on collecting materials for the teleportation passage. Kakashi regarded Nagato with a knowing look. Shall we split up? Nagato was in agreement. Arriving in this world, crossing dimensions, the Emperor, the flames of war, communism, Jiraiya stood atop a tree, listening intently to the distant sounds. His pupils widening in shock, he recognized the spatial fluctuations that accompanied the arrival of the three. It felt reminiscent of the summoning from Mount Maiboku. But were they from another world? One was familiar. Two were strikingly memorable. One was Kakashi, who was without his forehead protector, his eyes deep, and clearly not the copy ninja of the Leaf. The other was Nagato, whom he had recognized as his disciple during the Second Shinobi World War. Even being regarded as the prophesied child, the last one seemed somewhat familiar, though he struggled to recall. Perhaps he was Minato's disciple, but wasn't he that fellow supposed to have perished at the Kanabi Bridge? Jiraiya noticed one of the trio casting a gaze in his direction, his heart racing. The Sharingan, nevertheless, being one of the legendary three, Jiraiya had prepared himself in advance, evading Dato's casual scrutiny. Beads of sweat dampened Jiraiya's back, and he gasped for breath. Uchiha clan members, His brow furrowed deeply. Observing the three individuals part ways, he gritted his teeth and created a shadow clone. You go after those two. His own target was Nagato. For among the three, he perceived Nagato's hesitation, the most resistant to war. Coupled with their past companionship, he believed he knew Nagato best. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Jiraiya summoned a small toad, stuffing the information he had just gathered into its mouth, instructing it to relay the message to the third Hokage before hastening after Nagato's departing figure, a certain town on the border of the Land of Fire. Nagato did not rush to the Hidden Leaf Village. He wished to thoroughly comprehend this world. You claim that ninjas are worthless. They caused you to become displaced, and in a mere few decades, 3 shinobi world wars erupted over interests. In a tavern, Nagato conversed with a drunken Is there truly no one to emerge and lead everyone in forming a nation to collectively distribute resources? The man glanced at Nagato disdainfully. Indeed, a young one. Let us speak plainly. If you are a person of the Land of Fire and a ruler, would you allocate more resources to other nations? Wouldn't you primarily seek to benefit your own? Nagato recalled Uchiha Senju, who treated everyone equally, regardless of whether they hailed from the Water Province or the Fire Province. He never favored one region over another. For this reason, he often heard complaints in school, questioning why Uchiha Senju, as a person of the Land of Fire, showed such care for those from other nations. They ought to be reduced to servitude or subjected to higher taxes to ease their burdens. Many criticized Uchiha Senju in private, accusing him of being ruthless towards his compatriots, disregarding the bonds of blood. Why not elect a representative from each nation? Then, resources could be evenly distributed. The people nearby erupted into laughter at this suggestion. Can you guess the purpose of the 5 Kage? Do you think they did not negotiate before the war? Were they not fighting over the uneven distribution of interests? I am stronger than you. Why should I heed your words? The revelers resumed their drinking, no longer engaging with Naga tea that moment. Nagato recalled the emperor's words. The ninja village system is the world's cancer, observing those around him. He hesitated to speak. Walking along the muddy, pockmarked road at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, his mood soured further in the empire, not to mention the provinces. Even the roads between villages were solidified by Earth-released ninjas. Countless individuals within the empire longed to return to an era where the ninja villages co-governed the nation alongside the daimyo. For them, that was a romantic and beautiful time. The connections and bonds between individuals burned like an unquenchable flame in that era. Even 2 individuals devoid of blood relations would sacrifice for one another. The Kage and the daimyo could not dominate unilaterally. They collaborated, and the nation flourished. Everyone lived freely and joyfully. The air was sweet, and the entire country was not as stifling as the empire, where individuals were burdened to the brink of collapse, many caught in a spiral of despair. He had once dreamed of being a part of that. Now, standing on this land, he found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. In the distance, countless faces appeared sallow, each burdened with a small pack, their eyes reflecting a numbness towards life, resembling those fleeing from calamity. Who truly claimed this was a romantic and beautiful age? Nagato pondered what these people were doing, but upon catching a glimpse of his clean and elegant attire, they frowned and quickened their pace. With no other option, he purchased some food to offer them in exchange for a response. They were fleeing from disaster. To the left of the Land of Rivers lies the Land of Wind, and to the right, the Land of Fire. Once in a decade, the sandstorm swept in from the Land of Wind. While the region has long suffered from drought, the majority of the citizens of the Land of Rivers had gone an entire year without a harvest. Famine had struck, and they had no choice but to migrate towards the Land of Fire. This troubled Nagato deeply, leaving him perplexed. Why is the Land of Rivers so vulnerable? Did no one foresee the sandstorm's arrival, or did the weather ninjas fail to predict the impending disaster? Why was there no response when the sandstorm first appeared? Such a situation could easily be resolved by merely deploying 10 wind-released jonin. What does it mean to suffer from perennial drought? If you have long been drought-stricken, even deploying 1,000 water-released ninjas could effortlessly fill a river. To resolve the issue permanently, several hundred earth-released ninjas could work day and night to extract groundwater. Why complicate something so simple? Why are tens of thousands fleeing the nation without anyone intervening? What are the leaders of the land of rivers doing? Are your leaders ineffectual? You can invite water-release ninjas to fill the rivers. Ask earth-release ninjas to dig wells in your locality, and request wind-release ninjas to disperse the sandstorm. Lord Emperor, a severe drought has struck the land of rivers, and enormous sandstorms have swept across many regions. Tsunade held a report to her chest, completely disregarding whether the already compressed and contorted rakage was uncomfortable. Tsunade, it's just the two of us in the office. Is it really necessary to report as if we were in a formal setting? Katsuyu's lips curled into a faint smile as she placed the documents upon the desk, her hands resting gently on Senju's neck. I see. Uchiha Senju sighed, unable to suppress a wry chuckle at the scent of alcohol that lingered. Have you been drinking again? What? Do you intend to reprimand me? What manner of punishment do you wish to employ this time? All right, drink less. It's detrimental to your health. He failed to comprehend that his presence had irrevocably altered Katsuyu's fate. Her brother, Ju, had not perished, and her friend, Cat Dan, remained alive. Yet Katsu had nonetheless succumbed to the habit of drinking. Ahem. At that moment, Terumi May entered the room, carrying documents, and cleared her throat upon witnessing the intimate atmosphere between the two. Will you be joining us? Katsuyu inquired with an invitation. Terumi May licked her lips. Now is not the time. Lord Senju, regarding the severe drought in the river province, I require your signature. I have already drafted a solution. Despite the trio having shared moments of joy in this very office, the plight of the disaster-stricken took precedence. Senju perused the documents, his brow slightly furrowing. The sandstorm had been effectively addressed by a team of wind-style shinobi. Commendably so in order to ensure subsequent irrigation for the agricultural fields and the livelihoods of the populace in the river province. I hereby approve the deployment of 1,000 water-style shinobi for the river channel replenishment, and an additional 100 earth-style shinobi to fortify the channels. Shall we dig wells in the most severely affected areas? Must I personally authorize the mobilization of over 1,000 shinobi? Isn't this a waste of time and manpower? This process needs optimization. Such trivial matters should not require my signature in the future. The governors of each region possess the authority over matters pertaining to the populace, and neighboring provinces must cooperate unconditionally. Understood. Terumi May nodded. Have the supplies been allocated? Uchiha Senju asked, his brow knitting in concern as he examined the documents. The first batch of emergency supplies has been transported by Minato, and additional resources from Didera's Clay Bird Squad are en route. Expected to arrive tonight, Katsuyu replied. Curious, did that lad not express concern about his artistic endeavors being affected? Knowing the plight of the disaster victims, he had volunteered to assist. However, his research on nuclear techniques would likely need to be paused. Katsuyu continued. The drought in the river province has occurred several times over the years. Previously, the cross-border portal construction had been neglected. Now we must resolve this issue once and for all. The Empire has celebrated its 20th anniversary, and it is truly absurd that there are still those who go hungry. Contact A and have him assemble a team to plant trees in the river province. The Oasis project in the Wind province, which have been stalled, shall now proceed. Furthermore, we must prioritize prevention against such droughts in the future, rather than scrambling for assistance and resources once disaster strikes. Henceforth, water and earth-style shinobi graduating from the Ninja Academy shall be sent to the land of rivers for internships. Should a drought occur in their assigned areas, graduation will be postponed. Understood, the two women noted diligently. In a parallel shinobi world, water-style shinobi, how much would that cost? It mustn't be cheap, right? Young man, you seem knowledgeable. Do you have any idea of the cost? Frankly, at my age, I have little desire to leave my home, that if it's not too much, I could gather some funds with the villagers to hire a water-style shinobi. Nagato felt a dryness in his throat. The income of a single water-style shinobi, average daily, would likely equate to your monthly earnings. He calculated according to the salaries set within the Empire system. That is not too much. We can manage to gather the funds. Could you assist us in contacting the water-style shinobi you mentioned? Nagato hesitated, but ultimately spoke. You may find it burdensome. To adequately address your domestic drought situation would require at least 1,000 water-style shinobi working continuously for a week. Before he could finish, the elderly woman collapsed. The bystanders immediately shoved him aside, their faces contorted with rage. Is it amusing to toy with us like this? How could someone so young possess such a wicked heart? Even the impoverished among us are not spared. Are you even human? Nagato was perplexed. Why does your daimyo neglect you? Does your nation not have a daimyo? A nearby individual scoffed. Daimyo? With such wealth, they could have immigrated. Why should they concern themselves with us? Some hurled insults at Nagato, while others, upon realizing his affiliation with a prominent family, attempted to ingratiate themselves, even offering to sell their children to him. The tender-hearted Nagato was shaken. Human trafficking? Are the parents of these children the traffickers? This world is beyond salvation. Seeing his dazed expression, several elderly individuals cradling children could no longer contain themselves. Sir, I implore you, look at my granddaughter. She is young, obedient, and willing to serve you. Please take her. Sir, my daughter is quite lovely. You could raise her as your own. Anything is acceptable to sell oneself into servitude. Nagato felt a dryness at the corners of his mouth. They nodded in affirmation. Good heavens, the abhorrent institution of slavery still exists in this world. What good is being a slave? Do you not realize that children raised in such conditions will grow up devoid of humanity and dignity? They shook their heads with bitter smiles. We can barely survive. Can dignity be eaten? Nagato harbored a burgeoning malice towards the traditionalists within this imperial world, who, after all, claimed that the shinobi village system was beneficial, who spread rumors that the daimyo and shinobi villages coexisted harmoniously, ensuring the well-being of the populace. As he injected the potion bestowed upon him by the emperor, a surge of formidable power awakened within him. In the distance, Jiraiya observed the scene with a sense of foreboding. Wait, is he disillusioned with this world? Jiraiya's heart raced, and without a second thought, he appeared before Nagato. Among the three, Nagato's inner turmoil was the most pronounced. If he could be swayed to join Konoha or provide valuable information, it would be of great significance. Jiraiya feigned indifference as he remarked, "Do not be deceived by the current plight of these refugees. Once they reach the land of fire, they will be welcomed by numerous nobles and merchants. The selling of children is merely a personal act of those unwilling to bear the burden of caring for them. Such circumstances do not exist within the land of fire." Upon hearing this, the power awakening within Nagato was momentarily subdued. Is that so? Why would those nobles and merchants be willing to accept them? Jiraiya smiled, recognizing the opportunity for dialogue. It is undoubtedly because the land of fire is prosperous and powerful, filled with love and justice in every heart. Jiraiya intended to elaborate that these individuals represented a cheap labor force, but he altered his phrasing at the last moment. You must be new to the land of fire. I sense you could use a guide. Allow me to show you the cultural landscapes of our beloved land of fire. Jiraiya extended his invitation with familiarity. After a brief hesitation, Nagato nodded. Indeed, one could not glean much from a small locality. He had acted impulsively. Are you a shinobi of the land of fire? The question elicited an immediate sense of alarm among those nearby, who recoiled as if from venomous serpents. Observing the crowd disperse, Nagato found their deep-seated disdain and trepidation perplexing. He was aware that within the empire, when commoners recognized one as a shinobi, their envy was palpable. Even during his past missions, villagers often sought to offer him gifts and tokens of goodwill, hoping to establish a connection with him. He had perceived the empire as corrupt, where even a lowly shinobi attracted such attention and gifts. Yet, he never anticipated that in this world, shinobi would be so reviled. The animosity and fear in their eyes were almost tangible. It bewildered him that even a low-ranking shinobi, capable of productivity 100-fold or 1,000-fold compared to ordinary folk, could elicit such disdain. Yet, their reaction was entirely understandable. The river province lacked a shinobi village, and their own shinobi had been entirely commandeered by their daimyo for control, rendering them sensitive and averse to the very term shinobi. In a land of fire, such a situation could never arise. The common people held a profound respect for shinobi. Jiraiya gazed at Nagato, his brow slightly furrowed, and with a smile, he explained, "As for me, as you can see, I am merely an ordinary shinobi from the land of fire." Nagato felt a twinge of disappointment. The master of this world appeared so frail, especially after sensing the faint, uncontrolled chakra that emanated from him. He shook his head in disbelief. It is worth noting that in the Empire, Jiraiya had been acclaimed as one of the legendary Sannin, his sage powers nearly reaching the level of the Six Paths. Perhaps only by relying on the recently awakened Rinnegan could he hope to contend with him. Yet this master from another realm could not even manage the most basic control over his chakra. Observing Nagato's dazed expression, Jiraiya proudly lifted his chin, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. Humph, are you intimidated by me? But it's only natural. My strength surpasses that of some Kage. I intentionally let a hint of chakra leak out just to gauge your reaction. And now you look utterly astonished. I hope this will dissuade you from any thoughts of invasion. Jiraiya felt quite pleased with his recent actions. His extensive travels had taught him that resolving conflicts without bloodshed was the most effective approach, such as the intimidation he had just executed. By the way, how should I address you? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Nagato still in a stupor to me. You may call me Nagato. Nagato, is it? Jiraiya's brow furrowed once more, but quickly eased into understanding. Indeed, they had mentioned coming from a parallel world. So it was not surprising that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to his own student. However, Jiraiya was curious about one thing. Sharing the same name, appearance, and even age, what, then, distinguished this parallel world from his own? Nagato, our land of fire is renowned for its hospitality. Where would you like to begin your exploration of our country? Faced with this seemingly amicable, yet subtly probing master from another realm, Nagato felt no aversion. Having someone guide him was certainly preferable to aimlessly guessing. Moreover, his willingness to stand firm in the face of Jiraiya's earlier display of power spoke volumes of his self-sacrificing spirit and patriotism. A nation where even the most basic shinobi possess such a spirit must be quite remarkable. He mused, I may have acted impulsively. After all, I am destined to save the world. How can I afford to be narrow-minded? With this thought in mind, Nagato spoke, I would like to visit the capital of the Land of Fire first, and then proceed to Konohagakure. Jiraiya's heart sank. Indeed, he had not relinquished the idea of invasion. Having roamed the world for many years, he quickly resolved to engage in further dialogue with Nagato during their journey, hoping to extract more information from him. Should Nagato's intentions remain unchanged by the end, Jiraiya would devise a plan to capture him. He could not allow the flames of conflict and disaster to be brought upon Konoha. In Konoha village, within the Hokage Tower, the former bodyguards of the second Hokage, now the Konoha F4, gathered. Apart from Tsurutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, two powerful figures, there were also the elderly yet short-sighted chefs, Tika Shikamaru and Mito Minyan. They were engaged in a serious discussion regarding the intelligence received from Jiraiya, obtained through the summoning of the toad from Myaboka Mountain. Hiruzen, are you certain this isn't just material for Jiraiya's novels that has been misplaced? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his large pipe, his gaze clouded. Danzo, do you truly believe in the existence of parallel worlds? Danzo narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, to be honest. Even in their positions, they had never encountered any news regarding parallel worlds. Yet given their lengthy lifespans and the existence of 3 great lands and countless deities, the notion of parallel universes might indeed hold some truth. Based on Lord Jiraiya's demeanor at the time, this matter seems genuine. He appeared exceedingly serious, and I could sense 3 remarkably powerful chakras nearby. The toad interjected. Thanks to Jiraiya, Myaboka Mountain had always maintained a favorable relationship with Konoha. Regardless of the reason, since we are already aware of the situation, we shall not face any significant repercussions. After all, they are merely 3 individuals of suspected Kaga-level strength, Tika Shikamaru stated dispassionately. Presently, Konoha could barely muster a complete Kage, yet her words implied that she did not regard 3 Kaga-level shinobi as a serious threat. Danzo, you shall continue to investigate this matter. If we can apprehend and interrogate them with minimal losses, that would be ideal. If not, we must disseminate this information and ensure that Konoha does not bear the burden of this so-called parallel universe threat. Mito Minyan added, showing little concern. With the current upheaval in the shinobi world, how formidable could these invaders from a parallel world truly be? Furthermore, would the cost of traversing such realms be easily borne? The present state of the shinobi world was dire. The emergence of a new world might even redirect conflicts outward, alleviating their internal strife. leave this matter to me. We will provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. However, since we are all present, I have a question for the Hokage, Danzo remarked, his gaze darkening as it fell upon the third Hokage. As far as I know, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has left the village. Hokage, will you not provide an explanation? Sarutobi Risen slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, seemingly unconcerned. People must grow, after all. Rest assured, with Kakashi keeping an eye on things, there will be no issues. Thinking of Kakashi's eye and his abilities, Danzo scoffed. It is best that way. The Jinchuriki is our village's greatest leverage over others. I do not wish for any mishaps to befall him. If you lack the ability to guide him, you may hand him over to Root. I will ensure he becomes a competent weapon of war. With that, Danzo rose, his figure gradually fading from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, muttering to himself, after all, he is the descendant of a hero. Whoosh! 3 kunai flew toward Kakashi. A flicker of disdain passed through Kakashi's deadpan eyes. What are your skills? Are you attempting to act as rogue shinobi? Kakashi, is this world not too chaotic? The newly awakened Sharingan of Date had barely transformed into a 3-tomo when dozens of rogue shinobi fell victim to his genjutsu. Their abilities are inferior even to the freshly graduated ninjas from our empire. Yet they dare to come here and rob us. How audacious! Date could not help but voice his grievances, while Kakashi sighed in resignation. Speak, what year is it currently? What are the abilities of your members? And are there many rogue shinobi like you? Kakashi queried one of the shinobi ensnared in Date's genjutsu. The rogue shinobi, lost in a daze, responded instinctively. It is currently the 64th year of Konoha. The strongest among us is Doma, whose strength rivals that of a Chunin. There are many rogue shinobi like us along the borders of the Land of Fire. Most of us are impoverished and weak, and even if we are bullied, we have no means to post missions in Konoha. After all, even a C-rank mission costs between 30,000 to 100,000 Ryo. Date's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible that civilians must seek out missions themselves? Does the daimyo of the Land of Fire not care? Why should the daimyo concern himself with the lives of commoners? If they cared, we would not be rogue shinobi, the rogue replied, chewing his lip. Kakashi, the daimyo here are far worse than our Senju lord. I thought our emperor was stingy enough. It seems the daimyo here are truly scoundrels. Kakashi frowned. Date, mind your language. The emperor's frugality is due to the empire's need for funding to establish various projects and develop cross-border ninjutsu for building transportation portals. When has the emperor ever indulged in extravagance? Is it not extravagant? The emperor advocates for monogamy, yet he himself has taken both Tsunade and Konin, as Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the emperor's actions in this regard were not particularly commendable. Well then, allow me to inquire, which nation is currently deemed the weakest? The weakest? It must be the Land of Water. I once perused a map and noted that it is entirely surrounded by the sea, and it has isolated itself from communication with other ninja villages. The ninjas of the Mist Village seldom appear in public, and even the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen become mere shadows when confronted by a Leaf Village ninja, swiftly turning into a trio of auspicious treasures. After gathering sufficient intelligence, the 3-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu was activated, and those individuals resorted to seppuku. To be frank, I harbor no sense of remorse in dealing with such beings. In fact, I feel as though I have sullied my hands. However, Kakashi, it is indeed peculiar. Why would a band of low-ranking ninjas dare to become outlaws? I truly feel for the common folk of this world. Their lives are shattered due to the avarice of a select few, a reality that would be unthinkable within the empire. Yet here it seems as commonplace as eating and drinking. Within the empire, every ninja is meticulously registered. Their identity information, domicile, and so forth are all documented. Even the ninjutsu they possess and the tools they wield must be updated periodically. The unregistered use of ninjutsu and tools is deemed illegal. Consequently, many individuals vociferously lament the lack of rights and privacy for ninjas, claiming that the empire's demand for transparency constitutes a violation of their privacy rights. Dato, perplexed, joined in the condemnation of the emperor. But the circumstances unfolding now compel him to reconsider the deeper implications behind the emperor's actions. The most recent incident involving rogue ninjas robbing within the Empire occurred 3 years ago. The laws within the Empire are exceedingly stringent. Any unregistered ninja who harms innocent civilians may face detention and reformation, while more severe offenses could result in the complete sealing of their chakra pathways, prohibiting their descendants from practicing ninjutsu for 3 generations. As a result, numerous ninjas, enraged by the loss of their privileges, cursed the emperor, and when the policy was first implemented, a group conspired to massacre several villages, including those inhabited by users of bloodline limits. It is well known that the emperor treasures rare talents, particularly those with bloodline limits. Yet, no one anticipated that the emperor would treat them with the same ruthlessness they displayed toward civilians. Even in death, they were astounded that as bloodline limit wielders, they were regarded as inferior to a mere collective of commoners in the emperor's eyes. Now, as the two gazed upon a gruesome display of severed heads, they instantaneously comprehended the implications. Once one possesses privileges, they will act without restraint, wielding their power to the fullest. How can such an empire attain stability? Indeed, the notion of unification holds true. The emperor is truly magnificent. The sentiments of both individuals towards the empire and the emperor underwent a profound transformation. Well then, Dato, our next course of action is to expedite the completion of the tasks assigned by the emperor. The errors in this world have taken root, and we shall first journey to the land of waves to board a vessel bound for the land of water. Let us commence our campaign from there. Kakashi commanded. The isolation of the land of water is perfectly suited for their endeavors, as collecting tailed beasts or abundant chakra materials would enable the construction of a teleportation gateway connecting to the original world, utilizing the very seclusion of the land of water to avoid alarming any potential threats. When more powerful individuals from the Empire arrive, the conquest of this world will proceed with greater ease. The two made their way into the territory of the Land of Waves. Perhaps due to its impoverished state, they encountered no wandering ninjas. Furthermore, the coastal inhabitants, reliant on fishing, appeared healthier compared to the emaciated individuals in the Land of Fire, who suffer from poor harvests. According to merchants encountered along their journey, there is a trader named Kato in the Land of Waves who possesses a ship bound for the Land of Water. It seems we must pay him a visit. Kakashi remarked. They had the capability to traverse the ocean, yet such an endeavor would deplete chakra and potentially disrupt their subsequent plans. Thus, taking a ship to rest and maintain their physical condition is the optimal choice. Indeed, however, before that, we must eliminate a little rodent that has been tailing us. Dato's Sharingan casually glanced toward a tree behind them. The two, having once been classmates and close friends growing up together, Kakashi instantly grasped the unspoken intent. In the next moment, Kakashi found himself beneath the tree Dato had indicated, and before Jiraiya could react, a glimmering blade swiftly sliced through his neck. The sound of the blade slicing through the air barely reached his ears before. Bang! A cloud of white mist dissipated, and Jiraiya's shadow clone was instantly obliterated. In the Land of Fire, Jiraiya was racing through the woods alongside Nagato when suddenly, his expression shifted, and he nearly stumbled from the treetops. "What is it, Jiraiya?" Nagato inquired, halting his steps. "It's nothing, just an old ailment acting up." At that moment, the nanotechnology bracelet in Nagato's hand flickered, and he narrowed his eyes, channeling chakra into it as Jiraiya watched in astonishment. He processed the memories relayed back by the shadow clone. Those two demons, especially that Kakashi from the parallel world. His swordsmanship is an exact replica of the legendary Tsukumo Hatake, the man who was driven to death by his teacher, the third Hokage, and the entire village. No, his swordsmanship is several times more formidable than Tsukumo's. My shadow clone is far stronger than the average Jonin, yet it was beheaded before it even had a chance to react. And what are their means of communication? How is it so convenient? A sense of foreboding crept into Jiraiya's mind as he began to grasp the gravity of the empire they spoke of. "Hey Nagato, we are being followed. It's a shadow clone. I suspect the original is nearby, so exercise caution." Kakashi's voice resonated through the nanotechnology bracelet. Understood. Nagato cast a casual glance at Jiraiya, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. As if he were facing a formidable adversary. Nagato smiled at Jiraiya. "Is there anything that requires explanation?" Proficient in 6 elemental chakra types, he had sensed Jiraiya's transformation technique the moment it was employed. Yet out of a desire to minimize bloodshed, he refrained from exposing him immediately. Jiraiya, however, held no reservations. He lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse yet somber. "My apologies, I did not pursue you with malicious intent. Your arrival coincided with my presence. And, as a member of the Leaf Village, I cannot remain indifferent. I have heard your discussions regarding unification and the Empire, and I cannot accept your bringing war to our world. Our world has only recently attained a fragile peace, and I dread the return of calamities that cause people to become displaced and lose their comrades." Jiraiya spoke earnestly. "I can clearly sense your goodwill. I trust you would not wish to see war ravage our world. To be candid, I have a disciple who is identical to you, also named Nagato. Your appearance evokes a sense of familiarity." Jiraiya began to employ his persuasive rhetoric to forge a bond between them, attempting to stabilize the situation through dialogue. "If you do not mind, I would like to offer you further insight into our world, after which you may decide whether to bring war upon us. Our world is already in a dire state. I truly value this hard-won peace." Upon concluding his words, Jiraiya solemnly performed a traditional bow. It is worth noting that Nagato is particularly susceptible to persuasive rhetoric, especially when it comes from his parallel universe mentor. Even Naruto's few words of persuasion were enough to sway him to abandon a lifelong ambition of resurrecting the entire Leaf Village. How much more so now? With his mentor bowing before him, Nagato's heart tightened, and he hurried to assist Jiraiya. Though he was technically an enemy and an invader, Jiraiya's display of such profound respect for the sake of peace caused Nagato to reflect on his own mission and the standards by which he judged this world. He sighed, helping Jiraiya to his feet, his expression somber. "I apologize. Some matters are beyond my control. Please continue to guide me. If your world meets the necessary standards, I will endeavor to prevent war from descending upon you and strive to negotiate collaboration between the Emperor and your people." Nagato initially intended to express that if circumstances reached a critical point, he would not hesitate to align himself with them. However, recalling the scene he encountered with the refugees, he buried those thoughts in his heart and refrained from voicing them. As for convincing the Emperor, over the years, every measure implemented by the Emperor has ostensibly been a subject of discussion. However, in reality, it has been merely a collective effort by those former shadows, now governors, to offer consolation and impede progress. Yet, it seems that anything decided by the Emperor is executed with unwavering resolve. Can one truly persuade the Emperor, who is impervious to the counsel of others? As Nagato fell silent after speaking, Jiraiya tentatively ventured, "Shall we continue to the capital of the Land of Fire?" Nagato nodded. "Let us proceed." In a land of waves, Kakashi and Daito finally emerged from the desolate wilderness to find themselves in a small town. Though modest in size, the town was well equipped with essential amenities that, as dusk approached, they planned to gather information and confirm the location of the fleet for an early departure the following morning. They ambled through the streets and soon found themselves pausing in front of a bookstore. Daito, with a mischievous grin, turned to Kakashi. "If you desire it, simply go for it. Do not hold back," Kakashi, somewhat reserved, muttered as he entered the bookstore. "I am merely here to gather intelligence." Daito inhaled deeply as he observed the bustling crowd. The sky mirrored the vastness of the earth, yet he pondered the nature of his own existence in this world. Given his innate talent, he should have been renowned in Konoha, or so he believed. Noticing Kakashi had yet to emerge, Daito impatiently ventured inside. "Hey Kakashi, how long does it take to purchase Jean Ping Mei?" At that moment, Kakashi was embroiled in a heated debate with the shopkeeper. The proprietor, with a somewhat displeased expression, addressed Kakashi earnestly. "I apologize, but we do not have any so-called seductive women here. This is a bookstore, not a brothel." Kakashi's expression darkened. "I am not referring to seductive women. I meant a book that features women." "Think again." Jean Ping Mei, the shopkeeper, shook his head. "I am afraid we have neither gold nor silver editions." "What about Gue Fu? If all else fails, my female roommate would suffice." Kakashi was growing frantic. He had forgotten to replace the book he had hurriedly brought along, and he was now well versed in its contents. How could he accept not having new one? "I am sorry, we have none." Kakashi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. For the first time, this typically composed individual entertained the notion of invading this world. How could such a place lack even the most rudimentary of entertainments? This was indeed a world in dire need of correction. Kakashi could hardly fathom that, aside from entertainment items like film reels. Even literature of merit was absent. Entertainment is fundamentally essential for the advancement of any society. A glimpse into this reality revealed that this world was, indeed, beyond salvation. Daito wandered the shelves for some time, well aware of Kakashi's reserved nature, and quickly located a book to present to him. Look, this should be a specialty of this world. Kakashi, his countenance as pale as a ghost, glanced at Daito, who appeared earnest, and picked up the book, Intimate Paradise. Observing Kakashi, who seemed enraptured, Daito let out a resigned sigh at ah. Indeed, you have an eye for quality. This is a masterpiece by Jiraiya. It has sold remarkably well across the major capitals. And it is said that copies sold could circle the ninja world 7 times. All right, proprietor, pack up all of this type. Daito produced the currency he had recently acquired after dispatching a group of wandering ninjas. One could only imagine that those individuals had never anticipated their hard-earned money would be spent on adult literature. Watching Kakashi immersed in the fictional world of books, Daito sighed. He wondered what this world as Kakashi was like. Someone so reserved, perpetually wearing a mask, must surely be less well-liked than himself. However, just as they exited, a jarring voice pierced the air. Kakashi-sensei. So this is where you are. The excited voice of Naruto rang out. And as the two turned, the 3 members of Team 7 appeared before them. The duo beheld a short, yellow-haired boy clad in a faded yellow outfit, his face adorned with patchy whisker marks. Before they could scrutinize the trio further, Naruto's voice chimed in again. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you look quite handsome without your eye covered. Yet upon noticing the book in Kakashi's hands, he scrunched his face in disdain. What's this? Kakashi-sensei, you told us to gather intelligence. Yet here you are. He scoffed. What a boring adult. Naruto glanced disdainfully at Kakashi's Intimate Paradise, clearly displeased that their teacher was secretly indulging in adult comics while instructing them to gather information. Kakashi and Daito exchanged knowing glances, both sensing something amiss with this young boy. Within him lay an extraordinarily vast reservoir of chakra, albeit currently sealed. It was difficult to ascertain. Daito's Sharingan were to life, enabling him to transmit information telepathically to Kakashi. This technique, devised by the Emperor, allowed for chakra-based communication over short distances, proving invaluable at this moment. It appears I am their teacher. Indeed, the ninja village system persists in maintaining the 3-to-1 instructor model. Daito, I will attempt to stabilize the situation and glean more information. Behind Naruto, Sakura was gazing at Sasuke, who appeared entranced, his pupils dilating as he fell into a stupor. That is our Uchiha attire. He is one of the Uchiha. Indeed, the Sharingan, the 3-tomo Sharingan. It is a unique trait of our clan. Initially exhilarated, Sasuke's emotions quickly transitioned to a state of calm. So, how goes the intelligence gathering? Kakashi inquired. Kakashi-sensei, we just separated from you moments ago. How could you expect us to have gathered any information so soon? Sakura, Sasuke, and I have only just devised our plan. Naruto recounted everything in detail. So, the boy behind him is named Sasuke? This must be Fugaku's son, who also wears Uchiha garb. He bears a resemblance to our Zuizwa from the Empire, yet his demeanor lacks the same gravitas, and his abilities barely meet the standard for a lower ninja in the Empire. Daito and Kakashi continue their silent exchange. As for this Sakura, she seems relatively unremarkable. Kakashi, do you recognize her? Kakashi shook his head. What about this yellow-haired boy? He bears a slight resemblance to Minato-sensei, but the differences are stark. Even in stature, there's a significant gap, and their powers are hardly comparable. Daito scoffed. In the Empire, both Zuizwa and Ming Run are renowned as the illustrious twin stars. Zuizwa mastered shuriken techniques by age 4, awakened his Sharingan at 5 with 2-tomo, and unlocked the Mangeki at 8. His talents far surpassing his brothers. He passed the Sishinin exams at 6, became 8 Nin at 8. And at 12, he and his brother exchanged Mangeki, achieving eternal Mangeki, with his strength rivaling that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Ming Run is equally impressive. His father is the legendary Minato, and his mother hails from the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. Compared to Mingren had already passed the genin exams at 4 and was adept at various jutsu. With the Uzumaki clan's formidable chakra and Minato's genetic prowess to alter his red hair to blonde. He inherited Minato's exceptional talents. His boundless chakra allowed him to use shadow clones freely, facilitating profound insights into the principles of the world and extensive jutsu research. By the age of 10, he surpassed the super shadow level, wielding a wind-release Rasengan that outclassed tailed beast bombs, and he could take on the Nine Tails without faltering. In contrast to Mingren was far more favored by teachers and female classmates alike. His striking looks rivaling those of Minato, making him beloved in school, embodying the essence of grace and charm. Both are currently being nurtured by the Emperor, purportedly to grasp the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. But what of this world? Behold this Naruto, a diminutive and utterly inept individual, who, with a mere few careless words, divulged an abundance of information without an ounce of caution. That Sasuke is no different. Apart from his striking appearance, he possesses nothing of value, merely watching the two with anxious vigilance. Devoid of any semblance of the Imperial Twin Star aura, as for strength, it is unnecessary to elaborate. Kakashi, this world, seems to be even more dismal than it appears. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi began to explain, "Oh, I noticed a suspicious character here and pursued him." This excuse cleverly concealed the presence of Dato beside him, provided they were unaware of Dato's identity, as anticipated. The next moment, Sasuke inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, who is this beside you?" His tone carried a hint of anger. This individual, having activated the three-tomo Sharingan, must possess considerable strength. Why did he not intervene to save his family on the night of the massacre? In Sasuke's mind, anyone capable of awakening the three-tomo was extraordinarily powerful, as only his brother Itachi and father were among the few in their clan to possess such prowess. On the fateful night of the clan's annihilation, he had only just awakened a one-tomo. "Oh, Kakashi chuckled, realizing his earlier words had indeed borne some fruit. "This is a dear friend of mine, named Dato. I came here because of his arrival as a man." An inexplicable competitive spirit surged within him. He could not accept that everyone knew Kakashi while remaining oblivious to his own identity. The illustrious Uchiha Dato. At such a young age, he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Boasting a pair of immensely practical abilities, he could not possibly remain anonymous in Konoha, for he was renowned across 5 provinces in the Empire. He smiled at Sasuke, tentatively probing, "Sasuke, do you not recognize me?" Sasuke's brow furrowed as he shook his head. Dato's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, he had addressed Sasuke correctly. With a beaming smile, he continued with familiarity, "Just a few days ago, I spoke with your father about you. How is he? Please convey my regards to him when you have the chance." Naruto swallowed hard. Disbelief etched on his face as he glanced at Kakashi-sensei, who showed no inclination to intervene. He then turned to Sakura, who was seething with anger, her fists clenched tightly. As for Sasuke, though he had lowered his head, trembling, Naruto could see the one-tomo Sharingan flickering ominously in his eyes, even hinting at a transition to the two-tomo. Noticing the peculiar states of the three, Dato furrowed his brow slightly. Had he misspoken? Yet in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. "I understand. I grasp the situation. That fellow Fuyue has always held exceedingly high expectations for the two children. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he undoubtedly bears immense pressure daily. If these two fail to demonstrate their worth and solidify his authority, it is only natural for him to become stern and aloof." The timeline of both worlds aligns closely. Nearly spanning 64 years. 20 years ago, the Empire underwent a change in dynasty, and now it has been 2 decades. When combined, they essentially coincide. Presently, Sasuke in the Empire is 12 years old, and thus the Sasuke of this world should also be around the same age, 12, barely reaching the status of a genin. It is understandable that the bond between him and Uchiha Fuyue is strained. With this thought, Dato commended his own cleverness. His brother Yu has always cherished him, and even with Dato's lackluster talent, Yu's disposition is not one to impose pressure on his younger sibling, in the Empire. Yu is characterized by his desire for those around him to live effortlessly, willingly shouldering burdens. The you of this world should be quite similar. No, Dato, with his meticulous mind, cast a triumphant glance at Kakashi. They say I, Dato, am frivolous and lacking in knowledge, barely scraping through the Imperial University thanks to my Mangeki Sharingan. I typically shy away from intellectual pursuits, but at this moment, I have unraveled the essence of the matter. Kakashi, open your eyes and witness my prowess. Sasuke, do not be disheartened. Your father acts in your best interests. How is your brother faring? He recently sparred with me in ninjutsu, observing the three in their trembling silence. Dato felt perplexed. Had he erred once more? Hey, you imbecile! You dare jest about the deceased. Do you have any humanity left? Naruto shouted, furious. Though he often engaged in mischief, he would never make light of the dead. Kakashi-sensei, what sort of friend is this? Sakura, though more rational, found it difficult to maintain her composure. She glared at Kakashi, hoping he would intervene and restore order. As for Sasuke, at this moment, he was utterly enraged. That man, his face flushed crimson with fury, surpassing the effects of consuming 3 bottles of strong liquor. He raised his head, the one tomo in his eyes transforming, under the weight of his extreme emotions, into the 2 tomo. Normally, such a transformation would occur during a battle with White, but it had manifested a few days prematurely in the next instant. Sasuke vanished from his spot, reappearing with a kunai aimed at Dato's vital points. Hey, kid, do not be so impulsive. Dato instinctively grasped the hand that wielded the kunai that he was taken aback. What is this, dead? Who died? Uchiha Fuyue? Fuyue is dead, the esteemed leader of his clan, a seasoned powerhouse within the empire. Capable of awakening the eternal Mangeki, could cleave through the 5 shadows with his prowess. Even if severely injured, there would always be Uchiha clan members fiercely protecting him. Who could possibly defeat him? Is Fuyue truly dead in this world? What a ridiculous notion! Scoundrel! Where is that scoundrel? Speak! Did he send you here? Sasuke, even with the 2 tomo activated, failed to perceive how Dato had made his move by the time he realized. His hand was firmly clamped down, rendering him immobile. He resorted to fists and feet, but alas, Dato did not even glance at him. Relying solely on instinctive movements, he thwarted Sasuke's every attack and restrained him, leaving him powerless. How could this be? You bastard! Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock, for he knew that during the Genin exams, even Kakashi-sensei would require some effort to block his techniques. With the 2 tomo activated now, his strength had vastly increased compared to before. Why could this individual so effortlessly thwart him? At this moment, he could only move his mouth. Just as he pondered how to escape, Naruto, his good friend, charged at Dato with fervor. Die, you bastard who jokes about the dead! Dato, still pondering who the scoundrel mentioned by Sasuke was, found himself distracted as he attempted to fend off Naruto's assault. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch! He cried out, losing control of his strength and sending Naruto flying with a slap, then shaking his hand to rid himself of the grip on Sasuke. Seeing Naruto motionless, head planted firmly in the ground, Dato's heart raced. He won't die. Will he? Sasuke remained stubbornly latched onto him, and fearing he might inadvertently kill his fellow clansman with a single strike, Dato had no choice but to activate his Kimui. The Mangeki flickered. Thud! Before Sasuke could comprehend the sudden loss of sensation, his teeth clashed violently, nearly shattering. This jolt nearly resulted in a concussion. Dato had no time to lament, despite sharing the same roots. Why did he have to act so hastily? He hurriedly moved to check on Naruto, who lay face down in the dirt, unconscious. Sakura, paralyzed with shock, finally regained her senses. She glanced at Naruto, saved by Dato, but chose not to assist him further. Instead, she rushed to help Sasuke, checking for any injuries on him. In her heart, Sasuke took precedence, especially with a friend of Kakashi nearby. What harm could come to Naruto? Kakashi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Dato, you are more of a hindrance than a help. How could you speak recklessly without understanding the situation? In the end, it always comes down to relying on those eyes you so despise. Yet, he had already noted the subtleties in Dato's earlier words. Initially, he had come to this world expecting it to be inconsequential, but now he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. The common folk here assert that even a mere lower-ranking ninja will take to the battlefield to slay enemies. Yet this does not imply that the elite combat forces of this world are lacking in prowess. Although in the Empire, lower-ranking ninjas are relegated to mundane tasks such as delivering goods or tending to fields. In this realm, they are thrust into the fray from the very beginning, honing their skills amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could ninjas forged in such brutal conditions be inferior to their counterparts of equal rank within the Empire? Have we not seen even the esteemed 26 clan leader of the Uchiha perish? It appears that the secrets hidden within this world are far more complex than they appear. Otherwise, how could such formidable beings fall? Unless their lifespans were nearing their end, Kakashi's gaze fixated on Daito, gradually solidifying. Daito, it seems you are not without merit. At the very least, we have uncovered a significant secret of this world. Kakashi, Daito's expression grew grave. Although his instinctive strike had left the young boy before him on the brink of collapse, his injuries were visibly healing at an alarming rate. Such a terrifying recovery speed caused Daito to narrow his eyes. Kakashi, receiving a telepathic message, also squinted as he scrutinized Naruto. This chakra, according to the information provided by the Emperor, it should belong to the malevolent weapon known as the Jinchuriki, unique to the ninja village system. Kakashi assessed with a calm demeanor. What? I thought that was merely a rumor. A chill ran down Daito's spine. Allow such a monstrous being to merge with him. And though it is said that tailed beasts can merge with anyone who is trained in the techniques provided by the Emperor, such unions are restricted to those of Super Shadow caliber. Those below the Super Shadow level are easily reduced to mere puppets reliant on the tailed beast's power amidst its chaotic chakra. Furthermore, only by employing various healing techniques can they hope to harness the tailed beast's strength. However, this comes at a great cost to their own bodies and future potential. Yet this diminutive lower-ranking ninja possesses a tailed beast within. In this feudal era, in this war-torn world devoid of unification, how could a lower-ranking ninja flaunt such a treasure as if parading gold bricks? What do his parents think? How could they permit such a nefarious experiment on their child? Do they truly not care for their child's aptitude? Once there were those in the Empire who proposed sealing tailed beasts with children from an early age to grow alongside them. But the Emperor recounted a tale, a story featuring Naruto and Sasuke. In another world, Naruto was sealed with a tailed beast from a young age, and it was only through the power of the Nine Tails that he could barely hold his own against Sasuke. At the time, everyone laughed and dismissed it as impossible. Who is Naruto, a scion of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their formidable chakra, an inheritor of Minato's extraordinary talent, not to mention the reincarnation of Ashura? How could he, relying solely on the Nine Tails, barely manage to contend with Sasuke, who wields the power of the Sharingan, and even lose an arm? It should be noted that the reincarnation of Ashura is inherently more gifted than that of Indra. Did we not witness that in the last reincarnation, Madara, with the Nine Tails, was still unable to match Hashirama? Nevertheless, the Emperor asserted that the overwhelming power of the tailed beasts instills a subconscious tendency to exploit and rely upon them, leading one to forsake the pursuit of ninjutsu. While this reasoning holds merit, everyone still found it hard to believe that the Naruto of that tale required shadow clones to perform the Rasengan. What a waste of chakra! At this moment, Daito recalled the story once told by the Emperor, and the shock in his eyes lingered. Emperor, could he truly have fabricated such a tale? Daito, this is the 8 trigrams sealing technique. This chakra, it must belong to the Nine Tails. Kakashi's voice was laced with incredulity, clearly having recalled the Emperor's previous tales of the tailed beasts. The two exchanged a glance, both revealing a spark of excitement. If we have uncovered the Nine Tails here, the path ahead will be significantly easier. It is known that tailed beasts are among the crucial resources for constructing cross-dimensional portals. Daito, from here on, remains silent. Allow me to extract information from them, and once we confirm everything is in order, we shall prepare for action. Listening to Kakashi's telepathic guidance, Daito huffed with a hint of pride. Sasuke and Naruto, my friend here merely wishes to test your abilities. He harbors no ill intent. Kakashi scratched his head, adopting an uncharacteristically docile demeanor. Kakashi-sensei, do not make excuses for him. The Uchiha massacre occurred how many years ago? Even I am aware of it. How could he possibly be ignorant? Naruto rose from the ground, disregarding the murderous glare from Sasuke. Daito, apologize to them at once, Kakashi admonished. Daito, too, offered a sincere bow to, I am truly sorry, everyone. I have been away from Konoha for far too long. And what I just said was, upon reaching this point, Daito took a deep breath, and a glint of coldness appeared in his eyes, unaware of the Uchiha's extermination. However, Sasuke, rest assured, I will provide an explanation to all Uchiha clansmen regarding the massacre. For now, the mission takes precedence. I must inquire how the Uchiha could have been exterminated. Which group of scoundrels perpetrated this atrocity? I shall ensure they pay with their blood. The dignity of the Uchiha cannot be sullied. Even in a parallel world, in Daito's heart, there is no one who can obliterate the Uchiha clan. Those responsible for such annihilation must be a formidable power of great renown. Sasuke snorted coldly. Yet there was a flicker of emotion in his otherwise indifferent gaze. Should he seek revenge? His strength? No. Itachi, I shall take revenge myself. I will defeat you with my own hands. Power, I am still too weak. I require an absolute strength that can obliterate everything. At this moment, he still harbored resentment towards this Uchiha individual before him. Where were you on the night of the massacre? However, after contemplating that man's strength, he felt deflated once more. What good would it do to confront him? Could he truly stand against Itachi? Just now, he hadn't even witnessed the activation of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Indeed, the Manjikyu Sharingan can only be awakened by those of extraordinary talent within the clan. He is merely a wandering Uchiha. He likely does not even know what the Manjikyu Sharingan entails. Kakashi surveyed the group, weighing his words carefully before speaking. Very well. Naruto, you mentioned that you were gathering intel. How did that go? Kakashi decided to extract information from the seemingly Navi Naruto, as expected. Everything that had just transpired seemed to have slipped Naruto's mind, and he eagerly began to speak. Kakashi-sensei. Based on the information we just gathered, Dazuna was indeed correct. That Kato is a villain of the worst sort, Naruto exclaimed, gritting his teeth that Kakashi's mind raced. This a ninja mission. This system is indeed commendable. Even now, various academies continue to implement it, though it is vastly different from before. Presently, the tasks assigned in ninja academies are meticulously filtered, aimed at enriching one's practical experience. These types of missions are lengthy and tedious. Having been renamed internships a decade ago in the Empire, Kakashi and Daito had heard whispers of the mission system from the era of ninja villages. It was said that for the sake of money, one could abandon all moral and ethical considerations. For the sake of a mission, even the lives of family and comrades could be disregarded. From the information gleaned during their journey, many rogue ninjas chose to abandon their talents rather than be treated as mere tools by those inept feudal lords. They fled their villages to avoid becoming cold, unfeeling machines that, in their view, the ninja village mission system is nothing short of a cancer. It is one of the catalysts that constrains the growth of ninjas and fuels the flames of war. Having exchanged information via telepathy, Kakashi nodded. Very well, then let us proceed with the mission. Based on the current circumstances, it stands to reason that my counterpart in this parallel universe is also present, capable of safeguarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps this world's version of myself is even stronger than I. With this thought in mind, Kakashi resolved to lead Daito away discreetly, ensuring they would not alert the enemy. At that moment, a voice suddenly arose, causing both to tense. So you're all here? Dazuna, you scoundrel, you actually decided to show up? Naruto scoffed. Observing the 2 bottles of alcohol in Dazuna's hand, he felt a surge of irritation. He has money for drinks, but not enough to hire us? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this individual was indeed the one who had commissioned the mission. From here, they merely needed to lead him further away while gathering more information along the way, ensuring their plans would proceed without a hitch, as Kakashi exerted immense effort to lead them away. Another Kakashi had already tracked down the bookstore. Welcome back, esteemed guest, greeted the enthusiastic bookstore owner. He glanced at the menacing dog on the floor and chuckled lightly. However, upon noticing the indifference in the other's gaze, he awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Damn it, a dog is pulling off this act. Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Here we go again. How many people were around me just now? Where have they gone? The bookstore owner, somewhat perplexed, patiently responded, "You came here with someone to buy a few of Lord Jiraiya's books." Then 3 little brats and an old man arrived. You were discussing something and headed that way. At these words, Kakashi felt a surge of frustration. To impersonate me. You even went so far as to buy from the Paradise of Affection? Naruto, Sasuke, didn't you ever suspect that the other might be using a transformation jutsu? How infuriating. I overestimated you both. You've undergone relevant training. Kakashi prayed inwardly that the 3 would remain safe. Then turned his gaze to Pakin. Pakin. Chase. Pakin, resembling a dog yet sharing Kakashi's exhausted demeanor, nodded and dashed toward Naruto's direction. In mere moments, Kakashi spotted the 6-member group ahead. Naruto. Sasuke. Get out of the way. Even before he arrived, his voice had already reached them. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bomb. Kakashi formed hand seals, and an Earth Dragon emerged from the ground, unleashing a barrage of projectiles aimed at Dato and Kakashi to provide cover for Sasuke and Naruto's retreat. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the 2 understood immediately and distanced themselves from Kakashi. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, gripping a kunai, cautiously watching the duo, and no wonder a stranger approached me out of the blue and insulted my entire family. It seems this person is an imposter posing as teacher Kakashi, but what transformation jutsu are they using that even my Sharingan cannot discern? Kakashi was taken aback as he turned to the 2. They look so alike. They bear no trace of transformation techniques, or can I simply not see through it? The person opposite me is nearly identical to myself, even down to the melancholy aura and those lifeless eyes. No, he possesses 2 eyes. Kakashi was internally shaken, and the person beside him, too similar. That figure from my memories resurfaces, the comrade who once shook my unwavering commitment to my mission, the one who gave me his eyes on the Kanabi Bridge. Dato. If Dato were alive, he would be just like this. This person is essentially an adult version of Dato. Not only in appearance, but even the chakra is strikingly similar. It seems the ninjas of this ninja world are far more vigilant than we imagined. They've caught up. Kakashi, let me meet the world's version of you. Uchiha rebound. Dato retrieved a fan he had recently seized, wrapping it in chakra, and using his taijutsu to shatter the Earth Dragon Bombs like playing badminton. Ha! Keep going! Dato excitedly waved at Kakashi. Kakashi stared gravely at the 2, realizing that this person had effortlessly defended against so many of his Earth Dragon Bombs, indicating they might be a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, his thoughts were consumed by the familiar face and chakra of his adversary. Who are you? Are you a ninja sent by Kado? Kakashi shook his head. Dato, feeling disheartened, put away the fan. What is your relationship with Dato? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Dato. Dato, I am Dato. What of it? Dato responded, puzzled, recognizing that this individual knew the version of him in this world. You are Dato. Kakashi chose not to respond further, acknowledging that Dato was already dead. He had faltered just now that if you're not sent by Kado, I wish to take my 3 students away. The brief skirmish had left Kakashi wary of the 2. Firstly, there was the enigmatic substitute technique and their taijutsu prowess. His current mission was to ensure the safety of Team 7 and Naruto, making confrontation unwise. With the 2 positioned close to Naruto, should they resort to coercion using Naruto as leverage, Kakashi would be at a disadvantage. Take them away. Humph. Let us see what you're made of. Dato would never relinquish the newly acquired Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, nor would he let go of Sasuke, the potential last of his Uchiha clan after their massacre. One was a crucial target for the Emperor's directive, while the other was key to understanding the Uchiha in this world. It was worth noting that his eternal Mangeki Sharingan had yet to be secured. According to the Emperor, exchanging eyes with his counterpart in a parallel world might lead to an even more formidable awakening of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi, let me test what strength this version of you possesses. After years at the Imperial University, Dato, without using Kimyui, was hardly a match for Kakashi. He wished to see if this world-esque Kakashi was just as formidable. Suit yourself. Kakashi sighed helplessly, taking a step back. Not planning to intervene, the opposing Kakashi observed the scene. Analyzing the details, do you think one person can handle me? Or are you merely spectating, hoping to find a flaw? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Kakashi's mind, raising his vigilance to unprecedented levels. Since you're also Dato, let me see how your fire techniques fare. Kakashi focused his gaze, swiftly forming hand seals, his chakra beginning to surge. His breathing became steady and powerful, as if melding with the surrounding environment. Snake, horse, monkey, pig, goat, tiger. With 6 seals completed, Kakashi's right hand formed a circle, condensing chakra through the seals. And he unleashed a massive torrent of flames, a fierce wave of fire rushing toward Dato. The temperature of the flames was scorching, distorting the very air around it. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Kakashi intoned softly. The flames blazed brilliantly, radiating dazzling light, while the individual claiming to be Dato stood there, seemingly unresponsive. Kakashi watched his fire technique unfold, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He was proficient in hundreds of ninjutsu. And this C-rank great fireball technique was second nature to him. What he never anticipated was that the other party remained utterly unresponsive. Am I being overly cautious? No, he's moving, just as Kakashi expected the individual to evade. He began forming seals. Humph. If you had evaded, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but now, it's too late. Dato, with a puzzled expression, observed the great fireball unleashed through 6 seals, bewildered by the inexplicable confidence reflected on Kakashi's face. Great fireball technique. This was a ninjutsu created by their Uchiha clan, also one of the foundational techniques many ninjas learned when studying fire release. According to historical records, the great fireball technique originally required 6 seals to execute. Snake, horse, monkey, pig, goat, tiger. These were the 6 seals necessary for the technique. As one's power grew and control over their chakra improved, the steps could be simplified. Especially after the emperor modified the chakra system, even a lowly genin could now perform the great fireball technique with just 4 seals, and Dato only needed 2. After all, it was merely a C-rank ninjutsu. It is crucial to understand that battles are fought on the basis of information and speed. If one can perform 2 techniques in the same time frame, it takes another to perform one. Who else would emerge victorious? Dato moved. He pressed his palms together, fingers interlocking. Snake. Next, his index and middle fingers extended straight. Tiger. In the next moment, a surging power began to swell within his mouth, even as a massive plume of searing flames loomed ominously close. Daito remained unperturbed, akin to a mountain standing firm before an impending collapse. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, Daito took a deep breath, rapidly condensing the chakra within him. His cheeks puffed as he unleashed a torrent of fire-style chakra. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The C-rank ninjutsu employed by Daito erupted forth like a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, exuding an overwhelming might. The blazing flames of the great fireball surged forward, instantly consuming and overshadowing Kakashi's own fireball. In comparison, although Kakashi's great fireball technique was formidable in its own right, it appeared utterly insignificant before Daito's display. The entire space was illuminated by this searing inferno, the surrounding air seemingly igniting and crackling with energy. Daito's great fireball technique, having enveloped Kakashi's own, charged directly toward him without the slightest pause. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that his opponent had managed to withstand such a close-range attack. Moreover, it seemed that his adversary had only formed 2 hand seals. Was it that his taijutsu was so potent and swift that he had failed to notice? No. There was no time for such musings. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, causing a large mass of yellow earth to rise from the ground, forming a formidable barrier, particularly highlighted by the comically sculpted dog head upon its surface. A smirk curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. Why was there a dog head sculpture on the earth flow wall? Was this merely a display of his chakra control prowess? The earth flow wall was soon engulfed by the great fireball. And just as Kakashi thought the ordeal had come to an end, the flames began to crack and splinter the wall, hinting at a renewed assault. Kakashi hesitated, contemplating whether to employ water release to cool the earth flow wall. Daito ceased his offensive, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, only to be swiftly overtaken by a profound sense of helplessness. One great fireball had nearly compelled him to employ 3 techniques in defense. No, it had merely been a ninjutsu he was not adept at. Kakashi could only solace himself in an attempt to quell the fear that gnawed at his heart. Meanwhile, Naruto remained exhilarated by the earlier exhilarating exchange, while Sasuke stood nearby, thoroughly petrified. During his Nin exams, he had utilized the great fireball technique against Kakashi-sensei and had required over 20 hand seals to succeed. Yet here stood this individual, who had managed it with just 2. Even Itachi would need at least 5, right? Was he stronger than Itachi? Kakashi realized that he could not afford to delay any longer. His chakra had always been a shortcoming. He had not felt it when using a short blade previously, but now, in a battle of ninjutsu, he was at a distinct disadvantage. In light of this, Kakashi sighed, raising a hand to adjust his forehead protector. In the next instant, the scar-covered eye opened wide that a swift conclusion was required. Instantly, the 3 Tomo Sharingan manifested. The Sharingan? 3 astonished voices echoed. Daito gaped, his expression exaggerated. Glancing between Kakashi and Kakashi, he could not fathom why Uchiha's I would manifest in this world's Kakashi, and only one at that. Kakashi himself was equally astounded. He knew that every clan held their bloodline limits in high esteem, yet this world's version of himself had managed to obtain a Sharingan. Sasuke was equally shocked. Why was a member of his clan's eye present on Kakashi-sensei? Daito cast a glance at the rarely astonished Kakashi, jesting, "Kakashi, look, this world you even has a Sharingan." Hiss, can this body handle it? Kakashi shuddered at the thought of Daito's initial struggles each time he activated his Sharingan, feeling as though he had been drained by a 200-pound girl. Was this world's version of himself inherently unique? Daito's gaze fixated on Kakashi, the excitement in his eyes resurfacing that if you also possess a Sharingan. It was well known that relying on the Sharingan granted him an edge over Kakashi, yet for him, it was a source of shame. He could not win without it, nor could he win with it without it being disgraceful. Now, with the opportunity to compete against a Kakashi who wielded a Sharingan, he would undoubtedly give it his all. Kakashi, since you also possess a Sharingan, let us engage fully. Daito erupted into a maniacal Uchiha laughter, and then his eyes began to transform. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo. His ocular prowess had been honed to perfection, the transition from black to Sharingan executed with exquisite precision. However, this was not the end. The 3 Tomo spun rapidly, before transforming entirely into the Manjiki. Witnessing the transformation of his fellow clansmen's 3 Tomo into the magnificent windmill of the Manjiki, Sasuke was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Manjiki? What the hell? I just activated my 2 Tomo. He can freely open and close the Manjiki. As the son of Uchiha Fugaku, my bloodline should be the purest, so why am I still at 2 Tomo? Am I truly his flesh and blood? His bloodline purity surpasses mine. While Sasuke was lost in contemplation, attempting to discern whether he was truly related to Daito, he beheld Kakashi-sensei as 3 Tomo morph into a Manjiki strikingly similar to the one before him. What the actual? Wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to be extinct? Why have I encountered 2 Sharingan users today, and both are wielding the legendary Manjiki of the Uchiha? As for why he believed himself to be the last of his clan, it was because, in Sasuke's heart, Itachi had long ceased to be worthy of bearing the Uchiha name that, oh, he is a Manjiki too? Kakashi, I suspect this person merely resembles you. He may not actually be you, since you also possess a Manjiki. Then I shall hold nothing back. As Daito's words fell, in the next moment, a colossal blue Susanoo unfurled in its entirety. Goodness, is it really necessary to go all out right from the start? Kakashi was utterly astounded. Hey, I just lost an eye. Is that really necessary? Yet at that moment, any words were futile. After evading a strike from the Susanoo, Kakashi unleashed an immensely powerful bolt of lightning. This was his most adept ninjutsu. The Raikiri, Daito's countenance flushed, and he appeared momentarily dazed. This ninjutsu was far more suited to the Uchiha within the empire than fire release. But he had not learned it. Now, this world's Kakashi wielded it with such ease before him. delivering a severe blow to his pride that Daido's face reddened with embarrassment. "You bastard!" Watching Kakashi evade his attack, he left a massive gash on Daido's Susanoo with a Raikiri. Kakashi was equally puzzled. Why had this guy suddenly gone berserk? As the two grappled, Sasuke's eyes brimmed with admiration that if initially he had only felt disdain for Daito, at this moment he found himself inexplicably drawn closer, even contemplating following Daito. Such divine power. If I possessed that, could that man still be my rival? Just as Sasuke pondered, a voice echoed in their ears. "Hey, you three, what is your teacher's name?" "Is it Hatake?" Kakashi regarded Daito, who had yet to exert himself but was already panting. And a glimmer of suspicion flickered within him. Could it truly be a mere resemblance? Our teacher's name is Hatake Kakashi," Sakura, noting that the two bore no malice, interjected to explain. "Also Hatake. His father was named Hatake Tsukumo. Correct?" This question left Sakura momentarily stumped. When not quite sure. It seems Kakashi-sensei's father passed away long ago, reportedly due to a mission. I don't know the specifics. Kakashi was taken aback, though it was an alternate world's father. The knowledge that he might have already passed stirred something within him. Truly, this world is rife with powerful beings. Even someone as strong as my father could perish due to a mission. "Does your teacher have any peculiar habits?" Kakashi inquired again. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the group, he continued, "For instance, does he often frequent brothels and return home at dawn? Or does he have a harem of beautiful wives?" Sakura shook her head once more. Kakashi-sensei has never been to such places. He is still single and enjoys reading adult manga. As for brothels, I am not sure. At this, Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What on earth? They won't understand. The esteemed Kakashi-sensei is rather uncouth. Kakashi lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Something feels amiss. In this world teeming with formidable individuals, why do I feel so insubstantial? What is the true nature of the Sharingan? If my weakness is not a result of excessive indulgence, then it must be congenital. Given that innate chakra cannot possibly compare to those of my peers, why not resort to the ancestral swordsmanship? Could it be that the demise of the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo has resulted in a lack of inheritance? Moreover, is it not true that the Sharingan, when perpetually activated and not belonging to a Uchiha, would impose a significant toll? Is there something exceptionally unique about this ocular technique that warrants such sacrifices? Otherwise, the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. Nearby, Naruto listened to their conversation. A look of confusion etched across his face. Can chakra truly be depleted? Isn't it an inexhaustible resource? Why has Kakashi-sensei exhausted his chakra so swiftly? It seems he hasn't performed many jutsu at all. Naruto's eyes reflected a naive clarity. Sasuke, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Fool! It's naturally because he's utilizing something that doesn't belong to him." Fortunately, Naruto, not entirely dim-witted, quickly grasped the implication. "Are you referring to that Sharingan? Then why does Kakashi-sensei continue to use it?" Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, his gaze shifting slightly. "It's simply because he's coveting the power of the Uchiha clan." Meanwhile, Kakashi lamented his predicament, wondering how he had suddenly encountered such an anomaly today, and with another opponent yet to make a move. What was to become of him? The mission entrusted by the Hokage demanded the utmost protection of Naruto, and Sasuke, point one, was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other was entangled with Uchiha Itachi. The loss of either could spell catastrophic repercussions for Konohata. It seemed only that particular technique would suffice. Kakashi believed in the unparalleled effectiveness of this skill. Kimui, as Obito activated his Susanoo, he suddenly felt a tremendous pull emanating from his body. Startled, he realized that while Kakashi's eye bore resemblance to his own, similar Manjiki-s were not absent within the Uchiha clan of the Empire. However, the existence of identical skills was nearly impossible. The Sharingan reflects the soul, and each individual's eyes are essentially a manifestation of their desires and the abilities that assist them in attaining their aspirations. In an instant, Obito activated Kimui as well, and he swiftly phased out of Kakashi's deadly grasp. The chakra expended in that singular use, and the preceding battle left Kakashi panting for breath. Obito, stripped of any playful intentions, thought to himself, "Weak, Far too weak. Is this individual truly the Kakashi of another realm? Your eyes, this ocular technique, does it belong to me in this world? Obito inquired. Kakashi remained silent. Answer me. Obito bellowed in fury that if you agree to spare my students, I will divulge everything. At that moment, Kakashi's mind remained fixated on the mission. Do you believe you possess any choices? I mentioned that possessing a Sharingan, yet being incapable of activating Susanoo, and expending chakra at an alarming rate. How can that possibly belong to you? Obito's ire began to mount. Many Uchiha in the Empire were only children, and a significant part of his duty was to seek out Uchiha kin from parallel worlds. Many were not endowed with the innate qualities like Sasuke and Itachi, thus awakening the eternal Mangeki became a formidable challenge. Learning that his clan had been annihilated was already burdensome, and discovering information about himself in this world only fueled his urgency. Kamui. As Obito activated Kamui, Kakashi was instantly drawn into the Kamui dimension. While Naruto and the others were still puzzled about Kakashi's whereabouts, the two reappeared. Obito clutched an eyeball in his hand, his left eye now deeper than before. Unlike the original world, this version of Kakashi lacked the cells of Hashirama to wield Kamui freely. However, at this moment, he had confirmed beyond doubt that this world Kakashi's eye belonged to him. Feeling the unique power of the eternal Mangeki within his gaze, Obito erupted into ecstatic laughter. Kamui. The power to distort space manifested, causing an entire mountain peak to vanish without a trace. His delight. This only consumed a negligible amount of chakra, and the risk of blindness was now eliminated. Obito laughed heartily, confirming that in the Kamui dimension, he could easily control this world's Kakashi, albeit regrettably. His lack of proficiency in Genjutsu limited him to manipulating only a few wandering ninjas. Kakashi, trained in the Umbu, remained tight-lipped. Nevertheless, nothing else mattered. After extracting Kakashi's eye, he experimentally implanted it into his OWN. It was well known that Uchiha eyes could be used immediately upon insertion. Indeed, there were no signs of rejection, and the power within his eyes surged, confirming that these eyes belonged to him in this world. With an unexpected boon in his possession, Obito lost interest in further playing with Kakashi. This world's Kakashi was far too weak. Continuing the fight would yield no satisfaction. He cast a glance at Kakashi and slowly spoke. Hey, Kakashi, show this world's version of you what true swordsmanship is. Let him understand that the blade is the true legacy of the Hatake clan. From now on, don't let him dabble in lightning techniques. Obito, haven't you learned the Raikiri yet? Kakashi astutely discerned Obito's ulterior motive. The joy of having recently acquired the Mangeki Sharingan was instantly overshadowed by his embarrassment and anger as he retorted. Can attributes be blamed on talent? Watching Kakashi stride toward his counterpart, Naruto, fists raised, attempted to intervene. That despicable guy, how utterly vile to resort to a wheeled battle. Yet Obito effortlessly lifted Naruto as one might a chick, sealing away his chakra and tossing him aside. What do you understand? We are here to assist your teacher. As Obito approached, Sasuke struggled to suppress his excitement, finally asking, Who exactly are you? Obito scratched his head in exasperation. This is truly perplexing. You mentioned this world. What does that mean? Are you from another world? Sasuke boldly conjectured. Obito cast an approving glance at him, realizing the boy was not foolish. In contrast, why was Minato's child so dull? As you can see, we hail from another world. This is my partner, Hatake Kakashi. Essentially your teacher and he are one and the same. The revelation left their minds reeling, overwhelmed by the implications of Obito's words. Two individuals. Are they both Kakashi-sensei? The trio gazed at Kakashi, who was cleaving through the air, creating a skyline with his blade, effortlessly severing a mountain peak, unable to suppress their gulp of a WD. Do you not realize that without Uchiha blood, wielding the Sharingan while perpetually activated will drain your chakra with every passing moment? You have disappointed me greatly. Didn't Tsukumo teach you the art of the blade? Kakashi's words plunged the other Kakashi into silence. The blade techniques of the White Fang of Konoha? He recalled with pride how he had always cherished them in his youth. Are you the parallel world's version of me? Kakashi lifted his gaze, having been too preoccupied with evasion to notice earlier. Upon finally seeing the weapon in his opponent's hand, his pupils dilated in shock. Even knowing this was his counterpart from a parallel world. Gazing at that blade stirred tumultuous emotions within him. This sword, the sole inheritance left by his father. Regrettably, during the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, he had failed to safeguard it, resulting in its shattering. Now, seeing the blade once more, he felt a wave of nostalgia. That battle had cost him dearly. Companions, friends, his eye, his father's relic, and a right hand forever stained. Kakashi's expression darkened. As the clash of blades echoed, Kakashi's silvery locks fell like autumn leaves. To still be days in combat. Your battle prowess is even lower than I imagined. That I am curious. Why would Konoha trust a ninja like you, a lone Uchiha, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? To lead? Kakashi's words dripped with disappointment. Look at yourself now. Having lost a Sharingan, you can no longer even perform the most basic evasions. Your path has strayed. Had you diligently practiced the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan from the very beginning, the shortcomings of insufficient chakra and stamina could have been effectively compensated for. Kakashi, upon hearing this, fell silent. Why would the version of himself in that world have devoted himself to mastering sword techniques? Obito stood by his side. He had lost so much. Why would he still care about the strength of his own abilities? His father's death led him to abandon swordsmanship. That Obito's demise filled him with a profound sense of guilt. Rin's death deprived him of a reason to live. The passing of his teacher utterly robbed him of direction in life. Enough is enough. Kakashi, pay attention. For this move, I shall demonstrate how foolish it is to forsake swordsmanship in favor of ocular techniques. Lightning release. Thunderclap. In an instant, Kakashi's form vanished from sight, his speed augmented by the lightning release, akin to a bolt of lightning in a heartbeat. A terrifying flash of the blade tore through the very fabric of space, creating vast expanses of void in the surrounding air. Observing his own lack of response, a deep disappointment flickered within Kakashi's heart, and then the blade swiftly reversed, striking down heavily upon Kakashi. He collapsed, instantly losing consciousness. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, and Sakura anxiously gazed at the unconscious Kakashi. Rest assured, I used the back of the blade. I did not strike lethally. Obito reassured the two. Haha. But Kakashi, it seems the version of you in this world is rather lacking. Obito chuckled mockingly that moment. Sasuke seemed to recall something, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Senpai, if you are referring to the version of yourself in this world, indeed, there was someone from the Uchiha clan who shared your name. Obito immediately jumped up, his face nearly touching Sasuke's. Speak. Tell me quickly. There is a great reward for you. This information is crucial for unlocking my right eye's eternal form. It is of the utmost importance. Compared to the left eye, the right eye's ability to nullify defenses is a genuine life-saving skill. Sasuke, seeing Obito's eager anticipation, suddenly hesitated to disclose the information. Obito's heart sank, and he pressed again. What's wrong? Speak. Rest assured, no matter the outcome, I will reward you. In Sasuke's mind, a figure from the clan records emerged. Uchiha Obito. This world's Uchiha Obito. He is a hero of Konoha. Obito felt a surge of discontent upon hearing this. Good heavens, the version of me in this world has become a hero of Konoha. I have never even received a commendation as a model student in the Empire. How infuriating it is to be outshone by myself. Tell me more in detail. Obito wrapped his arms around Sasuke's neck, displaying an eagerness to learn more. Observing Kakashi still tending to Kakashi's left eye, he shouted, Ignore that worthless variant of yours. Kakashi, in the Empire, I cannot compete with you, but in this world, you are lagging far behind. Your variant is so feeble, yet I have long become a hero of Konoha. Come, listen closely, confirming that Kakashi's attention had turned towards him. Obito gestured for Sasuke to continue. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, then swallowed hard, slowly beginning to speak. The version of you in this world died in the Battle of Kaminari Bridge 50 years ago in Konoha. That period coincided with the Third Great Ninja War. At that time, you were 13 years old. After your death, you were posthumously awarded the title of Hero of Konoha. Obito, what the hell, I died. He dared not look back. Sensing Kakashi's gaze upon him, filled with blatant mockery. Just moments ago, he had wanted Kakashi to listen. But now, those words felt like a heavy slap to his face. Once again, he has become the fool. Damn. How can the version of me in this world be so disappointing? I thought the Kakashi of this world was already pitiful enough, but the version of me here is even worse. Dying at the age of 13, I cannot surpass Kakashi in the Empire, and now in this parallel world, I still can't compete. Although Kakashi's variant is weak, he can still lead a team, which includes the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. What about me? I met Ashura and Indra long before my time. Is this what it means to be stronger than Kakashi's variant? I once thought that Kakashi, who has forsaken swordsmanship with Sharingan, was pathetic, but the fact that I never even had the chance to develop before meeting my end is even more lamentable. Beyond mere pride, what truly gnawed at Obito's heart was the loss of potential. Have I lost the path to my right eye's eternal Mangeki? Damn it. He cursed the version of himself in this world 1,000 times in his heart. You are so disappointing, brother. I've come to grant you the eternal Mangeki. And yet you die? Is his corpse still around? Obito inquired of Sasuke with a hint of hope. Sasuke shook his head. His body was long gone, lost on the battlefield, and even the clan's burial ground in Konoha only contains a tomb for his attire. Damn it. Sasuke hesitated, but driven by his desire for power, he tentatively spoke. Senpai, the information I possess is limited, regarding the reward you mentioned earlier. Before he could finish, Naruto interjected. Hey, Sasuke, do you really trust these two inexplicable characters? They just knocked out Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke immediately shot a dark look at Naruto. Damn it, if this guy misunderstands, he will blame them. Konoha has nothing to do with me. What does it matter to me? I only seek the ultimate power. Regardless of who it is, as long as they can provide me with this strength, I, Sasuke, do not hesitate to betray everything for it. What? Naruto's pupils widened in shock. And Sakura looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, it was Konoha that raised you. How can you be so ungrateful? At Naruto's words, Sasuke felt even more disdain. The little goodwill he had just managed to muster dissipated entirely. Naruto, you do not understand. Do not use your arrogant assumptions to judge others. Not everyone can be like you, shamelessly striving for acceptance from those who despise them. I, Sasuke, live my life without needing to explain myself to others. For the first time, Naruto felt a sense of estrangement from Sasuke, that in his eyes, Sasuke, like himself, was an orphan, and they should share common ground. He did not understand that experiencing loss after having once possessed something is far more haunting than having nothing from start. Obito gazed at Sasuke with admiration. Truly, he is one of my Uchiha. Konoha be damned. With power, one can establish a home anywhere. However, what does it mean to be despised by everyone, like the child of Minato-sensei? Seeing Naruto's growing agitation, the Nine-Tails chakra began to leak and even threatened to break through the chakra seal Obito had placed on Naruto, prompting Obito to deliver another chop, knocking Naruto out cold. This world is far too complex. Take your time to understand it. Sasuke, you're 12 this year, right? Yes, indeed, just like the Sasuke in the Empire. Obito murmured softly. Senpai, what did you say? Oh, nothing. That I just noticed that you can effortlessly switch between 1 tomo and 2 tomo. You should have unlocked the Mangeki by now, correct? Upon hearing this, Sasuke was instantly rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing this, Obito understood. Oh, you haven't awakened the Mangeki yet? No rush. 12 isn't too late. Show me your 3 tomo. I want to see what level you're at. Obito's gaze was fixed intently on Sasuke. Sasuke lowered his head even further. Obito, puzzled, asked, Why are you still shy? Let your senpai take a look. Rest assured. I have no peculiarities. Finally unable to hold back, Sasuke blushed and stammered. I've only awakened the 2 tomo. Obito was taken aback. What the hell? Having just witnessed the effortless transition between the 1st and 2nd tomo of his Sharingan. One might have thought it was a manifestation of unparalleled control over the ocular prowess. Yet to my astonishment, it turns out you have only just awakened your 2nd tomo. I, on the other hand, awakened my Sharingan at the tender age of 7. How is it that you only achieved this at 12? As he caught sight of the condescending and even predatory gaze from his counterpart, Sasuke felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Sasuke then spoke up to clarify, My current physical form is insufficient to support the activation of the third Tomo. I activated my Sharingan 5 years ago. And it was the first Tomo. His voice bore a hint of pride. Awakening my Sharingan at 7 is already a remarkable feat, is it not? Many within the Uchiha clan live their entire lives without even unlocking the first Tomo. Upon hearing this, Dato could no longer contain his incredulity. Seriously? Are you aware that in another world, you are on the verge of awakening the Rinnegan, not merely the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? It took you 5 years to progress from the first to the second Tomo. Are you certain your bloodline is pure? He felt fortunate for having you as a comrade. Otherwise, relying on this version of Sasuke from a parallel world would render him incapable of ever unlocking the eternal Mangeki in this lifetime. Dato was still unaware that Sasuke had awakened his first Tomo through the sacrifice of his entire clan. Otherwise, he would surely feel as though he had lost his beloved Li Ji. Very well, for the time being, accompany me that I shall expedite your journey to awakening the Mangeki. You take pride in awakening your first Tomo at 7. Yet do you not know that in our world, you're on the cusp of unlocking the Rinnegan? Sasuke, perplexed, inquired, "What is the Rinnegan?" Dato rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "This is hopeless. There is no saving you." He began to question Kakashi's earlier speculations. "Kakashi, I sense you are being overly sensitive. This world is nothing more than a fragile, low-tier realm. In every aspect, it pales in comparison to the Empire." Dato communicated telepathically with Kakashi. "Let us not dwell on that. We shall discuss your talents at a later time. For now, I wish to understand what you meant by the Uchiha clan's annihilation." A hint of coldness finally crept into Dato's otherwise nonchalant demeanor. Coughing, Jiraiya interjected, "Well, Nagato, such events transpire constantly within the ninja world. It is not exclusive to our land of fire. In fact, comparatively speaking, our land of fire is quite fortunate." Jiraiya felt a surge of frustration as he observed the scene before him. Why did he have to encounter such a calamity at this very moment? Is this what you call prosperity and strength in the land of fire? Nagato spoke through gritted teeth. The current situation cannot merely be described as chaotic. The corpses of hundreds lie strewn about, and rivers of blood flow freely. The inferno consuming this village has obliterated most of its structures. The terrified civilians flee in all directions, yet there is nowhere to escape. The sounds of screams and weeping fill the air. This band of rogue ninjas mercilessly harvested the lives of the villagers, simply because one civilian dared to defy them. They spared neither the elderly nor the children. One by one, the villagers fell into pools of blood, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness as they attempted to resist, only to find themselves powerless against their fate. In the eyes of these merciless ninjas, there was no compassion, only a brutal indifference to life and a thrill in slaughter. Faced with the cold-blooded ninjas, many villagers could only watch in fury as their loved ones and friends were brutally slain. This land was stained red with blood, and an atmosphere of despair and hopelessness pervaded the air. Nagato was driven to fury, his gaze reflecting deep compassion for the innocent civilians and seething anger toward the rogue ninjas. How dare a mere trio of genin dare unleash such carnage upon a village of hundreds? If there were Nin among them, could they not wipe out a small nation? Yet, that was not his primary concern. His main issue lay with Jiraiya's attitude. To him, it seemed as though such atrocities had become commonplace. Nagato longed to utilize the Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect the recently slain innocents in the Empire. Such occurrences had not been witnessed in decades. To say nothing of hundreds, even the death of more than 10 people would send shockwaves throughout the Empire. And yet, in this realm, well, there is no point in lamenting the situation. "Let us see if there are any lives left to save," Jiraiya stated. Just as he began to form hand seals, he noticed Nagato was already in motion. Shinra Tensei, the overwhelming force of attraction drew the rogue ninjas toward him in an instant. Jiraiya was taken aback, instinctively distancing himself from the powerful pull. Nagato had executed the technique without hand seals. This was the power of the Rinnegan. He hadn't anticipated that this alternate version of Nagato had already mastered the Rinnegan to such a degree. What shocked Jiraiya even more was that Nagato employed the Rinnegan to deal with these rogue ninjas. Did he not fear the negative repercussions that using such ocular abilities might impose on his body? Nagato's gaze was icy as he regarded the group of rogue ninjas, who now floated beside him, their eyes wide with terror. Upon realizing the presence of the two, the leader of the rogue ninjas spoke hastily. "Apologize. I had no idea they were your quarry. I am willing to return everything we took from them." Nagato's expression darkened further. "This world, it is truly abominable. Were all the elders deceiving me? Is this truly a good era, where ordinary civilians possess no dignity and cannot even govern their own lives?" Naively, Nagato continued to believe the words of those who released lies to maintain their own interests and sought to revive the ninja village system. Of course, for those individuals, the system of co-governance between the ninja villages and the feudal lords truly represented a golden age. Seeing Nagato's silence, the rogue ninjas assumed their initial offer had fallen short. And they continued, "If you feel our offer is insufficient, I can serve you for a period of time that we know this region well. Give me 7 days. No, 3 days. In 3 days, I can procure enough wealth for you." Jiraiya had already dispatched several shadow clones to check if there were any survivors among the recently slain. Meanwhile, his main body remained close to Nagato, ensuring he did not lose control. "Jiraiya, who exactly are these people?" Nagato's question sent shockwaves through the rogue ninjas, their pupils dilating in shock. "Is Jiraiya one of the legendary 3 shinobi? Alas, it seems we are doomed." Jiraiya's expression grew grim as he assessed the group. Most of them were merely rogue ninjas who had learned a few basic techniques, wielding a modicum of power while seeking to transcend the constraints of order. These individuals were not uncommon. Such rogue ninjas had existed throughout history. Not everyone was willing to adhere to the tedious and harsh missions assigned to them. Pillaging and plundering were comparatively simpler. All one needed to do was avoid areas near ninja villages or the powerful protected by ninjas. Watching Jiraiya's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Nagato's dissatisfaction boiled over. "Is it not possible for your Konoha village or the Land of Fire to control these rogue ninjas? Do you simply allow them to wreak havoc without consequence?" Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. "Well, if someone posts a mission, we do have corresponding ninjas who will accept the task of eliminating rogue ninjas." Nagato was taken aback. "You only take action if someone pays you to hunt bandits? What is the purpose of your existence? You won't act unless you are compensated. As the most significant military regulatory training institution within a nation, you cannot even handle such matters. Of course, if the situation is significant, the feudal lords will allocate funds for the eradication of bandits. I can assure you that our Land of Fire handles this the best." Nagato's heart sank. If even the Land of Fire, with its dismal state, was considered the best, how chaotic must this world truly be? He could not help but recall the Empire, where although the common people labored tirelessly day and night for the nation's development, striving without respite, they at least had enough to eat and warmth to wear, never worrying about losing their lives at any moment. And now here, the civilians, Itaken, I implore you, awaken. Without you, how will your mother and children survive? Tian Yuchiro, you are our family's sole source of labor. You must not come to harm." As he gazed upon the civilians, saved by Jiraiya's shadow clone, yet still bearing the marks of terror, clutching their heads and weeping for their lost kin, Nagato was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of guilt. It appeared that he had misjudged the Emperor's intentions far too deeply. Previously, when the Emperor proclaimed that the 996 system was a blessing, he had dismissed the notion. However, in this moment, witnessing the emaciated figures of these individuals, holding the lifeless bodies of their loved ones and weeping uncontrollably, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Had he not initially vowed to oppose the Emperor's tyrannical regime? Why was he now wavering? Within the Empire, not even the most remote mountainous regions could one find such gaunt and starving people. Moreover, the elderly within the Empire were provided with pensions. Women had access to suitable handicrafts, and there was compulsory education. It seemed implausible that the loss of a male figure in a household would plunge them into utter despair. But why were there still so many children in the village? Did they not attend school? Observing the children sprawled on the ground, breathless, who could surely have avoided such calamity had they been in school, Nagato felt a pang of sorrow. School? Jiraiya too began to question the world that Nagato inhabited. Where would ordinary civilians find the means to send their children to school? The fees for private tutors here were exorbitant, typically only affordable for the affluent and landowners who could hire educators. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon witnessing Nagato's reaction, Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine. However, if the children of the common folk wished, they could attend the Ninja Academy in Konoha, which required only a modest tuition fee. Of course, most parents would not choose this path, as becoming a ninja was perilous, requiring a certain innate talent, and the training process was lengthy. They were loath to lose a breadwinner from their family. Furrowing his brow, Nagato questioned why being a ninja was deemed so dangerous. Shouldn't T1 be able to abstain from perilous endeavors? Surely, becoming a ninja and then returning would be more efficient. Wouldn't it? Seeing Nagato inquire about his area of expertise, Jiraiya began to expound passionately. Are you familiar with the will of fire? This is one of the essential conditions for becoming a ninja. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding of new leaves. This was championed by the founder of Konoha, Lord Hashirama, and has been collectively created and passed down through the long history of the villagers' struggles. Once they become ninjas, they too will inherit the will of fire, transforming into flames that illuminate new branches. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Nagato succinctly summarized, so, what you mean is that sacrifice and dedication are required, and once they become ninjas, they must serve the village, disregarding their own families? Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. That is not quite it. They can bring their families to the village. After all, the village has nurtured them, so how could they easily abandon it? So it's a kind of cult. This so-called will of fire in Konoha sounds akin to brainwashing. Once one becomes a ninja, they must contribute to the village. Shouldn't a person be free? Why do you only speak of dedication and sacrifice? Shouldn't there be a balance between giving and receiving? A relationship is stable and long-lasting only when mutual benefits are involved, right? Jiraiya shook his head at this remark, his gaze towards Nagato tinged with disappointment. No, you are mistaken. The spirit of willingly sacrificing one's life and dedicating oneself to protect bonds is what is truly noble. When mixed with self-interest, it becomes utterly distasteful. Jiraiya was utterly disheartened by Nagato's materialistic viewpoint. What had the Nagato of another world experienced? Throughout their journey, they had conversed, both aware of the teacher-student bond they shared. Did the Nagato of that world not learn about the will of fire? Nagato, too, was perplexed. One could not expect to reap benefits without sowing effort. The true culprits behind the plight of these rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi seem to be Konoha's distorted training and inaction. What is your core value here? Core values. Our value lies in dedicating ourselves to the village. Doesn't it? Jiraiya was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that there no concept of prosperity, democracy, or harmony. Ninjas are merely required to follow orders, to sacrifice themselves for missions and the village. What use are those ideals? You must understand, during missions, a ninja is merely a tool. Tools are not permitted to have emotions. Nagato, who had never experienced the life under the ninja village system, could not grasp Jiraiya's words. What do you mean a ninja is just a tool? Shuriken, food pills, storage scrolls are tools, right? A ninja is simply a profession, fundamentally a living being. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in emotions. Can those who suppress their feelings still be deemed human? No wonder the common folk dread ninjas. No wonder ninjas are synonymous with disaster. It seems that even someone like Jiraiya, who is inherently a ninja, views himself merely as a tool. This new realization about the pathology of this world dawned upon Nagato, speaking of dedication and sacrifice while simultaneously treating ninjas as tools. Doesn't that present a contradiction? Unable to contain himself, Nagato interjected that it's contradictory. It's about sacrifice and dedication for the village. Companions. While important, the precise execution of missions is what a ninja must understand. Nagato found this reasoning unconvincing. Missions are paramount. You must know that in the Empire, no matter the situation, human life is always prioritized above all else. Here, lives are treated as mere fodder. It would be a miracle if no one defected. Noticing Nagato's silence, Jiraiya solemnly withdrew the savings he had accumulated over half a year to distribute among the civilians. Nagato quietly observed without uttering a word. Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled. For Nagato's various expressions of astonishment, one could infer that his world might be better than Jiraiya's. Yet, how could that be? If it were indeed a better world, why would the flames of war from the Empire encroach upon parallel universes? Shouldn't they, like Konoha, cherish peace? Furthermore, this young man Nagato had exhibited a rather intense disposition just moments ago, observing the group of wandering ninjas, still chattering and threatening. Nagato clasped his hands together. Impure world reincarnation. Altar. The deceased among the group were covered by Nagato's universal pull. Soon, those who had just perished looked bewilderedly at their new bodies. Their families embraced them, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The scene was surreal. Within the impure world reincarnation were the very murderers of their kin, while outside stood their family members. Nagato, isn't this a forbidden technique? Wouldn't using it in this manner be inappropriate? After gaining the power of immortality, they might not fare any better than the wandering ninjas. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, attempting to intervene. Yet Nagato merely sighed with a hint of resignation. This is impure world reincarnation. Altar. They will drain the life force of those wandering ninjas, and their recovery and stamina will be identical. They are not truly immortal. Once their life force is entirely consumed, they too will perish. Having witnessed this, I cannot remain indifferent. Let this group of wandering ninjas serve as vessels for the impure world reincarnation to compensate for the lives they have taken, for what happens next. Jiraiya swallowed hard, wanting to say something further, but Nagato had already begun to stride forward. Let us go and explore the land of fire. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya spoke. Despite the unfortunate events we have encountered on this journey, I believe you will be awed by the prosperity of the land of fire. Nagato, having lost the initial hope he held for this world, slumped his shoulders and replied wearily, "Let us hope so." What? My Uchiha clan was annihilated by a single individual. Could it be the Emperor's manifestation here? The startled voice of Obito, muddled in confusion, reached Kakashi's ears. His consciousness was hazy, the voice in his ears. It sounded like Obito's. Kakashi opened his eyes to find the slumbering Naruto before him, the vigilant Sakura, the furious Sasuke, and the helpless Dazuna, all vividly etched in his mind. Beside him stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Along with the animated and exaggeratedly bouncing Dado, pulling his thoughts back to reality, turned out, it was the back of the blade. Kakashi felt a sharp pain radiating from his neck with the slightest movement, a hint of regret washing over him. Perhaps if it had been the blade's edge, it might have been better. However, now that he was awake, he resolved to continue the mission, determined to protect the students before him without uttering a word of surrender. He decided to observe the intentions of the two individuals, taking a moment to recover. There was no need to maintain the Sharingan at all times. Kakashi sensed an increase in his chakra capacity. Yet, that final strike, Kakashi's technique, combined with lightning release, still left him in awe. Lord Emperor. Sasuke's face displayed confusion. Although he had heard the name of the Emperor mentioned multiple times, he could not fathom that Uchiha Itachi could have such remarkable achievements. Why? He was merely a piece of filth who slaughtered his own kin. He too was a member of the Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Senju. Dado spoke solemnly. The existence of an emperor would be catastrophic. The bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha were inherently endowed with the potential of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Senju. Sasuke shook his head at the mention. He had never heard of such an individual. Dado breathed a sigh of relief at this revelation. Indeed, if such a person existed, how could they remain obscure? Why had this world not yet been unified? So, who is the one capable of annihilating our esteemed Uchiha clan? Our clan's disgrace and traitor, and possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing Sasuke fidget, Dado's expression darkened. Kakashi observed Sasuke, a flicker of resignation passing through his lifeless eyes. Sasuke, you are too consumed by hatred. Knowing the truth does not guarantee an outcome. Kakashi suddenly interjected that he understood that the hatred within Sasuke had taken deep root, impossible to eradicate easily. Yet he also recognized that such hatred would only ensnare Sasuke further, leading him toward destruction. You're awake? Both Dado and Kakashi turned to look at Kakashi-sensei. Sakura finally exhaled in relief. Kakashi cast a glance before immersing himself once more in the images of paradise of affection. Though the visuals were somewhat conservative, there was a certain amusement to be found, especially in the tantalizing glimpses. Exciting. Oh, Kakashi, does that mean you know who it is? Tell me. Sasuke is stammering like a coward. If you confess to having secretly used my Uchiha eyes, I shall hold no grudge. I will tell you. But I have a condition. Sasuke's face twisted with struggle, yet his clenched fist soon fell limply. Speak, boy. Dato regarded the last remaining Uchiha with a sense of promotion. I can reveal who is behind it, but I must be the one to exact vengeance. Sasuke spat through clenched teeth. That's quite a dilemma. I agree to your terms. However, should you perish in your quest for revenge, do not blame me for not assisting you. Dato jested. The murderer of our entire clan is Itachi. Upon uttering this, Sasuke felt utterly drained. What? Itachi? Dato was taken aback. Are you certain you are not under a genjutsu? How could Itachi possibly harm the Uchiha? In the Empire, the love for one's kin surpassed self-preservation. He would endure any hardship without ever imposing further burdens on his family. Itachi was exceedingly proud and deeply cherished his family. Would he annihilate his own clan? Impossible. Genjutsu. At this point, a flicker of fear crossed Sasuke's face before being quickly engulfed by a deep-seated rage. He recalled the terror of being ensnared by Tsukuyomi. Those 3 days and nights of relentless torment. I too wish this were merely a genjutsu. But it is not. The culprit is my Anchan, the Uchiha Itachi who used to call me foolish. Sasuke, more than anyone, wished to deny that Uchiha Itachi had decimated their clan, killing the patriarch and matriarch, his father and mother. Yet, this was the bloody reality. This was the truth. Dato was rendered speechless. In a way. Man, are you out of your mind? Patricide? Could you really do that? Upon reflection, it was indeed within Itachi's capability. The only one who could compel Uchiha Fugaku to accept his fate without resistance was Itachi. Yet why? Why leave behind the last scion of the Uchiha? Itachi's most beloved was his brother, Sasuke. What could provoke him to turn against his entire family? What profound hatred could lead him to stain his hands with the blood of his kin? Had he fallen victim to Kotoeme Tsukumi? What of Uchiha Shursui? Had Shursui failed to stop him? Shursui should have possessed that kind of power, right? Dato knew that within the Uchiha clan, Shursui was the most tender-hearted and compassionate. He would never permit Itachi to turn against his family. Shursui. He passed away long ago. A vision of that gentle, flowing youth surfaced in Sasuke's mind, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Perhaps if Shursui had been there, Itachi would not have gone so mad. What? Dato was even more astonished. Your ninja world is truly fraught with calamity. The thought of family turning against family left Dato with a sense of impending rupture. He himself had perished, as had Shursui. Did he also die in battle? Dato inquired. And it seems he took his own life. What? Dato was rendered dumbfounded. While Shursui was indeed a paragon of compassion, he was not so fragile as to forsake life upon witnessing the world's suffering. What in the world was happening? Kakashi! Hey, Kakashi! Dato felt helpless, resorting to calling out to his friend to ascertain whether he was trapped in an illusion. Kakashi shot him a disdainful glance before returning his gaze to paradise of affection. I feel we are losing our grasp on the situation here. Should we contact the Empire? Dato had no choice but to report this information to the Emperor, as his own mission was now largely in jeopardy. Yes, the mission. Are you familiar with the Senju clan? Observing Dato's sudden shift in topic, Sasuke appeared somewhat dazed. That is the family of the first Hokage. Yes, where is their clan now? They have perished from history due to the overwhelming strength of the first and second Hokages, which incited jealousy among many in the village, and they have faded into obscurity. However, a small portion of their bloodline remains dormant, ruling over the land of fire. Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, is seemingly the princess of the land of fire. Through years of studying clan documents and being influenced by his surroundings, Sasuke possessed knowledge far beyond that of his peers. The Senju clan has vanished from history. Dato had lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless. Yes, for it was only the first Hokage, Hashirama, who was truly powerful, not the clan itself. Sasuke replied honestly. And what of the Uzumaki clan? It was said that the Uzumaki once held a nation, the land of whirlpools. But their feared sealing techniques led to an assault by multiple nations, resulting in their extinction. What? Not only Dato, but Kakashi also lifted his gaze from Paradise of Affection. Goodness, all three of the Empire's strongest clans have been wiped out. What about the Kagaya clan? Within the Empire, the Kagaya clan have begun to multiply under the Emperor's family planning policies, with newborns reaching into the hundreds each year. The Kagaya clan? Noticing the perplexed expression on Sasuke's face. Both men realized, it was over. My mission, Dato's heart sank. Had this task already failed before it even began? He had hoped to return and shamelessly request some of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline from the Emperor. But now, what could he possibly say? Did your world see the extinction of all clans possessing Kekkai Genkai? Sasuke hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts, but soon an image of a shy and timid figure from his class surfaced in his mind. I'm uncertain about other countries, but as for Konoha village, the Hyuga clan still exists, and their Kekkai Genkai is the Byakugan. And what else? Dato pressed eagerly. As long as there is something, it's wonderful. Although there's no hope for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in this world, the next world can allow the Emperor to continue to arrange things for me. If this mission is executed well, perhaps I could even have the Emperor help me awaken my eyes. What else? There is nothing more. Within Konoha village, this is the only clan that possesses a Kekkai Genkai, and they guard their bloodline limit with extreme vigilance. Unlike U.S. Uchiha. As Sasuke spoke, his gaze swept briefly over Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke, you have misunderstood me. However, this kid truly has a rebellious nature, revealing all his family's secrets without even being asked. Dato felt utterly deflated upon hearing this. Kakashi, contact the Empire. We must first report our current situation. At the Valley of the End, Shimura Danzo was meticulously inscribing a massive array. Within the array, several root ninjas proficient in sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu. We're investigating something. Lord Danzo, there are indeed traces of spatial fluctuations present in this area. Furthermore, this spatial force is extraordinarily strong. It far exceeds our current understanding, one of the masked root members spoke. His voice trembling uncontrollably, Danzo's expression darkened. Rather than believing in visitors from a parallel universe, he would prefer to think that Jiraiya's intelligence was mistaken. Yet, the bloody reality had thoroughly shattered any lingering hope within him. However, the situation had already unfolded, and he was not one to shy away from challenges. Is it possible to seal this location to ensure that no summoned entities can enter or exit? Although they are visitors from another world, at their core, they are still akin to summoned beings subject to spatial restrictions. No problem. While developing a reverse teleportation channel is challenging, sealing it is not an issue. The ninja specializing in sealing techniques from Root quickly coordinated with others to set up a sealing array. Instantly, the flow of chakra within the area ceased, after repeatedly confirming that there would be no further issues. Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it would be time to catch the turtle in a jar. Hey, visitors from another world, I am indeed curious about the powerful knowledge and ninjutsu you will bring me. Danzo had already envisioned himself penetrating into the other realm, making a monumental contribution and becoming Hokage. Within the Empire, in the Land of Fire, at Konoha University, that's the former coordinates of Konoha Village. The natural environment and transportation accessibility here are undoubtedly the most abundant. At this moment, in a large square of Konoha University, numerous Orochimaru and Kabuto were pacing beside the teleportation array, having been infused with the power of the Sage of Six Paths and Hashirama's cells. The two had long since achieved free chakra flow to ensure that the chakra would not be interrupted midway. Not long ago, Lord Senju had sealed the nine tails within Orochimaru's body, once freed from the Shadow Clone. He expelled all the talents and interns within Konoha University, leaving only Kabuto to learn alongside him. With the support of countless Orochimaru, the speed of his project advancement accelerated, and his accumulation of knowledge doubled exponentially. Watching the increasingly refined interdimensional teleportation project, Orochimaru beamed with delight. Kabuto, let us work harder. The Emperor has promised that once we make significant progress on the interdimensional project, he will capture Otsutsuki for us to study the cells of immortality. Orochimaru's face lit up with excitement. Previously, to ensure his loyalty, the Emperor presented a set of scientific theories. That time, he reluctantly accepted. After all, he had no choice but to comply for survival. As for why he later became utterly devoted and transformed into a workaholic, he still remembered that night when the Emperor provided him with a drop of blood. It seemed that it belonged to one of the Emperor's most mysterious wives, who was always elusive. After studying that drop of blood, Orochimaru was completely astonished. Immortal cells, true immortal cells. For this, he did not hesitate to become utterly devoted to the Emperor and worked frantically for over a decade. Of course, it was not only these factors that moved him to it was the Emperor's extraordinary talent and far-sighted vision. The Emperor was willing to invest the resources of an entire nation into a place he valued immensely, which was what Orochimaru admired most. Unlike those short-sighted old fools, the Emperor was truly a figure fit for leadership. What is a leader? It means being resolute. A true leader should be responsible for decision-making, not spending every day calculating the balance of power within the village. That is not leadership. At best, it is merely a meddler in the balance of various forces. Lord Orochimaru, it seems there is a problem with the interdimensional teleportation array. It appears dimmed, and we are unable to locate the positions of those three. Orochimaru glanced at the teleportation array and immediately discerned where the issue It was simple. Just modify the arrival coordinates. Kabuto hesitated. Are you afraid that the new coordinates will not be in this world? Kabuto nodded. Then it's simple. Let someone check the original coordinates to see what the situation is, and then we can modify them back. Upon hearing this, Kabuto suddenly understood. Just after modifying the coordinates, he received a message from Kakashi. Lord Orochimaru, there is news regarding the other world. It was sent by Kakashi. Oh, let me see. You go ahead and contact the Emperor. Yes, at the Valley of the End, Danzo was still engrossed in his work, lamenting the expenditure of countless resources, unaware that the coordinates had already been altered before he could complete the sealing array. In a land of waves, Kakashi glanced disdainfully at Dato. I had already compiled the situation here into a report for the Empire. Otherwise, relying on you, we would likely be in dire straits. Currently, we have lost contact with the Empire. Perhaps it is due to the spatial corridor. For the time being, we should await further updates from the Empire. Dato chuckled, remarking that Kakashi is indeed the captain. He always acts a step ahead. However, he found it strange. When did Kakashi send the message without him knowing? Senior Dato, this is all I know. As for the matter you promised me. Sasuke looked at Dato and Kakashi, fearing that the two would deny their earlier commitment. Seeing the wary look in Sasuke's eyes, Dato burst into laughter. Kid, rest assured as fellow Uchiha, I certainly hope our clan can grow stronger. As for the reward I promise you, speak up. Whatever you desire, I will do my best to fulfill it. Dato patted his chest, making a bold promise. Upon hearing this, a fervent expression appeared on Sasuke's face that I need power. The power to exact my revenge. The power to kill Itachi. Dato paused in surprise, then broke into a hearty laugh as an Uchiha. Good. How infuriating. What kind of madness has overtaken this world to slaughter our clan? Truly outrageous. Kid, are you willing to take me as your master? Dato's joy was nearly overflowing. Within the Empire, I have long been burdened with the labels of fool and underachiever. Even the clever dogs within the Uchiha clan do not follow me. Had my ocular power not been sufficiently strong, I might not have graduated from the university. Now, being able to take in the reincarnation of Indra from this world, coupled with the fact that he is the last hope of the Uchiha clan in this realm, once cultivated into a talent, I will undoubtedly return to the Empire in triumph. Although the system of temporary instructors in the Empire has changed from 3 small ones following a single teacher, it has instead introduced a more refined master-apprentice system. As long as one takes on apprentices and takes on more apprentices, the Empire rewards generously, allowing the exchange of contribution points for ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, or sage arts. Although the Emperor provided the 3 of them with nearly all known ninjutsu, sage arts, and forbidden techniques upon their arrival for Daito, these were of little significance, as he found far more excitement in the honor of nurturing Sasuke into a capable individual. It is indeed Sasuke who should be the reincarnation of Indra. Even if the reincarnation's talent is lacking, it cannot be exceedingly poor. This boy has grown up alone, so it is understandable that he can activate the two Tomo in his Sharingan. It should not be due to a lack of talent. Once I cultivate this boy into greatness, I will see who dares to say that I, Daitu, am nothing but my eyes. Daitu could not help but fantasize about the Uchiha clan members eagerly bringing their children to him, wanting him to be their master, and he drooled wickedly at the thought. Kakashi observed the helpless Sasuke and the grinning Daitu, glancing between the two before pointing to his own head and nodding. Sasuke was taken aback, then silently nodded in response, showing a hint of regret. Daitu snapped out of his fantasy, his face flushing red. Just now, he saw that little gesture. "Hey, Kakashi, you're the one with a problem." Kakashi merely smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. Sasuke was momentarily puzzled, but before he could comprehend the situation, Daitu approached him and wrapped him in an embrace. "Boy, quickly say it. Are you willing to take me as your master? If you are, I will unlock the Manjiki Sharingan for you and teach you the powerful secrets of our empire." Daitu painted a grand picture, and Sasuke's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded eagerly. "Master, alas, good disciple." Daitu's joy was palpable. Finally having taken on an apprentice lifted him from his earlier sorrow. Well, not that he was particularly sorrowful, just feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Kakashi. "Master Daitu, what are the powerful secrets of your empire that you mentioned?" Sasuke was impatient. The two individuals before him were incredibly strong, far surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. He even felt that they might be stronger than Itachi. We cannot discern how powerful the strong here truly are. But based on your current missions indicating at least Genin-level strength and Kakashi-sensei's performance, I deduce that at least the foundational body refinement techniques of our empire will greatly enhance your abilities. Although you are older now and your foundation is poor, with effort and diligence, it won't be long before you possess half my strength. Upon hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He had always prided himself on being the top student in the Ninja Academy, only to find that in the eyes of true power, his previously cherished talent meant nothing. However, before this, I must ask you a question. Are there warriors in your land? Daitu's expression grew serious. Sasuke shook his head. "We only have ninjas here. It is said that there might be samurai in other nations, but I can assure you there are no warriors, and due to the existence of ninjas, samurai have essentially been phased out by history. Only small nations without ninja villages still have samurai." Daitu nodded. "The warrior lineage was created by the emperor. Without an emperor in this world, it is only natural there are no warriors. That being said, next, I will teach you the most fundamental yet crucial and powerful body refinement technique of the empire, the Uchiha body refinement technique." Kakashi, unable to contain himself any longer, covered his face with a book. This guy truly has a talent for boasting the Uchiha body refinement technique of the empire. Hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily breathless. That it sounded incredibly formidable. Daitu cast a glance at Kakashi and scratched his head. However, the more fundamental the technique, the more it must not be exposed. This could put our civilization at a disadvantage. Therefore, before you learn it, I must place a curse mark on you to prevent you from revealing its existence. Are you willing? Kakashi cast an approving glance at Daitu. It seemed this guy was not as foolish as he appeared. While the body refinement technique could be practiced by anyone in the empire, its exposure in the new world, especially where they lack it, must be avoided at all costs. The consequences of its dissemination would elevate the strength of countless individuals, causing far greater repercussions than the leaking of forbidden techniques. Sasuke, think carefully. Once the curse mark is placed, you will be bound for life. Kakashi finally spoke up, urging caution. Yet Sasuke completely ignored Kakashi's words that to him, as long as he could obtain the power to kill Itachi. He would be indifferent to being anyone's servant. I am willing. Hearing this, Daitu nodded. Rest assured, we are both of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly harm you? That curse mark merely restricts your ability to disclose the knowledge I impart to you. Besides, if I truly wish to harm you, I would not need such measures. Daitu formed hand seals and then placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulders. In an instant, Sasuke felt a curse mark etched deep within his tongue, aimed at limiting his ability to convey certain information. The speech binding seal. The so-called binding here does not only refer to verbal communication, but also includes the use of jinjutsu or written thoughts, all of which will be restricted. Master Daito, can I now learn the Uchiha body refinement technique? Sasuke eagerly inquired. Haha, naturally. Sasuke, relax. Do not resist. Sasuke gazed into Daito's eyes, and suddenly, the three Tomo manifested. Instinctively, Sasuke attempted to use his Sharingan to resist. But upon hearing Daito's words, he decided to completely empty his mind. Within the realm of Jinjutsu, Daito's voice echoed. Sasuke, pay attention. This is a clever use of Jinjutsu. Here, you can learn the entire essence of the Empire's body refinement technique perfectly. In the outside world will merely be a fleeting moment. The Uchiha body refinement technique was derived by Lord Senju from the Eight Gates, suitable for everyone to practice, even ordinary individuals without elemental affinity. Its fundamental principle lies in utilizing the chakra of the natural world to refine the muscle cells of the body. Of course, the effects are enhanced when chakra flows within the body, activating cellular vitality. Are you ready? Daito's voice resonated in Sasuke's ears, and a series of movements reminiscent of the five-animal play were imprinted in Sasuke's mind. This is the most basic form. Next is the intent. The so-called intent is the fundamental method of using chakra to refine the body's cells. Feel it carefully. I will only teach you once. Though he claimed to teach only once, the memory of how to activate cellular vitality using chakra was indelibly imprinted in Sasuke's mind through the Jinjutsu. He could not forget it even if he wished. Upon comprehending how to utilize chakra to enhance cellular activity, allowing the body to accommodate more chakra and significantly improve physical attributes, Sasuke was utterly astounded. What kind of world is theirs compared to their mastery of chakra? Ours feels like a primitive civilization. At most, we only utilize chakra to attach to our feet to climb trees and walk on water. They directly employ such methods to push the limits of the human body and elevate their potential. Following this method, even ordinary individuals seem capable of rivaling J-Nin level strength. Daito was immensely satisfied with Sasuke's astonished expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Once this body refinement technique is fully mastered, it will be akin to reaching the threshold of the Eight Gates. Sasuke, work hard. In a few days, I will assess your progress. And if you do well, I will teach you the Eight Gates. Master Daito, what exactly is the Eight Gates technique you mentioned? Sasuke could not help but ask. The Eight Gates technique is the pinnacle of taijutsu, enabling the practitioner to possess strength rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths without any chakra. It was developed by our Imperial Lord. Typically, opening all 8 gates results in death. However, combined with this body refinement technique, one can achieve death's door and then be reborn, breaking limits to unlock the body's yin and yang gates. Daito proudly explained to Sasuke. Never mind. Why am I even telling you this? You should not aim too high. First, focus on perfecting your body refinement technique. Sasuke nodded, already eager to give it a try. However, Master Daito, what level of power does the 6 paths belong to? Upon hearing this, Daito's expression darkened. What kind of education is being imparted in this world? Do you not even know the most basic classification of power levels? That is a strength that surpasses the Hokage level. Rest assured, with my guidance, if you put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become a formidable 6 paths warrior. Unable to contain his excitement, the prideful Sasuke could not resist performing a deep bow towards Daito. Thank you for bestowing your teachings. Master, Kakashi could not help but sigh and turn away. Currently, Sasuke had just left the ninja village, untouched by the harshness of society, and had yet to become someone who disregards all ties. Moreover, since Daito was also from the Uchiha clan, sharing a common enemy, his heart remained more innocent than it would later be when Obito takes him away. Of course, this was also because Daito's teachings were devoid of ulterior motives. Daito was well aware that he was not capable of nurturing Sasuke effectively, yet he boasted, once we complete the construction of the interdimensional transport portal, I will recommend you to the Emperor, allowing you to start your education at the Imperial Primary School. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed. What? Go to primary school. I have already graduated from ninja school. Seeing the resistance on Sasuke's face, Daito could not help but deliver a playful smack to his head. You cannot fathom the prosperity of the Empire. You might find it hard to leave once you arrive. Sasuke, however, with a proud tilt of his head, declared impossible. I still seek vengeance. The allure of indulgence cannot distract me from my path of revenge, Daito, observing Sasuke's resolute demeanor, nodded in approval. Excellent. You are not easily swayed. This steadfastness is enough to cultivate great potential. In that fleeting moment, as Sasuke had just shaken off the illusion, he eagerly began to practice the body refinement technique he had just acquired. Eager as a monkey, Kakashi beside them set aside his casual demeanor and glanced at his wristband. Has there been no news from the Empire yet? Daito stepped closer. Kakashi, no. It is Kakashi. Let us discuss why you possess a variant of my Sharingan in this world. Daito's gaze flickered with intensity. Could it be that Kakashi covets a Sharingan, leading to the design of this world's demise? If that were the case, even if he were a variant of Kakashi, he would never be forgiven. Obito, a flicker of emotion passed through Kakashi's deadpan eyes as he seemed to drift into reminiscence that I will tell you if you promise not to harm my students. Although he was currently at a disadvantage, Kakashi still sought to negotiate. Do you not see the situation clearly? Do you have any options left? After speaking, Daito felt a pang of pity for this world's Kakashi. Having not inherited the sword techniques, and having lost one eye, he softened his tone. While we have come with a mission, it does not necessitate a bloodbath. If we intended to act against you, we would have done so long ago. Kakashi realized this too. Given that his own intelligence was not crucial, he decided to share the complete truth that it was during the 50th year of Konoha. Amidst the Third Shinobi World War, when we were tasked with destroying the Kamizukikyo Bridge. An inexplicable sense of sorrow began to rise within Daito. Indeed, Kakashi continued, we successfully completed the mission, but fell victim to an ambush by the enemy. Rin was captured, and Obito chose to pursue the enemy to save her. Then, in a moment of desperation, Obito activated his Sharingan, perishing alongside the foe. Kakashi lowered his head, his voice heavy, by the time I arrived. Obito was already buried under rubble, and I could only transplant his Sharingan into my own. My left eye was also blinded in that battle, and White Fang's blade shattered during that conflict. In his final moments, Obito said he hoped to become my left eye to help me see the future. Daito fell silent, as did Kakashi, the loss of a comrade, and yet his eye remained with him. That feeling. What about Rin? Daito finally understood the source of his earlier sorrow. Indeed, within the Empire, he was also a devoted admirer of Uchiha Rin. The two shared mutual affection. What they lacked was a tangible accomplishment to bring her home with honor. Rin, Kakashi's hand began to tremble involuntarily. Despite countless sleepless nights, how could he ever cleanse this hand? Rin died by my hand. What? Both Kakashi and Daito expressed deep sorrow upon learning of the tragedies that had befallen this version of Kakashi. Kakashi had initially wanted to inquire about Konoha's White Fang, but seeing the tragic state of his counterpart, he decided to postpone that discussion. His comrade entrusted his Sharingan to him. It was understandable that he had abandoned the sword techniques. However, he wondered whether this world's father would be disappointed in him for forsaking the Hitaki family's swordsmanship. Yet, now was not the right time to broach that subject. Although Kakashi had been subdued by the two, he still possessed rights. The Empire's higher education included psychological studies. In times of grief, there was no need to pry further. Surely, while Kakashi had renounced his sword techniques, his father would not be disappointed. After all, his father valued bonds above all else, and he had sacrificed his swordsmanship to see more of the future for his comrades, which his father would surely appreciate, having clarified the matter concerning the eyes. Both Daito and Kakashi felt their animosity towards Kakashi dissipate entirely, in their eyes. This was merely a pitiful individual who had lost his comrades. Daito was consumed by anger. In this world, Rin was dead. Naturally, he felt a deep sense of loss for this world's Rin as well. Viewing Naruto, who was still sound asleep, Daito's frustration reached a boiling point that he slapped Naruto's face, causing him to stir momentarily before changing positions and resuming his slumber. Witnessing this, Kakashi could no longer bear it. Daito, after all, is the child of Minato-sensei. Enough is enough. Daito, feeling helpless, replied, "What do you propose? Am I to wake him with water techniques? There is water over there." Kakashi pointed toward the nearby pond. Oh. Daito lifted Naruto and walked towards the pond. In his dreams, Naruto felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had been held like this in his childhood, yet the memory was too distant for him to recall. With a splash, he plunged into the water, quickly scrambling up, clutching his swollen face and furiously confronting Daito, who was watching the spectacle. "Hey, you bastard! What did you just do to me?" "All right, little brat, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with the Nine Tails? With no news from the Empire, I shall continue to gather intelligence." "What Nine Tails? I have no idea what you are talking about. Did you just hit me sneakily? How shameless of you, being an adult." Naruto's charming elementary school voice echoed through the forest. Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. He had previously failed to discern the ultimate intentions of these two. Having been unconscious, he was unaware that they had thoroughly investigated Naruto. Now, upon hearing their interest in the Nine Tails, Kakashi's vigilance heightened. Dare contemplate the tailed beasts. Could their claims of being from a parallel universe merely be a smokescreen? Were they actually agents from another ninja village? Just moments ago, he had almost let his guard down. He must relay this information back to Konoha. Countless thoughts flitted through Kakashi's mind when Daito saw Naruto feigning ignorance. He couldn't help but cast a more favorable glance at him. "Oh my, quite stubborn, aren't we?" Just as Daito intended to take further action, Kakashi called out to him. "Wait, he has just graduated from a ninja academy and knows nothing." So you are aware then?" When it came to missions within the Empire, both Kakashi and Daito retracted their previously nonchalant attitudes. "Spare Naruto, and I will divulge everything I know," since he was still alive. He could not afford to be despondent. Completing the task assigned to him by the Hokage was of utmost importance. He recalled the Hokage's subtle remarks concerning Sasuke and Naruto before entrusting him with Team 7. His paramount duty was to safeguard the two of them. For the moment, Sasuke should be safe, but now the focus was on Naruto. If their target was the tailed beasts, our world comprises 9 tailed beasts. Apart from a 9 tails residing in Konoha, the 1 tail is in the Wind Country's Sunagakure, the 2 tails in the Lightning Country's Kyomogakure, the 3 tails in the Water Country's Kirigakure, the 4 tails in the Earth Country's Iwagakure. The 5 tails Mu is also in Iwagakure, the 6 tails in Kirigakure, the 7 tails in Kirigakure, the 8 tails in Kyomogakure. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before revealing this largely non-secret knowledge. He even intentionally misreported the 7 tails location in Takigakure as Kirigakure. Given that their objective was the tailed beasts, they would naturally be well informed about such matters, especially since they could locate Konoha's Jinchuriki with ease. Observing the two lost in contemplation without questioning him, Kakashi couldn't help but begin to doubt whether they truly hailed from a parallel universe. Could it be that they were not dispatched by another ninja village? What purpose would the tailed beasts serve for them? In Kakashi's mind, tailed beasts were akin to nuclear weapons, serving solely as a deterrent. If they came from another universe, what secrets could the tailed beasts possibly hold? Kakashi fell into silence. In this world, tailed beasts served as guardian beasts across the provinces within the Empire, akin to power banks and whetstones. The even distribution within the Empire was due to the Emperor's presence, and with the absence of war. Most tailed beasts had become mere power banks. But why was the distribution of tailed beasts in this world so uniform? The strength behind it seemed to warrant further investigation. Kakashi pondered. He had never considered that such nuclear threats might be a clever ploy to request distribution to others. How is the strength of the 5 great ninja villages ranked? Are there only these 5 villages in the ninja world? No, there are about 10 ninja villages, but the small nations' ninja villages are essentially vassals to the large nations. So one could argue they hardly qualify as true ninja villages. Currently, the 5 great nations and their villages are the strongest, each capable of challenging all other villages aside from the 5. As for the ranking of these 5 great ninja villages, they are relatively equal, but if one must differentiate, Sunagakure, with the 1 tail, is the weakest. Whether considering their tailed beasts or geographical circumstances, they are indeed the most feeble. Seeing that the two had not disputed his assertion about the distribution of the 7 tails, he fell into thought once more. As for truthfully revealing the situation of Sunagakure, that would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. He also harbored intentions of diverting trouble elsewhere. After all, aside from Konoha, what connection did he have with other nations? The people of Sunagakure harbored deep-seated hatred for his Itaki clan. If you release my 3 students now, I am willing to accompany you to seize the tailed beast from Sunagakure, Kakashi resolved, allowing his 3 students to depart while he monitored the 2 constantly. Hey. Ninja Master, what about my mission? Dazna exclaimed anxiously. The construction of the bridge had come to a standstill. Without these ninjas to deal with Kato's men, their land of waves would be doomed. Although these ninjas appeared somewhat difficult to converse with, Dazna had no other options left. Your mission, Kakashi was about to point out that the task itself was beyond their capabilities, but Dato interjected first. The mission, I caught a glimpse of it on the way here. Could you elaborate on the specifics? As a model citizen, good at drawing dragons and tigers, and assisting ladies across the street, Dato naturally overflowed with kindness and compassion. He was hardly different from Nagato. Of course, his empathy was not directed towards Dazna's mission. He was thinking of the suffering civilians in the Land of Waves. After all, prioritizing the people was the education they had received as ninjas since childhood. This involved the plight of a nation's citizens and economy, as well as the ruthless wandering ninjas they encountered on the way, which compelled Dato to resolve the issue with that merchant named Kato. After all, the Emperor had stated that they came to bring peace to this world. If this world were peaceful, then cooperation would be the way forward. It appeared that completing the mission in the former manner was more reliable. After all, the self in this world had perished. What peace and trade are we discussing? Are you referring to the mission entrusted to Dazna? Kakashi was just about to speak when Dato interrupted again. No, I meant the specifics of this mission's commission. Within the Empire, for instance, their authority in this instance was extraordinarily high. Although this was an Ultra S-rank mission, the core content was quite simple. The first rule, ensure your own safety. The second rule, while ensuring your own safety, also protect the safety of your companions. The third rule, gather as much intelligence about this world as possible. Based on these 3 principles, the subsequent tasks involve collecting tailed beasts, seeking out those with bloodline limits and talented individuals in this world, and establishing teleportation channels, among others. Just as initially stated, arriving in this world was already a significant achievement. The following tasks would mostly rely on their integrity. As for the mission commission, Kakashi's gaze became vacant at this point. When it came to missions, the most vivid memory he retained was of the one who chose to abandon a mission to save a comrade and ultimately faced reproach from everyone, including the very comrade he saved, leading to his father's tragic end, of course. There was also Dato, who met his demise due to his failure to cooperate in time. Accepting a mission meant that even at the cost of one's life, one must fulfill it. This was the responsibility and purpose of ninjas in their world. Village missions superseded all else. At this juncture, Kakashi paused, the subsequent words left unspoken. Aside from comrades, both individuals were adorned with large question marks above their heads. Not only was Dato baffled, but so was Kakashi. What kind of talk was this? How could one be so obstinate? Wasn't it clear that human effort plays a role? What does it mean to accept a mission and sacrifice everything, including one's life, to fulfill it? What then serves as the standard for determining the importance of such missions? I am merely curious about who conceived this mission system. The mission system gradually formed with the establishment and development of ninja villages. Naturally, the assessment of importance is determined by the higher dash-ups. It ensures that ninjas can execute missions in an orderly manner while effectively enhancing the quality and efficiency of task completion. Simultaneously, the mission system is also one of the crucial means for managing and controlling ninjas within the village. After all, if everyone acted according to their own whims, many missions would result in significant losses for the ninja village. Seeing Kakashi's mind so thoroughly indoctrinated, the two were equally perplexed. If ninjas lacked absolute judgment and decision-making power regarding missions, how could they be certain that the directives issued by the higher-ups were correct? Kakashi countered. Indeed, how can one ascertain that what they say is absolutely correct? Kakashi had not pondered such matters deeply. For him, it sufficed to execute the mission. He was merely a tool. Relatively speaking, their correct judgments would undoubtedly surpass those of the ninjas. After all, the observer sees clearly while the participant is muddled. Kakashi attempted to explain, though even he felt his words were inadequate. Heh. And what the consequences? Is it not the ninjas who pay with their blood for the tasks, offsetting the errors and failures of others? Is it not the case that tasks here prioritize humanity and the preservation of one's own life? Have you not heard the adage that matters are determined by human effort? Kakashi, rendered speechless by the confrontation, pondered this notion. Indeed, if one is human, what is it that cannot be accomplished? Yet, it is perplexing. When did the task system become so twisted? Is it due to the will of fire? In an instant, Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety. How infuriating. I almost succumbed to brainwashing. Who is responsible for issuing your assignments? What is the process of acceptance and completion? Kakashi inquired. During wartime, it is the prominent figures within the village who issue tasks. While in peacetime, our ninjas' livelihood primarily relies on commissions from the powerful and the feudal lords that we categorize tasks by difficulty and subsequently assign a standard reward, allowing ninjas to receive a commission upon completion, though the village retains a portion. Kakashi elaborated. Are you implying that your very survival hinges upon these tasks? Kakashi nodded. Precisely. Of course, the feudal lords also provide a portion of developmental funds to the village each year. But relying solely on that is utterly insufficient. We must accept commissioned tasks. Even the appointment of our Hokage is dictated by the feudal lords. Thus, tasks are an indispensable part of both the ninjas and the village. Kakashi and Daito were left utterly speechless. The Hokage is confirmed by the feudal lords. By what right do they have to do so? What do they understand? A group of good-for-nothings dictating affairs in the ninja village. Moreover, what are you ninjas doing? With such formidable strength, why must you rely on tasks for survival? Are those powerful elites allowed to exploit you simply because of their wealth? What, then, was the purpose of your arduous training? Is it not akin to reducing oneself to a mere dog, with money as the chain, held firmly in the hands of the wealthy? Daito felt that the world was far from ideal. The system of the ninja village was not as romantic as the elders within the empire had described. What is this? Indeed, the ninja village system is a malignant tumor. A unified governance is essential. I never understood what the emperor previously stated. I once thought that 100 flowers blooming was ideal, but in reality, individuals are bound by their own greed and desires, resulting in endless contradictions and conflicts with this world. This is a flawed world. Kakashi, let's take action and eliminate that unscrupulous merchant named Kato, Daito exclaimed in righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Dasna was already overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ninja. The people of our land of waves will surely remember your deeds. Naruto, standing beside them, swallowed hard, eager to interject, but finding the conversation too sophisticated for his understanding. Very well, we shall no longer delay you on this journey. Daito, place a seal upon them. Having made the decision to assist, Kakashi no longer hesitated. For them, eliminating a scoundrel was but a trivial matter. They need not be as cautious as Kakashi and the village of Konoha, pondering the feudal lord of the land of fire. Kato and their cooperation or any diplomatic matters. Just do it. They're devoid of moral law. With the flow of benefits, they exploit the common people without restraint, while the people of Konoha find it troublesome. The two of them do not. Perhaps by winning the hearts of the people, the integration of the empire could proceed unimpeded within the land of waves. Not far away, Sasuke finally returned, drenched in blood and gasping for breath. Upon seeing this, Naruto's eyes widened in horror. This was the sacrificial offering of his first kiss. His good friend. How could he have ended up like this? Sasuke! You fool! Naruto cast a concerned glance at Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke's dazed expression, Naruto then turned his attention to Daito and Kakashi. Hey, you two scoundrels, what have you done to Sasuke? Naruto roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not bear to see Sasuke harmed. His heart brimming with dissatisfaction and anger towards Daito and Kakashi. Daito glanced at Sasuke, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. This kid is far too harsh on himself. The imperial body refinement technique requires a gradual approach, and his excessive strain on his cells naturally led to this bleeding. Master, Sasuke spoke, his gaze directed at Daito. Naruto was left dumbfounded. He looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, do you even realize what you are saying? Master, You actually acknowledge these two as your masters. Have you chosen to betray Konoha? Sasuke, how could you do this? Did we not agree to strive for the position of Hokage together and inherit the will of fire? No, I will not allow you to do this. Naruto screamed frantically, attempting to sway Sasuke's heart. Sasuke regarded Naruto with disdain, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Foolish Naruto! Who has any interest in contesting that position of Hokage with you? You have no idea what burdens I bear. His heart consumed by hatred for Itachi and a resolute determination for vengeance for his clan, Sasuke cared not for the so-called will of fire. Those with power are the true authorities. Regarding betrayal, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Not everyone is as thoroughly brainwashed as you. Naruto. Kakashi cast a glance at Sasuke, letting out a sigh. Alas, it is the village that has wrought this calamity. No, impossible. Sasuke is not that kind of person. Naruto's gaze shifted once more toward Daito. T must be you. You are the ones who have cast illusions upon him. Naruto struggled to confront Daito and Kakashi. Shadow clone jutsu. Drawing upon his immense chakra, Naruto summoned countless clones. Daito was equally astonished. Is this the talent of the Uzumaki clan? Though his strength is lacking, his chakra surpasses that of most Jounin in the Empire. No, many Jounin would never achieve such a terrifying amount of chakra in their lifetimes. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is deemed forbidden due to many being unable to control their chakra, leading to excessive clones and potential death. Yet this little brat managed to summon hundreds in one go. However, Daito was only slightly surprised. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted, and in an instant, the shadow clones burst into a cloud of white mist. Soon, Naruto's true form emerged. Daito seized him, applying a seal to restrict his chakra, leaving Naruto utterly bewildered. Feeling the chakra within him dissipating, Naruto nervously asked, What have you done to me? Daito scoffed with disdain. You foolish child, you are far too reckless and ignorant. I wonder, did Master Minato not educate you properly? Daito, perplexed, could not comprehend, by all accounts. Master Minato was exceptional in both talent and intellect. How could this world's Naruto be so inadequate? Could it be that in this world, Master Minato had also met an untimely demise? But how could that be? His flying thunder god technique is unparalleled for survival. Not to mention, even a shadow-level ninja would find it challenging to pursue him. Master Minato, who is that? Naruto's face reflected confusion. Daito directed his gaze toward Kakashi, who displayed an unnatural expression to Kakashi-sensei. Who is Minato? Naruto's boisterous nature allowed him to dismiss the fear of having his chakra sealed from his mind. Now, seeing Kakashi's expression of hesitance, his eyes narrowing into slits, he inquired, Is the fourth Hokage? Additionally, he holds another identity, but Hokage-sama instructed me not to disclose that to you just yet. As Kakashi explained, he cast a glance at the two outsiders before him. As for why Hiruzen Sarutobi refrained from revealing this to everyone and forbidding them from telling Naruto that he is the child of the Namake's Minato, Kakashi believed that the third Hokage must have his reasons. Naruto, too, bore a puzzled expression to Hokage-sama. Not telling me. Why? He recalled how Hokage-sama would always instruct him to be kind, to be brave, to be willing to contribute to others in the village, to earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. Yet the villagers seemed to never accept him, regardless of what he did, it related to the fourth Hokage. Naruto was guessing haphazardly. Daito and Kakashi exchanged glances. The relationships among the characters in this world appear to be quite chaotic and intricate. The two communicated silently. Noticing Kakashi's reluctance to speak, they decided to refrain from gossiping and concluded they would simply ask Nagato later. This trip to Konoha would undoubtedly yield abundant rewards. Master, I can already sense a slight increase in my chakra. Naruto exclaimed, but my body is far too frail. I cannot sustain this level of training for long. Sasuke interjected as the others fell silent. Sasuke, have you already made some progress? That's commendable, truly commendable, Daito replied. This endeavor is akin to the necessities of life. It cannot be achieved overnight. That IT requires relentless day and night training. Be patient, Sasuke. Take your time. Overexerting yourself could adversely affect your future potential. Daito spoke gently. Displaying a demeanor that contrasted sharply with his attitude towards Kakashi and Naruto, he rummaged through the scrolls. But regrettably, everything had been torn apart during the cross-dimensional transfer, and Tsunade's healing potions had been reduced to mere remnants. He handed a bit to Sasuke for application, and soon Sasuke felt a warmth enveloping him as his cells began to rapidly regenerate. All right, Sasuke, next we shall delve into the unique ocular techniques training of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke initially attempted to conceal his excitement, but the thrill and anticipation on his face were unmistakable. Once again, just relax, Dato instructed, and as Sasuke's expression softened, his left eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan opened. Instantly, Sasuke was ensnared in a profound illusion. Though Dato was not a master of Jinjutsu, for members of the Uchiha clan, simply opening their eyes allowed them to utilize their innate ocular prowess, surpassing the arduous efforts of ordinary ninjas. Moreover, Dato was employing the eternal Mangeki, and his opponent was merely a genin, caught entirely off guard and devoid of any mental defenses. The activation of the Mangeki had long since reached a stage of mass production within the empire. The Uchiha's eyes required extreme emotions, whether it be hatred or love. Utilizing Jinjutsu for training could elicit the same results. For instance, at this very moment, deep within Sasuke's consciousness, having relaxed as instructed by his master, he awaited a response that never came, prompting him to glance at Dato in confusion. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently. Standing behind Dato was someone he knew all too well, the very person he yearned to confront and eliminate, Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, a short blade pierced through Dato's chest, and Itachi's eternally calm and expressionless visage revealed no trace of joy or sorrow. Sasuke, my foolish little brother, your pitiful strength truly disappoints me. Itachi withdrew the blade from Dato's chest, and Dato collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Sasuke's face turned pale with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. You actually killed Dato? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he drew the short blade from his back. Lightning release. Lightning flash. Kakashi transformed into an afterimage and engaged Itachi, but alas, after merely 2 exchanges, he too met his demise. Subsequently, Kakashi, Dasuna, and Sakura all perished at Itachi's hands. Now, only Naruto remained, who shouted for Sasuke to flee. Sasuke's heart bled with anguish. He wished to move, yet his body remained utterly unresponsive. Why, foolish little brother? I shall make you aware that you are a calamity. I will ensure that everyone around you dies in agony, forcing you to eternally repent for your existence in this world. Itachi slayed Naruto, and then the Mangeki appeared, plunging Sasuke once again into the world of Tsukuyomi. Outside, witnessing Sasuke's motionless state, Naruto attempted to speak, but felt the void of chakra within him, causing him to fall silent. His tone softened, but he could not resist the urge to continue. Hey, Dato, Senior, Sasuke calls you master. Why must you torment him with Jinjutsu? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Dato displayed no desire to explain. Kakashi, you are his teacher. Since you once possessed the Sharingan, it is your responsibility to enlighten him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, hastily focusing on restoring his chakra. Naruto, this is a method of utilizing Jinjutsu to stimulate Sasuke's emotions. Such emotional provocation can expedite Sasuke's awakening of a more powerful Sharingan. Naruto felt a newfound respect. Sakura's eyes shimmered with concern. All right, Kakashi, now it's your turn. Allow me to place a curse mark on you, and we shall set off to complete your mission. Dato approached Kakashi, as for Sakura. Her level of power was so insignificant that she posed no trouble at all. Though Kakashi's gaze lingered on the paradise of intimacy, he still sent 2 messages to the Empire. After receiving no reply, he edited the information and sent it to Nagato. We are currently unable to establish contact with the Empire. Please exercise caution in any actions. We may have been discovered. If the opportunity arises upon our return, remember to visit the Valley of the End. Perhaps that is where the problem lies, if possible. Cast a protective seal at that location. Kakashi speculated that the issues on their end were also related to that place, as it was the only potential point of failure due to the one-way transfer. Of course, it was also possible that the bracelet malfunctioned, but given the inability to communicate with Nagato, the likelihood of issues on that side was greater. With no immediate hope from the Empire, They could only proceed with their existing logic to troubleshoot the problem. Received it, I am currently en route to the land of fire in Konoha. After this journey concludes, I will promptly investigate the Valley of the End. Nagato's message returned, and only then did Kakashi shift his attention to their surroundings. The air began to feel damp, and visibility diminished rapidly to a dense, enveloping white mist surged forth, soon obscuring Kakashi's sight entirely. The ground became increasingly moist, and Kakashi sensed a chakra manipulating the water to create this fog. This mist not only concealed their senses, but also significantly reduced visibility. The sudden appearance of the white mist left the few individuals within it on high alert. Naruto, whose chakra had just been sealed, wore a wary expression. Sasuke, drenched in blood, unsheathed a kunai and assumed a defensive posture, AS for Sakura. Her screams echoed throughout the area. Everyone, be cautious. This is the mist concealment technique. Kakashi exclaimed, his expression tense as he hurried to explain. Naruto, Sasuke, are you both still with us? Kakashi called out, having lost visibility due to the mist. Here, Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine, hearing Naruto and Sasuke's voices coming from all directions. Kakashi's expression darkened. This technique completely hindered their ability to locate each other by sound. You are the ninjas of Konoha. How dull. How dull. I truly wonder how such feeble strength dared to accept this mission. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have taken matters into my own hands. But since you are here, I kindly ask for your hearts and heads. A low, mocking laughter echoed from all sides. Kakashi and Dato felt a rising tension. They had little experience with the mist concealment technique, and the complete suppression of their five senses was indeed nerve-wracking. Moreover, the opposing figure, the rogue ninja from the mist, showed no respect for them. You are the rogue ninja from the mist? Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi pondered for a moment before quickly arriving at the conclusion that he shouted, attempting to relay information to his companions. Compared to this unknown party, who seemed to harbor ill intentions, Kakashi and Dato posed far less danger. He could tell that Kakashi and Dato did not intend to take their lives, but the rogue ninja from the mist was an entirely different matter. Dato, with his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, approached Kakashi's side. Kakashi cautiously raised his blade, but Dato pressed it down to ITS me. Fortunately, the art of communication remains effective here, and Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief. Have you heard of the so-called Mist Phantom Ninja, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi inquired. Please, how would I know? He belongs to the Water Province according to the Empire's regional divisions, which is quite far from us and not even a neighboring area. How could I possibly know? Dato shrugged helplessly, noting that he wasn't even familiar with all the people from the Fire Province, let alone those from other provinces, that if he were to know anyone, it would only be the most renowned figures, such as Gaara of the Sandstorm or the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Beyond that, recognition was nearly non-existent. Zabuza is a jonin from the mist, and once belonged to its Umbu. His specialty is silent assassination techniques. He prefers to employ mist techniques to obscure his enemy's senses before striking. The victim often perishes without realizing he has approached. Kakashi quickly relayed their intelligence, attempting to remind himself of the potential danger posed by these two formidable adversaries. The likelihood of danger for the two of them was minimal, but for Naruto and Sasuke, the uncertainty loomed larger. It was possible that Zabuza might find these minor nuisances bothersome and decide to eliminate them first. It seems the copy ninja Kakashi, renowned as the finest technician in Konoha, has swiftly discerned my background. I didn't expect you to hold me in such high regard. Zabuza's voice echoed from within the mist. Laced with praise, Kakashi's expression grew serious. It was well understood among ninjas that intelligence often outweighed raw power in battles. He had heard whispers of various rogue ninjas and jonin during his time in the Umbu. Meanwhile, Dato, patting Kakashi on the shoulder, was already laughing heartily. Hey, Kakashi, did you hear that? You are the top technician of Konoha. Within the Empire, the title of technician carried a certain prestige, yet here Kakashi's variant had gained fame far and wide. Kakashi's expression soured as he shot a glance at Dato. Have you laughed enough? Dato froze and nodded. Enough that if that's the case, why not disperse this mist? Kakashi wished to ascertain the situation regarding this so-called phantom ninja. Although Kakashi's final remark about their equal strength eased the tension slightly, they remained vigilant. After all, What if it were merely a smoke bomb? A lion does not spare effort, even when hunting a rabbit. They had learned that lesson early on. Ha, Kakashi, you know I am not skilled in wind release. Dato chuckled awkwardly, prompting Kakashi to roll his eyes that if wind release is unfeasible, can fire release not suffice? Dato scratched his head in confusion that MY apprentice is still inside, and so is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention there's an ordinary person in there. If I were to use fire release, Kakashi chose to ignore Dato. Recognizing that among their trio, he alone could utilize all elemental natures, while Dato was limited to fire release. With a resigned sigh, he began forming seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale howled, akin to an invisible force sweeping across the land. The wind intensified with Kakashi's incantation, radiating a terrifying momentum. The water vapor swirled and churned in the wind, mercilessly tearing apart the mist, evaporating and dispersing it bit by bit. The effects of the mist technique grew weaker. The once dense fog gradually thinning to reveal the true scene behind it. As time passed, the wind ultimately gained the upper hand. The mist technique could no longer withstand this formidable force. It was as if a giant hand had torn it apart, shattering it in an instant. As the mist dissipated, visibility sharpened, unveiling everything that had been concealed within that moment. Zabuza's expression turned incredulous. He found himself standing before Tazuna, the blade of his executioner's sword mere inches away from him. He could hardly believe that his mist technique had been so easily shattered by a mere rank ninjutsu. Wait, why is there still a Kakashi there, having just concealed himself by the roadside? Zabuza had not scrutinized the individuals present. He had merely enveloped them all based on instinct. Tazuna, now filled with dread, shut his eyes in despair, facing the imminent threat of the large blade. In the next instant, before Dato's divine might could activate, Kakashi had already appeared before Tazuna. This is body flicker technique? Zabuza's pupils constricted. Kakashi, however, perceived the situation more clearly that a mark was present on Tazuna's body. This mark was familiar to him, even extremely so. It was his teacher's signature ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God. When was this mark applied? Zabuza thought, frustrated. Damn it, since Tazuna has been marked with the Flying Thunder God, then His gaze swept toward the trio of young ninjas, before feeling an even greater sense of trepidation as he looked at Kakashi. Could it have been when I fainted? He was unable to fathom how Kakashi, who had seemingly been absorbed in the warm haven of paradise, had managed to accomplish so much in secrecy at this rate. I fear I may never return to the village. The moment Kakashi's figure materialized, the white fan blade was already drawn, with a flourish. He executed a magnificent sword draw, cleaving Zabuza's body in two. Yet, before he could rejoice, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water, merging seamlessly with the ground. This is a water clone, so strong. Naruto stood frozen in place, casting a glance at the Kakashi from another world, his heart filled with genuine awe. Could the version of me from another world be even stronger than them, despite being drenched in blood? Sasuke remained fervently excited. The intelligence was incorrect. Curse it, I didn't even catch a glimpse of Kakashi's body flicker technique. I thought it was merely a clone. These two individuals were far from ordinary. Zabuza's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. But if that one is a clone, then what about this situation? As far as I know, Kakashi should have one Sharingan. Zabuza pondered rapidly. Could it be that Kakashi has a brother? The copy ninja Kakashi actually has a brother. Zabuza's gaze swept over the nearly identical faces of the two, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Indeed, he is the Phantom Ninja of the Mist. Zabuza Momochi, everyone, be cautious. The executioner's sword in his hand is one of the 7 legendary swords of the Mist. It possesses the unique ability of eternal indestructibility. He can absorb the iron from the blood to repair its wear. Kakashi cautioned, eternal indestructibility? Kakashi, I'm not well versed in the Empire's military affairs, but wasn't Uncle White Fang part of the military? I recall their swords possess self-repairing properties and can function without blood, requiring only chakra? Kakashi nodded, transmitting the information. Exactly. Even my white fan blade had acquired this property 8 years ago, further enhanced by a collaboration between Chisuna and Orochimaru's technology. Now it can be said that nothing aside from the power of the Sage of Six Paths can destroy it. As for the military, they would have been even earlier. Upon hearing this, Dato suddenly felt that Zabuza's so-called executioner sword was merely averaged. It was laughable and pitiable that a mass-produced weapon from the Empire was regarded as a treasure in this world. No wonder you are the top technician of Konoha, Kakashi. Your knowledge is impressive. Zabuza caressed the executioner's sword in his hand, his gaze filled with a kind of intoxication as if he were fondling a delicate model. A chill ran down the spines of the others. Hey, Kakashi, that hole. It wasn't made by him, was it? Kakashi shot a glance at the executioner's sword, his face turning crimson. What the hell are you thinking? How could a person be that large? Kakashi angrily punched Dato before turning his attention back to Zabuza. Since you are a master with the sword, let us duel. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage with a skilled swordsman. Kakashi was determined not to miss this chance. Zabuza, too, wore an excited expression that, oh, you must be Kakashi's brother. I wonder how your strength compares to his. But since you wish to engage me in combat, then allow me to indulge you. As Zabuza finally found himself facing only one opponent, a sense of inner delight flickered within him. The presence of the few individuals before him exuded an air of menace. Eliminating them one by one would be nothing short of ideal. Since you are so audacious, do not blame me, Zabuza mused, vowing to feign great difficulty in vanquishing this Kakashi, thereby allowing the others to lower their guard and refrain from launching a collective assault on him. With a fierce roar, Zabuza brandished his colossal blade, charging towards Kakashi like a released arrow. Kakashi's expression turned grave, as if confronting a formidable adversary. He scrutinized Zabuza's movements, attempting to decipher his swordsmanship. Yet, Zabuza's technique was as elusive as the antlers of an antelope, impossible to trace. Leaving Kakashi momentarily bewildered, each strike appeared deceptively straightforward, yet concealed profound intricacies akin to a natural phenomenon, devoid of any ostentatious flair, yet imbued with boundless power. This style of swordsmanship could be deemed the pinnacle of mastery, an exquisite simplicity that belied its effectiveness. Kakashi's apprehension deepened with each passing moment. He realized he was facing a genuine master. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. However, when the first wave of Zabuza's blade narrowly missed him due to a slight instinctive maneuver, Kakashi was taken aback. Huh, is that all? Just this? Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Kakashi discerned a flicker of mockery in Zabuza's eyes. Indeed, was he merely using brutish tactics to make me lower my guard? Huh, you underestimate me far too much. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. We learned in elementary school not to underestimate any opponent. Kakashi's hand instinctively rested on the weighted rods at his waist and limbs. However, after a brief contemplation, he released them that if he aimed to lighten his burdens at every opportunity, how could he expect to progress? For now, he would observe. Despite carrying 1,000 kilograms of weight, Kakashi had no intention of relinquishing them. Constantly training under load was a habit ingrained in him from a young age, not just for himself, but also for Obito and Pain. Obito bore even more weight than he did, and as for Pain, that individual seemed to carry several times more. Oh, not bad at all. You managed to evade my lethal strike with such ease. Well then, be more cautious next time. Zabuza bellowed with laughter as he swung his blade towards Kakashi once more. His technique was indeed rough. Perhaps it was due to his status as a jonin, his physical prowess and strength making him formidable. He had grown accustomed to such aggressive assaults. Or perhaps he was limited to this level. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Had he overestimated the ninjas of this world? This crude and brutal technique, hailed as a masterful simplicity, was entirely reliant on sheer brute force. Kakashi was unaware that the zenith of swordsmanship in this world belonged to the Konoha White Fang. With the death of the White Fang, the art of swordsmanship had regressed by over a century. Moreover, Zabuza's prowess lay predominantly in assassination. Without his missed techniques, his swordsmanship would be rendered insignificant. Kakashi and the three young ones observed as Kakashi continued to evade Zabuza's attacks. Contemplating his next move, was he searching for an opportunity, a flaw? Kakashi recalled the strike that had synchronized with a lightning release before he lost consciousness. That sword technique had completely surpassed that of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. It appeared that this Kakashi was not a match for the mist ninja. Naruto squinted, attempting to analyze the situation. The continuous evasion without any powerful counterattack was beginning to test Kakashi's patience. Perhaps he should attempt a direct confrontation. As Zabuza swung his blade once more, Kakashi drew the white fan from his back. "Ha! Coward! Have you finally mustered the courage to strike?" Zabuza, too, felt exasperated. The opponent's constant evasion left him feeling utterly constrained. As if his full strength was of no use. The clashing of steel resounded. Zabuza had assumed his opponent's strength was limited, but that last strike left his arm tingling. Kakashi noticed that Zabuza's grip on the blade was trembling uncontrollably. A dark expression crossing his face. "What? I was completely careless. I thought he was a master swordsman." "Forget about mastery. He doesn't even possess basic sword techniques. What has happened to this world?" Kakashi's furrowed brow deepened. Zabuza, too, was taken aback. "Are you not a comrade? If you possess such strength, why are you evading me? Why not strike sooner if you've been watching me all along, playing the fool?" Zabuza's face flushed with embarrassment. He swung his blade at Kakashi once more. With just 2 fingers, Kakashi firmly clamped down on Zabuza's massive sword. His expression remained devoid of emotion as he gazed at Zabuza. "Enough of this farce. I admit I overestimated you. You possess no swordsmanship whatsoever. The only commendable aspect about you is your silence. Whether in your technique or movements, there is no sound. Perhaps with the mist techniques, you could find success. However, a ninja ultimately relies on their own strength." Upon hearing this assessment, Zabuza's face flushed crimson with rage. He attempted to break free, but regardless of how hard he struggled, he could not dislodge the sword from Kakashi's grip. Realizing he could not extract the blade, Zabuza conceded defeat. He took a step back, forming hand seals with a fierce countenance. "Strength? Do you think I only excel in swordsmanship? Prepare your eyes for what comes next. I shall not hold back any longer." Upon uttering these words, Zabuza began to weave hand seals that Kakashi's eyes widened with increasing intensity, while Obito, watching from the sidelines, adopted a grave expression, his eyes gradually morphing into a kaleidoscope. It is well known that the strength of ninjutsu is often gauged by the number of hand seals performed. Setting aside students who are inexperienced in ninjutsu from the Ninja Academy, each ninja, from Genin to Jonin, typically adheres to a fixed number of hand seals, unless one possesses extraordinary talent that allows them to simplify 1 or 2 steps. The rest must strictly follow the necessary hand seals for their techniques. These seals connect and alter the chakra within the body, allowing for the release of jutsu. In this moment, the two gazed at Zabuza as if he were a formidable foe, but on the other hand, Kakashi and the 3 young ones were somewhat perplexed. They felt at ease with the situation. Why did they suddenly exhibit such expressions? Was there danger? Yet, apart from Zabuza, there was no one else present. Was it that swordsmanship could not compare to ninjutsu? As a versatile genius ninja, Kakashi was proficient in thousands of jutsu, having created dozens of his own techniques. Yet, the terrifying scene unfolding before him was one he had never encountered before. When Zabuza completed his 10th hand seal, both Kakashi and Obito remained indifferent. An unoptimized technique requiring 10 seals was quite normal. However, as Zabuza reached his 20th hand seal, they both exhibited slight caution. Nonetheless, it was still of little concern. 20 seals in this world typically resulted in an A or S rank ninjutsu. Although somewhat troublesome, it still posed no significant threat. When Zabuza reached his 30th hand seal, both Obito and Kakashi's expressions grew serious. This had surpassed S-rank ninjutsu. It was highly likely that this was a super forbidden technique. When Zabuza completed his 40th seal, both felt the weight of impending danger. Beads of sweat forming on their brows. However, neither intervened to disrupt him. With Obito's Sharingan and Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique, they were eager to witness the pinnacle of martial arts and ninjutsu in this world. Run! The 41st seal? Z. The 42nd? Hi! The 43rd? The 44th? As they watched Zabuza complete his final seal, both felt their hair stand on end and their hearts raced that IT was coming. This super ninjutsu, marked by a staggering 44 seals. Water release. Zabuza raised his head, channeling chakra throughout his body. The flying thunder god seals on Naruto and the others began to glow. In an instant, Kakashi could transport them all away. Kakashi could also sense the space beside Zabuza beginning to distort. This was Obito's Sharingan. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Kakashi's expression stiffened, and Dato stood frozen in place. He relied on his Sharingan to sense that the chakra the opponent had been suppressing was now fully unleashed. Kakashi was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe he had been outsmarted twice by a single individual. Initially thinking that the adversary had something significant up their sleeve, he was taken aback to discover it was merely a grand display of chakra. What should have been a simple Burank jutsu requiring 3 hand seals had resulted in a staggering 44 seals being employed by the opponent. What on earth? As Kakashi remained rooted to the spot, allowing the water dragon bullet to collide with him, he was swept away uncontrollably. While Zabuza erupted into laughter, Dato felt a pang of regret. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan had cost him some ocular power. His right eye had yet to evolve into an eternal Manjiki. He hoped it wouldn't lead to blindness. Damn this world! Kakashi, feeling increasingly suffocated by the encasing water, swiftly drew his white fang blade and sliced through the torrent. Before Zabuza could react, Kakashi spoke in a low, resolute tone. "You are far too extravagant, flashy yet ineffective. Allow me to show you what true swordsmanship entails." Wind release. Blade Wind Tornado. Kakashi infused his wind chakra into the white fan blade. In an instant, 4 powerful tornadoes formed along the edge of the blade, showcasing overwhelming cutting power. This jutsu combined the slicing capability of wind release with the sharpness of swordsmanship, resulting in a devastating assault. As he swung, the 4 tornadoes severed all of Zabuza's escape routes. Hurtling toward him, Zabuza's bandages and clothing were torn apart in an instant, revealing his menacing visage. He raised his beheading sword in a futile attempt to shield himself. But despite his efforts, he could only disperse 2 of the tornadoes. The remaining 2, brimming with violent winds, threatened to shred him to pieces. Zabuza resigned himself, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation in the air, as shards of ice struck his face, defending against the blade wind tornado. Ice release. Ice rock hall. He recognized it immediately. It was a unique bloodline limit of Haku. In the next moment, 2 needles pierced his neck, and Zabuza collapsed, lifeless. Kakashi and Dato, along with their companions, gazed at the mysterious figure donning a mask who had suddenly appeared, their expressions betraying discomfort. To have a head stolen so abruptly was nothing short of unsettling. The masked figure first bowed to Kakashi before explaining, "Thank you all for severely injuring the rogue ninja from our village, but considering I need to return with his body for reporting, please forgive me for ensuring he remains whole." Seeing the group still in a state of shock, Haku continued, "I am part of the Umbu's pursuit unit from the Hidden Mist Village, responsible for dealing with rogue ninjas. I appreciate your assistance. You will receive our friendship from the Hidden Mist Village. Now I must take him away to report back, so I hope for your understanding." With that, Haku bent down to assist Zabuza. However, at that moment, Dato intervened. "Wait. I can see that his chakra remains intact and has not dissipated. This person is feigning death." He relayed this information to Kakashi, who narrowed his eyes in response. "You cannot take him away," Kakashi declared. Haku paused, taken aback. Under normal circumstances, he could easily carry off Zabuza by invoking his identity as a member of the Hidden Mist Pursuit Unit, but today he faced unexpected resistance. "I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean. Are you wishing to oppose the Hidden Mist Village, to challenge the Land of Water?" Haku's eyes narrowed, and his tone turned hostile. He knew he could not let his composure falter. Otherwise, the truth would be revealed. Kakashi contemplated before nodding. Indeed, since he is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and considering his immediate attempt to kill Tazuna, it stands to reason that he is the ninja hired by Kand. As a hired assassin, his actions today are somewhat justifiable, but I could very well sway him to serve as a temporary ally for our side. Moreover, as the 2 realms passage opens, we will need to conduct experiments, and having a Jonin would serve as an excellent test subject. Besides, we intend to collect the tailed beasts, rare resources, and bloodline limit ninjas from this world, and we will inevitably confront the Land of Water. Since Zabuza is a rogue ninja from the land of water, with his Jonin strength and the hidden mist techniques at his disposal, capturing him to combat the land of water is far more convenient than seeking someone else out. With this thought in mind, Kakashi obstructed Haku's actions. Enough, I know this fellow is not dead. Although I am unsure of your intentions, based on your recent use of ice release, it seems necessary for you to remain here. A gust of wind howled past, yet it did little to dissipate the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. The outcome Haku feared most had materialized. This group was not fooled. His complexion paled as his heartbeat quickened. In the past, regardless of the situation, as long as Zabuza was at a disadvantage, invoking his identity as a member of the Hidden Mist Village had always worked flawlessly. After all, they were currently in a rare period of peace within the ninja world. No one wished to offend the Hidden Mist Village over a rogue ninja, jeopardizing the relations between the two villages and nations. But what was wrong with this person before him? Peace is precious, and everyone wishes to cherish it. Why do you seem intent on declaring war against the Hidden Mist Village? And what did your last remark mean? Are you coveting my bloodline limit? Damn it. I shouldn't have revealed that. But if Zabuza were to... Very well. Standing by the riverbank, one cannot help but get wet. Since they refuse to allow me to escape, we shall have to fight. A cloud of white mist billowed from Haku's mouth, as he resolved to strike first. Ice release. Demonic mirror ice crystal. Countless ice crystals formed from the mist, enveloping the area. In the following moment, Haku utilized the mist body flicker technique, appearing within the ice mirrors. Kakashi observed this scene with keen interest. It was his first encounter with a living ice release user. Ice release. 1,000 kill water surge. Haku formed a hand seal, and countless water droplets coalesced into sharper, harder ice. These ice shards transformed into thousands of projectiles, launching a 360-degree assault on the area. Up until now, he had been attacking to create an opportunity for Zabuza to escape. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Dato initiated his most adept skill. The flames engulfed the ice, vaporizing it into water that dissipated into the air. Dato continued to unleash the great fireball, expanding its coverage toward the demonic mirror ice crystal. Soon, the mirrors could not withstand the intense heat and began to shatter. Haku attempted to reposition himself within the mirrors, but as the final mirror shattered, he was reluctantly forced out of the mirror space. Ice release is nothing remarkable. Dato felt a surge of confidence in his strength. With his own bloodline limit, Haku could execute jutsu instantaneously. Yet in the next moment, his gaze met Dato's left eye, which bore the Manjiki, and he was immediately entrapped in an illusion. Kakashi regarded Dato with approval. Well done, Dato, feeling a sense of pride, lifted his chin that I can't let you handle everything alone. With that, he approached Haku, sealing his chakra before removing the mask. Beneath the mask lay a face of unparalleled beauty, causing Sakura and Naruto to gasp in astonishment. Not a man. Dato's single utterance left Naruto in disbelief, causing him to slump in defeat. He then approached Zabuza, employing the same method to seal his chakra before extracting the needle that blocked his chakra points in the neck. The vigilance inherent in ninjas allowed both to awaken swiftly. Haku glanced at Zabuza, who had regained consciousness before him, displaying a bitter expression that my apologies. Zabuza remained silent, resigned to lying motionless on the ground. Haku sighed, realizing he had once again hindered Zabuza's progress. Did you not say he was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? Are you not allies? Kakashi discerned the relationship between the two individuals. As Zabuza remained silent, I chose to lay everything bare. Indeed, Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. However, I am not merely a pursuing ninja from the Umbu. I am but a stray child once taken in by Zabuza. As for us, we are both ninjas employed by Kato. Kakashi nodded, having already surmised the origins of the two with considerable accuracy. He did not linger on this matter, but instead fixed his penetrating gaze upon Bai. Bai felt somewhat uneasy under that scrutiny. He was on the verge of explaining that he was a man when Kakashi spoke first. Might I inquire if you were utilizing ice release just now? Is this a manifestation of your bloodline limit or a bloodline elimination? Bai nodded in response. This is indeed my bloodline limit. Something I was born with, inherited from my mother. Bai disclosed candidly he sought nothing more than to ensure that his current compliance might spare Zabuza from further harm. You are quite fortunate. a bloodline limit. Many spend their entire lives unable to surpass or possess such a gift that Kakashi's gaze flicked briefly to Daito, who immediately clenched his fists, casting a look that seemed to question Kakashi's intentions. Kakashi paid him no mind, his focus unwavering upon Bai. Fortunate? Huh. Bai shook his head in disagreement, his tone tinged with self-mockery and lament. Tiomi, this so-called bloodline limit is synonymous with calamity, a death sentence for both myself and my family. Bai cast a loathing glance at himself, a gesture that deeply moved Naruto, the epitome of disaster. He pondered the fear and disdain the villagers held towards him. Was he not a demon fox? The confusion swelled in Naruto's small eyes. Shouldn't he prove his worth amidst the humiliation and doubt? Why had they betrayed the village? Observing Bai's self-loathing gaze, Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. It was well known that Daito had barely graduated from the ninja academy, thanks to his bloodline limit. Without those eyes, even passing the Chunin exams would have been a challenge. Furthermore, families possessing bloodline limits naturally wielded greater power than others, a distinct advantage. Especially within the empire, families blessed with such lineage enjoyed freedoms unparalleled by others. For instance, they could circumvent marriage laws, allowing for polygamous arrangements as long as love was mutual. Additionally, the empire provided substantial incentives for them to bear children. One child warranted state support, two would result in considerable subsidies, and three would secure comprehensive pension plans for the entire family. Even those lacking power, yet possessing a bloodline limit, could rise above the ordinary populace. Take Daito, for example. He could easily become a millionaire through sperm donation. A visit once a week could yield tens of thousands. Daito had made a fortune through this policy, funding his romantic pursuits with Lin largely from his donations. Why do you exhibit such disdain for yourself? Is it due to your bloodline limit? Contemplating the near-total annihilation of the clans possessing formidable bloodline limits, Kakashi formed a rough hypothesis. If I share my story with you, would you be willing to grant me a request? A glimmer of hope flickered in Bai's eyes. Kakashi nodded in response. As long as it is not too excessive, I am open to consideration. Bai noticed that the other's attention seemed entirely focused on him, the bearer of the bloodline limit, and his expression gradually shifted. I was born in a village within the land of water, a place perpetually blanketed in snow. The villagers, driven by the ravages of war, harbored fear and hatred towards those endowed with bloodline limits. Ironically, my mother possessed the very bloodline limit they despised. Ice release. Our lives should have continued in tranquility. My mother concealed her abilities for many years without detection. Alas, tragedy struck when my father discovered the secret of my bloodline limit. Without hesitation, he rallied the villagers to annihilate my mother and me. My mother fell victim to the mob's fury, and in my terror, I inadvertently awakened my ice-release bloodline limit. I end that moment of chaos. All the villagers perished beneath my wrath. They were impaled by ice shards, including my father. I became an orphan, and my hatred for my bloodline limit grew insatiable. If I had the choice, I would gladly choose to be an ordinary person. As Bai recounted this history, his heart ached anew. Were it not for myself, were it not for this so-called bloodline limit, I would still be living a stable, beautiful, and blissful life in that perpetually snowy village with my parents, he lamented. Yet his words did not convince Kakashi. Even Daito wore a skeptical expression. The tale was tragic. But regrettably, it felt implausible. You assert that the villagers feared war and loathed bloodline limits. But why? They do not despise the ninjas who bring war, nor do they detest the conflict itself. Why reserve their hatred solely for bloodline limits? Dare they strike against ninjas possessing bloodline limits while abstaining from attacking the ninjas themselves? Daito inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Bai, seeking a flicker of panic in his eyes. Alas, none appeared. There is no hope. This child at such a young age fabricates lies without a second thought, displaying a brazen audacity that belittles the intelligence of both him and Zabuza. Kakashi's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Well done. Daito, have you truly learned to think with that smooth koala brain of yours? He had initially assumed jealousy over their powers had prompted the attack, but based on Bai's account, it seemed utterly absurd. Bai found himself momentarily at a loss. grappling with Daido's three-pointed questions. It seems, yes, disasters and wars are brought about by ninjas. What do we with bloodline limits have to do with that? You do not despise ninjas, even venerating those who come from the village. So why extend no tolerance towards us, the bearers of bloodline limits? It is as ludicrous as blaming kunai and shuriken for the devastation wrought by war. Rather than the ninjas themselves, who wield them, the true culprits are the ninjas, while kunai and shuriken are merely tools, akin to bloodline limits. Why do you not detest war or ninjas, yet harbor animosity towards us? And what of my mother? She possessed the power of ice release and could have fought back. If she were unwilling to act against my father and the villagers, surely self-preservation would have been within her reach. If not for herself, she should have acted for my sake. But why? And my father, too. In my memories, he was always affectionate towards me, his eldest son. Would he truly turn against us simply because of a bloodline limit? Am I not truly his flesh and blood? Daito shook his head in disappointment. Kakashi, just kill him. There is no value in keeping someone who does not speak a single truth, even if he possesses a bloodline limit. Daito's words dripped with unmasked regret, as Kakashi unsheathed his short blade and advanced towards Zabuza. Bai's complexion shifted drastically. Oh no, this is bad. Observing Kakashi approach with lethal intent, Zabuza struggled to sit up. Although his chakra was sealed, he still retained the ability to move freely. I can prove that what Bai says is true. Wait. Kakashi and Daito exchanged glances, signaling for Zabuza to continue. However, the tension between the two suggested that if Zabuza did not speak properly, both would face dire consequences. Confronted with imminent death and with his grand ambitions unfulfilled, Zabuza hesitated not a moment to betray the village hidden in the mist. Under the leadership of the fourth Mizukage, the land of water had become increasingly distorted and incomprehensible. Bai's tale, though outrageous, was far from unique, and certainly not the end. Influenced by the Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist, the populace of the land of water harbors a pervasive hatred for those endowed with bloodline limits. And both the mother of Haku and he himself are but two among countless victims. As Zabuza spoke, his words became imbued with an overwhelming loathing that he a person devoid of patriotism, lacking love for his village, and indifferent to the will of the land of water? No. On the contrary, he has a profound love for his homeland, yet the fervor of that love has been replaced by profound disappointment. This intense hatred is not directed solely at these two individuals before him, but rather at the land of water, the village hidden in the mist. The fourth Mizukage, for instance, my own experiences may be known to you. Zabuza's gaze fixed upon Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him, then shook his head. I'm afraid I'm not aware. Noticing the two were inclined to let him continue, Zabuza spoke again. I was raised in the village hidden in the mist, and I am one of the ninjas nurtured by that village. Select the most exceptional ninjas. The village would compel students at the Ninja Academy to slaughter one another from a young age, thereby enhancing each other's abilities and ultimately determining the strongest. The absurdity of such a twisted system is that it garnered the approval of many. I cannot fathom what those in power were thinking. Thus, on the day of my graduation, I personally killed all my classmates. I yearn to awaken them to the reality that a village which exhausts its resources has no future. Yet, I overestimated the fourth Mizukage and his supporters. They imposed no punishment upon me. On the contrary, they deemed my actions exemplary and rewarded me handsomely. You heard correctly. I killed all my contemporaries, and they lavished me with generous rewards. Do you not find that absurd? The rationale behind my betrayal of the village is equally simple. I believe that the village hidden in the mist has no hope if this continues. After a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, I found myself unable to escape the village. I sought like-minded individuals to overthrow the Mizukage's rule, diligently accepting missions to earn money, all to establish a force to challenge the Mizukage. Challenge the Mizukage? Kakashi and Daito exchanged glances, both intrigued. It seemed that the masked man was obedient to Zabuza's words, and Zabuza's ideals resonated with them to some degree. However, certain matters still require confirmation. The Mizukage you speak of, is he the highest ruler of your village hidden in the mist? Kakashi inquired. Our Mizukage is elected by the higher-ups and the feudal lords. Essentially, All the Kages from the 5 great nations serve as the highest rulers of their respective villages. Kakashi nodded that the Kage the strongest within the village. This was crucial. If he were indeed the strongest, then Zabuza's ability to escape after assassination attempts would signify a world fraught with weakness. While it seemed that they paled in comparison to the Empire, one must remember that they currently had only 3 individuals. No, the Kage is merely the highest ruler. He is not necessarily the strongest. Both individuals acknowledged this. Much like the governors of various provinces, the strongest in terms of power does not equate to political prowess. However, why would a dignified Mizukage engage in actions that would lead to the self-destruction of his own village? Daito analyzed calmly, stating, given that he is the highest leader within the village, the diminishing strength of the village would offer him no advantage. Could it be that he is being controlled by someone? Or replaced? Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Or perhaps he was a tyrant from the beginning. Zabuza shook his head, and the Mizukage was quite responsible before assuming office. I believe no one could control or replace him. I do not understand why this is happening. And the higher-ups have done nothing to intervene, allowing him to take lives indiscriminately. Zabuza gritted his teeth. He still had not revealed that the Mizukage was the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. He has betrayed the will of the Land of Water. Betrayed the hopes of us all. Daito, upon hearing this, felt a surge of righteous indignation. A wielder of a bloodline limit himself. He pondered what it would be like had he been born in the Land of Water. This identification filled him with animosity towards this so-called Mizukage. Is it possible that your Mizukage has lost his mind? And that the higher-ups have similarly lost their senses? How else could they be so foolish as to eradicate the new blood and combat power of their own village? Daito could not help but voice his frustration. One must understand that, regardless of location, bloodline limits and tail beasts are fundamentally what sustain a village or a nation. To go to such lengths to slaughter those with bloodline limits while imposing such stringent promotion systems. All in a war-torn world where no unified ninja realm exists. Do you truly think your Mizukage believes the village is too strong and seeks to impose difficulties upon himself, forcing out talented ninjas while rallying the populace against bloodline limits? This is akin to courting death. Digging one's own grave. As Daito raged on, Kakashi's expression shifted. This is bad. Why does it feel as though he is not merely criticizing the Mist Village, but also casting aspersions upon Konoha? Zabuza remained impassive. He had long since become numb to such sentiments. Yet Kakashi felt as if he had swallowed something foul. The notion that a village might consider itself too strong and seek to impose challenges upon itself. Forcing out talented ninjas? Go to the extreme of slaughtering those with bloodline limits? This operation feels eerily familiar. Kakashi's mind immediately conjured the image of his father. He was a talented ninja driven to death by the villagers. In the Uchiha clan, so widely reviled in Konoha. Now, the village has lost nearly all of its exceptional ninjas, and the strongest bloodline limit clan has been annihilated. Furthermore, the remaining bloodline limits, like the Byakugan, were cast aside by the village. No, by the 3rd Hokage, in the pursuit of peace without regard for the consequences. Once the mightiest village in the ninja world, Konoha now seems to be on the decline. The 3rd Hokage's ever-kind visage floated into his mind. This entire situation. It would be absurd to think the 3rd was unaware. He has tacitly allowed this to transpire. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. Daito's words jolted him from his stupor. When did Konoha begin its decline? It seems it all started with the 3rd's ascent to power. However, upon hearing Zabuza's confirmation, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. It is not just Konoha, with its resources and inclination to slaughter its own talented kin with bloodline limits. But the village hidden in the mist is no different. That is a comfort. If everyone is severing their own limbs, there remains a semblance of balance. In the minds of Daito and Kakashi, this ninja world has become a wasteland, yet neither of them anticipated that this very wasteland could continue to crumble. In contrast, they thought of the Empire. Within the Empire, the Emperor has consistently supported the families of ninjas with bloodline limits, establishing various policies to encourage these clans to proliferate, even promoting the creation of new bloodline limits through intermarriage with other clans. His unification of the ninja world was credited to these bloodline limit families at that time. Many people, indeed, even now, criticize the emperor, claiming he established privileges solely to appease and maintain these families for his own rule. But after today's revelations regarding Zabuza and Haku, the two realized they were mistaken. Look at how the Kage treats bloodline limit families. They will never possess the self-assurance of the emperor. They will only be filled with fear and suspicion, wielding the knife of slaughter against their own kin. Daito fell silent for a moment before turning to Kakashi. I have decided that upon my return, I will convene a meeting with my clan and bring a few to the forefront. Damn it, the emperor merely studied a few Sharingan. They continued to chatter endlessly. I want to show them that the Sharingan they hold dear and the proud bloodline limits are nothing in the broader ninja world, and that they are nothing more than life and death talismans. They should see for themselves. Daito's face flushed crimson. For the first time, he felt the emperor's charisma was strikingly potent. Kakashi clapped Daito on the shoulder, his eyes shining with admiration. Well done, Daito, you have finally come to your senses. Nonetheless, Kakashi still did not fully trust their words. He turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, is what they say true? Kakashi was still haunted by the memories of the tragic night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. It was only after he called out that he snapped back to reality. Kakashi recalled that the legend surrounding the blood mist had long ceased to be a secret in Konoha, and their isolationist policies had persisted for quite some time, becoming common knowledge. He nodded in acknowledgement. His words were not lies. The blood mist had indeed been a topic of whispers since the Third Great Ninja War. The isolation of the Land of Water had also commenced prior to the Third War. Kakashi's tone bore no tremor, as if the events of the Third Great Ninja War were entirely unrelated to him. He nodded again, realizing that Zabuza and Haku's assertions were not unfounded. However, one lingering question remained. His mother also possessed a bloodline limit. Why did she perish? She had the rare ice-release bloodline. Why did she die? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Haku's gaze dimmed, while Zabuza revealed a hint of disdain. His words were icy, entirely disregarding Haku's presence beside him. That foolish woman, until her dying breath, could not bring herself to harm those villagers. Daito and Kakashi exchanged sympathetic glances towards Haku, both deeply pained by her plight. Yet, more than that, they were struck by disbelief and shock. The Empire's educational system had instilled in them from a young age that personal safety was paramount, that one's life always superseded all else. This principle was incessantly emphasized in their subsequent education. The school regularly conducted drills for various scenarios, such as the descent of a formidable foe, meteor strikes, or meteor showers blanketing the ground, in the face of life and death. Even the Ten-Tails paled in comparison to one's own life. If one encountered oppression, they were entitled to self-defense. If the adversary exhibited intent to harm, one could incapacitate them, and if there was an intent to kill, one could strike preemptively as for the innocence of civilians. Absurd. They could readily act against a defenseless woman. How could they still be considered innocent? They were nothing but troublemakers. Such individuals were inherently unstable and suited only for exile to the borders. Kakashi mused that in this world, there was no obligation for education, and humanity appeared rather dim-witted. How foolish. One could even call them imbeciles. Was this the so-called dumbing down of education undertaken to ensure and maintain their rule, as stated in history books? Kakashi, upon hearing this, cast an approving glance at Daito. Indeed, I did not expect you to grasp this. Well done, Daito. In contemporary terms, is akin to you. Did you not see the variance of my world? It seems hopeless. The mission takes precedence, and ninjas are merely tools in the tasks at hand. The dumbing down of education in this world is even more profound than we imagined, sold out, and yet counting coins for the village. The two exchanged thoughts telepathically. Kakashi turned to Zabuza, patting him on the shoulder. Your leader treats the common folk as mere playthings. Why not join our empire? The rulers of your land of water are inhumane, and the common people live in dire straits. Perhaps only the empire can rescue your beleaguered nation. Your leader has forced your knees to the ground, but our empire can elevate you to stand tall. In response to Kakashi's invitation, Zabuza merely scoffed. I believe you might be mistaken. My becoming a rogue ninja does not imply I shall betray my land of water or our hidden mist village. The only thing I betrayed is the current system. For me to betray the mist, that is an impossible task. I wager my dignity as a ninja. I would rather die than join another force or organization. Go ahead and kill me. Zabuza struggled once more. But upon realizing he could not break free from Kakashi's chakra seal, he resigned himself, collapsing to the ground. He was unafraid of death. It was merely regret that he had not witnessed the flourishing of the hidden mist village. Seeing Zabuza's unwavering resolve, Haku lay down before him that if you wish to kill Lord Zabuza, you must first deal with me. Kakashi observed both individuals, their hearts set on death, and sighed in resignation that I must admit. Your notions of the will of water and bonds are indeed quite moving. Kakashi understood that even if he attempted to explain the situation within the Empire, he would not be able to persuade these two any further. Thus, he resolved to grant them a swift end. Kakashi drew the blade, known as White Fang. Gazing at Zabuza and Haku, he began to comprehend why certain traditionalists spoke of this era as one of enduring will and bonds. Indeed, this time was quite romantic. But can romance be eaten? I shall not allow the Empire's path forward in holy war to be hindered by two insignificant stones, however minuscule they may be, since persuading them to join the Empire is futile. It is best to take preemptive action to prevent them from becoming future adversaries. Though he possessed the rare ice-release bloodline, what of it? The Empire now boasted hundreds of bloodline limits. The elevation of women's status and the promotion of eugenics had long since encouraged a surge in family growth. Rest assured, my strike will be swift. I hold great respect for ninjas, such as yourselves, and I shall grant you both the most honorable farewell with my strongest blow. Zabuza, who had previously worn a mask of resignation, now displayed a flicker of hesitation as he beheld Kakashi drawing the White Fang, its blade crackling with purple lightning. Zabuza finally panicked. Wait, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Zabuza. Is this where you falter, so easily crushed? Yet, Zabuza placed his hands on Haku's shoulders, gazing at him with a complex expression. Haku, you are not from the hidden mist village. You should join them. Zabuza regarded the youth before him. Though he had always treated Haku as a mere tool, his words laced with cruelty and devoid of warmth. It was all an act. He was aware of the special feelings he harbored for Haku, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge them. Now, as Haku stood before him, speaking those words, Zabuza's long-frozen heart stirred with a ripple of emotion. No, Lord Zabuza, I have nothing left to lose. If I were to lose you, what meaning would my existence hold? Haku declared resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Lord Zabuza, I have never asked anything of you. This time, I implore you, I wish to die before you. There is no other reason. I've already lost my father and mother. I cannot bear to witness you leaving before me. Haku cried out passionately, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice brimming with anguish and sorrow. Lord Zabuza, I beg you. By the end of his plea, desperation permeated his voice as he placed all his hopes upon Zabuza. Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt a pang in his heart. He sighed deeply, slowly closing his eyes, and he understood that he could not refuse Haku's request, for he cherished the boy just as dearly. However, to betray his village and turn his blade against the innocent civilians was something he could never do. Zabuza opened his eyes, gazing at Haku. Complex emotions flickering within, he extended his hand, gently caressing Haku's cheek, feeling his warmth. Then he slightly nodded, signaling his agreement to Haku's request, and a trace of relief appeared on Haku's face as he tightly embraced Zabuza. Tears welling anew in his eyes, in that moment, he felt an unprecedented happiness, even if it might be their final moment together. Kakashi, can you truly bring yourself to strike? Dido's voice echoed in Kakashi's mind. We still require experimental subject for the cross-dimensional transport portal. You cannot genuinely intend to utilize Zetsu. Haku, and your variants, can you? At this moment, one bloodline limit and one Jonin are perfectly suited for experimentation. Dido's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He was soft-hearted and could not bear such sights. He would even delay his exams to help an elderly lady cross the street, let alone when confronted with such a poignant scene. Seeing this, Kakashi could no longer suppress his emotions, shaking his head slowly before sheathing the white fan behind him. Very well. Let them live a while longer within the borders of the Land of Fire. Nagato and Jiraiya were racing atop the treetops, given the muddy ground that necessitated a constant application of chakra to their feet. Leaping through the trees proved to be the most efficient means of traversal. Even though they had entered the main thoroughfare leading to the capital, the earth remained only slightly compacted by the wheels of passing carts, starkly contrasting with the well-maintained rural paths and village roads found within the empire. Nagato found this perplexing that to achieve prosperity, one must first pave the roads. The significance of road construction extends beyond merely boosting economic growth. It enhances connectivity between regions, reduces transportation and travel costs, and breaks down geographical barriers, enabling previously remote or poorly accessible areas to integrate into broader markets and economic networks. This not only fosters economic expansion, but also lowers logistics costs and improves efficiency, allowing products to be transported more swiftly and affordably. Furthermore, it can dismantle the transportation barriers between urban and rural areas, facilitating the exchange of goods, personnel, and information, thereby accelerating domestic development. Once the roads are established, improvements in quality of life, tourism, and national progress can occur at an astonishing pace. Yet, in this world, he observed that even the journeys of commoners, let alone ninjas, relied solely on their own legs. How primitive a mode of travel. Wait, are those railway tracks? Do you have trains here? Nagato suddenly felt a wave of regret, having prematurely assumed their limitations without inquiring further. Look, there are trains, aren't there? But why hasn't this master taken me to ride one? Jiraiya paused, slightly taken aback by Nagato's sudden question, but upon following his gaze, he quickly comprehended. You are referring to steam trains. Those have long been obsolete. Now, they're only found in a few older cities, primarily for tourism purposes. Obsolete? Nagato was instantly taken aback. Has technological advancement in this world progressed so swiftly that even trains have been rendered outdated? It is worth noting that within the Empire, trains remain the predominant means of travel. Although airplanes now exist, they are primarily accessible only to national leaders and the affluent, leaving the common folk devoid of such financial capability. One must understand that the chakra consumed during each flight is sufficient to drain an entire group of elite ninjas, and as for the so-called new energy within the Empire, there is still no substantial development. Most energy sources predominantly rely on chakra. You have airplanes? In Nagato's naive perspective, the obsolescence of something must indicate the emergence of a more convenient and cost-effective alternative. Flying chickens? Jiraiya wore a puzzled expression. I'm not quite sure what you mean by flying chickens as a summoning beast, but the obsolescence of trains has little to do with such creatures, Jiraiya replied candidly. Nagato's expression reflected even greater confusion. If the trains have been rendered obsolete, does that not imply the advent of more convenient and economical modes of transportation? Furrowing his brow, Nagato appeared troubled. More convenient transportation? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya finally grasped the situation. Laughing heartily, this young man is indeed quite naive, utterly oblivious to the complexities. The routes of trains are fixed, and their large size makes them susceptible to hijacking or destruction by rogue ninjas or adversarial forces. Even with ninja guards stationed on each train, complete protection is unattainable. Each attack on a train results in considerable casualties and losses, ultimately deterring civilians from using them. The daimyos, seeing no profit and having to allocate significant funds for railway maintenance each year, were left with no choice but to cease operations. Nagato could hardly fathom that something as beneficial to both the nation and its people as trains could be discarded for such a reason, namely, their vulnerability to hijacking and destruction. What kind of logic is this? Is it truly the case that the fear of sabotage leads to the abandonment of such a transportation method? Nagato felt a wave of sorrow. Had no one considered a comprehensive solution to these instabilities? Observing the ordinary people wandering along the road, Nagato was filled with sympathy. They were unable to survive in their homeland and were left to drift aimlessly. In this chaotic world, what options remained for them other than to become bandits or outlaws? Nagato came to realize that the issues plaguing this world were multifaceted, with severe flaws permeating political, economic and social structures. Casting a glance at the still smiling Jiraiya, Nagato felt a surge of disdain. Jiraiya repeatedly asserted that this world was wonderful, yet in both reality and his words, Nagato discerned no semblance of beauty. The two continued their journey, reaching the capital of the Land of Fire by midday. This prompted Nagato to regard Jiraiya with newfound respect. The latter had maintained his composure and stamina throughout their lengthy trek without pausing for rest. This fellow possesses formidable physical prowess. No matter what speed I adopt, he manages to keep pace with me. Unbeknownst to Nagato, Jiraiya was equally astonished internally. Under no circumstances should we become adversaries. Even if we do, Konoha must not be the first to probe their intentions. Jiraiya resolved within himself, Is this truly the capital of the Land of Fire? Standing before a grand palace, Nagato's expression remained impassive until that moment. A religious ball was underway, and the atmosphere here surpassed that of the Empire's sluggish demeanor. However, the faces of the nobility were filled with joy and excitement. How about that, compared to your empire? Isn't it more lively and prosperous here? Nagato nodded slightly as he observed the noble youths engaging in boisterous antics, nearly drawing their swords in jest. Indeed, it is more vibrant, clearly oblivious to the scene. Jiraiya, carefree, watched as Nagato turned his attention to a dancer who rushed off after a performance, only to be intercepted by a rotund, bald man. The dancer struggled as the rotund fellow laughed heartily, embracing her and leading her toward a room behind the curtains. Along the way, he called out to several others who appeared similar to him, likely friends or brothers. Jiraiya seemed accustomed to this. Believing that those individuals, with their financial security and high incomes, were fortunate indeed, he glanced past those scenes without giving them much thought. These are the daimyos of our Land of Fire. Our Hokage is essentially appointed by them. Jiraiya explained as he noticed Nagato lost in thought. Senior, who do you believe is the most indulgent person in your empire? Faced with Nagato's unexpected question, Jiraiya appeared momentarily taken aback. The most indulgent? He scanned the landscape for those wielding the highest power, wealth, and strength. Undoubtedly, it must be their emperor. Surely, it is your emperor, correct? In Jiraiya's eyes, their emperor must indulge in revelry every night, completely unconcerned with affairs, which led to Nagato's earlier demeanor. Nagato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the most indulgent person in our empire is Lord Senju, our emperor. When we deal with matters, we merely consume a military ration pill and only occasionally venture outside the university town for takeout. It is rare for us to enjoy a freshly made bowl of ramen or steaming grilled meat. Only our emperor specifically selects talented individuals from across the nation to serve as his private chefs, ensuring that each meal consists of at least 4 dishes and a soup, with extremely intricate cooking methods that even necessitate the expenditure of several laborers. Listening to Nagato's account, Jiraiya's expression revealed confusion. He glanced at the servants, noting that even those serving tea and water began with 4 attendants. Is it excessive for a ruler controlling the entire ninja world to allocate a few individuals for cooking? Moreover, he enforces monogamy while having 3 wives. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face displayed envy, followed by even greater puzzlement that, setting aside the possibility of 3,000 beauties in his harem, at least 300 would befit his status. How can it be only 3? Yet, despite this, countless elders within our empire still denounce the emperor, accusing him of excessive indulgence and moral decay. Jiraiya gazed at Nagato, struggling to comprehend the implications behind his words. Were the delicacies he consumed exquisite mountain and ocean delicacies, rare ingredients that were nearly impossible to find throughout the ninja world? And were those 3 wives indeed harbingers of disaster? After pondering for a moment, Nagato nodded. Although the emperor's meals were rather simple, they were of the highest standards. For instance, the sour and spicy shredded potatoes, for which he had expended countless efforts in search of the pickled peppers. As for his wives, one had betrayed her entire clan's beliefs, another was fiercely ambitious for power, and the last was a gambling addict who recently seemed to have developed a penchant for alcohol. Jiraiya was taken aback. Good heavens, such a woman alone could bring ruin to a nation, and this emperor had 3 of them. No wonder the people within his empire were so discontented. No wonder he sought to conquer other parallel universes after unifying the ninja world. It was pitiful that such a person could still reign as emperor. Was there truly no one to overthrow his tyranny? Nagato shook his head. Our emperor is a descendant of the Uchiha and Senju clans. He has perfectly inherited the bloodline limits of both. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of shock. Are you implying that he possesses both the Sharingan and would release? Nagato nodded. Jiraiya inwardly gasped. No wonder. That formidable power could indeed unify the entire ninja world. With the Uchiha's madness and the Senju's robust sage body and would release, it made sense. How tragic. The people of that world must be living in dire straits. However, suddenly, Nagato's demeanor shifted. He smiled, his expression laced with irony. That I once believed our emperor to be foolish and tyrannical, possessing nothing but strength. Yet today, I have gained invaluable insight. You so-called feudal lords are all as fat as pigs, devoid of any chakra power, yet you effortlessly dominate the dignity and even the bodies of those around you. And this is merely a minor feudal lord from the land of fire. I shudder to think of the horrors they would unleash if granted greater power. And your Hokage of the Leaf still requires their appointment. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nagato's eyes. He could sense that the young dancer, who had just entered the room, was being subjected to brutal treatment by the feudal lords, who, despite her unconsciousness, found amusement in dousing her with water to bring her back to awareness. Jiraiya swallowed hard, sensing a change in Nagato since his arrival. This isn't right. Although this place is filled with song and dance, why does Nagato seem to be affected negatively by their opulence? Here, the feudal lords manage the nobility and the commoners, while the villages oversee the ninjas, creating a balanced environment without absolute authority, allowing both commoners and ninjas to coexist harmoniously. Jiraiya attempted to explain. Yet, Nagato disdainfully echoed his words. Harmony. Yes, once I find the prophesied child, the conflicts and hatred between people will be eradicated, and at that time, the ninja world will know no war. Jiraiya's expression brightened with excitement. The prophesied child? Nagato frowned. Does this world also have one? Although he had once been mistaken for the prophesied child by Jiraiya, could the definition within the empire align with that of this world? Moreover, Jiraiya had merely mentioned it in passing, without any specific description, only asserting that the prophesied child could bring peace. What kind of special bloodline limit does the prophesied child possess? Can it truly eliminate hatred between individuals? No. He can mediate the hatred and conflicts between people through his own being, ultimately bringing about peace. Upon hearing this, Nagato recalled a forbidden technique passed down by the emperor. Infinite Tsukuyomi. What you speak of is far less credible than infinite Tsukuyomi. How could the hatred and conflicts between people be resolved by a single individual? Furthermore, you speak fervently of desiring peace. Why then do you place your hopes upon such an intangible concept? Why are you unwilling to make tangible efforts for peace? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon his gaze became clear. I have my own mission. My task is to seek out and guide the prophesied child. However, Nagato shook his head. This world is utterly absurd. Once he perceived the empire as dark and drenched in blood, where countless souls, though not pierced by blades, were already riddled with wounds. But upon arriving in this world, he discovered that while the empire suffocated its people, this world could leave one gasping for air. Jiraiya, if you truly wish for lasting peace, I shall reveal to you a path, one that has already been realized and validated. At this point, Nagato had lost all respect, unable to endure any longer. Speaking to this master before him often incited an urge to explode with rage. The notion of the prophesied child is an illusion. If you genuinely desire peace, unify the entire ninja world, and only then will wars cease to exist. Furthermore, historical transitions will no longer be defined by nations. The transfer of power will only concern the upper echelons. As Nagato spoke, enlightenment dawned upon him. He finally understood the emperor's assertions. As long as the world was unified, it mattered little who was king or sovereign. It turned out that the emperor had seen further than we. This group of short-sighted individuals, 2 decades ago. Jiraiya, however, shook his head vigorously at Nagato's words. No, it is impossible. Does not the unification of the world necessitate war? How many lives would be lost in such a process? I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to occur. Jiraiya's heart rebelled against this idea, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. After everything I've said on this journey, you haven't absorbed a single word? You have become even more resolute than at the start. Do you not also yearn for peace? No pain, no gain. Jiraiya, your resistance to war does not mean it will not come to pass. From what I know, your world has already experienced 3 great ninja wars. Moreover, conflicts and bloodshed arise between nations every year. If you do not seek a permanent solution, war will persist endlessly. Nagato regarded Jiraiya, his determination unwavering. He was resolute in carrying out the Emperor's will. He understood that this master from another realm still longed for peace, and if he could be swayed to the side of the Empire, it would be ideal. Noticing Jiraiya's silence, Nagato continued, the distribution of interest between nations is grossly unequal. Everyone is looking out for their own nation's gain. However, unification will change all of that. After unification, everyone will be equal. Even if there are power struggles, they will only occur during the election of provincial leaders, having no impact on the commoners or ordinary ninjas, regardless of how many generations power changes hands. Large-scale wars will never occur again. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Nagato's words plunged him into contemplation. He recognized the validity of Nagato's argument, yet he still could not accept such a reality. His ideal world was one filled with love, justice, and peace, not one driven by power and desire. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, his voice tinged with a plea. Our world is already so perfect and prosperous. May I beseech you not to bring war into our realm. Even unification would require bloodshed. Our world cannot endure any more devastation. Nagato, even in his moment of compassion, found it laughable that is fleeting prosperity, truly prosperity. His voice grew somber. Imbued with profound sorrow, he gazed quietly at Jiraiya, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Jiraiya lifted his head, responding with unwavering resolve. But at least it is prosperity, is it not? At the very least, no one is bleeding. No one mourns the loss of companions and loved ones. This is the benefit of peace, and we should cherish it. His voice brimmed with a yearning for peace, simultaneously revealing his aversion to war. Observing Jiraiya's steadfast clinging to his imagined world, Nagato suddenly felt a pang of pity. The Emperor once remarked, throughout history, there have always been those who, in their self-righteousness, guard what they perceive to be the most perfect order, even at the cost of their own lives and beliefs. For in their eyes, having order is better than having none. They have deceived themselves and hindered the advancement of the times, transforming the world into chaos while still believing they have made a monumental contribution. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then let out a gentle sigh. He could not comprehend why Nagato had suddenly become so pessimistic. Was it truly the case that genuine transformation could only be achieved through warfare? He found himself lost in contemplation. Nagato reminisced about when the Emperor had uttered these words at tea that time. Nagato merely perceived the Emperor as introducing himself. With the absence of war, people ought to be able to enjoy a life filled with happiness and joy. Why then did the Emperor relentlessly urge everyone to strive, to toil, and to exert themselves even further? It was as if something was pursuing them from behind. Now, in this stark contrast, he finally grasped the distinction between genuine effort and futile endeavors. The Empire's development was progressing by leaps and bounds, visibly advancing each day, whereas this world, their historical beginnings were quite similar to that of the Empire. Ever since Hashirama, they had been pursuing peace. Although he could unify the ninja world and bring about true tranquility, he had opted for a path that led to decades of immense suffering instead of shedding a little blood at that time. And now, Jiraiya, having clearly articulated the stakes, still clung to his inner convictions. Was this an unbreakable bond that persisted through life? Such eloquent words. In truth, it was merely obstinacy, foolish loyalty. Yet, Nagato still wished to steer the other back from the brink. Allow me to narrate the tale of our empire. Nagato gazed at the sky, his thoughts drifting into memories. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took out a notebook, preparing to record at any moment. He knew that crucial information was about to be revealed. The other party was finally willing to divulge their intelligence. Our empire's timeline aligns closely with that of Konoha, both essentially at the year 64 of Konoha, the only distinction being that 20 years ago, during the 44th year of Konoha, we transitioned to the imperial calendar. As Nagato spoke, he became ensnared in recollections that I was born in the 33rd year of Konoha, at a time when I was already 11 years old. Even though I was in a rain village, I personally experienced many events. The Holy War of the Empire commenced 1 year after Hans of the Salamander declared war on the three nations, which corresponds to the 40th year of Konoha, marking the official beginning of the Second Shinobi World War. Jiraiya listened intently, his heart racing in shock. Why did their world's developmental history mirror his own so closely? Was the divergence that would lead to such aberrations rooted in the 40th year of Konoha? What transpired in their year 40? What was this so-called Holy War? The origins of the emperor are shrouded in various tales. Yet it is certain that the emperor Uchiha Senju, Lord Senju, was born amidst the First Great War. With both his parents perishing in the conflict, he seemed to harbor an intense aversion to war. For Lord Senju's parents had fallen victim to it. He slaughtered Hans of the Salamander, who was known as the strongest in the ninja world and was one of the principal instigators of the Second Shinobi World War. As Nagato spoke, a fleeting glimmer of shock illuminated his eyes. At that time, Lord Senju's would release, and Susanoo instilled fear throughout the ninja world. He returned to Konoha, succeeding the third Hokage. The other nations trembled at Lord Senju's bloodline limit, and in their fear, they allied to eliminate Konoha. The imagined defense of Konoha commenced, yet Lord Senju single-handedly vanquished all the leaders of the allied forces, decimating over half of the coalition's 100,000 ninja. Before the Third Shinobi World War could even begin, it was already concluded. Lord Senju was embraced by Konoha, and his status was affirmed. Rather than resting, Lord Senju led Konoha's ninjas in a battle, thus commencing the Holy War that would mark the empire's rise. Reflecting on this history, an experience invigorated Nagato. Once he had held disdain for such events. Now, in contrasting perspectives, he wished he could traverse back in time and deliver himself a resounding slap that in just 2 years, the entire ninja world underwent a seismic shift. Aside from Konoha, no other ninja villages remained. While the citizens of Konoha cheered, and the feudal lords of the Fire Country bestowed unparalleled honor upon Lord Senju, he declined their proposals for colonization, opting instead to establish a unified empire that would abolish all nations. He sought to dismantle the system of ninja villages and the co-governance with feudal lords. The feudal lords were outraged, as were the ninja clans. They denounced Lord Senju, inciting countless ninjas to instigate a civil war in an attempt to thwart him, and providing abundant resources to support the remnants of the other nations. At that time, the entire country rose in rebellion. Lord Senju did not waver. Quelling the chaos with bloodshed, he faced all who resisted, even those merely misled or incited, and executed them all. Over the course of a year, more than 100,000 ninjas perished, and civilian casualties exceeded 1 million. His ruthless and unyielding approach made it abundantly clear to everyone that those who followed him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. After a year of internal strife, he purged the majority of the conservative factions and nobility, leaving the remaining factions too fearful to act out at the beginning of the 44th year of Konoha. The empire was officially declared, with all nations transformed into provinces. In the 3 years following the war, the death toll of ninjas reached 180,000, while civilian fatalities soared to 1.84 million. Jiraiya listened, cold sweat trickling down his brow, fully aware of Hans of the Salamander's formidable strength. Yet, what terrified him more was that staggering number: 18,000 ninjas, 184,000 civilians. It was important to note that the total number of ninjas in all of Konoha was scarcely over 10,000. And by the time of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Allied forces could muster only around 80,000 ninjas. Nagato's so-called Holy War demanded a sacrifice of 18 times the current number of Konoha's ninjas? Are you certain this is what you call a holy war? With so many lives lost, the entire world must have been left in disarray, right? The Lord Senju you speak of must be a madman when it comes to war. Jiraiya surmised that, given the urgency of the situation, Anyone capable of utilizing even a modicum of ninjutsu was forcibly conscripted as a ninja. Yet, even so, that was a terrifying figure. He had yet to confront the Uchiha Senju mentioned by Nagato, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Such a person, an evil Uchiha. How deplorable. Have I also begun to view things through a tainted lens? Nagato, upon hearing Jiraiya's doubts, cast a glance at this world and sighed deeply. Indeed, at that time, I too found it laughable. With so many lives lost, could it truly be deemed a holy war? However, now, I have come to understand that Nagato's tears revealed a resolute sense of affirmation that I, in just 3 years, Lord Senju accomplished feats that all predecessors had failed to achieve. 20 years after the Empire's establishment, everyone enjoyed equality, and war ceased to exist. As for your claims of the world being in disarray, it is true that everyone lived in fear at that time. Yet the Emperor implemented numerous policies to enhance the welfare of the populace through iron-fisted means in the first 3 years of the Empire. He worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, repeatedly conducting on-site inspections to ensure the implementation of policies benefiting the people. I can assure you, the so-called disarray was rectified within 5 years. By the 10th year, the nation's prosperity far surpassed the era of the ninja villages. As for now, to my knowledge, last year's newborns exceeded 17 million. There were over 110,000 upper ninjas and 710,000 middle ninjas, and the latest figures from the Ninja Academy indicated that there were already 2.15 million enrolled students. Millions? Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. Nearly stumbling backward at Ienar land, the term enrolled students essentially refers to the lower ninjas. You heard me correctly, 200,000 lower ninjas. At this point, Jiraiya could no longer remain seated. He began to pace back and forth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 200,000 lower ninjas? Are you jesting? Jiraiya had never considered how, within 20 years, a populace free from want could experience such explosive growth. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a population boom. The total population of their world was perhaps around 300 million, with the Fire Country housing only about 50 million. And due to prolonged conflict and instability, the population had scarcely increased. In that world, the newborn population alone numbered in the millions. This implied that within 3 years, an entire Fire Country could emerge. Moreover, as for the ninjas, it must be noted that since the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja doctrine, only his descendants possessed elemental chakra. Ordinary people did not have it. How could there possibly be 100,000 lower ninjas and so many middle and upper ninjas? Jiraiya was unaware that in the world permeated by the God Tree, every individual possessed chakra within them. It was merely unactivated. The Imperial Body Refinement Technique could perfectly harness the chakra within the body, albeit without the ability to utilize elemental properties. Nothing is impossible. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others are incapable. Jiraiya-sensei, you cannot fathom the Empire's prosperity. Join us. With your influence to persuade Konoha, the Empire's march forward will not be stained with excessive bloodshed. That Nagato's declaration regarding the number and depth of ninjas within the Empire was intended to compel Jiraiya to relinquish his resistance. Throughout this brief encounter, Nagato was acutely aware that the master before him genuinely yearned for the advent of peace, albeit through misguided means. He harbored no desire for the two worlds to be drenched in blood and conflict. His indifference towards the Empire was a facade. His previous animosity was directed solely at the Emperor. However, through this journey, he had come to rectify his own stance. The pain of prolonged suffering was less favorable than that of swift pain. For the Emperor's vision was remarkably far-reaching. The reason he spoke at length to Jiraiya was also due to a lingering vestige of kindness in his heart. He wished for fewer lives to be lost due to foolish resistance. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, looked at Nagato with disbelief. Are you implying that you will ultimately strike against us for the sake of your empire? Nagato sighed and nodded. Your world is shrouded in darkness. Your common folk require liberation. They need freedom. They deserve dignity. Listening to Nagato's haughty and critical words, Jiraiya could no longer conceal his disappointment that I shall not betray Konoha. Since you have made your decision, let us meet upon the battlefield. The ninjas of Konoha shall defend their homeland. And even if we perish in combat, we shall never utter a word of surrender." With that, Jiraiya turned away. "Nagato, it seems I misjudged you. You are not as benevolent as I had imagined. If you intend to bring calamity upon this world, do not blame me when our next encounter finds us with swords drawn." Watching Jiraiya's figure gradually fade into the horizon, Nagato sighed deeply. Having witnessed the world's errors, he understood that the systems of the ninja villages and the Empire could not coexist. The Empire's conquest would not cease due to his solitary actions, and he no longer wished to impede the Empire. Although Jiraiya was his first guide upon arriving in this world, providing him with countless insights along the way, they ultimately stood on opposing sides. Why do you, the former slaves, cling to a flawed system and resist change? Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He glanced at the remaining civilians tidying up the ravaged ground, and let out a heavy sigh. "I should not concern myself with this." As he descended to the ground, he noticed the girl who had been ruthlessly battered into unconsciousness. Nagato infused her with a gentle chakra to sustain her life. Casting a glance at the corpulent daimyos, Nagato formed a series of hand seals. Corpse Demon Seal, Revision. In a realm unseen by the few, the Shinigami tore them away, and the modified Corpse Demon Seal would no longer absorb the user's soul. Instead, it would siphon a significant portion of their vitality. Thus, these daimyos lost their ability to reproduce entirely. After completing this, Nagato vanished from that place. His current objective was the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, Jiraiya hurried back to personally discuss matters regarding the parallel universe with the third Hokage. He had not anticipated encountering root ninjas in this vicinity. Jiraiya cast an unpleased glance at them. "Had I not left Nagato, would I have encountered them now? Lord Jiraiya, this is a letter penned by Lord Danzo himself. He instructed you to open it personally." The root ninjas bowed to Jiraiya and presented the letter with both hands. Upon opening it, Jiraiya shook his head. "Nagato has already departed from the land of fire, and we alone cannot hinder him. In truth, they could still pursue him, but recent experiences made Jiraiya reluctant to engage him just yet. Additionally, if they were to join forces with the root, and if Nagato truly fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire." Jiraiya chose to defer, but he gazed in the direction Nagato had taken, murmuring, "This is the last thing I can do for you." In the Valley of the End, 7 years later, Uchiha and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other atop their respective statues. Madara was preparing to feign death to obtain Hashirama's cells for the Eye of the Moon plan. Just as their battle intensified, a group of shadow clones descended from above. What year is this? Who is he, Madara? I wanted to ask you the same thing. Who is he? Apologies. Wrong place. Boom. Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Within the Empire, due to interdimensional transmission, Orochimaru could not receive memories from the interdimensional clones. However, they had agreed that the simultaneous dissipation of several shadow clones would indicate failure. Undoubtedly, the attempt to alter coordinate positioning had failed once more. Damn it! Orochimaru pounded on the one-way teleportation gate. Without establishing a stable transmission channel, even slight alterations in coordinates could change the very fabric of time. How infuriating! A figure appeared, prompting Orochimaru to bow respectfully. "Lord Senju." Senju nodded. "So, still unable to contact them?" Orochimaru lowered his head in shame. "Yes, my subordinates are making efforts. The space on that side seems to be sealed, but altering coordinates would lead to another timeline." So, Senju did not express anger towards Orochimaru. Instead, he helped them up and offered comfort. "Let them have some time. You need not apply too much pressure on your cell. At least the timelines on both sides are aligned. Allowing them to remain there for a while to gain experience isn't a bad idea." Faced with Lord Senju's consolation, Orochimaru felt even more ashamed. "I'm diligently seeking a method to change coordinates without crossing time. It should be completed in no more than 3 months. Nagato, have you arrived at the Valley of the End?" At that moment, Kakashi's message arrived. Though they could not contact the Empire, communication among the three remained uninterrupted. "No, while this world appears quite wretched, that is merely the surface. To ensure absolute certainty, I plan to venture to the end of days to bind some summoning beasts. Otherwise, my prowess in the animal path cannot be fully realized." Nagato transmitted this message via thought using chakra through the nano wristband. I see traces on your map. You haven't gone to Konoha, have you? No, I have gathered sufficient information. This indeed is a world in need of salvation. Good, Nagato. I believe the Emperor will be quite pleased with your awareness. After you confirm that the Valley of the End poses no issues, join us promptly. We plan to first take control of Sunagakure. No problem. If there are any anomalies at the Valley of the End, do not force it. Contact us at any time, and we shall deliberate then. Understood. As their communication concluded, Nagato glanced towards their approximate location in the Land of Waves. Then activated his Rinnegan. He was currently situated 300 meters underground, with the exoskeleton of the Azura Path enveloping his entire body, providing protection during his time in the End of Days. The End of Days, the fourth location possessing sage abilities discovered by the Emperor alongside Maibuka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest. The continent within is countless times larger than the Ninja Realm, and it is said to be a place discovered after the Emperor traced the clues of the Death God and some malevolent deities sealed by the Corpse Ghost. That it is inhabited by a plethora of bizarre and fantastical creatures. In the original world, Nagato naturally possessed summoning beasts, but in this realm, he is utterly unable to sense or summon them. Perhaps once the interdimensional passage is perfected, this may improve. Currently, he needs to bind several summoning beasts in the Land of End. One of the conditions for accessing the Land of End is to use the Rinnegan as a key. With a series of hand seals, Nagato employed the reverse summoning technique to release his soul into the Land of End. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a gigantic centipede charging towards him. Without hesitation, Nagato utilized Shinra Tensei. Even in his spiritual form, the Rinnegan remained formidable. Observing the centipede dazed from the impact, Nagato decisively plunged a black rod into its body, unhesitatingly seizing control over it. With the first colossal centipede secured, he subsequently captured a giant bird, a rhinoceros, a crab, a split dog, and a chameleon. This should suffice. Feeling the rapid depletion of his ocular energy, he understood that 6 summoning beasts were his limit for the time being. With his soul returning to his body, Nagato made his way towards the Valley of the End. Regrettably, during his university years, he had dedicated himself entirely to studying sealing techniques and the Rinnegan's abilities, neglecting to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Nagato sighed, then summoned the giant bird. The bird bore a somewhat grotesque visage, and under the control of the black rod, it resembled a decaying corpse. It was hard to fathom that such a fearsome creature was summoned by him. Nagato chuckled at his own irony as the giant bird flapped its wings and soared 1,000 miles in an instant. In the Land of Waves, Kakashi and Dato had arrived near the later Naruto bridge with the remaining 6 companions. Kato was an exceedingly greedy and terrifyingly malevolent merchant who monopolized and controlled all economic lifelines and transportation in the Land of Waves through coercion and violence. Given that the Land of Waves relied heavily on maritime transport, his control was akin to grasping everyone's throats. Dasna recounted Kato's various wicked deeds in detail. Is this Kato very strong? Dato inquired. The ability to easily dispatch a master like Zabuza indicates he possesses considerable strength, and Kato is merely a merchant. His true terror lies in his methods, his business acumen, and the band of desperate rogues he has gathered. Dato expressed confusion, having assumed Kato was a powerful and violent ninja, only to learn he was merely a merchant. If he is just an ordinary person, then why don't you arrange for ninjas to eliminate him? Dasna smiled wryly at the question. It's not that we don't want to. Kato has an unfathomable number of ninjas at his disposal, and in our Land of Waves we have no ninja village. Nor ninjas. Dato covered his face in despair upon hearing this. And oh wonder the people in your world fear and despise ninjas so much. It seems money can sway anyone to possess strength yet be manipulated by wealth. How can there be peace in such a world? Kato is utterly malevolent, even controlling the entire nation's economy and livelihood as a merchant. Does your lord not intervene? Is there no feudal lord in your country? Dasna, shaken by Dato's imposing presence, wiped the sweat from his forehead, nervously responding, there are disparities between nations. Our Land of Waves is a small nation that cannot support a ninja village. So our only option to deal with Kato is to offer a bounty to nearby ninja villages. However, the feudal lords are far less wealthy than Kato. We can issue B-rank bounties, while he can issue A-rank protection tasks. Leaving us utterly powerless, Dato was left dumbfounded by this revelation. ISNT that contradictory? One offers protection, while the other offers assassination. ISNT that like feeding both sides? If a village's ninjas accept this task, would they not clash with each other over it? Dato was curiously engrossed in the absurdity of the situation. Dazna's mind faltered. He was merely a bridge builder and knew little of such complexities. Dato turned his gaze to Kakashi, who hesitated before speaking. Theoretically, we wouldn't accept both assassination and protection tasks for the same individual typically. It would be Konoha for assassination and Kimobikir for protection. Thus Dato felt overwhelmed, shaking his head and bluntly stating, "Your world is truly bizarre. Ninjas from two villages can be manipulated by one merchant. With such a ludicrous system in place, how can there be order? How can peace exist? If, due to these tasks, a village loses lives, should the other village harbor hatred towards the one who issued the task, or towards the ninjas who killed their own?" Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed this contradiction had always existed. Everyone hated those who harmed their comrades, yet bore no animosity towards the instigator of the conflict. Kakashi identified a blind spot. This Kato doesn't need to be universally malevolent, does he? He could simply eliminate the feudal lords and carry on with his actions without opposition. Dazna's expression changed drastically. How can you entertain such a dangerous thought? Don't say Kato is merely a merchant. Even those rogue ninjas wouldn't dare to act against the feudal lords. Kakashi expressed his confusion. Why? To my knowledge, the feudal lords possess power, but little else. One could argue they are akin to fattened pigs, utterly defenseless. Eliminating them would result in no loss and only gain, seeing the murderous intent in Kakashi's eyes. Dazna shook his head repeatedly. No, you're mistaken. Without the feudal lords, our nation would perish. You must understand, once a feudal lord is toppled, all other feudal lords would launch an assault on that nation. At that point, not just usurpers, but even the common folk would be implicated. He would be hunted by all the world's feudal lords and despised by all citizens. No one can withstand the pressure from all the feudal lords of the world. When that happens, what good would it be to own a country? It was unimaginable that in such a pathological world, there existed this sense of unity. Dato's words dripped with sarcasm that a group of nobles united to fortify their power, forming a defensive line against the world's aristocracy. When a world is engulfed in chaos, it is the ninjas and commoners who perish, while the elite remain untouched, merely spectating the turmoil. And oh wonder they call ninjas mere tools. The wars among them are akin to the cockfights within the empire, where the chickens fight each other to death. Yet the vested interests behind remain unchanged. If one chicken dies, simply raise another. Your subservience is deeply ingrained. I truly pity you. In the Valley of the End, Nagato had retracted the giant bird-summoning beast. I could see this moment. He utilized Earth Release, light-heavy rock technique to render his body lighter than a feather, thereby concealing himself within the clouds. Through the Rinnegan, he clearly observed a sealing barrier had locked down the space in this area. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with his specialization in sealing techniques at the Imperial University, Nagato could effortlessly perceive the anomalies occurring here. Due to the completed sealing, only 4 masked root ninjas guarded the corners of the area, sensing that these individuals possessed merely the strength of ordinary Jonin. He hesitated no longer, summoning technique. As Nagato slowly opened his mouth, he raised one hand in a downward-pressing gesture. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, countless incantations emerged instantaneously from the ground, followed by the emergence of 2 summoned beasts that a colossal centipede and a chameleon materialized before him. The moment the chameleon appeared, it swiftly blended into its surroundings, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the gigantic centipede burrowed underground, preparing to launch an assault on the 4 root ninjas. These 2 summoned beasts shared a common trait. Their eyes were the white of the pure eye, with dark purple pupils, and their bodies were adorned with numerous black rods. At that moment, the ground began to swell, and the entire area trembled slightly due to the writhing of the massive centipede. "What sound is that?" one of the root ninjas inquired alertly. "Not good. Be cautious." Another ninja sensed the anomaly. Suddenly, the giant centipede erupted from the ground, crashing violently against the barrier of the sealed space. Although the barrier quivered, it was not breached. "This is terrible. The enemy's target is the isolation seal here." "I will contact Lord Danzo," one of the root ninjas exclaimed anxiously. The other three root ninjas exchanged glances and responded in unison. "Understood." With that, the three root ninjas simultaneously launched various ninjutsu at the giant centipede. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Lightning release, earth walk. As the words left their lips, a powerful fire dragon bullet surged forth, aimed directly at the colossal centipede. The ground beneath the centipede transformed into a quagmire, restricting its movement. The third root member placed his hands on the ground, and terrifying currents of electricity coursed through the earth, connecting with the giant centipede. With control, paralysis, and explosive force, all three attacks collided with the giant centipede in perfect synchrony. The centipede let out a painful shriek. Observing this scene, the three root ninjas displayed expressions of relief. However, before they could catch their breath, the giant centipede, in a sudden frenzy, charged towards them. Summoning technique, the root member, shielded by the others, hastily summoned a dark raven, recording the information onto a scroll to be delivered to Lord Danzo. Just as the raven took flight, it was ensnared by a tongue measuring several meters in length. "Not good. There's still an enemy." At that moment, the chameleon reappeared. The four ninjas found themselves under immense pressure. Even one summoned beast had exhausted all their means to merely hinder it, and now there were two. To ensure he remained undetected, Nagato showed no mercy towards these masked ninjas. Under the assault of the chameleon and the gigantic centipede, the four elite root ninjas soon fell victim to their voracious appetites. "My apologies," Nagato murmured, confirming that nothing remained in this place that could expose his presence. He descended slowly. A mere glance at the sealing technique revealed its roots to him in isolation seal. Was it? Nagato sensed that the space within was sealed, with no chakra or matter able to penetrate, resembling a vacuum where everything had been erased. And no wonder the Empire could not detect this realm. Nagato formed hand seals, deducing the method to reverse the seal based on his conjectures. Forcibly breaking through might damage this space, leading to greater complications. Isolation seal. Release. As the final seal was formed, Nagato placed one hand upon the sealing barrier. Instantly, the barrier flowed into his body, and the chakra sustaining the seal was devoured using his hungry ghost path ability. The loss of the summoned beast from the animal path was instantly compensated at that moment. Gazing at the restored world, Nagato formed hand seals once more. Illusion technique. Mirage. Immediately, the space rippled, transforming into an unremarkable forest, seamlessly blending with the surroundings. The environment underwent a dramatic change under the influence of this illusion. After completing these tasks, Nagato expressionlessly began to contact the Empire and Kakashi in the Land of Waves. Under the guidance of Tazuna, the group finally arrived at the construction site of the Great Bridge. Daitu glanced at Kakashi, who was carrying an exhausted Sasuke, deeply immersed in the illusion. Reluctantly, he dispelled the illusion. I could see that moment. Sasuke was drenched in sweat, casting a bewildered glance at his surroundings. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. "This, Master Daitu, this illusion is too powerful." Noticing that his two-tomo Sharingan seemed to hint at transforming into a three-tomo, Sasuke exclaimed with excitement. After defeating Zabuza, he could not help but request his master to use the illusion on him again. This is merely the foundational illusion training aimed at awakening the Uchiha's eyes. Since you are willing to join the Empire, we will certainly not be stingy with you," Daitu remarked, casting a glance at Kakashi and Zabuza, both of whom remained silent. As the group arrived near the Great Bridge in the world after their travels, they witnessed a short, portly man mercilessly assaulting several workers. Many of the laborers lay on the ground, moaning in agony, with broken limbs, while tools lay scattered, destroyed. Seeing this scene, Tazuna's eyes filled with tears. He rushed to assist a worker whose leg had been broken, trying to help him stand. Watanabe, what happened? What is going on? Tazuna asked, concern etched in his eyes. What happened? Haha. Naturally, I cannot allow this bridge to be completed. A brazen voice approached, belonging to Kato, dressed in a black suit, who casually extinguished a cigar on the face of a nearby worker. Behind him trailed hundreds of ninjas and subordinates he had hired. Naruto, witnessing this, momentarily forgot that his chakra was sealed, charging forward in anger. Hey, you bastard! Don't you know that burning someone's face with a cigarette is painful? Oh, Kato observed the boy, slightly taller than himself, daring to reprimand him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The thing I despise the most is when someone interrupts me before I finish speaking. However, before Kato could complete his sentence, a ninja behind him eagerly stepped forward. Lord Kato, allow me to deal with this ignorant brat. Interrupted, Kato's expression darkened considerably. He leaped in front of the ninja and delivered a powerful punch to his head. Don't you know, I detest when others interrupt me before I finish speaking. Before Kato could finish, Sakura, with concern etched on her face, hurriedly pulled Naruto back, urgently advising, Naruto, have you forgotten your chakra is sealed? Come back. Kato's expression turned dark. You are unforgivable. His gaze swept over the group, and suddenly he noticed Zabuza, who appeared despondent. Initially surprised, Kato then broke into a sneer, leaving with such arrogance, only to be subdued by these few people and have your sword taken away. It's laughable that I was even intimidated by the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What a waste, to be captured alive, that I can hardly imagine how pathetic the Mist Village must be now if even trash like you can defect. Zabuza, unafraid of the insults, felt his eyes redden upon hearing his village disparaged. You bastard! Zabuza glared fiercely at Kato, the murderous intent in his eyes almost palpable. Kato flinched slightly, but upon hearing from his subordinate that the opponent currently exhibited no chakra fluctuations, he regained his composure, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. Humph, so it's just a paper tiger, putting on a show. Kato stepped forward once more, casting a provocative gaze at Zabuza. Observing Zabuza, who had clearly been captured yet still dared to act so arrogantly, Kato wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to a subordinate beside him, who lacked chakra, instructing, it seems our esteemed Zabuza is still quite defiant. Go and pluck out his eyes for me. They bulge so unnaturally that I fear they might dry out. Also, cut off that tongue of his to prevent him from uttering grandiose claims. As he spoke, Kato approached Zabuza, seemingly oblivious, and delivered a fierce slap across Zabuza's face. How infuriating! Naruto clenched his fists, finding the opponent's arrogance truly despicable. Kato, however, merely shot a disdainful glance at Naruto and scoffed. This is a matter concerning our land of waves, as far as I know. You are merely on an escort mission. Now that Dasna has arrived, you may take your leave. Otherwise, Kato's words trailed off as he leered at Sakura, that I shall no longer accept mission from your Leaf Village. And furthermore, I will hire ninjas from other villages to carry out assassination tasks against you. Typically, this statement proved effective, especially against ninjas bound by village ties. Zabuza trembled with fury, but suddenly felt the restraints on his chakra lifted, and that familiar power surged back. Though it was nowhere near its full strength, the residual energy was more than sufficient to decimate this rabble of lowly thugs, that a look of perplexity crossed Zabuza's face as he glanced at Dato and Kakashi. Kakashi withdrew his hand, which had freed Zabuza from his constraints, and calmly stated, according to Article 112 of Imperial Law, when a victim suffers personal assault, they possess the right to retaliate in self-defense. Although you are currently a prisoner of our empire, you remain under the protection of Imperial Law. With that, Kakashi crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's posture. Zabuza, who had resigned himself to his fate, felt a stir of gratitude for the empire Kakashi spoke of. However, his immediate focus was on... Whoosh, a shadow darted past, a kunai gleaming with lethal intent, slicing toward Kato at lightning speed. As a ninja, the kunai was among their essential weapons, and Zabuza was no exception. Without hesitation, he gripped the kunai and aimed it at Kato. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air pierced the stillness. Kato attempted to swat away Zabuza's arm, but it merely arced through the air before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Only then did bright crimson blood erupt like a fountain, staining the earth that Kato's agonized scream echoed ominously in the air, sending chills down spines. This strike was sufficient to showcase Zabuza's exquisite swordsmanship. Alas, he had just faced the sole heir of the Hitaki clan, a prodigy of the empire, and a master of the sword. Ah, Leaf Ninjas, I shall remember you. Kato dared not threaten Zabuza any further. After all, Zabuza was a rogue ninja, devoid of family or ties. He had no vulnerabilities. But the ninjas of the Leaf were a different story. As Zabuza prepared to strike again, Kato, in a state of panic, bellowed, "Help me, Leaf Ninjas! If you save me, I shall overlook the matter of my severed hand." Unfortunately, the only response he received was the sound of another arm thudding to the ground. No, Kato's face was etched with despair. "I shall relieve you of these 2 hands, stained with your crimes. Now, let us settle our personal grievances." Zabuza's voice resonated like a malevolent spirit in the night, sending shivers down Kato's spine. "What are you all waiting for? Come here and kill him." Kato beckoned his subordinates for assistance. Zabuza's actions had occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving no one capable of reacting in time. Now, after a moment of daze, one of Kato's hired jounin employed Jinjutsu to bind Zabuza, while another ninja utilized earth techniques to whisk Kato away. By the time Zabuza broke free from the illusion, Kato had already rejoined his subordinates. The terror that had once filled his eyes now replaced with fury. "Brothers, kill him! And those Leaf Ninjas too. I will pay you extra. Whoever can slay Zabuza shall receive half of my fortune." Upon hearing this, many unscrupulous individuals' eyes lit up with greed. The promise of a hefty reward ignited their ambition, causing them to forget their lowly status and charge towards Zabuza and the ninjas of the Leaf with weapons drawn. "Sasuke, my fine disciple, this is the perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills." "Ikuso, Sasuji," Dato commanded enthusiastically. Kakashi, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. He hastily positioned himself in front of Sasuke and Dato. "Wait, we cannot let Sasuke engage." Sasuke, however, was already on the verge of joining the fray. Despite still holding a measure of respect for Kakashi, he felt compelled to prove himself. Dato, puzzled, inquired, "Why not? A flower sheltered from the storm cannot grow into a mighty tree." Kakashi hesitated briefly, yet soon replied, "Sasuke is a Leaf Ninja, and you two are also perceived as such. If we act, the information about the Leaf's unprovoked slaughter of merchants will inevitably spread. When that happens, relations between the Land of Fire and these merchants will deteriorate, and the daimyos will likely impose sanctions on the Leaf's military funding. Since Zabuza is the one acting, we need not worry about those repercussions." Dato and Kakashi understood his implication. Falling silent, it was no wonder Kato, an ordinary man, felt emboldened to strike Zabuza. It seemed that ninjas had no sense of dignity whatsoever. After berating them, he then expected them to intervene against Zabuza. Was this truly the way of a ninja? After years of arduous training to become a ninja, to find oneself of lesser status than a daimyo, a noble, or even a merchant? What was the point of it all? For the sake of some so-called fire ideology, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. He understood Kakashi's concerns, but he was also desperate to enhance his own power. This was indeed an opportune moment. What to do? Sasuke's gaze sought Dato for guidance. "What are you waiting for? Go!" Dato urged, pointing at the remaining ninjas, a mix of frustration and disappointment in his tone. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi before resolutely drawing the kunai from his waist. Sigh. Kakashi watched Sasuke's retreating figure, a quiet lament in his heart. He understood that Sasuke's past had inflicted deep wounds, yet as his mentor, he hoped Sasuke could find his own path. Kakashi-sensei, these vile scoundrels deserve to be killed. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of the daimyos? We are ridding the world of evil. Naruto, seeing Sasuke already engaged in battle with 2 lower-ranked ninjas, could not help but glance at Dato in concern for his dear friend. Kakashi sighed, "Naruto, you truly understand nothing." Although he was unaware of how Naruto had swayed Sasuke, he recognized that Sasuke needed assistance. "Release my chakra." Dato shook his head helplessly. "With me here, you need not worry about Sasuke's safety." Dato's power was near invincible, a skill that could be utilized both offensively and defensively. Naruto, arms crossed and filled with frustration, thought to himself, after all this effort to take on a task that isn't merely chasing cats or walking dogs. I find myself sealed of chakra the moment I step out. Naruto huffed in irritation, choosing silence thereafter. His gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield, brimming with eagerness. Sasuke navigated swiftly through the throng, his kunai glinting ominously in the light. His Sharingan was focused and frigid. Having recently matched Tusich Nin evenly, he now wielded an effortless advantage. Sasuke, be careful. Suddenly, Naruto noticed two blades swinging towards Sasuke from his blind spot. Both he and Sakura felt a pang of anxiety for Sasuke. A critical moment. Zabuza deftly deflected the attacker's weapons with his kunai, granting Sasuke a brief reprieve. The three Tomo and Dato's eyes gradually faded, showing no signs of evolving into the Mangeki. What's wrong? Feeling tense, Kakashi teased Dato. Humph. As if he's merely a little apprentice, Dato retorted, though his gaze remained closely attuned to Sasuke's movements. Buzzing filled the air as the nano wristbands worn by both men began to vibrate. It was news from the Empire. They exchanged excited glances. After lying low for so long, the organization had finally managed to reach them. Dato, should we call Sasuke back? Kakashi inquired. Looking at Dato, Dato shook his head. If he falls here, it simply means he lacks the fate to survive. The ninjas present have nearly all been eliminated by Zabuza, leaving only a handful of moderately skilled civilians that if Sasuke can still perish in such circumstances, it would indicate he is unfit to be a ninja. They spoke candidly, not minding the few others around them, and found a place to settle down before connecting the call to in the Empire. Telephones had become commonplace over a decade ago. Although most devices relied on chakra for energy conversion, the term telephone had become synonymous with this mode of long-distance communication. As soon as the call connected, their nano wristbands siphoned off some of their chakra, and the faces of the Emperor and Nagato materialized before them. Upon connecting, they heard Nagato reporting to the Empire about the sealing of the Valley of the End landmark. The Leaf Village had employed a space sealing technique to block chakra flow in that area. Fortunately, their sealing jutsu stemmed from the Vortex Clan's ancient techniques, which could be countered with various methods learned at Konoha University. From my understanding, their ninjutsu levels are still relatively low. The voice of Orochimaru came through. Well done, Nagato. Before we established a two-way transfer channel, we were unable to easily alter the coordinates that I attempted several times to modify the coordinates. But regrettably, each adjustment led to a timeline that diverged from yours. Thankfully, you managed to breach that area's spatial blockade in time. Orochimaru unabashedly praised him. Everything is for the Empire. For the first time, Nagato pledged his loyalty to the Empire. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Senju exchanged knowing smiles. Your Excellency, just as you anticipated, Orochimaru communicated to Senju. Kakashi and Dato have also arrived. Since everyone is present, let us commence sharing intelligence. Nagato, you may begin. Nagato gazed upon Senju's face, captivated. Certainly, Lord Senju. Firstly, regarding the current situation of our disappearance, I have utilized a mirage technique to alter certain appearances and landscapes in the area we transmitted to. But this is not a long-term solution. The construction of a bidirectional cross-border transfer channel is imperative concerning the Land of Fire. Though I have not visited the Leaf Village, my journey to their capital and discussions with my master Jiraiya, along with my observations along the way, lead me to believe that this world requires salvation. Their history from 44 years ago mirrors ours closely, yet during the 20 years of the Empire's history, war and conflict have engulfed the entire ninja realm. Nagato recounted his experiences and the intelligence he had gathered. This world is still governed by feudal lords and ninja villages, with the lords resembling the oppressive aristocrats chronicled in history, serving only to drain the lifeblood from the commoners, contributing nothing to the world's progress, akin to a gentry. The ninja villages function similarly to military organizations within the empire, representing the totality of a nation's military force. The purported symbiotic relationship is merely a guise for the control exerted by the feudal lords. Due to the unique nature of ninjas, they are held in contempt by the common folk, who aspire to become ninjas yet harbor fear It is an era where neither ordinary people nor average ninjas possess any rights. Nagato speaks truly. The information we have gathered aligns with his findings. Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Well, everyone has worked hard. Now that we have clarified the background, let us prioritize persuasion over the use of force unless absolutely necessary. Next, let us discuss each of your respective missions. A smile graced Senju's face. Nagato continued. My primary mission is to gather tailed beasts. I have acquired some information regarding them. The number and forms of tailed beasts in this world are akin to those described by Jiraiya in our world. But the key difference lies in the fact that here, tailed beasts are sealed within individuals, serving as strategic weapons for their villages. These vessels for tailed beasts are commonly referred to as Jinchuriki, who coexist with the beasts. If the host dies, the beast perishes as well. Furthermore, Jinchuriki are considered secrets of their respective villages, typically hidden from the public and difficult to locate. Naturally, as deterrent weapons for a nation or village, they will inevitably appear when their home is threatened or attacked. Both Dato and I possess the ocular prowess to easily control tailed beasts, and I am capable of summoning the Outer Path Golem to serve us, providing a stable energy source for constructing our transfer channels. Nagato succinctly conveyed the vital intelligence he had gathered. Understood. Given that the current cross-border transfer coordinates have been discovered and the situation is somewhat unstable, let us focus on establishing the transfer channel as our primary task. Nagato, do not act alone. You three should stay together for mutual support. Senju issued his directive. Rest assured, Lord Senju, I will soon rendezvous with Dato and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Dato and Kakashi exchanged peculiar glances, while Kakashi's expression darkened. This is bad. Ahem. Regarding the cross-border transfer channel that Nagato just mentioned, I believe it won't be long before we can establish it. We currently possess the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Dato's lips curled in a manner that suggested he had seen something rather shocking that moment. Nagato's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. Nanny, how could this be? It has been long since we parted. They actually acquired the strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki. However, the identity of this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is somewhat peculiar. He is a notable figure in this world. I suspect he is likely the reincarnation of Ashura. Listening to the conversation, Naruto squinted, unable to comprehend their words. Naruto, Sensei, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you please help me buy some medicine from a nearby pharmacy? Also, grab a few bowls of ramen. We haven't eaten all day. Sakura, you should go with him. Kakashi handed over his pouch of money to the two, and Naruto, carefree and oblivious, took the pouch and headed off with Sakura into the town. Dato and Kakashi did not intervene, yet their gazes remained fixed on Kakashi. Feeling awkward, Kakashi scratched his head. These matters, Naruto is unaware of. He is still just a child. We are still keeping things from him. I hope he understands. They were unconcerned, knowing that Naruto, marked by Kakashi's flying thunder god technique, would not escape easily, especially since the great bridge in the land of waves had yet to be constructed, making departure somewhat challenging. Furthermore, his teacher and Sasuke were also present. Well then, let us remain vigilant that we must protect that world's notable figure. If we can persuade him to serve the Empire, that would be most advantageous. If not, he could still prove invaluable for Orochimaru's research into the reincarnation of Ashura as chakra. We must ensure he does not meet his end. After pondering for a moment, Senju concluded that not every incarnation of Naruto across various realms embodies benevolence and righteousness. For instance, in a manga he had previously encountered, Naruto, under the sinister control of the Nine-Tails, had brutally attacked Kushina. Although it is merely a fictional universe, one cannot dismiss the possibility of facing such a scenario. After all, extraordinary events, like traversing dimensions, have indeed occurred. Should they encounter a Naruto of that nature, the prospect of collaboration would hold no value. They might as well utilize him as a mere test subject. Since the separation from Obito and Nagato at the Valley of the End, I have gathered considerable intelligence about our current world, characterized by a tripartite balance among 5 major nations, with smaller countries scattered throughout. Presently, we find ourselves in the land of waves, where our initial plan involved covertly establishing imperial operations in the isolationist land of water. However, with the Nine-Tails already in play, Our next objective is to capture Shikoku from Sunagakure, thereby facilitating the construction of a teleportation gateway. While we may not transport individuals immediately, we must ensure that communication with the Empire remains unbroken. Kakashi, as the captain, exhibits the clearest logical reasoning. Certainly, feel free to voice any requests for Imperial support. Obito, rubbing his hands together, eagerly interjected after Kakashi's statement, "I have taken Indra from this realm as my disciple." Senju replied with a smile, observing Obito's eager demeanor, unable to suppress his amusement. "Very well. Obito, I recognize your potential as the most promising individual within the Empire. My choice was indeed wise." Reflecting on the differences between this world's Obito and the one depicted in the original narrative, he felt a wave of sentimentality. Compared to the murderous and vengeful Obito of the past, this version retained a sense of innocence, resembling a child who had yet to mature. Overwhelmed with joy from the Emperor's praise, Obito nonetheless managed to adopt a serious demeanor. "Firstly, I wish to discuss my efforts in recruiting talent. The bloodline limits in this world have been largely exterminated by their own kin. Currently, we have captured a ninja with the ice-release bloodline, yet he refuses to join our empire. Additionally, my disciple Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, remains the sole survivor of his lineage in this realm." Obito's explanation lacked the succinctness of Kakashi and Nagato. "Regarding your conjectures on the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Lord Senju, you are correct. I have successfully exchanged one of my eyes with a variant from this world, after transplanting their Manjiki into my left eye. I can feel the boundless power surging within, assuring me that I will face no risk of blindness again. However, there is one regrettable matter. Due to the pathological state of this world, the Uchiha clan has been completely eradicated. Your vision of mass-producing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan may not be feasible here at present." Obito's tone bore a hint of guilt, sensing he had disappointed the Emperor's expectations. The bloodline clans have suffered significant losses, and the prospect of obtaining the eternal Manjiki remains elusive. In no matter. Your immediate task is to collaborate with Nagato and Kakashi to establish the teleportation gateway. Kakashi asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure that communication remains possible at all times, even if the teleportation route is temporarily unstable and cannot facilitate travel." "Understood. Now, based on your descriptions, I will compile my speculations about that world and send them to you. Stay vigilant and prioritize your safety. Your lives are of utmost importance." Received. Feel free to reach out with any issues. I appreciate your hard work. Everyone. With a swift motion, Sasuke drove a kunai into the heart of the last remaining adversary present. As the blow landed, a sense of calm washed over him. Initially overwhelmed by the sanguinary scene, he found himself savoring the experience. His gaze shifted to Zabuza, and he expressed gratitude for the 2 times the latter had shielded him from harm. Zabuza's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his emotionless eyes as he tightly gripped the kunai, slowly advancing toward Kato. I could see that moment. Kato was utterly terrified, crumpled on the ground. Devoid of the former arrogance that once allowed him to look down on others, now he was merely a pitiful commoner, utterly helpless in the face of the ninja's might. "I was wrong. Lord Zabuza. I was wrong," Kato cried out, his voice trembling with fear and despair. "Please spare me. I will give you all my money," he continued to plead, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. "I will be your dog. I will earn money for you. I will amass great wealth for you. I will help you build a power." Seemingly struck by inspiration, Kato hastily proposed various enticing offers in a desperate attempt to sway Zabuza's decision. "Please, Lord Zabuza, grandfather, spare me." Kato's voice grew hoarse, tears streaming down his cheeks as he trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror. Yet, despite Kato's appeals for mercy, Zabuza did not relent. His face remained devoid of expression, as if he had not heard Kato's pleas at all. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently," Zabuza remarked slowly, his voice calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. As his words fell, 2 sharp shuriken shot forth from his hand like lightning, striking Kato's remaining legs and severing them in an instant. Kato emitted a chilling wail, his body collapsing to the ground in agony. Kato writhed in pain, desperately attempting to escape the nightmare that enveloped him. However, the copious blood he had lost rendered his consciousness increasingly hazy, his mind heavy and dim. His struggles appeared futile, akin to a wounded beast making its final, desperate attempts to survive. Zabuza observed the scene with cold indifference. His eyes betraying a hint of disdain and revulsion, he approached Kato, halting before him, and gazed down upon the once arrogant man with a sense of superiority. He spat contemptuously at Kato, the saliva splattering across Kato's face, as if to declare his utter disdain for this wretch. Not everyone is a ninja from the village, nor can everyone be bought with gold. Kato, descend into hell and repent, Zabuza stated coldly, forcefully kicking Kato's incapacitated body into the frigid waters below. Kato's form traced an arc through the air before ultimately plunging into the turbulent sea. The water swiftly engulfed him, as if intent on dragging him into an unfathomable abyss, from which he would never return. Gurgling, Kato, having lost consciousness from excessive blood loss, awoke choking on seawater. Due to his severed limbs and the buoyancy of the water, he began to float. This area quickly became stained red with the blood seeping from his wounds. Attracting countless fish, Kato's face mirrored despair and anguish. Konoha's ninjas. Save me. I am willing to. Unfortunately, before Kato could complete his plea, an unknown fish dragged him beneath the waves. Naruto and Sakura returned, and upon seeing the plethora of fallen corpses, Naruto began searching for Sasuke. Upon confirming Sasuke's safety, a wide grin spread across his face. Sasuke, you okay? Sasuke nodded, and Naruto distributed some of the medical supplies he had procured to Sakura for delivery. Zabuza cast a glance at the deep, dark sea. Contemplating for a moment before deciding to return, he was adept in water release, and upon entering the sea, he believed he could likely escape. Furthermore, he sensed that his departure would not provoke any ire towards Haku. However, he had already become a failure. He did not wish to be a traitor any longer. He returned to Kakashi and Obito, signaling for them to seal his chakra. No, never mind. As fellow ninjas, I do not wish to witness another being struck while powerless to retaliate. Obito glanced at Zabuza, then chose to ignore the complexity of his gaze. Sasuke, you performed admirably just now. Keep up the good work. Here is a reward for you. Obito tossed a scroll towards Sasuke. Sasuke, elated by Obito's affirmation, broke into a smile. Thank you, Master. Upon seeing the contents of the scroll, his pupils constricted, followed by a surge of excitement. Within it were not only optimized Surank Jutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Fire and Dragon Fire, but also several B-rank techniques. According to the teachings and principles inscribed on the scroll, these B-rank ninjutsu have been simplified to be nearly equivalent to C-rank techniques. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire Style, Storm Dance. Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Sasuke, focus diligently on your studies. Once you have mastered these, I shall impart to you the more potent fire style techniques devised by our Uchiha clan. Faced with his master's lofty aspirations, Sasuke resolved to strive earnestly to achieve them. The citizens of the land of Ways had gathered around a few individuals, supporting one another as they expressed their profound respect for the heroes who had just rescued them, saved the Great Bridge, and delivered the land of Waves from peril. Among them, Sasuke and Zabuza received the most accolades and praise. Sasuke, experiencing the unfamiliarity of being a hero for the first time, felt slightly out of place while Naruto looked on with immense envy. The sensation of being recognized by others was exhilarating, yet why was it not himself receiving such admiration? Zabuza, on the other hand, found himself in a daze. He had always been a figure to be feared, whether due to his visage or his identity as a rogue ninja. Yet this throng of commoners, this ambience, how splendid it would be if this were the land of water. Just then, a loud cry pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, a colossal bird, soaring majestically through the sky, graced the people's sight. However, unexpectedly, this giant bird did not descend to the ground. Instead, it swiftly transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a small black plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, akin to a falling meteor. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged bewildered glances. Someone is falling from the sky. Naruto shouted in panic, torn between the urge to assist and the fear of being crushed. What should we do? Someone save him. As the black descended, Kakashi and Zabuza discerned the individual's distinctive red hair, that a person from the land of whirlpools. Both men thought simultaneously, deep in contemplation. The civilians below began to fall into chaos. Some speculated in terror. Could he be one of Kato's subordinates? Others voiced their concerns. Is his intention to destroy our bridge? The atmosphere became laden with tension. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the mysterious figure showcased extraordinary agility just before landing. His body became remarkably light, drifting down like a feather, ultimately landing steadily beside Kakashi and Date. Nagato, you've arrived? Nagato surveyed his surroundings and chuckled. It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. However, upon seeing the corpses strewn about, he frowned slightly. Those individuals, Date had clarified the mission and the situation with Kato, and Nagato nodded in understanding. They were indeed not worth mourning. Seeing the newcomers allied with the recently celebrated heroes, Dazna and the citizens of the Land of Waves began to express their gratitude. Dazna, perhaps it is time you settle the payment for our services? Kakashi interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. If it weren't for this fellow's reckless assignment of tasks, he wouldn't have found himself captured alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Initially believing it to be merely a C-rank escort mission, he anticipated a simple scuffle with bandits, only to encounter rogue ninjas instead, escalating it to a B-rank task. He had hoped to leverage his elite J-Nin capabilities to manage. Yet with the arrival of the small but fierce Zabuza and an additional white-haired companion, the difficulty soared to a rank, before he could even voice his desire to abandon the mission and return home. His counterpart from a parallel world arrived with his close friend, transforming it into an S-rank ordeal, all while he was still compensated at the C-rank rate. What the hell? Naturally, Dazna nodded vigorously. Well then, Kakashi jested, if it were solely for the sake of money, I would have abandoned you at the first encounter with two ninjas. Engaging in conversation with his companions, Kakashi realized that his alter ego still possessed a touch of humanity, at least as a tool that understood flexibility. Thank you. The true gratitude belongs to the both of you, Dazna expressed. Though we in the Land of Waves are impoverished, we can still offer some treasures. As he spoke, he waved toward the distance, and soon individuals appeared bearing several bags filled with local specialties and some gold and jewels, a small token of appreciation, not worthy of your esteemed service. Kakashi, however, shook his head, opting to accept only some seafood. All right, while we too are in need of funds and resources, you should not feel obligated to think of us when you can hardly fill your own bellies. Dazna, noticing his offerings remain unaccepted, wore a disappointed expression. Then, how about you name this bridge? We in the Land of Waves shall forever remember this day, Dazna suggested, wishing to offer this as a gesture of gratitude. Haha, that's not a bad idea. But you've misunderstood. The one you should thank is not us, but rather the empire behind me. This bridge shall henceforth be known as the Imperial Bridge. You may also consult with your people. Since your lord does not heed your plight, you may await the complete arrival of our empire and join us. The empire shall treat every one of its citizens equally, no matter where they are. Dazna, throughout this journey, had come to understand that although these ninjas were reluctant to join for the sake of their so-called beliefs, he was nonetheless awed and inspired by the grand vision they had described. Is this truly possible? Can I decide for everyone now that we are willing to join the empire? I just fear what our lords might think, seeing the flicker of fear on Dazna's face. Date smiled and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Oh, not worry. We are not implying now. When the empire fully enters this realm, you need only join without resistance. Hearing that the people of this region were willing to join the empire brought Nagato some joy. The long-suppressed sentiments within him were released, and as he regarded the perceptiveness of the citizens of the Land of Waves, he looked towards Dazna. In that case, allow me to present a welcoming gift from the empire to the Land of Waves. Earth style, see bridge technique. Earth style, see bridge technique. The unique and terrifying chakra of the Uzumaki clan surged through Nagato's body. The onlookers were bewildered as Nagato transformed, akin to a scion, with a torrent of chakra visibly radiating from his form. Gradually, he began to float into the air. The citizens of the Land of Waves were utterly astonished. This deity, date, and Kakashi gazed at Nagato as he performed this technique for the common folk of the Land of Waves. Both letting out a deep sigh. It seemed tonight would indeed require a restful night. And no worries. The road ahead is long and arduous. The tasks within the Empire cannot be completed swiftly. Nagato activated the powerful sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Dispersing all creatures within this maritime region, he meticulously scrutinized the underwater terrain, the speed of the currents, and the fluctuations of the tides, employing his abilities for comprehensive analysis from an elevated vantage point. One could observe massive black foundations gradually rising from the seabed every 100 meters apart. The terrifying power of the earth element surged, and what to others seemed an insurmountable expanse of water began to host magnificent bridge piers, their density far surpassing those constructed by the most skilled workers of the Land of Waves. Dazna was filled with awe as he beheld these piers emerging before him, clearly recognizing their superior strength compared to those he had previously built. Capable of withstanding the assaults of sea winds and waves. The people of the Land of Waves were equally stunned by this astonishing spectacle. They gaped in disbelief at the bridge rapidly taking shape, feeling as though they had stepped into a dreamlike realm. Not just them, even Zabuza, Haku, and the members of Team 7 stared wide-eyed, their expressions betraying their shock. They were unable to fathom the identity of the figure floating above them. Internally wondering, who is this person? How can he possess such terrifying chakra? Could he truly be a deity? Does such a being exist in this world? However, this is far from over. The bridge piers continue to grow incessantly. The soft earth atop them seemingly imbued with life, spreading toward the adjacent piers. Once connected, they begin to expand and grow with fervor. Ultimately, as Nagato successfully unites the final segment of the bridge deck, a colossal bridge stretches across the Land of Waves and the opposite shore, resembling a great dragon coiled upon the surface of the sea. Breathless, yet wearing a satisfied smile, Nagato gazes upon the monumental bridge he has crafted, etched with the name of the Empire, feeling a swell of accomplishment within. Meanwhile, the people gradually emerge from their stupor, excitedly cheering as they rush onto the newly constructed bridge. They run, laugh, and celebrate this historic moment. Dazna trembles as he watches Nagato, Kakashi, and Itachi hovering before him, collapsing to his knees in tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Empire, the crowd, upon noticing Dazna kneeling, gathers around him, wiping their tears and expressing their heartfelt thanks in unison. Yet, many discover that as soon as they kneel, a gentle force lifts them back up. Universal pull. One exclaims, astonished, I can't believe it can be used this way. How I envy this. When will I be able to awaken the Rinnegan? Itachi gazes at Nagato in disbelief, inwardly admitting his jealousy. You don't even think about it. Only the reincarnation of Indra can achieve that. Why? Didn't Lord Hashirama awaken it? Can you compare yourself to Lord Hashirama? He fused with the power of Lady Kagaya. If you have the ability, go find yourself a wife like her. Forget it. I'm only loyal to Rin. Kakashi shot a glance at Itachi as night fell. The citizens of the Land of Waves spontaneously took out their most cherished ingredients and fine wines. The grand bonfire party commenced upon the bridge. Zabuza observed the conflicted expressions on Kakashi and the others, but soon spoke up, Are you all in dire need of supplies? I know where Kato's estate and treasures are. Kakashi, Itachi, and Nagato exchanged glances and nodded. That if you can help us retrieve them, that would be splendid. Zabuza fell silent, feeling uncomfortable as countless individuals regarded him as part of their heroic narrative. He merely sought revenge. He had no intention of being a hero. Watching Zabuza depart, Sasuke gazed at his master with a puzzled expression. Master, aren't you worried he'll take the supplies and flee? Itachi shook his head. He's merely a Jainin. If he runs, then let him. Hearing Itachi's words, the members of Team 7 couldn't help but inwardly marvel. What a brazen attitude! Kakashi's chakra remained restrained, yet after consuming some food, he regained considerable stamina. He regarded Nagato with a deep gaze, feeling a greater sense of caution compared to his feelings towards Kakashi and Itachi. The technique that created the cross-sea bridge. Though proficient in the 5 nature transformations, Kakashi believed he could only create a single pier, and its density would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Yet Nagato effortlessly conjured a bridge across the sea, merely appearing slightly winded in the end, and that red hair reminiscent of his master. "Are you for the Uzumaki clan?" Kakashi finally inquired. They seemingly did not view him and his companions as captives. And Nagato appeared more approachable than Itachi and Kakashi. Indeed. Nagato nodded. Naruto's gaze turned to Nagato, filled with envy. Seeing Kakashi speak up, he couldn't help but interject. Hey. Noticing Naruto's hesitance, Nagato kindly looked at him. He hadn't paid much attention during the day, but now he sensed a malevolent force emanating from Naruto, along with a strong sealing technique. As a specialist in sealing, he immediately recognized the seal within Naruto. A combination of two four-symbol seals forming a Bagua seal. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the future Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you share the Uzumaki surname? And could you teach me the technique you just used?" Naruto was entirely oblivious to his current status as a captive. He wished to learn the technique to build bridges for everyone, thereby earning their recognition. Of course. Nagato replied with a warm smile. Sakura shot Naruto a glare. "You just said Sasuke betrayed the village, and now you want to learn from him?" Naruto suddenly looked flustered, scratching his head in defense. "I just want to learn a technique." "Who is betraying the village? Besides, I've made it clear, I am destined to become Hokage." Nagato maintained his smile. "Your resolve for the fire's will is quite admirable. Jiraiya often spoke of wanting to become Hokage. And now you too." Kakashi's expression darkened upon hearing Nagato's musings. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, had already learned of their situation, but if Jiraiya was well, then what of the elder? Jiraiya. Kakashi began, we have differing ideologies and have parted ways. It's unfortunate I couldn't persuade him to join our empire. War is inevitable between us now, Nagato lamented. Hey, Nagato, when can you teach me that technique? Naruto implored, his impatience evident. Nagato ruffled his blonde hair. Be patient. Your current state makes it difficult to learn. Just as Naruto was about to respond, Itachi interrupted. Nagato, regarding the information about the Jinchuriki we discussed over the phone, the Emperor has sent over a dossier. Please explain based on what you know. That Itachi's gaze turned to Kakashi, filled with disdain. This guy of pride, so much information from, yet he couldn't provide any substantial details. Kakashi's heart raced. He hadn't spoken due to Naruto's presence. But Nagato had just come from Jiraiya. Perhaps the so-called Jinchuriki information largely matched what the Emperor had provided. Upon hearing this, Itachi could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "How terrifying! This backward world truly possesses something so morally reprehensible." What is a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked, puzzled. Both Sakura and Sasuke wore curious expressions. No. Don't tell them. I beg you, Kakashi urgently interjected. If Naruto learned the truth, everything would be over. His resolve for the fires was not deep enough. If he turned dark upon learning the truth, what would happen to the village? Itachi's desire to express himself surged as he disdainfully regarded Kakashi. What a pitiful and backward world, unable to confront its own mistakes. Creating Jinchuriki, yet afraid to let them know the reasons? Itachi scornfully remarked. Then his gaze turned complex as he looked at Naruto. The so-called Jinchuriki must be traced back to the first Hokage. Since the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect and divided the 10 tails chakra to create 9-tailed beasts, these beasts existed within the ninja world. They once lived peacefully, but as human desires expanded, their powers became the object of ninja envy. In pursuit of peace within the ninja world, Hashirama captured 8-tailed beasts for distribution, with all but Tsunagakure sharing the 2 to 8 tails among themselves. The tailed beasts' powers were difficult to control, and they grew to deeply resent humanity for their exploitation, prompting various villages to annihilate the Land of Waves. After learning their sealing techniques, they created Jinchuriki. The so-called Jinchuriki are akin to living sacrifices, binding the tailed beasts and their vessels through live sacrifices, ultimately consuming and utilizing the tailed beast powers bit by bit through sealing techniques. If the Jinchuriki can master the tailed beasts, they would gain an immense reservoir of chakra. However, the tailed beasts can likewise exert control over the Jinchuriki, leading to a complete loss of control should the beast dominate the host. As Dato elaborated, Naruto furrowed his brow in concern. Is it truly necessary to manipulate the Jinchuriki to govern the tail beasts? Is peaceful coexistence not an option? In comparison to the chaos of an uncontrolled Jinchuriki, harmony would surely be the optimal outcome. The very notion of Jinchuriki is sinister, stripping the tail beasts of their freedom while rendering the hosts unstable. Anger flushed Naruto's youthful face. Nagato harbored a secret. In the realm of the end, he had used his Rinnegan to glimpse an inscription on a stone tablet, which bore only a series of numbers, 6945-20991. He was bewildered by its meaning. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Nagato gazed at him with a complex expression, revealing an ineffable emotion. Why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit frightening. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine under Nagato's scrutiny. Instinctively crossing his arms over his chest in a defensive posture, as if fearing an impending action from the other. Observing this, the others exchanged glances, internally questioning the peculiar thoughts that occupied Naruto's mind. After a moment of silence, Nagato finally spoke. He must be a variant of the Mingren, right? Dato and Kakashi shared a knowing glance before nodding in agreement, affirming Nagato's deduction. With a deep sigh, Nagato's expression shifted to one of resignation. Please let Naruto and the two of you step aside. I implore you, Kakashi reiterated, his tone earnest. However, Naruto was unwilling to comply. Kakashi-sensei, what secret are you trying to keep from us? Are you planning to betray Konoha as well? Kakashi ignored Naruto's protest, focusing instead on the three individuals before him, who showed no intention of diverting their attention from Naruto. He resolved to disclose part of the truth. You may not realize this, but the emotional state of a Jinchuriki is of utmost importance. If their emotions spiral out of control, there's a significant risk that the tail beast will seize the opportunity to take over their body. Furthermore, there's a possibility that the beast could detach from the host. Should a tail beast break free from its Jinchuriki, the host will perish. At this juncture, Kakashi could only gamble on the imperial laws they had mentioned, hoping for equitable treatment towards his companions. Yet, the group's attention remained fixed on Nagato. He nodded, prompting Dato to exhale in relief. Allow me to introduce you. This esteemed individual before you is a genius ninja from our empire. His major in university is sealing techniques. You may not know what that entails, but I assure you, he has mastered one of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, Earth Release, and can effortlessly execute the fearsome techniques you just witnessed. Now you can begin to comprehend, let alone the possibility of the tail beast escaping their Jinchuriki. Should Nagato intervene, the tail beast would have no chance of even leaking a trace of chakra. The group looked at Nagato in awe, disbelief etched across their faces. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh no! Nagato, does that mean you know a plethora of techniques? Can I learn from you? I also wish to master that flying technique." Nagato regarded Naruto with a gentle expression, nodding in affirmation. "Oh yes. But before we proceed, may I ask you something?" His soothing voice put Naruto at ease, as long as it doesn't involve divulging Konoha's secrets. "I can share anything," Naruto declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "Are you aware of your identity?" "Identity? Currently, I am a genin, but in the future, I shall be Hokage." Observing Naruto's unwavering ambition, Nagato sighed. "Come closer. Let me examine what lies upon your abdomen." "Oh." Nagato lifted Naruto's shirt and, without activating his Rinnegan, discerned the seals inscribed on his body. Although he had sensed the sealing techniques through chakra moments prior, the intensity was now unmistakable. Such rudimentary sealing methods, incapable of fully restraining the chakra of the tail beast, nor effectively managing its overflow. Oh wonder this boy remains a genin at his age. Naruto was perplexed by the earlier remarks, but grasped the latter part. "What do you mean? I do feel a disturbance in my chakra during training, but my teachers say it's due to my lack of focus that..." As Naruto rambled, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, is being a genin that week? Nagato, you should know that even Sasuke is a genin right now." Sasuke's forehead suddenly twitched in irritation that Naruto's words inadvertently offended both Sasuke and Sakura, yet he remained oblivious. "I in your world. Is there another version of me? What are my abilities there? Naruto inquired curiously. Nagato gazed skyward, hesitating briefly before opting for honesty. The Mingren in our world. He is of your age and has already attained the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon arriving in this world and activating his Rinnegan, Nagato felt a surge of power, but compared to the last encounter with Mingren, his current strength resembled that of a gatekeeper of the Sage's realm. Sage of Six Paths? What does that mean? Who is stronger, that person or the Hokage? Nagato pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. If we were to gauge strength based on the rankings within our empire, Mingren could easily defeat dozens of Kage-level opponents. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What? Nanny? Sasuke, did you hear that? The me from that world is incredibly powerful. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. And so what? That doesn't mean you're strong. Naruto retorted defiantly. If he can, then so can I. Nagato ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair, his gaze sharpening. Enough of this topic. Now let's discuss what you, or rather, your family has done to provoke such a formidable entity. What kind of enmity exists between them that resulted in the Nine Tails being sealed within you? And why was it done using a sealing technique that disregards your potential? As Nagato finally voiced his thoughts, Kakashi's last shred of hope dissipated entirely. Rolling his eyes, he resigned himself to lying down. The Nine Tails? Naruto squinted, recalling how villagers often referred to him as the Demon Fox. Many had refused to sell him goods, frequently pelting him with rotten eggs and vegetables, accusing him of murdering their loved ones. In that moment, he realized he was not merely the reincarnation of the Demon Fox. He was its vessel. Noticing Naruto's prolonged silence, Nagato furrowed his brow. Or perhaps it was merely your Uzumaki lineage that led them to seal the Nine Tails within you. For what I understand, your father was the fourth Hokage, making you a descendant of Hokage. While your world is rather flawed, surely they wouldn't treat a Jinchuriki as an omen of misfortune? Or is this the burden that the son of a Hokage must bear? The price of being Hokage is to subject one's family to this injustice? Nagato speculated, recognizing the unfortunate nature of their world, where sacrifice and selflessness were often extolled without expectation of reward. Naruto remained in a daze for an extended period before finally murmuring, My father is the fourth Hokage? How is that possible? Moreover, didn't he, the fourth Hokage, sacrifice himself long ago? And my name is Uzumaki Naruto. As Naruto posed this rhetorical question, Nagato's eyes widened in shock. On the journey here, Jiraiya had mentioned that his proudest pupil was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. What was happening? Was Naruto truly unaware that his father was the fourth Hokage? Furthermore, had he actually perished? Nagato pondered, while Kakashi and Dato shared an equally astonished reaction. He has gone. Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure. He could not allow Naruto to face these challenges alone, since evasion was not an option. Then, it was time for honesty. Naruto, there are certain matters that, now that you've matured, it is time for you to be made aware of. The teacher did not intend to conceal these truths. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Dato was also filled with righteous indignation. After all, Naruto could be considered the child of this world's teacher. How could he endure such treatment? Initially, he had believed Naruto to be inept, only to discover that his teacher had perished. What of his teacher's wife? Surely her nature would not permit Naruto to suffer such indignities. The events trace back to 13 years ago, on the night Naruto was born, when Kushina, the previous host of the Nine Tails, experienced a weakening of the seal during childbirth, allowing the beast to be exploited. Sensei Minato, in a bid to prevent further harm to the village and to protect the infant Naruto, sacrificed himself alongside his wife, both pierced by the claws of the Nine Tails. Dato's face was filled with skepticism. Are you certain it was the Nine Tails that killed Sensei Minato? Was he not betrayed by the people of Konoha? In the face of Dato's doubts, Kakashi sighed helplessly. He understood that the circumstances in his village were indeed too convoluted, and it was only natural for Dato to harbor mistrust. Indeed, Sensei Minato was known for his Flying Thunder God technique, and he was proficient in space-time ninjutsu. How could he possibly be slain by the Nine Tails? To their minds, tailed beasts were merely capable of unleashing tailed beast balls and physical techniques. Could they not evade? Moreover, could the intellect of a tailed beast truly compare to that of a human? The scars inflicted by the Nine Tails on Konoha were profound, and Sensei could not bear to witness further destruction. Thus, he entered the fray, employing the dead demon-consuming seal and the 8-trigram seal to exert control over the Nine Tails. As for his wife, she willingly relinquished her chance at life to save Naruto. Nagato's expression was impassive, while Kakashi and Dato bore complex emotions. This was Kakashi's teacher in this world, a variant of their own instructor. It was unimaginable that he had perished due to so-called responsibilities. As for making Naruto a host for the beast, that was Sensei's decision. He wished for Naruto to become a hero in the eyes of the villagers, to ensure that all would recognize him as the hero who sealed the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Sensei had many enemies, and the situation in the village was intricate. He feared that if he left, Naruto would face retaliation. Thus, sealing the Nine Tails within him served both to elevate Naruto to hero status and to protect him. The more Kakashi spoke, the more bitter his tone became. If Sensei Minato were to return, would he blame himself or the third Hokage? For all these years, he was acutely aware of the life Naruto had endured. In Konoha, one could say even a dog lived with more dignity than Naruto. That Naruto had survived to this day was a testament to the villagers' restraint. Kakashi could not comprehend the absurdity of the third Hokage's actions. Forbidding anyone from harming Naruto, while simultaneously making his status as the Nine Tails host common knowledge, Naruto's head hung low, lost in thought. But fortunately, Kakashi's imagined scenario of the Nine Tails chakra overwhelming the surroundings did not materialize. Everything remained tranquil. Nagato and the others also grasped the underlying politics. The village could hardly be expected to expend effort to protect the son of a deceased Hokage, yet as a host, he would surely be afforded special protection. If that were the case, why was no one attending to Naruto now? Moreover, his physique clearly indicated malnourishment. Was this how Konoha treated its heroes? Kakashi wished to explain that he was, in fact, quite strong, but recalling the recent battle's outcome, he ultimately chose to remain silent on that front. Kakashi gazed at the taciturn Naruto, deeply sighing. The third Hokage provided Naruto with a monthly stipend, one that was allocated according to the highest standards for orphans in Konoha. Yet, before Kakashi could finish, Naruto lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. But the villagers refused to sell to me. They all call me a demon fox. Even if I offer triple or quadruple the price, no one is willing to sell me anything. No one wants to accept me, in a bid to draw their attention. I often waste money on paint and pranks. From childhood, my diet has consisted mostly of instant noodles and milk. Whenever someone is willing to sell to me, I buy as much as I can, fearing they won't sell to me next time, leading me to let food expire without finishing it. Without proper nutrition, naturally, Nagato felt a pang in his heart at the sight of Naruto's plight. He understood everything. Fortunately, Naruto belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, the situation would likely be even direr. This is how you treat your heroes? Dato was furious. Initially, he had thought this world's Naruto lacked discipline and composure. Now he realized the truth. He had no family. I should feel ashamed. Naruto, join our empire. Our world's Sensei Minato and his wife would surely welcome you. This world's Naruto possesses a fundamentally good nature. And one could even say he is innocent. Dato was confident that Sensei Minato would nurture him well. However, Naruto shook his head in refusal. No. Everyone calls me a demon fox, but I must prove to them that I am not. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am a man destined to become Hokage. Naruto clenched his fists, reiterating the words he had silently vowed countless times. Kakashi held his forehead, while Dato covered his face. Damn it. This guy is hopeless. If one were to inquire what was commendable about this world, they could certainly affirm that brainwashing techniques are far superior to the Empire's. Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards your father? Kakashi hesitated before speaking, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Naruto remained silent for a moment before a bitter smile graced his face. Resentment. How could I resent someone I have never met? He slowly raised his head, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon, yearning to glimpse the father he had never known through the moonlit surface of the sea. Despite being filled with countless questions and regrets, he could not summon true hatred. After all, his father was a hero, The Hokage who had sacrificed everything for the village, the very person he had always aspired to become. Of course, deep within Naruto's heart, there lay an indescribable emotion. He silently vowed that if he ever met his father, he would deliver a powerful punch, making him understand the grievances and loneliness he had endured over the years. Sasuke, listening quietly beside him, could not help but reflect on his own background. Feeling a surge of empathy, he gazed deeply into Naruto's eyes, his understanding and sympathy for Naruto's plight deepening in that moment. Sasuke felt an uncanny similarity between himself and Naruto. Usually, Naruto presented himself in a comical and unrefined manner, his carefree personality eliciting laughter from others. Yet at this moment, Sasuke finally comprehended the reasons behind it all. Sakura also remained silent, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Having often derided and belittled Naruto, she now felt a wave of shame and pain upon uncovering the story behind his struggles. Sai sat quietly to the side, tightly embracing his legs, his gaze distant and hollow, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he too was reminiscing about his own past, grappling with the whims of fate and helplessness. Nagato, can you release the nine tails within Naruto? It is not a boundary line, Dato. It is said that above the Empire, there exists an extraordinarily mysterious organization, whose every word and action can influence our strategies and policies within the world and the Empire. Kakashi, I have also heard that this mysterious organization is related to the otherworldly beings referred to by the Emperor, penguins. Nagato, do you know what this is about? Nagato, I have seen their marks and codes inscribed on a stone tablet in the land of eternal twilight. It was a series of numbers, but unfortunately, I cannot decipher them. The numbers appear to be 6945-20991. That extracting the nine tails for Naruto would be effortless for me. I merely need to summon a mobile toilet to easily remove the tailed beast from within him. However, doing so would inflict severe harm upon Naruto. Despite his Uzumaki lineage granting him resilience to survive the extraction, it would leave him utterly incapacitated. Naruto had initially harbored expectations as he listened to their discourse. If the demon fox within him could be extricated, would not the fact that he had been a perennial underachiever be altered? More importantly, would he not gain greater acceptance from the villagers? What then could be done? The Emperor had proclaimed that the Azuras and Indras of this world must not encounter any issues. Do not fret. I have no intention of harming this innocent child. Naruto, just allow me to conduct my research, Nagato declared, his fingers curling, then pressing against Naruto's abdomen. Naruto was startled by Nagato's sudden movement, his body instinctively attempting to evade, yet he remained restrained. The moment Nagato's hand made contact with Naruto, he felt a peculiar force emanating from Nagato's palm, seeping into his body through his skin. This force was not overwhelmingly potent, yet it instilled in Naruto an inexplicable dread, as if something was being drawn out from within him. As Nagato's hand continued to traverse Naruto's belly, the strange sensation intensified, accompanied by an indescribable agony emanating from deep within. This pain was not merely physical, but rather a piercing torment from the depths of his soul, compelling him to stifle a scream. Nevertheless, Naruto gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound he aspired to become the Hokage. What did this minor discomfort matter? Moreover, he wished to spare Kakashi any undue worry. Nagato seemed to sense Naruto's reaction. However, he was at a critical juncture, on the verge of entering Naruto's ceiling space, and could not afford to hesitate. Finally, Naruto could no longer endure, letting out a low, muffled groan. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Kakashi, relieved to hear that they were mindful of Naruto and would not harm him, felt a sense of ease. Yet, the thought that these individuals might discover a method to extract the nine tails loomed ominously. Even if Konoha could avoid conflict with these few, the loss of the nine tails' eternal power would likely provoke other ninja villages. After all, Konoha had always been viewed as a tempting target, and without the formidable presence of the nine tails, they would surely seize the opportunity. Thus, Konoha would once again plunge into war. With this thought, Kakashi's brow furrowed in concern and Nagato's hand pressed against Naruto's ceiling mark had entered a state of deep concentration. Meanwhile, Naruto hung his head, seemingly transported into the depths of the ceiling space by Nagato. The long night wore on, and the others engaged in idle chatter. Even Sasuke refrained from clamoring to return to the Genjutsu for a glimpse of the Sharingan, instead nibbling on grilled fish while expressing his admiration for the so-called Empire. Master, what exactly is the Empire you speak of? Naruto is already so powerful. What about me? It was impossible for Sasuke to harbor no feelings of comparison. His youthful pride piqued his curiosity about his own potential within the Empire. The master felt it rather odd. You should just call me teacher. As for the Empire, it is too prosperous for me to describe succinctly. Once the interdimensional portal stabilizes, I shall send you there to attend elementary school. As for your status in the Empire, like Naruto, you have surpassed the level of a Kage, reaching the 6th path tier. Though I still cannot discern the specifics. Dato racked his brain for suitable adjectives, yet found none. 6 paths? Have I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. That version of myself in that world must be of similar stature, right? With such terrifying Genjutsu training methods and Uchiha body refinement techniques, he should have awakened the Sharingan long ago, though what his current situation was remained unknown. Manjiki, I must admit I am a genius among the Uchiha. But that version of you is even more prodigious. In our Empire, Sasuke awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at 8 and achieved the eternal Manjiki by 12. Alas, I, the self-proclaimed first genius of the Uchiha, have only just awakened my eternal Manjiki, and even then, merely one eye. Kakashi observed Dato boasting, while Sasuke appeared to believe him, and he couldn't help but feel disdain. Bah, shameless, Kakashi muttered. Kakashi, what did you say? I said I am truly fortunate to have a genius partner like you. Dato raised his head proudly upon hearing this. See, even Kakashi, the super genius of the Empire, praises me so. Sasuke, do you understand the prowess of your teacher? Sasuke nodded vigorously. Teacher, it is indeed a blessing to have you as my master. Sasuke had initially wished to inquire about the status of his family in that world, but unfortunately, Kakashi interrupted him. You said, Kakashi is a super genius of the Empire? Kakashi's gaze shifted to the one who was staring at the paradise of intimacy, and a flicker of curiosity regarding the Empire ignited within him. Indeed, Kakashi's swordsmanship and 5 elemental ninja techniques are renowned throughout the Empire. Setting aside our bloodline limit clans, Kakashi could be considered the pinnacle of ordinary men. If anyone were to be compared to him, it would be but a handful. Dato spoke with far more excitement about Kakashi than he did about himself. Primarily, he found himself with little to share. Could you tell me about the version of me in your world? Kakashi, intrigued, had long been unfazed by the experiences of Yambu. But now, knowing of the parallel universe, he found himself eager to learn about a world where both Sasuke and Naruto were strong, and where he himself, albeit in a different form, also existed. Now a captive, he decided to indulge in gossip. This could also be seen as a means to gather intelligence. Kakashi reassured himself. The Kakashi of our empire. His experiences could be described as exemplary. Kakashi became a Jonin at 6, enrolled in the ninja university, and became an elite Jonin by 8. He diligently studied all the courses and theoretical knowledge at the Empire University. And during his university years, in addition to theoretical study, he trained in swordsmanship under Konoha's White Fang. By 12. His swordsmanship had reached a level capable of contending with Kage-level shinobi. Both Kakashi and Sasuke were left dumbfounded by Dato's revelations. Good heavens, judging from the implications, their university must be of exceptionally high esteem. Who would have imagined Kakashi graduated at 12? Moreover, without any bloodline limit, he became a Jonin at 6. By 12, he rivaled Kage level. Kakashi felt somewhat embarrassed by Dato's introduction. Finally, putting aside his thoughts of the paradise of intimacy, in truth, my life has been rather ordinary. Much like anyone else's, that my childhood circumstances were not particularly favorable. My mother always told me that children from impoverished families must mature early. Under the care of my parents, I simply put in a bit more effort than the average person, following in my father's footsteps to learn swordsmanship. And with slightly greater innate talent, I managed to enter university. It was that simple. Kakashi. For the first time, jealousy flickered across Kakashi's face, though his heart had long grown cold. Upon hearing the words of this Kakashi from another world, he was utterly astounded. You mean to say, Tsukumo Hatake and your mother are both still alive? Are you joking? Kakashi could hardly believe it. still growing up under the care of your parents, and you call that ordinary? Do you have any idea how many people your perfect life has surpassed here? And you consider that ordinary? Kakashi's composure shattered as he felt a surge of envy. Among those present, aside from Sakura, the three of them, along with Zabuza, had experienced far fewer wonderful moments in their lives than this Kakashi ate tea that moment. Kakashi felt an inexplicable desire to take the place of the other. I lost both my parents, while you have yours. Are we not comrades? Are you serious? I truly envy your war-free, peaceful world. Kakashi uttered these words for the first time, though he found it hard to believe. It was evident that the world of the other was far more perfect than the one he currently inhabited. You need not envy us. Soon this world will also usher in peace, and war shall be no more. Upon hearing those words, Kakashi repeatedly declined. There is no need for that. Sakura's face showed confusion. Kakashi-sensei, you mentioned envying them for their absence of war. Why then do you resist the peace they offer? Kakashi gazed deeply at Sakura and shook his head. Sakura, you are still young. Speaking of peace is easy, but what about the cost of its implementation? How much blood must be shed? How many lives lost? I have little left to lose. A fleeting image of a man who incessantly shouted about youth and fervor flashed in Kakashi's mind. If war were to come, then Kakashi stared at Kakashi, curious about why this world-esque version of himself appeared so despondent. What could possibly be the matter? You claim there is nothing left to lose, yet your parents are still alive. What does that mean? Kakashi urged, tell me about your life. It seems your experiences are far more complicated than mine. My life? Kakashi, hearing this, lifted his gaze to the boundless starry sky. Lost in thought, if I were to encapsulate my life in 2 words, it would be tragic. Kakashi's tone returned to the calmness it had at the beginning. Tragic? Dato questioned, but soon comprehended. It appears your world is indeed adept at creating sorrow. Kakashi's expression darkened, yet he refrained from disputing this. Though my father was not particularly strong, he should have been able to protect our family. Shouldn't he? Why do you describe yourself as tragic? Kakashi's brows furrowed, and a bold hypothesis swiftly arose in his mind. Could it be that the father in this world is also gone? After all, significant figures from Konoha seem to have vanished in this realm. Isn't impossible that your father could have perished as well. Moreover, with his constant talk of brothers and comrades, could he really thrive in a world where tasks reign supreme? Yet it seems unlikely. The history of this world closely mirrors that of the Empire from 20 years ago. How could he possibly have died? Who could kill him? Who could match his prowess? From a moment of my birth, I have been a tragedy. I have never seen my mother. At least since I can remember, I have heard and seen nothing of her. Kakashi continued, since childhood, I was raised solely by my father. My talents should have mirrored Kakashi's. Yet alas, the fates differ. As he spoke, a mocking smile tugged at the corners of Kakashi's lips, even if obscured beneath his mask. However, at the age of 5, the Second Shinobi World War erupted. My father chose to abandon his mission to save a comrade. This revelation. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. In an era where duty outweighed life. He chose comradeship over mission. What was the outcome? Was he expelled from Konoha? After the war, news of my father's failure due to his decision to save a comrade spread swiftly, resulting in significant losses for Konoha. Countless villagers began to blame my father. And in the end, even those he saved began to question him, insisting he should not have forsaken the mission for their sake. What does it matter if a man is called a man? Konoha White Fan could refine his swordsmanship to its apex. His heart was as solid as rock. This should have little connection to the tragedy you describe, right? Kakashi's heart raced. Though he was the father of this world, the empathy he felt was profound and stifling. Kakashi froze momentarily, then, in a daze, continued, unable to endure the disapproval and blame of everyone. My father ultimately chose to take his own life. Kakashi, Dato, you mean to say that a supreme master of swordsmanship, a ruthless adversary who could strike without shedding blood, chose to end his life over the harsh words of a few? How could that be possible? Before Kakashi could respond, Dato could no longer contain his disbelief. Such a formidable figure, with resolve as firm as iron, would not succumb to the disapproval of villagers, let alone that of his own kin, to drive a master of swordsmanship to suicide. What was the matter with your village? Were their words bewitched? Kakashi was at a loss to understand their strong reactions. He attempted to clarify. Indeed, my father, overwhelmed with guilt for the failure caused by his decisions, chose to die as an apology. Kakashi and Dato exchanged glances. Dato tentatively inquired, "When you speak of this significant loss, do you mean the deaths of hundreds or even thousands due to the failure of this mission?" Kakashi pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, my father's failure did not result in any casualties. So, this significant loss refers to the failure of the mission altering the course of the war, resulting in the loss of much land and resources." It wasn't that severe. Konoha did not fail, but this incident did extend the timeline of the war, which is a tangible fact. Both were left feeling embarrassed. "What you mean to say is that there were no casualties, no loss of territory, and even the economic impact was not severe?" Kakashi considered and nodded. "Yes. However, he couldn't help but internally criticize. I believe he was indeed mistaken. A ninja should prioritize their mission, with comradeship as a secondary consideration. Was his strength truly so lacking?" Kakashi's sharp intellect struggled to grasp the situation. Could it be that the fathers of the two worlds possessed different talents? Was this world's father so weak that he was scorned by the higher-ups for violating protocol? Easily dismissed with a convenient excuse and made to appear as if he had taken his own life. Otherwise, how could such a powerful figure abandon his child and the remarkable contributions he could have made? One must realize that for ninjas, without immense willpower, even the most gifted individuals find it exceedingly difficult to become strong. Konoha White Fang. I have heard of his name, not only in Konoha, but throughout the entire shinobi world. His name resonates. Zabuza, burdened with a massive box taller than a man on his back, held several boxes of gold in his hands. All that is most precious lies within here. Everything else will be delivered before dawn tomorrow. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, knowing that the group delivering the items were undoubtedly subordinates left by Kato. Kakashi and Dato nodded, indicating for Zabuza to take a seat. The two did not bother to inventory the contents. With a flick of Dato's Sharingan, the items vanished without a trace. Once that was settled, Kakashi nodded and said, "Now, continue to tell me about your father. What was his true strength?" Kakashi did not hide the truth, stating directly, "At that time, my father's strength was among the top 3 in Konoha, if not in the entire shinobi world. Otherwise, the village would not have entrusted him with the task of stealing confidential documents from the Cloud-Hidden Village." Kakashi sighed, filled with profound reflections. Had my father survived, I wonder if those subsequent tragedies would have transpired. Would the Third War have been somewhat alleviated with an additional top-tier combatant during the Nine Tails incident? Would my teacher have fallen if he had another ally? These questions weighed heavily on Kakashi's heart, filled with both resentment towards his father for leaving him alone in this world and understanding of his father's choice to escape due to the collapse of his beliefs. "You cannot comprehend." Dato inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone. Though strong dissatisfaction lingered, Dato's emotions surged, quickening his speech. "You constantly speak of the will of fire, of bonds and sacrifice. Is it merely to uphold your dominion that you say such things?" Dato's gaze was sharp as a sword, fixed on Kakashi, his tone laced with sarcasm, as if mocking their hypocrisy and selfishness. Konoha White Fan chose to abandon his mission for the sake of bonds. "What is your village's response?" Dato's lips curled into a cold smile, believing that those who spoke thus were likely still in the early stages of mental development, especially considering the multitude who reveled in this so-called bonds and ideals. With a bloody history laid bare, for such ideals to persist seemed nothing short of joke. Then, if ninjas are mere tools devoid of emotion, why speak of bonds and the will of fire? Wouldn't it suffice to act like puppets? Is there any need to elaborate on the will of fire? As it turns out, all the flattering words have been spoken by the people of your village. Yet the ultimate authority rests with the higher-ups, who begin to engage in sophistry. Whenever they aired, Dato's voice grew increasingly fervent, his inquiries resonating like thunder throughout the space, stirring the hearts of all present. Must it be that in the absence of missions, individuals are to be bound by ties, driven by the will of fire, and infused with a spirit of sacrifice, merely to perform menial tasks? Yet when missions arise, everything must prioritize the objectives, diligently safeguarding the interests of their class hierarchy. Dato's words cut through the hypocritical facades of the higher-ups like a sharp blade, revealing their grotesque, true selves. Kakashi remained rooted in place, his mouth agape. Yet no words escaped his lips. It seemed. There might be some truth to this. Kakashi suddenly found himself wavering. Had it not been for the fact that Obito was whisked away into the consciousness of the Nine Tails by Nagato, Daitu's verbal prowess would undoubtedly have silenced any dissenting voice. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, recalling his father's teachings from his youth, along with the myriad experiences he had encountered within the village. He began to question the very ideals he had held dear for so long. Had they truly been living in a web of lies and deceit? Images of war flickered in Kakashi's mind, where countless lives that could have survived were extinguished due to merciless missions. If the village extolled the importance of bonds, then why did they insist that ninjas could perish and that missions must succeed? Never considering the preciousness of life? Was it not the case that missions were prioritized above life itself? Seizing the moment, Kakashi spoke up. Kakashi, you have witnessed far too many tragedies that if the so-called will of fire merely serves as shackles to bind you into tools, then why do we cling to it so fervently? Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, as if he had lost his way. Furthermore, considering the circumstances you described, was your father's demise truly so simplistic? A single query plunged Kakashi into profound reflection. Think carefully. Your father, being among the top 3 combatants of Konoha, must have been tasked with exceedingly significant missions. Otherwise, the fallout from a failed mission would not have ignited such fervent discourse within the village. If it were merely a task of finding a lost pet, would such uproar arise from a companion's rescue gone awry? Kakashi continued. Since it was an important mission, it must have been classified. Why then did the details of this task become widely known after the war? Who besides the higher-ups in Konoha could have disseminated such information? Why was it that, once the war concluded, the matter became common knowledge? Is there a peculiar tendency in Konoha to publicize completed missions? Faced with Kakashi's analysis and inquiries, he shook his head. No, even failed missions are not permitted to be disclosed, for the information contained within could have severe repercussions for the village. Then, that is precisely the point. If missions are not allowed to be publicized, why then is your father's mission so widely known? Kakashi observed his own silence, aware that he needed to escalate the discourse. I am uncertain whether laws exist in your realm, but within our empire, the casual disclosure of confidential information is deemed slander and is met with severe penalties. Furthermore, the authorities would issue formal refutations to suppress the truth. What of you? Your village gives me the impression that you intentionally allowed this matter to ferment, inciting debate among the villagers, setting aside the confidentiality of the mission, and the absence of significant losses to Konoha, who among the common folk would blame someone for rescuing a companion. Why magnify the conflict between companionship and duty, even if there were those who cast blame? Why did your officials not defend their own? Are you not all part of the same entity? Is the village content to let them run amok without intervention? Are ninja affairs open to public discourse, risking their lives to complete missions, only to be subjected to the verbal violence of the populace? Does your so-called village truly disregard the sentiments of its ninjas? Moreover, I sense a palpable aversion among your people towards ninjas. Do they truly dare to voice their opinions? After articulating these thoughts, Kakashi rose and positioned himself before Kakashi, a serious expression adorning his face. Thus, I surmise that behind all of this, there exists a hidden hand orchestrating these events. Under the moonlight, the Imperial Bridge appeared particularly serene. The sky, adorned with countless stars, resembled jewels embedded in a dark canvas, radiating a soft and luminous glow. These stars seemed to be the eyes of the universe, silently observing all that transpired. Yet, even amidst this glittering expanse, not a single star could illuminate the confusion that enveloped Kakashi's heart at that moment. He sat quietly on the ground, gazing at the distant campfire in silence. The villagers, such as Dasna, had discreetly retreated, leaving the space to the few esteemed ninjas present. Observing the taciturn Kakashi, Kakashi continued, "Consider this, your father's act of rescuing a companion should have been commendable. And the mission's failure did not yield catastrophic consequences. Yet they incessantly fixated on your father's choice to save a companion at the expense of the task, with the village refraining from punishment. While public opinion ensnared your father in a web of mental anguish, had the mission failed, could they not have simply dispatched another team to fulfill it? Their inaction indicates that, aside from your father, no one else possessed the capability to succeed. Their reluctance to sanction your father stemmed from fear that such a formidable warrior would distance himself from them due to this incident. The bonds and the will of fire they espouse. Now to blame him would be akin to slapping their own faces. Yet their unwillingness to relinquish control over such a powerful figure led them to weaponize public sentiment against him, attempting to instill the notion that the mission supersedes all else. They presumed they could manipulate your father effortlessly, but alas, he could not reconcile the divergence between his beliefs and reality, choosing instead to evade the truth. He took his own life. Kakashi's words struck Kakashi like a heavy hammer, causing his mind to thrum with overwhelming intensity. He had never contemplated these issues before, yet now, following Kakashi's incisive analysis, he felt an urge to return to Konoha and confront the third Hokage. The memory of the Uchiha clan's long-standing disdain and ostracism by the villagers before their demise sent a chill coursing through him. When he recalled that Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was meant to be a secret, yet his identity as the Demon Fox was already common knowledge throughout the village, it seemed as though everything was intricately connected to the third Hokage. After all, such occurrences could not have transpired without his tacit approval. How could no one have intervened? Wait, no. What am I questioning? Am I actually doubting the will of fire? The brainwashing tactics of these individuals are truly formidable. Kakashi, how could you, a former captain of the Umbu, fall prey so easily to their verbal onslaught? Kakashi shook his head, dismissing these thoughts from his mind. Changing the past is futile. Neither his father, Obito, Rin, nor even Teacher Minato could return. What must be done now is to cherish, to treasure the current peace, however fleeting, and to hold dear the people and everything he possesses. Kakashi glanced apprehensively at the two, causing them to freeze in shock. You can't possibly think we're tarnishing the reputation of Konoha, right? Daitu exclaimed, springing to his feet. Kakashi nodded, then shook his head at Your world is already a wasteland. Is there even a need to tarnish it further? To his surprise, it was not only the loyal fools of the Mist Village who abounded. Konoha had its fair share as well. Realizing that all crows are black, he felt a strange sense of equilibrium. Zabuza, standing nearby, chimed in jest. For all these years, if Konoha hadn't crippled itself, the other ninja villages would have had no respite. If I ever have the chance to meet your higher-ups in Konoha, I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of all the ninja villages. Zabuza's parting shot left Kakashi feeling somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, I have already joined the Empire. Sasuke, standing nearby, instinctively touched his chest, still haunted by lingering fears. This only served to heighten his anxiety. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, it merely requires time for them to take root and flourish. Inside Naruto's body, within the sealed space, their senses became fully immersed upon entering. Tap, tap. The two of them wandered through the dim and damp expanse, each step heavy with uncertainty. Naruto, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Nagato. Big brother, where are we? How did we suddenly arrive here? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? In response to Naruto's inquiries, Nagato patiently began to explain. This is the space of the 8 trigram seal, the very seal on your abdomen. To be precise, we are within the sealed space of your consciousness. So, this is the space within my body, the vessel. Naruto replied, a mix of astonishment and disbelief evident in his voice. Indeed, that is one way to interpret it, but what about the demon fox? Nagato chuckled softly. Here, you mustn't refer to it as a demon fox. It is a charming little creature known as Kurama. Kurama? Naruto questioned, puzzled as to why a being infamous for its ferocity would possess such an odd name. Observing Naruto's skeptical gaze, Nagato affectionately ruffled his blonde hair. Naruto, they are quite innocent in their own right. They originally lived far from humanity, but regrettably, humans coveted their power, using illusions and sealing techniques to control them, even at the cost of their dignity and freedom. Gradually, they developed a profound resentment towards humanity. Deep within the recesses of the consciousness space, the Ninetales slightly lifted its eyelids upon hearing Nagato's words, casting a disdainful glance in their direction before letting them droop again. Though it appeared aloof, it was evident that it was not as composed as it seemed. Listening to Nagato's explanation, Naruto expressed understanding. It sounds as though they are quite blameless, yet they shouldn't harm so many humans regardless, should they? Initially, they wished to coexist peacefully with humanity, but humans continually sought to imprison them by various means. Over time, the conflict intensified. This was Nagato's deduction based on information received from the Emperor. Then where is it now? Follow me. Nagato, attuned to the essence of the Nine Tails, took deliberate steps toward it. Naruto's heartbeat quickened with each step closer to the Nine Tails. As they navigated the winding path, upon catching sight of the colossal iron pillar, Naruto's heart raced to its peak. A massive figure loomed behind it, only a shadow of its outline visible. Its form was as imposing as a mountain. Towering like a peak, with nine tails swirling erratically like colossal dragons, casting shadows that obscured the sky. What filled Naruto with dread were its eyes, resembling two enormous lanterns, radiating a blood-red glow that sent chills down his spine. The Nine Tails lay there in silence, exuding an immense pressure without uttering a word. You are Kurama? Kurama? The Nine Tails' lips curled into a sneer, emanating an aura of terror. Who permitted you to call me that? Just moments ago, you were referring to me as a demon fox. The Nine Tails rose, startling Naruto to the point of panic. Big brother, save me. Are you saying this creature has been with me, inside me, since childhood? How could such a massive being fit within my body? Naruto felt tears welling up as the Nine Tails' claws dug into the pillar, its long nails advancing ominously towards him. However, just 2 inches away, it was finally halted by the seal. The Nine Tails regarded its host with disdain, scoffing at his pitiful state. All right, Kurama, you must be aware of the situation outside. Be straightforward. I wish to collaborate with you. The Nine Tails fixed its gaze on Nagato, the latter's signature red hair, provoking a reaction. Unfortunately, Nagato remained unfazed by this intimidation tactic. I will grant you freedom if you assist our empire in establishing a transportation pathway. All you need to do is contribute your chakra. Of course, it won't be without compensation. Once our 2 realms are interconnected, you'll have the opportunity to learn sage techniques alongside the Kurama within our empire. The Nine Tails, however, was not swayed by Nagato's proposition. Humans are the most cunning. You speak of freedom and collaboration, yet you bind me with chains. Nagato smiled, choosing not to dispute its words. The tailed beasts are indeed treasures. They function like perpetual motion machines, accumulating chakra at a rate far exceeding that of any individual ninja, even surpassing the members of the Uzumaki clan. As the empire rapidly develops, their chakra is a strategically invaluable asset, and granting them freedom is out of the question. However, the empire does not exploit them around the clock. They only work a maximum of 12 hours a day, followed by generous provisions. This is a far cry from being sealed within a Jinchuriki, where they are confined and unable to manifest their true form, frequently forced to expend their strength without recompense. Kurama, have you forgotten the purpose of your creation? Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly. The Nine Tails paused, its anger flaring in embarrassment. You are not in a position to discuss such matters with me. If that is the case, then allow yourself to gradually experience the love of the empire. Nagato's eyes slowly transformed into the Rinnegan. Wait. Everything is negotiable. If only you had said so earlier. The moment the Nine Tails caught sight of those eyes, it was startled. It had no desire to become a puppet. The sensation of being uncontrollably driven to madness was unbearable. Had I known you possessed the Rinnegan, I would choose to join the Empire. I will join the Empire. The Nine Tails nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only then did Nagato's expression soften slightly. Those who recognize the times are wise. Kurama, you will take pride in the choice you made today. The Nine Tails, however, was entirely oblivious to this. Its mind was already racing with plans for escape. Naruto, relax. I am about to release the Nine Tails from within you. The moment they entered this spatial domain, Nagato had devised a flawless plan to extract the tailed beast. All Naruto needed to do was remain calm. And if the Nine Tails did not resist during its exit, there would be no harm done to the Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded in agreement. Outside, Nagato extended a sliver of his consciousness to begin unbinding the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. The others ceased their chatter, turning their gazes towards Naruto and Nagato. Within the consciousness space, Nagato also began to form hand seals, as only through simultaneous contact with the seal from both inside and out could he swiftly eliminate the overwhelming chakra emanating from the nine tails that threatened Naruto. 8 trigram seal, release, outer path, sealing technique. At that moment, Nagato employed a grafting technique, transferring the nine tails into his own body as soon as the seal on Naruto was undone. This was the primary reason for his entry into the consciousness space. Naruto watched, wide-eyed, as the door sealing the nine tails gradually opened, a familiar chakra beginning to spread and envelop him. That was the very chakra that had disrupted his training. Kekekek, you naive little brat of the Whirlpool clan. How could I possibly fall into your human trap again so easily? The nine tails roared as it charged towards the opening. Nagato shook his head, bemused by the nine tails' naivety, just as he prepared to activate the Rinnegan. A familiar flash of yellow light darted past, and the sealing door was once again shut tight. Naruto and Nagato stood frozen, staring at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. This is a spiritual form. He is Minato Namikaze. Nagato glanced at the two of them before instinctively withdrawing from the consciousness space. Within that realm, upon seeing Nagato depart, Minato let out a small sigh of relief. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. He was uncertain how he had arrived here. Was he intent on the tailed beast? Was he friend or foe? Had Naruto been deceived? However, considering the passage of time, it seems that the seal on the nine tails has been loosening for the past 2 years. Moreover, the individual with the crimson hair can undoubtedly be confirmed as a member of the pure-blood Uzumaki clan. The nine tails is of utmost significance, and with the village's protection, Naruto is surely safe. Sigh. Why should I worry about someone who is already dead? The urgent matter at hand is to take a good look at my son. Casting a glance at the now-grown Naruto, Minato's eyes finally revealed a trace of satisfaction. That Naruto. Minato smiled as he gazed upon Naruto. Naruto, seeing someone who bore a striking resemblance to himself, was momentarily taken aback. You are the fourth Hokage? The attire of the Hokage, along with the few large characters emblazoned on his back, unmistakably signified his identity. It seems you already know who I am. The fourth Hokage. The nine tails roared, attempting to break free from its seal, but alas, Minato had swiftly resecured it moments before. It's quite noisy here. This is not a place for conversation. Let us change locations. With a snap of his fingers, the space surrounding them transformed instantaneously. The two stood in silence for a moment, exchanging glances. Minato greedily surveyed Naruto from head to toe, that he may not be tall, but he possesses a sunny charm and handsome demeanor. His clothes, slightly faded, still bore evidence of quality craftsmanship. Naruto, Minato began to speak. You are the fourth Hokage, and my father, Minato, wearing a gentle smile, nodded softly, seeing the adoration in the other's eyes. Naruto began to tremble uncontrollably. Such a gaze, such a look. How I longed to perish in this moment. Throughout his life, he had been met with looks of hatred, disdain, and rejection. This was the first time he had encountered a gaze filled with love. A profound love, an incomparable love. He had ample experience confronting those hateful stares, but as for this loving gaze, to be honest, he had no experience whatsoever. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, yet Naruto smiled. A smile filled with joy. However, his fists were clenched tightly, very tightly in the land of fire. Within the Hokage building, Tsurugi Kaoru and Mito Menju sat on either side, with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the center. Dan stood ominously among the three, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. His solitary, unyielding eye fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with fury, though deeper still was a hint of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uneasy under Dan's unwavering gaze, setting down his large pipe and slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Dan's, what seems to be the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice held a note of confusion and unease as he regarded his long-time troublesome partner, an unwelcome wave of concern surging within him. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Dan's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a cold smile. Lord Tobirama, Just look at you. This is the Hokage you have chosen. He inwardly cursed the second Hokage and tossed a scroll to the three Hiruzen. How can you still ask what the matter is? Dan's voice was hoarse and filled with resentment. You, as Hokage, have lost the village's Jinchuriki, and yet you remain oblivious. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow tightly and picked up the scroll Dan had thrown, scrutinizing it. The contents depicted scenes from the 7th Team's exploits in the Land of Waves. 2 Kakashis. No, that must be the enemy from the parallel universe that Jiraiya mentioned. They are captured. Wait, this... The final image froze on Nagato's 5 fingers resting on Naruto's abdomen, where the 8 trigram seal lay. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Dan's let out a disdainful snort, yet he was quite pleased with the reaction he had elicited. I suspect you may not yet comprehend the situation. One of those individuals is Kakashi from the parallel universe, and the other is his former teammate Obito, a member of the Uchiha clan. According to my operative station in the Land of Waves, they have reported seeing this individual wielding the Mangeki Sharingan. As for the one attempting to unravel the Jinchuriki seal, he bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya's former disciple from the Land of Rain. He must also hail from the parallel world. Aside from his blood-red hair indicating his Uzumaki lineage, he most likely possesses sage eyes. In Dan's words, Naruto was devoid of name. He was merely referred to as the Jinchuriki. That is Naruto's true identity. Where did you obtain this information? Are they still in the Land of Waves? Haha. As Hokage, you exhibit not an ounce of vigilance. This information was relayed to me by the intelligence department of my rude organization. You were the one who sent them to the Land of Waves, were you not? Dan's tone was somewhat aggressive. To be honest, it was merely fortunate. I had stationed spies disguised as ordinary citizens in the neighboring countries. Unexpectedly, this group from the parallel universe, along with Kakashi, was spotted by the spies in the Land of Waves, who promptly relayed the information back to me. Of course, the spies did not report on Kakashi's capture. Their role was merely to relay general information, and such high-ranking figures could not possibly know Naruto's identity or the circumstances of Team 7. They reported seeing Nagato descending from the sky, constructing a massive bridge across the sea, as well as the demise of Kado, which was suspected to be the work of Konoha's ninja, primarily reporting those 2 incidents. They also provided descriptions of the individuals involved. By sheer coincidence, they happened to witness the moment when the Jinchuriki and seal were discovered. Heaven has favored me. Dan felt a surge of excitement within. The 3rd Hokage had grown old, and the 5th had yet to be chosen. Now that he had committed such a grave error, if he were to volunteer to retrieve the Jinchuriki, would not the position of Hokage be his? At that point, he could exert pressure on the Daime and confer with Tsurugi Kaharu and Mito Menju if all else fails. The power of this I must be restored. The position of Hokage is within reach. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious to Dan's inner thoughts as he took another deep drag from his pipe. The mission to send them to the Land of Waves was indeed approved by me. However, it was merely a C-rank mission, and Kakashi was to accompany them at all times. Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotions were complex, his aged face devoid of expression, concealing his thoughts from all that a C-rank mission. Haha. Ever since Jiraiya relayed the message, it is safe to say that the entire village has been on high alert, yet you still allowed them to leave Konoha unchecked. Hiruzen, if the Nine Tails is lost, you will bear the responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a decision, standing up to declare, I will arrange for Jiraiya to protect Naruto immediately. He will ensure Naruto's safe return to the village. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the 8 trigram seal on Naruto would not be easily undone, and there was still an opportunity to rectify the situation. Arrange. By the time you finish arranging things, I fear the Nine Tails will already be in someone else's possession. Back during the Nine Tails incident, I told you to let me train the Jinchuriki, yet you refused. There is no need to wait for your arrangements. I've already led the elite of Root on their way. Nearby, Mito Menju and Tsurugi Koharu felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, casting approving glances at Dan's, thank you for your hard work. Please ensure the safe return of the Nine Tails to the village. Dan's nodded. That is only natural. As a member of Root, I am Konoha's last line of defense. However, There are some words I wish to express in advance. Sometimes, when one occupies a position for too long, one becomes numb. Should the opportunity not be given to someone more capable? Dans turned away as he spoke these words. Dans, we have all witnessed your abilities over the years. I am old and weary. When you return, I will certainly pass the position of Hokage to someone more capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice slowly rang out behind him, for he had long been aware of his old friend's ambitions and desires. In light of the impending invasion from the parallel universe, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed felt somewhat powerless. Perhaps allowing the ruthless Dans to ascend would better lead Konoha through these tumultuous times, of course. A significant part of his reasoning lay in the fact that disaster was approaching. I have grown old now, and confronting any new challenges seems increasingly daunting. Rather than bearing the weight of responsibility and becoming the architect of Konoha's suffering and losses, it would be far wiser to step aside and allow a more capable leader to take my place. And my dear friend, I must apologize. After so many years in this position, I have neither achieved glory nor have I gone without hardship. That should suffice that it is indeed time for me to relinquish my role. Yet, within Danzo's heart, there lies no ulterior motive. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's assurances, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would prove so astute? All the arduous tasks I have undertaken over the years have not been in vain. With this, the position of Hokage is as good as secured. The mere thought of returning in triumph to rightfully assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage ignited a wave of excitement within Danzo. Hiruzen, remember your words. I sincerely hope you will not go back on your promise. With that, Danzo's figure dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. It was but a shadow clone left behind. Yamato, the Raikage, inquired, how many eyes does Danzo possess that can be opened? Nagato, what brings you out here? The sealing situation appears rather complex. How did it become unsealed only to be sealed again? Kakashi had been keenly observing Naruto's condition, aware that if the Nine Tails were to unleash chaos, he and Dato would need to assist Nagato. There is a hidden hand within this seal. Now that Naruto has encountered his father, I shall withdraw to grant them some private space. Nagato, you truly... I could weep. Dato gently patted Nagato's shoulder, realizing why he was so beloved by many younger individuals. He was simply too thoughtful. Naruto has met his father. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances. Sensei, Kakashi's heart raced. Would Naruto's current state provoke any ire from his teacher? Within Naruto's consciousness space, a soft thud resonated, a sound of silence colliding. Minato clutched his abdomen, unable to suppress a cough, though they were both manifestations of consciousness. Interactions between such entities were still possible. Let us not dwell on the collision between Kushina and Naruto. I assure you, this is a serious matter. Minato felt the pain coursing through his abdomen and looked at Naruto with a wry smile. Father, tears streamed uncontrollably down Naruto's face, soaking the already faded fabric of his clothing. Why did you seal the Nine Tails within me? His voice quivered with emotion. Thanks to you, I have endured immense suffering. His voice cracked as he conveyed the depth of his feelings. Because of the Nine Tails, the villagers have always regarded me with disdain, labeling me as the reincarnation of the demon fox. I have long believed myself to be without parents. Throughout my life, making friends has been an arduous task. Despite my relentless efforts, no one ever acknowledged my existence. Finally, I passed the Ninja Academy's exams, befriended Irika-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, and gained companions like Sasuke and Sakura. Now, I finally have the chance to shed the identity of the demon fox. And yet, Naruto buried his face in his hands, tears flowing freely, yet he could not muster any resentment toward his father. I do not even know whether I should cry or laugh. Minato listened to Naruto's words, his heart heavy, as he placed a hand atop his son's head. Sensing Naruto's current emotions, Minato gently caressed him. Naruto, do not blame your father. The circumstances at that time were exceedingly complex. On the night of the Nine Tails, the mysterious masked man appeared. I could not defeat him, and for your safety, I had to seal the Nine Tails within you. But my true intention was for you to become a hero of the village. Minato sighed, never having imagined the burdens his child had borne over the years. Yet, as he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Who was that person just now? That person? Naruto thought of Nagato. That older brother came to help me break the seal. He is willing to assist me in releasing the nine tails within me. Due to the influence of the nine tails chakra over the years, my body requires far more energy than others to practice any jutsu. Upon hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed even deeper. Is this the village's decision? Minato deduced this based on the vivid red hair atop Nagato's head. And oh, this is my decision. Upon hearing this, Minato fell silent, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Naruto. Since it is your choice, I trust you have made your decision wisely. Naruto appeared perplexed. Aren't you going to ask me? After all, you went to great lengths to seal the nine tails within me. Minato chuckled, a sense of relief washing over him. I believe in you, as he observed the crescent shape of Minato's smile. Naruto's pupils involuntarily constricted. This. What it feels like to be acknowledged. No matter where one may be, a parent should always steadfastly believe in their child. After all, that is what being a parent entails. That Minato's voice was as gentle as water, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Naruto's heart. I can feel the chakra I left behind gradually diminishing. So Naruto, it is time for me to depart. With a heart full of reluctance, Minato fixed his gaze upon Naruto, attempting to commit every detail of him to memory. Naruto was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly interjecting. What? Wait, hold on. However, Minato's form began to dissipate uncontrollably, slowly vanishing from this space. As Naruto watched his father's figure fade, he steeled himself and shouted, "Thank you, Father. I promise I will not let you down," within the ceiling space. Nagato reappeared. Sensing the disappearance of that unfamiliar chakra fluctuation, he swiftly entered Naruto's consciousness space once more. Originally, I meant to write within his body, but I feared you might misinterpret it. I have been led astray by your impure thoughts recently. Deep within the ceiling space, the nine tails began to grow wary, baring its teeth. Although it sensed a degree of goodwill from Nagato, it was not substantial. Moreover, what had begun as goodwill now bore a hint of malice. Indeed, humans are adept at masquerading. Naruto was once again greeted by Nagato's presence, feeling deeply moved by the private space Nagato had created for him and his father. Thank you, big brother Nagato, for allowing me to meet my father. Naruto's thoughts were simple. Without this kind older brother before him, he might never have encountered his father. Nagato's lips twitched, yet he remained silent for a long time. This child, so easily satisfied. Indeed, at such a young age. He has lost both parents and his clan. Do not worry. When you arrive at the Empire, you can stay with Minato-sensei and Kushina. They often miss a bright child like you. Your presence will surely bring them joy. Faced with Nagato's invitation, Naruto found himself at a loss. Had this been before, he would have unequivocally declined. The idea of going to the Empire seemed impossible. Yet after meeting his father, he was engulfed in internal conflict. Did he still need to become Hokage to gain the recognition of all? That world appeared to hold great promise, filled with the familial bonds he had long yearned for. Moreover, he had already gained the acknowledgement of his father, who firmly believed in him, and that should suffice. Without having undergone Jiraiya's guidance and the subsequent relationships formed, Naruto's current resolve was merely an extension of the third Hokage's influence. His understanding of bonds was far from profound. How could the parents of others treat a child who was not theirs with kindness? I would never betray the village. Naruto spoke with a choked voice. Throughout his life, whenever he played with other children, regardless of what they offered him, their parents would always snatch it away violently when discovered, admonishing their children to never associate with him. Not only that, but they would also instruct their families to keep their distance from him. Minato's parents were not his parents. They would never treat him well. Yes, he could not be swayed. He was Uzumaki Naruto. He was destined to become Hokage. Even if, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am taken to their empire, I shall endure and bide my time, acting as a spy to seek a way to rescue Konoha. Nagato gazed at Naruto, who was still struggling to hold on. Without uttering a word, the truth speaks for itself. Time will ultimately provide the correct answers. Very well, Naruto, let us proceed with the extraction of the nine tails. Having calmed down outside for a moment, Nagato devised a more convenient, quick, and secure method. The extraction of a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki is merely the abrupt severing of a symbiotic relationship, which can inflict grave harm upon the host due to the tailed beast's rampant chakra. Therefore, we shall first drain the 9 tails, rendering it devoid of chakra, thus preventing the uncontrolled outpouring of chakra that could pose a risk to Naruto. Once the 9 tails is sealed within my own body, I shall gradually guide and reform it. The pressing matter remains the Empire's conquests. In Nagato's view, the emotions and disposition of a tailed beast pale in comparison to the Empire's battles. After all, a tailed beast is not human. Regardless of its willingness, it can be utilized for one's own purposes. All right, Naruto responded, conceding his position to Nagato. Wait, I will grant you a portion of its chakra. This chakra can be utilized throughout your life. Just remember to stay true to yourself. The state described by Nagato resembled that of the Gold and Silver brothers. Although Naruto would lose the 9 tails, he would gain the opportunity to freely harness its chakra. Despite years of physical training and being a member of the Uzumaki clan, he acknowledged that he alone could not absorb all of the 9 tails chakra. With Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the blood of the Uzumaki clan, the two could share equally and completely drain the 9 tails. Hey, are you trying to bribe me? Even if you grant me this power, I will not join your so-called empire. Nagato chuckled softly. You're overthinking it. I merely fear that your strength is too feeble, and you might be torn apart by the turbulence upon entering the teleportation portal. Naruto's face flushed at those words. How infuriating! Nagato's gaze turned towards the 9 tails, his eyes gradually transforming into the Rinnegan. Ky by. Since you harbor such distrust towards humanity, I shall no longer waste time with you. For the days to come, you shall temporarily serve the Empire. With that, Nagato clapped his hands together. Hungry Ghost Path. King Kong extraction technique. Countless chains erupted from his body, piercing through the seal and violently embedding themselves into the 9 tails. Even under the illusion of the Rinnegan, the 9 tails howled in pain. Soon, its chakra began to flow through the chains into Nagato's body. This was a new technique developed by the Uzumaki clan within the Empire, designed to extract the chakra of tailed beasts or other summoning beasts, rapidly replenishing oneself. With the power of the Hungry Ghost Path attached to the Rinnegan, this extraction technique transformed from a mere straw into a powerful pump, causing a significant loss of chakra that incited the 9 tails' instinctual roars. Naruto, prepare to receive this chakra. Remember, stay true to yourself. Nagato felt his body swell like an overinflated balloon, at risk of bursting, and spoke rapidly. Before Naruto could react, several blood-red chains emerged from Nagato's body, swiftly lunging toward Naruto and embedding themselves within him. Chakra transfer technique. Nagato's voice resonated deeply, imbued with an irresistible force. Waves of fierce and potent chakra surged through the long, sturdy chains into Naruto's body. Naruto felt an overwhelming influx of chakra accumulating in his lower abdomen, akin to a raging torrent, rendering him unable to control it as the chakra continued to flow in. Naruto's demeanor grew increasingly volatile. His body began to tremble, his eyes reflecting a mix of struggle and fury. With the sustained effect of the chakra transfer technique, an ever-growing amount of 9 tails chakra was infused into Naruto. This chakra gradually coalesced into a formidable force, causing significant transformations in Naruto's body. His skin became coarse, red fur sprouted forth, and a thick layer of tailed beast armor began to manifest. 1 tail. Though traces of calmness remained on Naruto's face, his eyes were now influenced by the 9 tails power, becoming somewhat dazed. 3 tails. An expression of savagery emerged on Naruto's face as he emitted a low, guttural growl as his body was increasingly consumed by the fox demon's power. His skin grew rougher. 7 tails. The chakra within Naruto surged uncontrollably. The 7th tail of the 9 tails was fully manifested at this moment. Naruto had entirely lost his self-awareness. His eyes turned blood red, his mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs. Now, Naruto was utterly out of control, his every movement and form resembling that of a ferocious beast. He lunged recklessly at Nagato, yearning to obliterate everything within sight. 8 tails. Just as Nagato prepared to act, he sensed a familiar aura sweep over The Nine Tails had been drained, and he sighed, once more granting Naruto space. Kushina, sensing Naruto on the verge of losing control due to the Nine Tails' power, activated the seal that Minato had set in advance and appeared alongside him. Naruto Kushina spoke tenderly. Her words immediately restored much of Naruto's rationality. What is happening? Aside from me and Big Brother Nagato. Why is there a strange voice, and how does it know my name? Naruto scanned his surroundings in confusion, realizing that Nagato had vanished. How peculiar! Wasn't I just battling against that wicked force of the Nine Tails? How did it suddenly? Hearing Naruto mutter to himself, Kushina smiled and said, I see Naruto. Why don't you take a guess at who I am? Huh. Naruto looked at the unfamiliar woman before him. Puzzled as his gaze slowly swept over her, he noticed her strikingly similar crimson hair to that of the Nine Tails, coupled with an intensely familiar sensation that led Naruto to an answer in his heart. Noticing his gaze, she lowered her head and chuckled softly. Her laughter was as warm as a spring breeze, yet with a hint of playfulness that Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and as he listened to her affected laughter, a deep sense of vigilance arose within him, and "Away," Naruto murmured softly, a thought flashing through his mind. Kushina observed Naruto beginning to piece things together, her heart fluttering with excitement. "It seems you've figured out." She gazed at Naruto with eager eyes, awaiting him to utter the name she had longed to hear. Seeing her expression, Naruto also displayed a knowing look, unhesitatingly pointing at her and declaring the truth. You are the true form of the Nine Tails. Last episode's answer, 13. Does that also count as a hemorrhoid? This episode's reading comprehension. Why did Nagato sigh upon seeing Kushina appear? You are the true form of the Nine Tails. Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Naruto's drawn-out conclusion. Ha ha! To this, Naruto's conviction only strengthened. Indeed, it is you. Nine Tails, your laughter is quite crude. Trying to deceive me by becoming a woman. Humph. I will remain steadfast. Thud. Kushina's fist landed solidly on Naruto's head. That's not right. She exclaimed, exasperated. Feeling the forceful impact on his head, Naruto clutched his head and couldn't help but shout out loud. Wait a minute. But soon he appeared puzzled. Is that right? Would the Nine Tails say such things? Observing Naruto's pained expression, Kushina scratched her head, revealing an apologetic demeanor that I'm sorry, I got a little too excited. I'm naturally a bit impulsive, and combined with my rapid speech, it results in strange verbal tics. Though I usually try to control myself, I can't help but let it slip when I get excited, Kushina explained, then cast a concerned glance at Naruto. Are you dazed? That is quite a lot. You don't have any strange catchphrases like me, do you? Listening to Kushina's words, Naruto's cheeks flushed at DOI. I don't think so. Oh no. Seeing Naruto's still bewildered expression, Kushina couldn't help but reveal a bittersweet smile. It seemed that Minato had said nothing at all. How frustrating. At that moment, Naruto's lips were pursed tightly, struggling to suppress the sounds created by his trembling teeth. Indeed, I am yours. Before Kushina could finish her sentence, Naruto had already wrapped his arms around her tightly. A punch for Dad, a hug for Mom. This is my ninja way. Feeling Naruto tremble in her embrace, his hands clung to her, though he seemed hesitant to apply too much pressure for fear of causing himself pain. Kushina's expression softened as she quietly savored this rare moment of tranquility. I have always wanted to meet you. Unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down Naruto's face. Kushina gently embraced him. Memories of Naruto crying in her arms as a child flooding her mind. Naruto has grown up. In this moment of reunion, Kushina glanced at the now listless Nine Tails and, seeing its condition, chose not to use the adamantine sealing chains to control it. This time, she had a bit more chakra to spare, allowing her time with Naruto to extend just a little longer. They shared many conversations, discussing the relationship between his parents, the hardships of being a Jinchuriki, and the circumstances surrounding the masked man behind the Nine Tails chaos. Is he still alive? As Naruto absorbed the secrets his mother revealed, he resolved to uncover the truth behind the events of the past with newfound determination. As for becoming Hokage, he would consider that later. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to waver. If it weren't for the Nine Tails sealed within his mother, and if the village hadn't forced her to bear all of this, perhaps he wouldn't have been alone all those years. The darkness of his thoughts startled Naruto. After all, he was merely the Naruto of Konoha in the year 64, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, and a member of Team 7, but his inner flame of resolve was not yet as profound or steadfast. Suddenly, Kushina wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She sensed her time in this realm was limited. Naruto. Naruto snapped back to reality. There is so much more I want to say to you. Kushina's voice was laden with helplessness and regret. I wish I could live with you. Naruto, I love you. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I cannot be with you, nor can I give you more love. Hearing the quiver in his mother-esque voice, Naruto could no longer hold back. His eyes turned red as tears streamed down his cheeks. He tried to wipe them away with his fingers, but they flowed ceaselessly, as if they could not be halted. He attempted to cover his eyes with his sleeve, not wanting his mother to see him cry. Naruto, don't cry. Boys must be strong. Please, move your hands so I can see you again. Naruto's hands trembled slightly as he slowly pulled his sleeve away, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He fought to contain his emotions. Yet the tears continued to fall. Mom, I love you too, he choked out, his voice filled with sorrow and longing. Kushina gently pressed her hand on Naruto's arm, her eyes fixed intently on her son, as if she wished to etch his image into her memory. Her voice was soft yet tremulous. Thank you for being my child, Naruto. Each word was imbued with profound love. Thank you for allowing me to be your mother. Tears streamed from her eyes, yet her gaze remained warm and compassionate. Naruto listened intently to his mother's words, feeling as if something was stuck in his heart, causing him excruciating pain. His tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. For you to be my child and come into my life, I am eternally grateful. Kushina's voice trembled, expressing her heartfelt love for her son. There was so much more she wanted to say. She regretted not being able to ask Naruto if he had heeded her advice to eat well and behave. Alas, time was insufficient, and those words would remain forever unspoken, locked away in her heart. She felt immense regret, yet was powerless to change it. She longed to embrace Naruto once more, to feel his warm presence. But when she reached out, she found her fingers beginning to disintegrate into dust, slowly dispersing into the air. Kushina realized she could no longer remain in this world. This was her final opportunity to connect with Naruto. She attempted to grasp him, yearning to give him one last hug. But her body refused to obey, gradually fading away. She became increasingly transparent, like a wisp of smoke, slowly vanishing into the atmosphere. She transformed into the purest essence, carrying her blessings and concerns for Naruto as she gently dissipated in this realm of consciousness. Meanwhile, Naruto stood silently, gazing at everything before him. Tears streamed from his eyes, his heart filled with anguish and longing. He understood that this was their final encounter, and from this moment on, they would be separated by the veil of death, never to meet again. Memories of his childhood, loneliness, and desolation surged within him, reminding him of the days he faced discrimination and neglect. He had often fantasized about what it would be like to meet his parents one day. How wonderful it would be. Now, that wish had finally come true, but why was happiness so fleeting? Why did it slip away so quickly? Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath in an effort to calm himself. The masked man, suddenly, a sense of clarity washed over him. Join the Empire. If the Naruto in the Empire is so strong, then surely I can be like him. Only with sufficient power could he uncover the truth behind his parents' demise and protect those he cherished. Outer Path. Jutsu. Pain's Rinnegan manifested, utilizing a technique more convenient than the sealing method. Chains emerged around him, swiftly penetrating the seal within Naruto's abdomen. Subsequently, Pain released the 8 trigram seal on Naruto, completely unbinding the 9 tails. Unfortunately, the poor beast had barely begun to wreak havoc before being transferred back into Pain's body as a member of the Uzumaki clan and endowed with immense power. Pain did not require the same sealing techniques as Naruto. He merely employed a simple 4-symbol seal to confine the 9 tails within himself. When the 9 tails awoke, it found itself sealed once more. Feeling utterly frustrated. After all, it prided itself on being the strongest among the tailed beasts. Why was it so easily subdued and sealed by a mere human? Humans were indeed full of deceit. The Nine Tails grumbled. But to no avail. Compared to being trapped within Naruto, it felt even more restricted now. Outside, Kakashi watched as the red chakra cloak of the Nine Tails manifested around Pain, realizing that his own fate was sealed. The Nine Tails within Naruto had indeed been extracted. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Dato wore expressions of excitement. This was a monumental breakthrough. Yet at that moment, Pain's brow furrowed in concern. What is wrong, Pain? The two noticed something amiss. Although I have never bound the Nine Tails within the Empire, I can sense that this world's Nine Tails has lost its own attributes. The Pain's gaze shifted to Naruto. Naruto, do you know what this means? This, Naruto began to ponder, still immersed in the sorrow of having just lost his parents. The once sunny and cheerful boy was nowhere to be seen. Even Sakura was astonished. This is the first time I've seen such an emo Naruto. Oh, I remember now. Just now in the sealed space, my mother spoke to me. Naruto recounted in detail to Nagato how half of the Nine Tails' power was sealed within Minato's body. Sakura and Sasuke, who stood nearby, gasped in amazement. Kakashi, however, felt an inner turmoil. Naruto, have you seen your teacher Minato and Kushina? Yes, but unfortunately, it was merely a fragment of his essence. Naruto replied, his voice heavy with disappointment. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression turned contemplative, while Deidara displayed a look of astonishment. Is it true? Minato-sensei truly lacks confidence in you all to split the Nine Tails and seal away half its power, Kakashi remarked, his voice trailing off. Deidara, feeling a wave of irritation, muttered, with only half the Nine Tails' power, won't we need to gather another tailed beast to be sufficient? Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Deidara's shoulder, urging him to calm down. Calm down? No, Kakashi, why don't we directly consult the Emperor and take this world by storm ourselves? The self-proclaimed strongest village, Konoha, can't even control a single Nine Tails without sacrificing its highest leader. What kind of strength is that? In the sealed space within Nagato, the Nine Tails erupted in furious rage. What of having only half my power? Let me show you my might. It attempted to channel its chakra to influence Nagato, conveying that even half its strength was formidable. Yet despite its efforts, it received no response, ultimately collapsing in resignation. Kakashi, after hearing Deidara, hesitated momentarily that it seems not impossible. Deidara cackled with delight, as it appeared he could finally unleash his potential upon this feeble world, prepare for a ruthless invasion by the Empire. By then, I shall become the god of the new world, but alas, it's too late tonight. I shall consult the Empire tomorrow. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a few words, seemingly determining the fate of this world, evoking a sense of melancholy. Nagato, what are your thoughts? The two turned to Nagato, who was now enveloped in a cloak of tailed beast chakra. One must admit, the Nine Tails was indeed formidable, even in the sealed space. It had rapidly amassed a tail's worth of chakra energy. I sense hostility. Nagato's gaze fell upon the throngs of civilians surrounding them, perplexed. That individual harbors significant malice. Otherwise, I wouldn't perceive it. What? These people are utterly ungrateful. Deidara shouted, Nagato, eliminate him. Of course, he was merely jesting, fully aware that Nagato would never truly harm anyone. His heart was too compassionate. All right. Deidara was taken aback, while even Kakashi regarded Nagato with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Nagato clapped his hands, and ninjutsu was unleashed in an instant. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A small Earth Dragon Bullet, no larger than a hand, soared towards a distant cluster of people, the civilians. Engrossed in their joy over the newly constructed bridge, remained oblivious to the impending danger. However, one individual seemed perpetually vigilant. Upon seeing the Earth Dragon Bullet hurtling towards him, he instinctively leaped aside. Unfortunately, the Earth Dragon Bullet, as if possessing a will of its own, curved mid-air and pursued him relentlessly. This individual displayed remarkable agility. The onlookers, initially bewildered by Nagato's sudden aggression, then gasped in astonishment at their companion's unexpected prowess. They quickly understood Nagato could not be at fault. It was this person who posed a threat. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. The individual finally could not restrain himself and conjured an Earth Flow Wall to block Nagato's Earth Bullet. Nagato shook his head in disappointment. In the next instant, he activated universal pulled. He struggled, but to no avail, and was soon drawn before Nagato, who had firmly grasped his neck like a T that moment. He appeared like a chick being lifted. Is this the strength of a genin to a chunin? Nagato mused softly. Meanwhile, Dazna hastened towards them. Doin, you are a ninja. Dazna's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakashi turned to Dazna, inquiring, do you know him? Dazna replied with a bitter expression. Yes, he arrived in a land of waves 4 years ago. We took him in out of pity, and since then, he has worked hard, willing to do all the dirty work that I never expected such a turn of events. A wave of betrayal washed over Dazna, and the expressions of those surrounding him turned grim. You are actually a ninja. We thought you were just a pitiful soul washed ashore by the sea. The bystanders spat. Duin remained unfazed, merely offering a cold smile. His gaze fixated on Nagato. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound. Yet in the next moment he suddenly gasped, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. Nagato furrowed his brow, and as he noticed the lifeless man's mouth hanging open, he realized the implications. The curse mark of tongue severing, and it carries a layer of sacrificial life seal. How ruthless! Nagato murmured. Nagato, Kakashi, and Deidara turned to him. Nagato shook his head that I can no longer sense malice. It seems this individual is not from the land of waves. He concluded. The others paid little heed to this. And Nagato addressed Kakashi with respect, saying, Hey, should we keep this person alive to return him to you in Konoha? Kakashi felt a surge of wariness within. This kid dared to deceive me, yet his face betrayed confusion. Why return him to Konoha? I don't even know him. Last episode's answers. 1. Nagato lamented that parents must meet their children in such a manner. 2. Why return again? When will it end? This episode's Turing test. Who is doing? Sasuke, if you wish to revive the Uchiha clan, shouldn't it start by creating offspring to replenish the population? Sakura gazed at Sasuke with dreamy eyes, clad in a swimsuit, ready to engage in the great project of human propagation at a moment's notice. Sasuke swallowed hard. Although it felt strange, he understood that reviving the Uchiha clan could not rely solely on himself. The best approach was to expand and ensure the Uchiha bloodline flourished throughout the ninja world. Yet, I have yet to exact my revenge. Sasuke struggled internally. How much time can you waste on me? Sasuke, come on, don't resist. We are no longer children. Even without you, I can raise our child to adulthood. Sasuke felt tingles coursing through his body as Sakura, with unwavering determination, began her advances that he ceased his resistance, allowing her to take charge that he realized that is the last hope of the Uchiha clan. He indeed needed to leave descendants. Otherwise, if he were to perish, the Uchiha lineage would face extinction. As the clan's young leader, he could never allow such a fate to befall them. Yet alas, poor Sakura. Wait, Sakura. Looking ahead, the swimsuit-clad Sakura had vanished, replaced by a grinning, yellow-haired imp, leaving Sasuke in utter disbelief. What the hell, Naruto? What the hell are you doing? Sasuke stared at Naruto, who was perched on him, feeling a wave of nausea. What had he just done? What on earth was happening? Ugh. Sasuke retched, grabbing a kunai and lunging at the oblivious Naruto. However, Naruto remained unfazed, swaying merrily. What the hell? A piercing voice echoed from within the room, causing Naruto, still sensing the Nine-Tails chakra, to display confusion. Huh? What's wrong, Sasuke? Sasuke sat up, wiping the cold sweat from his back, still in a daze. What is wrong, Sasuke? Sakura's sweet voice chimed, but Sasuke recoiled as if bitten by a snake. Stay away, Sasuke bellowed, leaving Sakura momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke, what are you doing? How could you bully Sakura? You are being utterly unreasonable, Naruto commented, then continued to manipulate the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Traversing the walls to a T this moment, Sasuke's mind began to clear, and he glanced around the surroundings, tightly wrapping his arms around himself before sighing in relief. So, it was merely a dream after drinking last night. He indeed felt a bit dizzy and collapsed onto the bed arranged by Dazna, not expecting to have such a nightmare. But why? Did the nightmare involve him and Naruto? Was it because of that kiss? Damn Naruto. Outside the door, Dato was washing up when Kakashi approached and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, Dato, aren't you worried you're going to drive him mad? What kind of illusion did you cast on him? Dato, still spitting out remnants of food, muttered, "This is just the beginning to my disciple. He is inherently far less capable than others, and naturally, hard work must compensate for his shortcomings. I am doing this for his own good. So don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Kakashi rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You know what you're doing? There's no one in the Uchiha clan more unreliable than you." The call from the Empire connected. Nagato's voice echoed in the open area outside. "Hurry up!" Kakashi urged Dato. Dato quickly wiped his mouth, and while Sasuke was distracted, he cast another illusion on him before hastily joining the new meeting. The Land of Waves could serve as a foothold for our empire. The civilians here have essentially been subdued, but unfortunately, there are no usable ninjas. The Nine Tails has already been sealed within Nagato. But sadly, only half of it remains here, the other half having been sealed within the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, using the Reaper Death Seal and brought into the realm of the end. The reincarnations of Ashura and Indra show little resistance to joining the empire. The only pity is that they are at an age most suitable for cultivation, but have achieved little due to the cultivation system of this world. Our next objective is to head to the Land of Wind to seize the One Tail and see if we can establish a communication channel using the Nine Tails. Kakashi, as the captain, reported on recent developments. Uchiha Senjin nodded in response. "Based on the information you provided, I have formed some judgments about that world. Our primary goal remains to establish a communication channel. And secondly, to gather as many ninjas from that world as possible. That I have compiled a list of important figures for you to pursue. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not hastily kill them and send their souls to the Pure Land. All right, if there's anything you need from the Empire, contact us in a timely manner." "Wait," Dato interjected. "Lord Senju, this world is truly weak. I believe the three of us can easily conquer it. The Empire need not expend any more effort here." Senju couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Your willingness to contribute to the Empire is commendable, but the unification of any world does not solely rely on high-end combat power. What truly influences a world is the power at the Six Paths level. Currently, our intel is insufficient. Please maintain a low profile as much as possible." After the brief communication concluded, each person's wristband received new information. Dato looked puzzled. What does it mean not to kill and send them to the Pure Land? For this, Nagato, who had studied Six Paths ninjutsu and sealing techniques, provided Dato with an explanation. When a person dies, they enter the Pure Land. Only those who reside there can be revived through techniques such as Edo Tensei or reincarnation. Do you understand? You can think of it as the Empire's version of heaven and hell. The Pure Land is that kind of world that, I see, the Emperor's intention is that if we must kill them, we shouldn't let them enter the Pure Land, Dato tentatively asked. Nagato nodded. "Damn, even the souls aren't spared. Truly, my Emperor is ruthless." Kakashi, who had just emerged, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. "Wow, this Empire is too merciless. People die and merely bow to the ground. And yet you won't even spare their souls? What then? If we can't send them to the Pure Land, won't we be at a disadvantage in killing?" Dato had an idea. "We can just shove them into Kamui. Nagato should be able to seal them too. But what about Kakashi? You see the messages from the Emperor. Not everyone is off limits for killing. However, I do not advocate for killing." Dato was not surprised by Nagato's words. He found Nagato too lenient. "We can capture them as ninjas. They will naturally absorb and refine chakra. As long as they are alive, that we can imprison them. And I could use chakra extraction and sealing techniques to turn them into vessels for the Empire's arrival or as energy sources for the communication channel." "Nagato, you've changed. Isn't that similar to those cults from the Empire that drained people for blood?" Facing Dato's gaze, Nagato remained unperturbed. "They have not joined the Empire and do not wish to be captured. So they are not under the Empire's protection. Allowing them to serve as energy sources to undertake the arduous task of facilitating the Empire's entrance into this realm is their honor." Land of Fire name, Uchiha Sasuke importance. Reincarnation of Indra, capable of awakening the Rinnegan, possesses Uchiha clan bloodline. Must not be killed. Name, Uzumaki Naruto importance. Reincarnation of Ashura, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possesses Uzumaki clan bloodline. Must not be killed. Name, Sarutobi Hiruzen importance. Third Hokage of Konoha, proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, knowledgeable of the village's secrets, priority capture, secondary kill, and soul capture. Land of Wind name. Chiyo importance, puppet master. Skilled in medical ninjutsu, capable of resurrection techniques, advisor of Sunagakure. Priority capture, secondary kill, and soul capture. Name. Gar importance. 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, Jinchuriki of One Tail. Priority capture, secondary kill, and soul capture. The above information is for reference only. The 3 glanced over the list, which primarily comprised ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure. This Gaara, is he the son of the 4th Kazekage? It seems so, and this Chiyo is the grandmother of Sasori. Right, from a land of wind. She is certainly skilled in puppet techniques. Kakashi and Dato exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although the Emperor mentioned secondary kills and soul captures, it would be best to avoid such actions. Dato thought nervously if Sasori and the 4th Kazekage found out that their parallel world's grandmother and son were killed by them. Would that have repercussions? After all, they were the founders of the Akatsuki and the governor of the Land of Wind within the Empire. The Empire also has its social intricacies. Dato voiced his concerns, and Kakashi nodded, indicating that unless necessary, it would be better to leave them alive. They could be sold to the 2 later as a favor. Nagato remained silent, having previously dismissed such considerations. Now, he noted Dato and Kakashi's words, analyzing them word for word. Cultivation is not merely about fighting. It is about human connections. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. What about Sir Toby Hiruzen? Nagato inquired. Dato and Kakashi exchanged glances before both shook their heads. That guy has no significant background or power within the Empire, and he was executed publicly long ago due to ideological differences when the Emperor unified the shinobi world. Although he is a notable figure, he is inconsequential to us. If we can capture him, we will. If not, we will kill him. Kakashi listened with trepidation as the 3 defined the future of their Hokage. Feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Their calm tone was reminiscent of deciding whether to kill a chicken or a fish for dinner. Naruto furrowed his brow, attempting to defend the 3rd Hokage. Grandpa 3rd is a good person. Can you not harm him? Nagato looked at Naruto and nodded that if he knows his place, we will naturally spare his life. But if he attempts to obstruct us, Naruto, then we will have no choice but to employ ruthless measures to subdue him. Naruto felt considerably reassured by this. The 3rd Hokage was remarkably understanding, deeply cherishing the ideals of peace. If you communicated your thoughts clearly, he would certainly give them careful consideration. After bidding farewell to Dasna, the group set forth once more on the path towards the Land of Wind. As they journeyed towards their destination, the impressions of the surroundings left much to be desired. Kakashi and Dato had never ventured into the Wind Province, rendering them unable to ascertain the quality of the environment at that moment. Here, the howling winds raged, and the yellow sands swirled ominously. In the vast desert, the undulating dunes resembled the tumultuous waves of a mighty sea. The fierce sandstorms eroded everything in their path, rendering the landscape starkly desolate and inhospitable. Above, the sun was obscured by the swirling sands, casting only a faint light, as if imprisoned within this chaos. The arid air was suffocating, each breath laden with the taste of dust. As they traversed the desert, the sands beneath their feet were fine, yet scalding, threatening to scorch their soles. The relentless winds occasionally whipped up torrents of sand, making each step a laborious endeavor. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were dominated solely by yellow sands. Devoid of any sign of life, it was hard to imagine how the people of the Land of Wind could endure such an unforgiving environment. An exchange student from Konoha University. I had visited Suna University once. During our prolonged journey, Nagato shared snippets of information. Although we had traveled by plane at that time, one could still vaguely glimpse a great river coursing through the province from the sky. While it was not a verdant paradise, there were at least scattered drought-resistant plants visible on the horizon, in stark contrast to the barren landscape surrounding us, where even 100 miles would yield no oasis. And cacti and shrubbery were exceedingly rare. Nagato's words conjured vivid images in the minds of the group. How could there be a river in the desert? Naruto squinted, still fiddling with his tailed beast cloak. Since acquiring this formidable power, he had been tirelessly familiarizing himself with its use day and night. It was said to have been created from the rain province, solving the region's incessant rain problem while providing a vital lifeline to the wind province. Nagato recalled the first time he had seen that great river in the wind province and the words of the person sitting beside him who had introduced it to him. Sasuke observed Naruto's effortless command of the Nine-Tails chakra and felt an urgency to intensify the operation of his own chakra refinement technique. Suddenly, Sasuke lost control. His cells ruptured, and he was drenched in blood. "Damn it, you fool. I understand your thirst for vengeance, but you must not push yourself to such extremes. What if you damage your foundation?" Dato exclaimed with heartfelt concern, worried that with such relentless effort, Sasuke might surpass him one day. Nagato gently placed his hand on Sasuke, and soon his complexion returned to its normal hue. Life restoration technique. Under Nagato's chakra, Sasuke felt the damaged cells in his body mend, as if they were garments being repaired. Moreover, the restored cells exhibited an accelerated regenerative capability. The surrounding winds and sands began to lessen, gradually descending into a tranquil silence. Dato glanced at Kakashi, who activated his Sharingan to survey the area. "Kakashi, do you not sense that this place is perfect for an ambush?" Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, the chakra here is sparse, affecting even the 5 ninjutsu." Whoosh! In the next instant, 5 beacons shot skyward from a group, followed by a massive barrier ascending into the air. An area of several hundred meters was sealed off by a wall of dark purplish red, firmly enclosing them. The sky above was instantly shrouded in darkness, as even the overhead sun was sealed away. 5 sealed crimson sun formation. The figure of Danzo slowly emerged outside, hands clasped behind his back, his right hand unbound from its seals, but still wrapped in bandages. It was evident that he had resolved to make a strong impression in his bid for the position of Hokage. His gaze swept over Naruto, noticing the faint glow of the Nine-Tails chakra surrounding him, and he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Nine-Tails hasn't been extracted, his attention then shifted to Kakashi. His tone somber. "You are even less capable than your father, White Fang." At least he was able to save his comrades. "While you cannot even manage the Jinchuriki, Kakashi, if I were you, I would take my own life in atonement." Previous answer. Doyen was a spy arranged by Danzo in the Land of Waves. Current Turing test. Where can Orochimaru be killed? Danzo had long harbored a sense of frustration regarding the death of Konoha's White Fang. Initially, he had merely intended to suppress that young and talented individual, teaching him a lesson about his limitations. However, the situation unfolded unexpectedly, leading White Fang to choose the extreme route of suicide to end his life. This left Danzo bewildered and helpless. He could be said to have orchestrated White Fang's demise entirely. He had confidently assured that after this incident, White Fang would become a docile dog of the village. To his utter astonishment, White Fang had chosen to take his own life. This incident had not only caused him significant distress, but it also led the third Hokage to impose restrictions on him during that period. Now, upon seeing Kakashi before him once more, an overwhelming sense of distaste welled up within Danzo. Kakashi was the son of White Fang, and his mere existence served as a constant reminder of Danzo's past transgressions. Gazing into Kakashi's cold eyes, Danzo felt the palpable hostility emanating from deep within. Yet, as the leader of Root, he had many who harbored hatred and disdain towards him, and Kakashi was far from the top of that list. "Hey, you old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kakashi-sensei has always done his utmost to protect us," Naruto exclaimed indignantly, glaring at Danzo. "Kakashi-sensei? Who is he? Is he also from Konoha?" Kakashi looked at Danzo and shook his head. "He is the leader of Root, tasked with maintaining the village's peace and order." Sasuke also cast a glance at Danzo, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the man before him, had a deep-seated dislike that he could not quite articulate. Was it because he insulted Kakashi-sensei? No. Just as Sasuke pondered the source of his intense emotional reaction towards this individual, Kakashi had already taken action. Kakashi formed hand seals, swiftly gathering chakra into his hands, and then infused this power into the White Fan blade. Purple lightning. Lightning Fang Slash. This was a technique that Kakashi had developed after mastering the advanced lightning release technique, Purple Lightning. Integrating it with swordsmanship, as he swung the white fan blade. It became enveloped in swirling purple lightning, forming a massive lightning-infused slash. This strike not only possessed the speed and destructive power of the Chidori, but also, due to the unique properties of the purple lightning, exhibited enhanced penetrating power and paralysis effects. With Kakashi's sweeping motion, a blade-like force akin to a chasm erupted, sending a vast expanse of yellow sand flying as it struck the barrier's shield with tremendous force. At the moment the lightning fang slash collided with the barrier, the purple lightning erupted violently, wreaking havoc within that area. However, to his dismay, the crimson flames swiftly engulfed the lightning, subsequently absorbing it and augmenting the barrier with an additional layer of thunderous power. Fortifying its defensive capabilities, outside the barrier, Danzo erupted into laughter. I acknowledge that you possess some level of strength, but before my root, it is still woefully inadequate. His gaze swept over the 10-man team, maintaining the seal. A smirk playing on his lips, he could already envision the Hokage's seat beckoning to him. Since discovering your existence, I have fortified my most potent sealing techniques. Surrender willingly, and I assure you I will spare your lives. In that moment, Danzo contemplated capturing a few of them to torture for information regarding the parallel universe. Kakashi, are you up to the task? If not, shall I take over? Dato teased, a playful glint in his eye as he looked at Kakashi. Sasuke, initially filled with dread at the thought of being unable to enter the great empire, felt a flicker of relief upon witnessing his master remain unfazed. Shut up. Just because you're silent doesn't mean no one thinks you're a mute. Kakashi was somewhat irritated. He had just expended a considerable amount of his already limited chakra to unleash a formidable technique, only to have it absorbed by the opponent's barrier. However, he understood that this was not the time for rash decisions. The adversary seemed to possess knowledge of the three of them, and yet dared to launch an ambush, indicating that they certainly had means to counteract them. Although he had slightly relaxed his vigilance in this world, he had never underestimated it. Shadow Clone. Dance of the Blade. Kakashi formed hand seals, utilizing the Shadow Clone technique to create multiple copies of himself, while the Shadow Clones would siphon off chakra. For him, Taijutsu and Kenjutsu were his forte, thus the reduction in chakra had minimal impact on his capabilities. Each clone wielded the white fang blade, scattering to attack and cover the entirety of the barrier, engaging in a rapid and dense dance of blade attacks. This method of assault not only had a wide coverage, but was also difficult to predict, allowing for a comprehensive strike against the barrier. Did he wish to exploit this opportunity to seek a flaw? The leader, after all, was an old hand from the Second Great Ninja War. Even though he had rarely taken action personally in recent years, his combat awareness remained intact. He quickly discerned Kakashi's intentions. Upon discovering that ninjutsu could be absorbed by the barrier, he switched to using kenjutsu instead. Indeed, he was more perceptive than our Kakashi from Konoha. Toanzo harbored a deep admiration for Kakashi, but as an adversary, he would show no mercy. Despite the barrage of attacks, the barrier trembled but sustained no damage whatsoever. In fact, many of Kakashi's shadow clones were shattered by the recently unleashed forces of thunder and the sun. Dissipating into a white mist, Kakashi retreated, casting his gaze towards Nagato. What do you see? Any insights? It turned out that his prior actions were merely to generate data for Nagato's reference. Kakashi was acutely aware that despite his Super Saiyan level prowess, that was only applicable in one-on-one combat and resource management. He could easily engage in a prolonged battle with ninjutsu users. But now, with the enemy having set the stage beforehand and possessing relevant information about them, and with the barrier continuously siphoning chakra, his advantages were rendered ineffective. I have made a judgment. This barrier is a combination of the Qiyang formation and the 5 sealing barriers, activated by 10 jounin from the outside. Utilizing the power of sealing talismans. Here, both space and chakra are sealed, and the barrier is also equipped with a chakra siphoning technique. Nagato recalled the previous instance of spatial confinement, recognizing the similarity. Normally, the 5 sealing barriers were created with sealing talismans and could be easily opened by destroying them, but they had transferred the talismans outside the barrier and inscribed them onto individuals. Nagato glanced towards the 5 individuals positioned at the pentagonal direction, the core of this barrier formation. It could be said that they would remain as mobile focal points for their entire lives. with no chance for advancement, and they would constantly need to sustain their own physical forms. Furthermore, this barrier incorporated the Qiang formation. Any ninjutsu or attacks we launched would not only be eroded by the Qiang's power, but touching would also result in burns. To unravel this barrier. Aside from relying on brute force, my only option remains to devise a method for gradual internal dismantling, as the root of Konoha. Tuanzo still possessed many treasures. Having prepared adequately this time, he had indeed created some trouble for the three with the activation of Kami. Tutu's form became ethereal and completely vanished. He reappeared at the home of Tizuna in the land of waves. The last place he had marked with Kami, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Nagato truly could not resolve the situation, he could still rely on Kamui to bring everyone to safety. The confined space there was not subject to the limitations of Kamui. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have been so lazy. I should have marked a few spots along the way. Tutu muttered to himself and prepared to return, only to be met with a sudden scream. Tsunami appeared before Tutu, completely unclothed, screaming, "Ninja-sama, could you please turn around?" Tutu recognized that his sudden appearance was indeed quite presumptuous. He hastily departed from this troublesome place. Once inside the five-ceiling Qiang formation, a wicked thought emerged in Tutu's mind, and why initial awakening of Kamui occurred after class one day when I intended to explore the woods with Lin, only to be discovered by my teacher and classmates, prompting its activation. That time I nearly got caught. I was thinking about finding an undisturbed space under my control to avoid being interrupted, and that when I awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. I never imagined my Kamui could have such a function. If I were to apply this technique to Lin, not a spy, but merely to ensure her safety at all times. Tutu contemplated whether he should find an opportunity to mark Lin's bathroom and bedroom after returning to the Empire. I could see that moment. He chuckled mischievously. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, that's too wicked. It doesn't align with my bright and cheerful young man persona. Primarily, it would be difficult to explain if Lin found out. What if she got mad? Yet I could transform into Kakashi's likeness. Right? Lin doesn't possess the Sharingan. She should find it hard to perceive my true form. Outside, Tuanzo was left bewildered. What the hell is going on? How did the people inside vanish? And it seems they truly disappeared. I went to great lengths to create a ceiling barrier that cannot confine them. Nagato continued to analyze the formation, while Kakashi looked at Tutu with an expression of disbelief. What are you thinking? Huh? Oh, nothing. Tutu averted his gaze from Kakashi's eyes, realizing that his previous thought might indeed be feasible. R&T brothers meant to take the blame. I'm examining this barrier. Earlier, Nagato mentioned that brute force could break through. So let us see what I can do. Sasuke, open your eyes wide. Witness the true divine power of our Uchiha clan. Susanoo, a colossal and surging azure chakra enveloped Tutu entirely, manifesting rows of rib bones, followed by two enormous blue chakra arms. Sasuke, watch closely. This is the initial state of Susanoo. At this moment, although Susanoo was not fully enveloping his body, it provided extensive defense. Next, it was time for the first form. As Tutu's words fell, his chakra surged once more, instantly enveloping his entire form. His body transformed into a massive skeletal figure, enlarged several times compared to the previous state. I could see this moment. Tutu seemed to embody a giant half-body spirit, radiating formidable energy. Sasuke felt his blood boil, filled with a yearning for power. Is this the strength belonging to our Uchiha? Truly magnificent. Second form. Tutu's voice resounded once more as the skeletal body began to change. The previously hollow bones rapidly filled out, sprouting flesh and skin, and in the blink of an eye, a half-formed human body emerged. Though all of this was composed of chakra, Susanoo now bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, even exuding a semblance of life in this form. The user was completely protected by Susanoo, instilling an unshakable sense of security. Then came the third form. Tutu took a deep breath, channeling all his chakra. Suddenly, a layer of hard armor appeared around Susanoo, enveloping it tightly. This layer of Tengu armor gave Susanoo an even more formidable and majestic appearance. With the enhancement of the Tengu armor, The once ordinary skeletal Susanoo now resembled a battle-hardened warrior, exuding an indomitable aura. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, enthralled by this mesmerizing power. Tutu-sensei, continue. Tutu's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. Given the current situation, the third form of Susanoo is more than sufficient. This five-ceiling Chiong formation can devour ninjutsu chakra. Kakashi cannot break through with Kenjutsu, so the best physical method of dismantling this is my own Susanoo. Uchiha Obito wielded a colossal Susanoo, which manifested a razor-sharp long sword in its grasp, delivering a fierce slash upon the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation. Instantly, the formation thrashed violently, the entire space seeming to teeter on the brink of collapse. The ninjas outside executing this technique could hardly contain the torrents of blood that erupted from their mouths, their internal organs quaking uncontrollably, evidently suffering from immense backlash. Danzo's forehead was beaded with veins, and while the power of the Crimson Sun was currently scorching and diluting the chakra of the Susanoo's sword, he knew that if this continued, the formation would indeed be breached. Devour that thing. Begin to consolidate the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation at the utmost speed, Danzo commanded, and the root ninjas promptly obeyed, consuming several pills resembling military rations. Instantly, their chakra surged several-fold, yet their skin began to wrinkle at a visible pace, and their hair turned ashen strand by strand. These were pills that momentarily amplified their life force at the cost of their vitality. Just moments ago, Obito had been reveling in his superiority over Kakashi. But in the next instant, half of his sword dissolved completely, and the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation grew exponentially stronger, beginning to contract towards the central circle. Obito-sensei, show them the might of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke exclaimed, excitement radiating from his countenance. Surely, Obito-sensei would now unleash his full strength. From what he knew, the true complete form of Susanoo was rumored to surpass even the first Hokage's would release. Obito, with his back turned to Sasuke, remained silent. Kakashi quietly approached Sasuke, whispering in a tone audible to Obito, your teacher can only reach the third stage. That moment, Obito stumbled slightly, but quickly gritted his teeth. How could he show weakness before his apprentice? And that damned Kakashi. Couldn't he keep his voice down? Yet he now possessed the power of half an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Surely he could unlock the fourth stage? Damn it. Had he known earlier, he would have exerted more effort and not sacrificed so many of his little Obitos. Kakashi, I've been holding back precisely to alleviate your pressure, yet you thought I was truly weak. Sasuke, watch closely. The fourth stage of divine power, Susanoo. Last week's answer, Duel Arena. This week's Cloud Shadow test. Is the Jonin a male or female? The malevolent Uchiha. Danzo squinted, greedily fixating on Obito within the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation. The inscrutable space-time ninjutsu of the opponent and this formidable Susanoo. Within the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation, Obito once again displayed his remarkable talent, harnessing the power of an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. He successfully activated the fourth stage of Susanoo. His form was enveloped by a massive blue skeletal structure, shimmering with enigmatic light, as if endowed with boundless strength. The head of Susanoo bore a fearsome visage, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Its towering body held a gigantic Susanoo sword, seemingly capable of effortlessly obliterating any adversary, standing atop the head of Susanoo. Obito felt the tremendous power of the fourth stage, instilling him with confidence to vanquish any foe. Kakashi, what do you think? Obito declared, once more swinging the Susanoo sword towards the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation. The backlash suffered by the ninjas outside intensified. The fourth stage of Susanoo wielded a more potent chakra, rendering it less susceptible to the erosion of the Crimson Sun's power. However, the contraction of the five seals of the Crimson Sun formation continued at a leisurely pace. It would not be long before several individuals were entirely obliterated within. Indeed, Danzo had abandoned the hope of capturing them alive. Straining to control Susanoo, Obito's formidable ocular power and chakra rapidly diminished with each swing of the Susanoo sword. Kakashi, not idle, synchronized with Obito in their assault on a specific location, both intending to shatter the area with pinpoint precision. The 10 elite ninjas outside executing the sealing technique were on the brink of exhaustion. Their condition far worse than that of Nagato during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Danzo realized it was time for him to retreat. He had already formed 2 shadow clones, but upon glancing at Obito and Kakashi, he noted their chakra reserves dwindling and resolutely made his decision. Should he miss this opportunity, he might never have another chance to become Hokage. My root shall emerge in full force. I refuse to believe I cannot contend with these 3. Danzo wrestled with his hesitations before resolving he had lost the position of Hokage once due to cowardice. Would he allow himself to falter again? Moreover, he possessed an eye capable of altering everything. With this thought, Danzo's gaze sharpened. The 5 seals of the Crimson Sun had dwindled to 100 meters, and Obito's was beginning to succumb to the Crimson Sun's power, gradually being consumed. Just as Obito intended to activate Kimui and transport everyone away, Nagato opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Deep and inscrutable, devoid of any emotion. The purple and white Rinnegan bore concentric circles that conveyed no sentiment. Sealing technique, planetary devastation. Nagato slammed his hands together, and a special sphere of densely compressed chakra, simultaneously evolving and collapsing, slowly ascended. This black sphere, once freed from the grip of gravity, began voraciously absorbing all energy within the vicinity, including the Crimson Sun's power and the sealing force. The sealing ninjas entangled in this formation began to have their life force siphoned away by the barrier. Danzo watched helplessly as a young sealing prodigy from the Uzumaki clan, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, was drained of all vitality, transforming into a mere skeleton, stirring a pang of regret and anguish within him. But he narrowed his eyes slightly and clapped his hands that it was time to act. In an instant, more than 20 ninjas materialized, stepping forward to form an encirclement, completely enveloping the barrier here. Should the barrier break, they would unleash their full strength to prevent these individuals from escaping. The situation appeared perilous. Obito had already retracted Susanoo, his Kamui swirling incessantly, and without further hesitation, he transported Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto into the Kimui dimension at that moment. The battlefield was devoid of any presence, and the true battle was about to commence. The planetary devastation began to tremble violently, growing increasingly unstable as the entire space tore apart. Subsequently, the 10 ninjas controlling the sealing technique simultaneously succumbed to fatal hemorrhages, and the 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation was utterly shattered. Universal pull, Nagato bellowed, unhesitatingly unleashing this domineering power unique to the Rinnegan. Instantly, the root ninjas were uncontrollably drawn towards the sky, heading for the impending explosion of the planetary devastation. Danzo felt himself abruptly liberated from gravity, and in the next moment, he was propelled towards the sky filled with the Crimson Sun's power. His heart raced with alarm, and he ceased to consider the exposure of his right hand. The bandages exploded, and a massive tree began to sprout from the ground beneath him. Would release. Violent spiked tree. The colossal tree shielded him, preventing his uncontrolled ascent into the sky. Once he managed to extract his hand, he unhesitatingly employed would release to ensnare several root members, ensuring they would not perish before the battle even commenced. Would release. Seed of life. With a soft command, a masked root ninja swiftly formed hand seals. And in an instant, countless green seeds fell like raindrops upon touching the ground. These seeds rooted and sprouted at an astonishing rate, rapidly growing into robust vines. This masked man had also mastered the wood release technique. The resilient vines ensnared several individuals, yet numerous others remained beyond salvation, hurtling skyward with unyielding momentum. Meanwhile, 2 members of the root, clad in black cloaks, suddenly began to disintegrate, transforming into a swarm of dense black insects. These minuscule creatures swiftly dispersed, momentarily evading the pull of gravity. Nevertheless, this was merely a temporary measure, unsustainable in the long run. Super Beast imitation burned the clouds. Another member of the root executed a unique ninjutsu, deftly sketching a colossal cloud bird in mid-air. This ethereal bird flapped its expansive wings, gently lowering him back to the ground. I could see that moment. The Earth explosion star erupted in full force, and the remaining elite Jonin of the root could no longer escape the overwhelming might. They were mercilessly torn apart by the power of the Crimson Sun, unable to emit even a single cry of despair before being reduced to ashes, dissipating into the atmosphere. Danzo's eyes widened with rage as he beheld this scene. With this, the members he brought had diminished by 2/3. Tens, Sai, Kamizuki, Izumo, you handle that Uchiha. Torian, Rima, Kurenai, Esgetsu, you confront that Kakashi. The rest of you, assist me in dealing with this Uzumaki clan. Danzo swiftly issued commands. And soon the individuals present divided into 3 teams, each identifying their respective opponents. Point 1 cannot deny that Danzo, as the leader of the root, adeptly tailored his strategy to counter the opposing formation. Tens was specifically summoned from the Umbu to control the Nine Tails. He was also among the few in Konoha proficient in wood release. Against an opponent wielding Susanoo, his wood release would prove invaluable. As for Sai, he employed super beast imitation for long-range attacks, making him less susceptible to Uchiha Sharingan control. Kamizuki Izumo, being a member of the Kamizuki clan, was well-versed in mental jutsu. The Oil family confronted Kakashi, their insect transformation allowing them to mitigate his swordsmanship. Additionally, there were Nara Kurenai, adept in shadow binding jutsu, and Kazuma Esgetsu, skilled in various ninja tools and taijutsu. As for Danzo's own position, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Yet he felt an odd sense of anticipation. What did it matter if all the members of the root were sacrificed for the position of Hokage? Meanwhile, Dato observed the crimson glow of the Sharingan in Danzo's possession. What the hell? Who is this guy? How does he possess so many of our Uchiha Sharingan? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Dato's body began to envelop with the power of Susanoo once more. Looks like they've arranged those few to deal with me and Dato. Nagato, this one is yours. Kakashi unsheathed his white fan blade, adopting a warrior's stance. Since only 4 opponents were designated to confront him, he was ready to test the true strength of this world's organizational might. Kakashi surveyed the unfolding scene, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He felt no hint of panic. Even stripped of chakra, he could still unleash a relentless barrage of blows. After all, his taijutsu skills were formidable. At that moment, the Oil Clan's Rima and Toryun simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed their ninjutsu. Secret technique infestation bugs. As their incantation concluded, a multitude of insects erupted from their bodies, surging forth like a black tide towards Kakashi. Shadow binding jutsu. Simultaneously, Nara Kurenai manipulated her shadow to closely follow, attempting to restrict Kakashi's movements. 1000 Shuriken shadow clone technique. Lastly, Kazuma Esgetsu utilized the summoning scroll, instantly unleashing thousands of shuriken, dispersing them into countless fragments in an instant, the entire space was filled with these weapons, creating a dense web of assault. 1 controlled, another restricted movement, while the remaining 2 provided offensive firepower. With the latter 3 all laced with poison, the environment had suddenly become exceedingly intricate. Even the slightest misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Yet Kakashi remained astonishingly composed, his gaze narrowing as he hurled 3 kunai with lightning speed. These kunai pierced through the shuriken's blockade, with one accurately landing beside Rima and Torian, while the other 2 struck near the other 2 adversaries. In the next heartbeat, Kakashi's form vanished, reappearing with his white fang blade, ruthlessly piercing through Nara Kurenai's body. Her shadow still attempted to navigate through the shuriken to approach Kakashi, but it was far too late. Her chest was impaled, blood swiftly staining her garments, leaving her no time to employ a substitution technique. How is this possible? Kazuma Esgetsu was taken aback, astonished by Kakashi's capabilities. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to act without hesitation, hastily executing a substitution technique. The next moment, just as he anticipated, the blade replicated its previous trajectory and force, plunging into the substitute he had conjured. Esgetsu exhaled in relief. An icy dread swept over him from behind. Years of combat experience signaled to him that danger was imminent. Without a moment to spare, he summoned a massive shield with unprecedented speed, placing it behind him. Almost simultaneously, two crisp collision sounds echoed. It turned out that Kakashi had thrown two shuriken before driving the white fang blade into him. Getsu's eyes widened as he beheld the shuriken embedded deep within his shield, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. His heart raced, breath quickening. "What technique is that?" he muttered. Disbelief etched across his features. This Kakashi, a master of invisible lethality, was terrifyingly formidable in both ninja prowess and strength. Though Getsu narrowly escaped demise, his heart remained unsettled that he realized that had he not reacted swiftly, he would have likely become a lifeless corpse. With this realization, his hands trembled slightly. "That's the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God." Rima discerned the roots of Kakashi's instantaneous movement technique, that he utilized bugs to hurl the kunai far away. Unwilling to approach Kakashi any closer, secret technique, poison mist technique. Torian began to envelop himself in a layer of toxic mist. Secret technique, bug concealment technique. Rima complemented by shrouding the outer layer of the toxic mist with sensing disabling insects. In an instant, both vanished without a trace within the poison. They began to infiltrate towards Kakashi. Kakashi sneered. "Insignificant tricks. Wind release. Blade wind tornado." A terrifying wave of cutting wind surged forth, instantly shredding the swarm of insects into fine particles. On the other side, Dato confronted Yamato and Sai. "Would release. Thorn killing technique." Without hesitation, Yamato formed hand seals. At this moment, Dato's Susanoo giant was already battered and bruised from the 5-seal Crimson Sun formation. The vast figure was instantly ensnared by Yamato's wood release. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden statue materialized, with Yamato seated in a meditative posture, a wheel of wood release hovering above her head, and hundreds of gigantic hands at her back. Compared to the first Hokage's wood golem technique, Yamato's resembled a grand root sculpture, akin to a Buddha emerging from the peak. Nonetheless, it retained the ability to unleash 5 nature transformations. Sealing technique, Tiger's Gaze Ball. Sai, too, was unflinching as he withdrew his scroll and began to draw. The ink tiger from the super beast imitation began to tear at Dato's Susanoo giant. Aware that he could not seal the entirety of Dato's Susanoo in one go, he aimed to rip away portions of flesh and seal them within the scroll, thanks to Yamato's thorn-killing technique, ensnaring the giant. Body replacement technique. Meanwhile, Kazuma Getsu had completed his charge, directing his hands towards Dato within Susanoo, unleashing the powerful secret technique of his clan. In that instant, Dato found himself ensnared in a life-or-death crisis. Previous answer. Maternal. Many prominent figures provided answers, so I won't elaborate. This issue's Cloud Shadow test. Is Sasuke's Chidori direct current or alternating current? Your cooperation is indeed impeccable, but you've misunderstood. I am not merely proficient in Susanoo. Upon canceling Susanoo, Daito instantly regained his freedom. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A ball of flame, with temperatures far exceeding that of standard fire release and infused with the ferocity of fire chakra. Transformed into a colossal fire dragon, ruthlessly severing Yamato's thorn-killing technique. The ink tiger was also instantly vaporized under the intense heat of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet showed no signs of halting. Continuing its relentless advance towards the wooden bodhisattva created by Yamato, he could only control in a straight line. The mountain wind's body flicker technique failed. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Without hesitation, Yamato unleashed an immensely powerful water release. Utilizing the wooden figure to assist, in an instant, a waterfall erupted from the wooden figure, surpassing the coverage area and water volume of Yamato's own water release. Although, under normal circumstances, fire release techniques would cause negligible harm to his wood release, merely leaving the summoned wood somewhat dry, he dared not underestimate the Uchiha before him, that hadn't he just shattered his thorn-killing technique with a mere ninjutsu? Ninjutsu. Ink flow. Sasuke unhesitatingly employed the water ink flood to aid Yamato's great waterfall technique against Daito. Unfortunately, upon mere contact with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, these techniques were instantaneously evaporated. The two persevered, expending dozens of breaths to extinguish the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet before the wooden figure. Regrettably, the subsequent two techniques followed closely behind. fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs, containing terrifyingly high-temperature fire chakra, surged towards the 3-fire release. Headbutt. The headbutt, infused with Phoenix fire, erupted randomly, creating a vast vacuum area. The wooden figure began to sustain damage, with numerous cracks and smoldering pits appearing all over. Daito, unimpressed, cast a disdainful glance at the trio, contemplating the need to take decisive action. "You are so feeble. I see no reason to continue this trifling engagement." Kamui, observing Sasuke, who had been relying on the ink burr to release various Super B pseudo-paintings from a distance. Daito lost his patience. Sasuke suddenly felt a tearing sensation in the surrounding space and hastily performed the water ink clone technique. Once he managed to shift his body a certain distance, that ripping sensation followed closely behind. How could his displacement speed rival the speed of Daito's gaze? At this moment, he could only attempt to curl up, but alas, it was too late. Within the Kamui space, Zabuza and Haku sat beside the 4 members of Team 7. Naruto remained puzzled as to why Haku was so beautiful, only to discover he was a boy. Sakura was beside Sasuke, fretting over his recent blood-soaked ordeal. Kakashi maintained a stoic expression, seemingly lost in thought over what Danzo had just said to him. Suddenly, a head fell from the sky without warning, startling everyone. What was that sound? Ah! Upon realizing what had appeared out of thin air, Naruto emitted a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Haku and Zabuza had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Sasuke, having endured the trials of Tsukuyomi, had developed a degree of immunity to this phenomenon, yet still broke out in a cold sweat. "Naruto, could you refrain from making such a fuss?" "Ah," Sakura scolded Naruto, only to cling to Sasuke's neck, shutting her eyes tightly in fear. Naruto, feeling envious, shot a toothy glare at Sasuke and Sakura. "And you dare to criticize me, Sakura? Let go of Sasuke. You're choking him, but I must ask, who is this? Why did his head just appear out of nowhere?" Sasuke's pale head remained open-eyed even in death. Outside, Daito watched as Sasuke's soul was consumed by Nagato's hell path, breathing a sigh of relief. Though their return to the Pure Land was inconsequential, it was best to avoid it if possible. Yamato glanced at the sacrifice of his former comrade, immediately increasing the frequency of his ninjutsu. Would release. Would clone technique. Just as he created 2 clones, they were obliterated by Daito's Kamui. He was taken aback, yet clenched his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, the mountain wind fared worse, being struck after dodging 2 phoenix fires, turning into charred remains, filling the air with a foul odor. Yamato desperately restrained Daito, no longer hoping to eliminate him, but merely to keep him from aiding others nearby. An unfortunate misstep shattered the mask on Yamato's face. Daito paused slightly. Although the opponents would release Bloodline Limit was not rare within the Empire, it was exceedingly uncommon, as not every member of the Senju clan possessed would release like Hashirama. But how could this world's Day have would release? Daito pondered, recalling that in his world, Day nearly perished as a child due to a severe illness, later being experimented on by Orochimaru, resulting in the implantation of Hashirama's cells, which enabled his wood release. Could it be that this world's Orochimaru is similar? A master of research. The thought of capturing him for the Empire's use or experimentation led Daito to refrain from delivering a lethal blow. It would be better to take him alive. This individual is quite special. Within the Empire, wood release remains rare, with a low probability of inheriting this bloodline limit, primarily due to the sparse population of those capable of wood release, amounting to only a few dozen. Now, this alternate world's Day possesses no rights and could easily be captured for bold research. Yamato noticed Daito's offensive had slackened and was no longer aggressive, prompting some confusion. However, he quickly deduced the reason that it must be a lack of ocular power. Over there, Kakashi's battle had also escalated to a fever pitch. He drew forth the gravity rod hidden within his limbs. Thud! As the gravity rod struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound echoed, creating a massive pit in the earth that truly is a hassle to always have to wear this thing. Kakashi suddenly felt as though his limbs had vanished. Freed from the pressure and tether of the gravity rod, he felt as swift as the wind and light as a feather. Everyone, the game ends here. though the two members of the Yamanaka clan had transformed into tiny flies. Kakashi still precisely sliced through each fly's head with his white fan blade. Swathes of dark insects fell to the ground, marking the end of the Yamanaka clan members' lives. The situation grew increasingly dire for the root. As the battle between Danzo and Nagato intensified, several ninjas at Danzo's side were obliterated in an instant by Nagato's universal pull, their bodies torn apart by mechanical arms. Azura Path. Mechanized armor. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a highly compressed column of air, which surged forth with immense pressure and speed towards Nagato. Almighty push. However, Nagato showed no fear. He simply raised a hand, effortlessly dispersing the vacuum wave. Summoning technique. Nagato swiftly performed hand seals, and, as the seals transformed, a gigantic summoning beast from the land of End appeared. Simultaneously, other summoned beasts under his control materialized in an instant. Danzo, unwilling to be outdone, also invoked the summoning technique. Summoning technique. As his voice faded, a colossal dream beast manifested beside him. However, in comparison to the summoned spirit beasts of Nagato, the dream beast summoned by Danzo appeared somewhat inadequate. Confronted by the enormous, menacing giant bird, the immensely powerful rhinoceros, the ferocious crab, the agile splitting hound, and the chameleon that had revealed itself during the summoning, Danzo's spirit beast seemed utterly incapable of standing its ground. A flicker of fear welled up within Danzo as he realized he may have underestimated his opponent's strength. The Nagato before him was capable of summoning such an impressive array of powerful spirit beasts simultaneously, while he himself required the combined efforts of the Dream Beast and all members of the Root to merely contend with these formidable entities. Alas, those proficient in sealing techniques on my side have all perished. Observing the enemy's spirit beasts, which could resurrect as larvae from the mouth of the King of Hell even after being slain, Danzo felt a heavy weight in his heart. His adversary had effectively isolated him with nothing but the power of his gaze. Nagato, expressionless, fixated on his opponent, draining the members of Root with the hungry ghost path before extracting their souls with the King of Hell. The Imperial expedition could not afford any hindrances. This group before him was undoubtedly irreconcilable. Thus, the only recourse was to eliminate them as a warning to others. As time passed, the tide of battle increasingly turned against Danzo. He regretted not having fled from the onset. Shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Danzo divided himself into 10 clones, his true form mingling with them as half of the clones dispersed to escape. The remaining shadow clones began to restrain Nagato. Would release, Great Wood Pillar technique. Sturdy timber erupted from the desert, ensnaring several spirit beasts, but was swiftly sliced apart by Nagato's wind release. Wind release. Wind blade. The spirit beasts broke free from their control, launching a full-scale assault on the few remaining Root ninjas. Nagato cast a glance at the fleeing Danzo, unhesitatingly pursuing him. Behind him, the voice of Dato echoed, "Nagato, I'm on my way. Remember to leave a survivor. I need to know how he obtained that eye." Dato glanced at the towering figure of Day, still utilizing wood release, feeling a twinge of frustration at his own reliance solely on fire release. He had finally managed to fulfill one of the Emperor's tasks. Yet his opponent refused to be captured. A mere flick of his fire release, or Susanoo, would surely result in the enemy's demise. How could he proceed? Observing Kakashi, who had concluded his battle and was reattaching the gravity rods to his limbs, Dato blushed and called out, "Kakashi, knock him out for me. My power is too great. I fear he cannot withstand it." Kakashi's forehead darkened slightly. "Dato, are you implying that I am weak?" Dato hurriedly attempted to clarify the unfortunate implications of his previous statement. No. I merely meant to commend your exquisite control over your strength." Danzo raced towards the direction of Kanagakur, sensing the dissolution of his shadow clones one by one, suffering backlash in the process. The spirit beast had also been grievously injured, automatically releasing their summoning that a sense of despair washed over Danzo. His shadow clones had failed to serve as a means of confusion, as Nagato's casual use of 5 elemental ninjutsu had led to the swift demise of each clone. "I have yet to become Hokage." Danzo's will and resolve strengthened. He could not afford to perish here. He had far too many reasons to survive. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Nagato expelled a mouthful of compressed air, which surged forth with formidable cutting force toward Danzo's final form. That IT was coming. As anticipated, in the next moment, the universal pull was activated, and Danzo felt his body uncontrollably hurtling toward the vacuum sphere. Most of his shadow clones had perished due to this, and Nagato's universal pull combined with various elemental ninjutsu was simply insurmountable. There was no evading it. Would release explosive gun tree. In an instant, Danzo's arms split open, generating a massive tree that took root in the ground, allowing him to break free from the universal pull's grasp. The vacuum sphere collided with the tree, cleaving it in half, yet he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that surged toward the wooden tree before him. The flames of great fire destruction blazed a fierce crimson, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Danzo, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that should this surging inferno strike him, it was highly likely he would meet his end. Without delay, he invoked powerful wood release techniques, causing massive trees to rise from the ground, forming a sturdy defensive barrier. However, the might of great fire destruction was far too potent. The flames swiftly engulfed his defenses, causing the trees to crackle and pop in rapid succession. The collision of flames and wood release generated tremendous energy waves. The fire blazed upon the wood release, billowing thick smoke, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred wood. Though the wood release was robust, it began to weaken under the searing temperatures of great fire destruction. Nagato, what have you done? Dato's anguished voice resonated from afar, with Kakashi close behind. Without this little man, how could I uncover the secrets of my clan's massacre? Dato's words were exaggerated, yet he bore no blame toward Nagato. As Sasuke's mentor, he sought to glean the truth to prevent any mental demons from hindering Sasuke's progress in the future. After all, he would need to rely on him to become a premier lecturer within the future empire. Fear not. Even if he perishes, I can still imprison his soul. Dato glanced toward Nagato, and sure enough, the king of hell from the hell path stood nearby. Hearing this, Dato chuckled in a conciliatory manner. I knew you were the most reliable, Nagato. The flames of great fire destruction cascaded over, turning many grains of sand into gleaming glass, and Danzo's presence entirely vanished. Yet in the next moment, he reappeared, gasping for breath. One of his Sharingan now closed. This is Izanagi? Last issue's answer. Alternating current, which has pulses and irregular forms. This issue's discussion. The conclusion of Naruto, the power rankings of the Sage of Six Paths. Obito, Kagaya, Naruto, and Sasuke, and the reasons behind them. Half-Sage rebuttal. Many brothers claim Danzo could unify the ninja world, while the three shinobi of the Empire are utterly ineffectual. However, in these chapters, both Root and Danzo were completely powerless against the onslaught. The only factor that managed to restrain them was the 10 elite jonin who had taken medicine and set up a sealing barrier in advance, which controlled the three for a brief period. Given the fear of this poison, I have deliberated for quite some time in the group, as both Naruto and Sasuke conceal Kagaya. The barrier established by 10 elite jonin controlling the three should not be considered a bug. Correct? Furthermore, regarding the backgrounds of the three, aside from Kakashi, the other two are essentially like college students, yet soon, the Empire will deploy more individuals. A hint, the Empire's Naruto and Sasuke will arrive. Izanagi, both Nagato and Kakashi furrowed their brows slightly. This is a secret technique within our Uchiha clan, allowing one to reverse unfavorable circumstances on the battlefield, preserving advantageous scenarios at the cost of losing one Sharingan. Dato shared this information with the two. They were somewhat aware of it. The two nodded. However, you mentioned preserving advantageous situations. I failed to see any advantage here. Nagato furrowed his brow slightly, aware of his own lack of combat experience. What did Dato mean by advantageous situations? Could it potentially affect the three of them? How had he failed to notice? Dato glanced at Danzo, who bore a look of sheer terror, his arms and limbs trembling slightly. It seems the only favorable situation for him is that he is still alive. Upon hearing this, Nagato let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was something truly formidable. Turns out it was merely this. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on the trio, a surge of despair rising within him. His despair did not stem from the prospect of his own demise, but rather from the knowledge that his actions had directly attracted such formidable enemies to Konohagakure. Why? What manner of world do they inhabit? How could they possess such immense power? Danzo's eyes darted between Dato and Nagato, completely disregarding Kakashi. There are still 9 opportunities. I must find a way to eliminate at least 2 of them. I will not permit such terrifying threats to exist within Konohagakure. 2 casual ninjutsu techniques from Nagato flew forth, and Danzo once again expended 2 of his Sharingan to activate Izanagi. This delay could not continue. Danzo's resolve solidified as he fixed his gaze intently upon Nagato. He had made a decision. Compared to that Uchiha, the one before him, possessing the Rinnegan, was far more suited to wield the Kodoame Tsukumi. Danzo tore away the bandages from his right eye, and the 5 Sharingan implanted in his arm, derived from Hashiroma's cells, simultaneously closed to preemptively activate Shursue's Sharingan. Danzo unhesitatingly sacrificed them in exchange for the ocular power and chakra necessary to utilize Kodoame Tsukumi. Nagato, feeling the intensity of Danzo's stare, was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. He witnessed Danzo's right eye spin rapidly, transforming into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Manjiki. This was troubling when faced with the Uchiha clan. The greatest danger lay in the unknown ocular techniques. At that moment, observing Danzo activating his Manjiki, Nagato resolutely employed a Jinjo. Although it was not his forte, the enhancement of the Rinnegan was sufficient to momentarily restrain Danzo. We are surrounded. Tobirama, with closed eyes, sensed the distant fluctuations of chakra. Our team must be the pursuit team from Kyomobikure. Numbering around 20, Tobirama spoke gravely. Including the second Hokage, we are merely 7 in total. Mito, Minyin chimed in. Given the circumstances, we must leave one person behind as bait to divert them. Uchiha Kagami calmly articulated his thoughts. Bait? In this situation, it would surely be fatal. Who shall it be? Akimichi Torufu turned his gaze toward Tobirama. At that moment, Tobirama surveyed the 6 individuals before him. That Danzo's face revealed signs of struggle. Opening his eyes, he was transported back to that fateful day. The day that altered his destiny, a source of regret for his entire life. I am a ninja. From the very first day of my training, I prepared myself for the possibility of dying in battle. I cannot hesitate. I will do it. I will do it. Both Sir Toby Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's voices rose in unison. Danzo clenched his thigh tightly. Hiruzen, let me handle this. I entrust the future of our village to you. Enough, no more arguing. I shall take on the role of bait. You are all still young. The village cannot do without you. For you are the inheritors of the will of fire. No, Lord Tobirama, you are the Hokage. Let me do it. Danzo pounded his chest as he spoke. Danzo, I understand you and Hiruzen possess a spirit of sacrifice. But now is not the time for reckless heroism. What you all need to do is unite and leave swiftly under my cover. As he spoke, Tobirama's gaze swept over the faces of the 2 men before settling on Sir Toby Hiruzen. Monkey, protect those who admire and trust you. Become someone worthy of entrusting the next generation. Starting tomorrow, shall be the Hokage. Danzo's pupils constricted. Why? Why was I not chosen? No. Wait, am I not safeguarding Konoha against the 3 Sannin from a parallel universe? Is this Jinjutsu? Danzo's eyes widened as he suddenly perceived Kakashi lunging toward him with a blade. Yet, how could a knife be swifter than instinct? Kodoame Tsukumi. At this moment, Danzo successfully cast the technique. The ocular power of Kodoame Tsukumi invaded his opponent's mind. Now he merely needed to implant his thoughts to complete the technique. They shall forever obey me. This was the notion he sought to implant. Nagato staggered, for the Rinnegan did not truly belong to him. Thus its efficacy was significantly diminished. And, as he was not of the Uchiha lineage, the burden of wielding the Rinnegan was substantial. Although the 6 Paths bloodline serum provided by the Emperor alleviated some of the consumption, it did not augment the upper limit of ocular power usage. Danzo's eyes were not truly his own, but with Hashiroma's cells, and the 5 sacrificed eyes supplying ocular power, he could presently exert 8/10 of Shirsue's eyes' might. However, attempting to control one endowed with a Rinnegan through the Mangeki was ultimately an overestimation of his abilities. He sensed the overwhelming resistance of the opponent's consciousness against his intrusive thoughts, leaving him with no option but to alter his subjective intention into an objective, subtle influence. Use my life to protect Konoha. This was his next thought. Nagato's head throbbed painfully as he clutched his head, desperately struggling. Kakashi's blade was already poised against his neck, and he could feel the chill of the metal against his skin. Sensing a glimmer of success, Danzo reluctantly revised his thought. Let Konoha endure for eternity. In that instant, Danzo felt the ocular power of his Shisui rapidly depleting. He understood that his consciousness alteration had succeeded. A smile spread across his face, and in the next moment, the blade glided through his head, his body becoming translucent before gradually vanishing. In another heartbeat, he reappeared. Kakashi, upon his sudden reappearance, cleaved him in two with his white fan blade. After several exchanges, the Sharingan in his possession was entirely exhausted. You have no more chances, old man. Reveal the secrets of those eyes you possess. Dato's gaze turned toward Danzo's right eye as he retrieved a petri dish, intending to capture this Mangeki. Ha ha. At that moment, Danzo erupted into laughter. Nagato had already been implanted with his thoughts, and these two were right beside him. The mission of my final task is about to be fulfilled. For the ninja world, for Konoha. I shall not allow you to survive. With that declaration, Danzo tore open his clothing, and an outpouring of black blood erupted forth. The 4 symbols seal, the sealing technique that Danzo had long concealed within himself, manifested. Blood surged forth through the seal, transforming into a torrent of black water. Although this ninjutsu was instantaneous, and despite the exaggerated speed at which Sasuke could evade it in the original world, it still provided a fleeting chance for escape. Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside Nagato. As for Dato, his body instinctively began to phase out, seeing Kakashi still frozen in place. He cried out in panic, Dato, why are you still standing there? Hurry and retreat. Dato's face reflected his inner turmoil. This Mangeki still has value. Come back. Nagato is not in a good state. I cannot discern the origins of this sealing technique. Dato, upon hearing this, ultimately chose to withdraw. Though he yearned to achieve merit, he could not afford to be overly confident in his Kamui under the current circumstances if the opponent's sealing technique proved to be extraordinary. Combined with Nagato's unstable condition, his presence would result in a significant loss. As for Danzo, he had long ceased to concern himself with the two Taruzen. I ultimately cannot compare to you. What a pity. I have yet to become Hokage. You are the sunlit leaf, while I am the root buried in darkness. Now, I can no longer nourish Konoha in the days to come. Let the new roots I have created guard Konoha on my behalf. Hiruzen, you must ensure that Konoha endures. Dato and Kakashi observed Danzo from the side, their hearts filled with a sense of melancholy. This man truly possessed a fierce spirit. Indeed, the seals etched upon him are a pity. As they spoke, Dato returned to Danzo's corpse. His eyes have been destroyed. Alas, he's indeed a formidable adversary. Out of respect for him, Dato resolved to utilize his remains as materials to construct a transdimensional passage in the future. Within the Kamui dimension, Kakashi remained somewhat dazed as he listened to the report from Tenzo. Captain Kakashi, the Foundation is nearly obliterated. How are the 3 of them faring? Kakashi pressed for details. You am, relatively, unscathed. Nani, Kakashi was aware of the formidable strength of the 3 individuals. Yet he could hardly fathom the extent of their power. Upon reflection, he realized that he had previously engaged in combat with 2 of them, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for his continued existence. However, the thought that Konoha was likely doomed filled him with an odd sensation. Was he sad? Hardly. In the next moment, the fabric of space twisted, just as the group believed they could see the light of day again. Danzo's lifeless body fell into the void like a discarded rag. This was Danzo. Both Kakashi and Yamato's pupils constricted in shock. The man who had tirelessly labored for Konoha since its inception was now dead. The two shared a complex mix of emotions that a parallel ninja world, a grand unification, unstoppable. They found themselves lost in contemplation. Outside, Nagato felt a sense of disorientation. Clearly, the impact of Danzo's manipulation through the Kodo Umatsukami was still weighing heavily on him. Initially, a thought crossed his mind, urging him to submit to Danzo. The pressure of that notion was immense. However, he dismissed it with disdain. Then, the idea arose that he should protect Konoha. What a joke! Was there even a need to protect such a Konoha? To sacrifice one's life for it? He resolutely rejected that notion as well. Finally, the thought of ensuring Konoha's eternal existence emerged. It was a noble aspiration, yet an exceedingly daunting task. Yet, when this notion entered his mind, it seemed to meld with his very consciousness that Konoha's eternal existence. Yes, under the radiant splendor of a great empire, under the ideals of national equality and a grand unification, under the guiding principles of red communism. Only then could Konoha truly endure. If Konoha were to persist, the ninja world must be unified. If Konoha were to endure, the system of ninja villages must be abolished. Only in this manner could Konoha exist forever. Eternally, perpetually. Nagato directed his gaze towards Konoha, his resolve solidifying. Nagato. Kakashi felt a piercing aura emanating from Nagato, akin to a sharpened blade, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Nagato, are you all right? Nagato nodded affirmatively that I am fine. I shall ensure Konoha's eternal existence. I will illuminate this filthy world with the Emperor's ideology and the brilliance of the Empire. Kakashi, Dato, I require your cooperation. Dato and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances at the suddenly fervent Nagato. Indeed, we shall certainly cooperate, as our ideologies, thoughts, and missions align perfectly. Dato spoke with confusion. Yes. Now, let us depart swiftly. Our destination, Sunagakure. The souls of the root ninjas were completely devoured by the King of Hell, with only Danzo being sacrificed to the afterlife. To expedite their journey, Nagato summoned a colossal bird, while the other summoned beasts were sent back to the end of days. With each flap of the giant bird's wings, the group felt the distant gaze upon them diminish. Sasuke, released by Dato, initially felt a twinge of fear, but soon found himself overwhelmed with exhilaration as he stood atop the bird, surveying the land below. Sasuke, my dear apprentice, embrace this feeling, become intoxicated by it. We Uchiha are, by nature, eagles soaring high in the heavens. Dato encouraged Sasuke, who nodded vigorously in agreement. In the land of wind, Sunagakure stood as a colossal fortress amidst the desert, nestled between majestic mountains. Its immense scale and breathtaking vistas evoked awe in all who beheld it. Even from a distance, its unparalleled grandeur was palpable. In contrast to Konoha, the buildings of Sunagakure bore a brownish hue, having long since merged with the surrounding desert landscape. Although the towering mountains and lofty walls provided some protection, they could not entirely shield the village from the relentless onslaught of sand and wind. These elements permeated the village, imparting an air of desolation and decay. The structures within, while grand and imposing, lacked vibrancy and life. They resembled fortifications in the desert, sturdy yet unforgiving, devoid of any regard for the essence of life. This atmosphere rendered the entire village eerily silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This unique geographical environment shaped Sunagakure's distinct character. As a tourist attraction, it possessed a singular charm, capable of generating substantial revenue through entrance fees. However, as a habitat, it was severely inadequate. It was difficult to imagine how the inhabitants of this world could endure in a place where sandstorms were a constant threat. Dato had seen glimpses of Sunagakure in geography textbooks. While it may not rival Konoha's prosperity, it certainly did not present an environment where survival was nearly impossible. The Empire's Green Initiative for the Land of Wind had been stalled due to interdimensional transportation issues. Yet countless elite shinobi from various universities continue to strive to improve their hometowns. Although the current Sunagakure within the Empire may not be lush with greenery, it was no longer perpetually engulfed in sandstorms, and its inhabitants no longer had to don veils to shield themselves from the scorching sun and dust. Meanwhile, at a secret cavern in the Land of Rain, Obito slowly emerged from the ground, his gaze landing on the masked man draped in a red cloud-patterned black cloak, a smirk playing on his lips. Obito, a significant event has transpired in the ninja world. The masked man showed no interest in Obito's words, fixating instead on the wall adorned with Sharingan immersed in cultivation fluid, lost in thought. Obito was unfazed by his indifference and chuckled lightly. I hope that after I finish speaking, you can still remain seated as you are now. The masked man turned his head slightly, the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask glancing at him. Obito felt uneasy under that gaze and quickly quelled his playful demeanor. According to the reports from my clone in the Land of Waves, they witnessed the nine tails being extracted from the Jinchuriki by Nagato. Dato's pupils narrowed slightly. Nagato? Impossible. Was it Pain who did it? Dato retorted, No, it was not Pain. It was Nagato, the red-haired wielder of the Rinnegan. Moreover, I encountered an intriguing situation. There were two Kakashis present, along with your brother. They looked like they were cut from the same cloth. I never imagined you had a brother. Your family kept that well hidden from you. Obito's tone shifted from serious to teasing. Dato's Sharingan swept over Obito, his brow furrowing slightly. Kurizetsu, go investigate whether he is under Jinjutsu control and why Sharingan failed to detect any anomalies. Obito watched as a dark mass floated towards him from Dato. Rolling his eyes, Obito, I raised you. Do you not trust me at all? Dato ignored him, and soon the voice of Kurizetsu emerged from Black Zetsu's mouth that Obito's claims were accurate. The white Zetsu clone in the Land of Waves indeed witnessed Nagato extracting the nine tails, along with two Kakashis and your brother, Dato. When did you acquire a brother? Even Kurizetsu was taken aback. Dato, utterly bewildered, furrowed his brow even deeper. Allow me to inquire with Nagato about the situation. You all keep watch here. As he spoke, Obito's body was gradually drawn into that eye, and then completely vanished from this place. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Surrounded by towering mountains, Sunagakure could be considered a natural fortress, difficult to breach. Here, as long as one secures the main gate of the village, enemies would find it nearly impossible to enter. Of course, this excludes aerial incursions. This moment, the giant bird had been dismissed from its summoning by Nagato, and the three individuals plummeted toward the ground. Due to the gravitational influence, they had to constantly utilize their chakra to control the sound and impact of their descent. Nagato employed the lightweight rock technique, rendering himself as light as a feather upon landing. Obito summoned a block with Kemui to absorb the impact beneath his foot. Kakashi relied solely on taijutsu, rolling upon landing to mitigate the shock to the ground, which he absorbed within his body. As for Sasuke, though his expression was one of intense anxiety, he refrained from uttering a sound. As he neared the ground, he found himself unable to close his eyes, pouring all his chakra into his legs. However, in the next moment, he also felt as light as a feather. Universal pull. Nagato silently retracted this technique after Sasuke touched down. Obito remarked, Sasuke's teacher is you, not Nagato. Could you possibly refrain from meddling in your own affairs? Kakashi couldn't help but interject with a chuckle. Obito grinned sheepishly, straightening up as Sasuke cast a glance in his direction. Ahem, I certainly have a method to ensure your safe landing. I was merely testing you. Obito's words carried a hint of awkwardness. Well, I must admit I did forget that. Sasuke thought to himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed at Obito's demeanor. Family, we have survived another day. Additionally, is it too late to switch mentors? The quartet's descent went unnoticed by a single soul in Sunagakure, prompting them to form a rough assessment of the village's defensive capabilities and strength. One cannot deny that the impoverished are indeed weak. We have not concealed ourselves excessively, and yet no one has discovered us. Obito released several individuals from the Kamui dimension. Delaying their release would result in untoward consequences within his space that he intended to arrange it to resemble Lin as preferences. Finally out, I could have suffocated in there, Naruto exclaimed, inhaling the fresh air, only to be met with a mouthful of the gritty winds. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth is this? Naruto glanced around at the environment, starkly contrasting with that of Konohagakure, his demeanor turning blank. This, Kakashi-sensei, Nagato brother, where are we? This should be Sunagakure. Zabuza provided the answer. Yamato followed silently behind, now devoid of chakra due to his sealing. Much like Kakashi, both intending to remain as mere background figures. As for resistance, that was a consideration for another time. Let us find a way to infiltrate here and gather more intelligence. What if there is a chance to return to Konoha? Yamato pondered. A notion imparted to him by Kakashi. Prior to conveying this idea, Kakashi had hesitated. Was there still a chance to return to Konoha? However, he chose not to express this aloud, fearing Yamato's reckless nature might lead to his demise. The group had now expanded from the original trio of the Empire to 10 individuals. The 4 from Team 7, Zabuza and Haku, along with Yamato. Let us find a place to eat and gather intelligence. Kakashi commanded, in any location. Intelligence remains paramount. Although the One Tail resided within Sunagakure, its precise location was uncertain. If the Jinchuriki remained too distant prior to revealing themselves, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The 10 were divided into 3 teams to scout for information. Nagato led Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi took charge of himself and Yamato. Zabuza accompanied Sakura and Hakure's for Obito. He chose to act independently, hoping to gather essential materials within Sunagakure to construct a teleportation portal, lest they alert the enemy and lose their resources. Zabuza reacquired his executioner's blade, temporarily earning the trust of the 3 for his acquisition of considerable wealth. As for inflicting harm upon other ninja villages, he welcomed their swift demise. Thus, after threatening Sakura, he and Haku fervently began collecting intelligence, and a dead ally does not hinder a wandering monk. Sunagakure, such a destitute place. It deserves to perish, Zabuza declared, entering a clothing store with Haku to procure matching headgear, while simultaneously gathering information about the current state of Sunagakure. Nagato, devoid of Zabuza's reservations, believed gathering intelligence was simply a matter of visiting a dining establishment, sipping tea, enjoying a meal, and casually spending some money. After all, that had been his approach upon arrival, a straightforward and crude method, expecting no substantial revelations, merely a general understanding would suffice. He was confident that none could withstand his universal pull. Kakashi and Yamato, loyal subjects of Konoha, were not confined within the Kinui dimension, a decision Kakashi arrived at after considerable contemplation. Given their unfamiliarity with the area, their prior knowledge of Sunagakure's circumstances could prove beneficial. With their presence, they could better discern the authenticity of the information gathered that a peace treaty still existed between Konoha and Sunagakure. Though the specific details remained unknown, at least the 2 should possess some insights. If they could extract this information, it would greatly aid in addressing the current predicament. Compared to Nagato and Obito, Kakashi had engaged with the Empire's core and executed missions from a young age, experiencing a multitude of events. Thus, his mindset was relatively mature. In addition to considerations of this nature, psychological factors influenced their behavior. Their loyalty lay solely with Konoha, and they would undoubtedly seize opportunities to undermine their enemy. They would not be inclined to withhold information from their adversaries. In fact, the 2 might even relish the opportunity to divulge additional details. Kakashi roamed through the streets and alleys of Sunagakure with his 2 Konoha companions, subtly probing for information, while Yamato and Kakashi feigned innocence, sharing all they knew about Sunagakure's situation. What? The 3rd Kazekage was powerful, but died inexplicably. The esteemed Kazekage developed magnetic techniques to excavate rare metals for Sunagakure's finances. Hey, Obito, did you hear that? Sunagakure possesses many precious minerals like sand gold. These are invaluable materials for constructing a teleportation portal. Kakashi gleaned a wealth of intelligence from their conversation, while Kakashi and Yamato felt a mix of sorrow and relief regarding Sunagakure's impending fate. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Sunagakure would serve as a forward base for the Empire's trio of ninja in establishing cross-dimensional teleportation pathways. The silver lining was that Konoha had temporarily evaded disaster with Sunagakure's presence. They could likely withstand the impending assault for a while, allowing for some respite. The downside was that the fall of Sunagakure would inevitably lead to Konoha's swift decline. Nagato, Sasuke, and Naruto were now within a quaint tavern. The extravagant Nagato treated everyone present to drinks, significantly lowering the hostility toward the trio. "You R&T locals, are you?" A dark-skinned, older man approached them with bleary eyes, reeking of alcohol. Nagato slightly furrowed his brow, but quickly masked his reaction. Indeed, we have been in commerce for generations that we heard of the abundant minerals in your Sunagakure and brought these two youngsters along to seek some wealth. Would you be able to assist us here? Nagato smiled amiably. Naruto marveled internally, noting how Nagato, looking honest and simple-minded, could fabricate lies without batting an eye. Sasuke sipped his tea, appearing indifferent, yet his ears were perked up as, oh, this could be a valid excuse. How foolish of me to remain tense, fearing exposure. Ah, you're here for sand gold, aren't you? What a pity. Upon hearing this man hesitate, Nagato's interest was piqued. There was potential. However, this person remained utterly silent, pouting his lips as his gaze pierced through the bottle, peering inside. Then he cast a fleeting glance at Nagato before deliberately tilting the bottle, shaking it lightly. After a prolonged moment, a solitary drop trickled out, which the old drunkard greedily licked away. Witnessing this spectacle, Nagato experienced a moment of clarity. Though he harbored disdain internally, he maintained an outward facade of politeness. Boss, please bring this uncle a few more bottles of your finest wine. With the treasures provided by the bounty, the group was now enveloped in a wealth of riches. The old drunkard's face blossomed into a joyful grin upon hearing Nagato's words, and he continued to babble enthusiastically. Previously, I would have said that you could easily profit by reselling sand gold, but alas, that is no longer the case. Oh, how unfortunate. May I inquire about the reason? Nagato feigned a look of regret. In the past, he had always scorned such matters, yet now, with his experiences in this ninja realm, he realized that the means to achieve a favorable outcome mattered little, as long as the result was positive. For instance, the eternal peace brought about by the Emperor's slaughter of a third of the ninjas. Countless voices echoed that the ninja world was doomed, utterly finished. He had previously found the process difficult to accept, pondering how a good outcome could justify such means. But now he understood that as long as the result was favorable, everything would be secure, absolutely secure, with the knowledge and results of the Empire as a reference. Did the nature of the process even matter? The inebriated man was quite pleased with Nagato's demeanor. After glancing around and noticing that no one was paying undue attention to them, he spoke with a serious tone. If it were anyone else, I certainly wouldn't share this, but since you've bought me a drink, I don't mind revealing this secret to you. If you're looking for sand gold, I'm afraid it's no longer available. Even if it were, it would be an exorbitant price. If all goes as expected, there will likely be no sand gold business to pursue in the future. You might as well abandon any ambitions regarding the sand gold trade. I have a better suggestion. Our sand village is perpetually in need of various fruits. You might consider finding a way to supply some of it. If preservation proves difficult, cough, cough, you could brew it into wine and sell it. There would surely be a vast market for it. The old drunkard licked his lips, displaying an expression of bliss. Noticing Sasuke and Naruto staring at him, he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. What are you looking at me for? It's not just me who enjoys drinking. Many here love it. Nagato nodded. Recalling his studies in psychology within the Empire, he knew that by echoing the old man's sentiments and embellishing them, he could swiftly bridge the gap between them. He tentatively spoke. No problem, old senior. I've taken your words to heart. I am well aware that your needs are essentially the needs of everyone. The old drunkard chuckled foolishly in response, repeatedly waving his hands while urging Nagato to think it over, insisting that this was merely his humble suggestion and no problem. Old senior. However, I would like to inquire why the sand gold business has become so difficult. Nagato lowered his voice, revealing 2 gold nuggets in his hand. The old drunkard's eyes widened in shock, nearly unable to contain his drool. My goodness. What is this? Gold the size of pigeon eggs. How much could I get for these? I could drink freely for the next few years, right? Yet, in the next moment, Nagato clenched his hand again. Having witnessed the other's prowess, the old drunkard gritted his teeth and resolved to divulge everything he knew. After all, he was merely a businessman, and revealing this widely known secret could earn him 2 hefty gold nuggets. Why not seize the opportunity? He couldn't believe that this merchant would discover any negative ramification for the Sand Village from his revelation. Last issue's answer. The secret technique of taijutsu, the ultimate fire release illusion technique, and the great hand shuriken's second phase technique. the technique that Hashirama boasted about to Madara during their childhood. Secondarily to what everyone mentioned about Minato's technique. This issues inquiry. What is the widely known secret in the old drunkard's words? The old drunkard cast a wary glance around again, then leaned in closer to Nagato, his ear, speaking in a hushed tone that, "I'm only telling you this because I feel a connection with you. You must not share it with anyone else. Our village as Kazekage has temporarily left the village. And now the demand for sand gold is exceedingly high, far surpassing supply. So, I advise you to try your hand at other businesses sooner rather than later." Nagato's brow furrowed slightly. The Kazekage had left the village? Did he already know of our situation and seek reinforcements? No, that can't be right. When did we leak any information? That's impossible. Observing Nagato's incredulity and his unwillingness to relinquish the gold nuggets. The old drunkard, though somewhat intoxicated, understood that merely relying on his words wouldn't sway him. He gritted his teeth and decided to disclose even more. "I can tell you're a calm individual. Just don't share this with anyone else. My son is a ninja, and this is the information he relayed to me. The Kazekage has taken the Jinchuriki to Konoha. He probably won't be back for some time. As for the sand gold trade you're still hoping for, that seems unlikely. Konoha is currently in a weakened state, and according to my son, our Kazekage has taken our elite forces with him to execute Konoha's collapse plan. After this, we might finally be able to leave this wretched place. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sand gold business will surely be no more." The old drunkard spilled all the information he possessed like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. One cannot blame him for his lack of composure. The allure of the gold nuggets in his hands was simply too tempting. Nagato fell silent for a moment, then placed one of the gold nuggets into the old drunkard's hand. "Thank you, old senior. Now I understand." With that, he settled the bill and departed with Sasuke and Naruto, leaving the old drunkard alone, clutching a gold nugget, cursing Nagato for lacking integrity. Outside, Nagato led Sasuke and Naruto to conceal themselves in the shadows. New information, he transmitted the details via his wristband to Dato and Kakashi. The Kazekage is absent from the Sand Village. Additionally, it seems the Jinchuriki has also left. According to my reconnaissance, they have likely headed to Konoha. It appears they are executing some plan for Konoha's collapse. Meanwhile, Kakashi relayed the information to Yamato and himself. "What? Konoha's collapse plan?" Yamato exclaimed in shock. Those despicable fiends. They had clearly signed a peace treaty with Konoha. Yet they seized this opportunity. How infuriating! Kakashi gritted his teeth in response. He desperately wished to relay this news back to the village, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness in the current predicament. This opportunity, Kakashi seized on a flaw in Kakashi's words. Yes, the Chunin exams in Konoha are approaching, and we have invited participants from other ninja villages to Konoha for the assessment. A former Umbu captain and now the teacher of Team 7. Kakashi had been privy to the village's arrangements and intelligence for months. His current disclosure served as background information, and he felt a sense of anticipation, knowing that this group would likely intercept their Sand Village member for the sake of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Understood, Dato. Have you gathered any useful information? Kakashi transmitted the query to T that moment. Dato found himself in a secret warehouse within the Sand Village, his eyes widening at the mountain of sand gold amassed since the era of the third Kazekage. This desert village appears impoverished, yet it is, in fact, overflowing with wealth, he muttered, nearly deceived by appearances. Dato reflected on how he had felt pity for their people when witnessing the sandstorms that perpetually engulfed the village, only to discover that they had hoarded such immense wealth. An array of metals, various sand gold and sand iron. In the Empire, these were all crucial strategic resources. Who would have thought they had accumulated so much? The Empire still primarily relied on outdated gold mining methods, as magnetic release ninjas had other more significant tasks and high consumption rates. However, here, the esteemed Kazekage acted as a gold miner, and due to the supply-demand relationship, they had stockpiled vast amounts of rare metal resources. Truly a waste of resources, Dato remarked. If these resources were properly utilized, the Sand Village could be armed to the teeth or develop numerous technological and convenient alternative tools for daily life. Yet the people of this village do not capitalize on them, merely hoarding everything. The principle that money begets money is undeniable. Hoarding will only lead to devaluation. The bracelet vibrated once more, signaling a message from Kakashi. Daito, suppressing his excitement, hurriedly replied, Kakashi, no problem at all. You have no idea how much rare metal, such as gold sand and iron sand, this village has hoarded, with that and half of the Nine Tails. We can, barring any unforeseen circumstances, open a temporary teleportation portal. Moreover, as the Emperor stated, we can temporarily alter our coordinates in this world, allowing us to maintain contact with the Empire at any time and from anywhere without losing connection. Kakashi, upon reading Daito's message, felt invigorated. Finally, they were about to accomplish a part of their plan. However, he couldn't shake off the anxiety of someone potentially destroying that coordinate. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in this world for even a moment. There were no ghostly fathers here, nor were there cohabiting girlfriends. Perhaps by now, several chapters have been updated. He longed to return and take a look. Daito, well done. Collect all those items. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There might be other places storing resources. You should search thoroughly. Daito quickly acknowledged the message. Kakashi observed as Kakashi seemed utterly unfazed while completely exhausting Sunagakure, a hint of skepticism creeping into his voice. Did you not claim that the Empire is benevolent? Why then, do you act so nonchalantly while plundering their resources? Kakashi shot him a glance and replied solemnly, What do you mean by plundering? This is merely borrowing. Once our Empire's powerful warriors and researchers arrive, those willing to embrace our ideology will experience rebirth. In return, they will gain at least 10-fold, even 100-fold, of what they initially possessed, Kakashi stated with conviction. Well then, I shall not detain you further. Since Daito has found suitable materials, we only need to persuade the people of Sunagakure to construct the teleportation portal. It must be said, the environment of Sunagakure is rather splendid in this remote wilderness. There surely aren't too many visitors, making it an ideal location for the Empire's forward base. A genuine smile finally broke across Kakashi's face. Persuade Sunagakure. How do we persuade them? Kakashi was puzzled, suddenly finding it hard to comprehend his own variant. Naturally, we persuade them with words. I will first enlighten them with the Empire's principles. Yamato raised an eyebrow. How could they possibly accept your ideology? Kakashi nodded, conceding, You have a point. If words fail, he then drew out the white fan blade, leaving both of them speechless. So, in the end, it all comes down to forcefully instilling one's ideology. The Empire, truly terrifying. Do not wear that expression. Once the teleportation portal opens, you two will surely be the first to be experimented upon. Listening to Kakashi's words, the two displayed little reaction. Who are you? Suddenly, the trio was spotted by a team of patrolling ninjas, who approached them with grave expressions. One among them seemed to recognize Kakashi, his face paling as he exclaimed, You are Konoha's White Fang? Konoha's White Fang, a ninja who had once slain countless elite shinobi of Sunagakure. That white hair, that blade. This was indeed Konoha's White Fang. Quick, inform more, Chio. The patrol team immediately split, 2 members rushing towards the Kazekage Tower, while the remaining members eyed the trio warily, as if facing a formidable foe. What do you intend to do? What is happening here? Soon, an elite jonin, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. What is the matter with Konoha's White Fang? They have come from afar as guests. Is this how you treat guests? Have you forgotten the peace treaty we signed with Konoha? The elite jonin reprimanded the others, then turned to the bewildered Kakashi and his companion, quickly putting on a smile. Please, do not take offense. Our village has been in a constant state of preparedness. Everyone is too on edge, the elite jonin said, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, while the others subtly surrounded the 3. Yes, that's so. I understand. Kakashi nodded. We actually come with goodwill and peace. We wish to borrow your village's grounds for a while. Oh, is that so? Since you're friends from Konoha, then using our humble grounds is certainly not an issue. The elite jonin from Sunagakure readily expressed his stance. However, his actions contradicted his words. The commotion had drawn the attention of Sunagakure sentinels, and another squad of elite jonin hurriedly arrived. I have long heard that Konoha's ninjas are the strongest before using the grounds. I would like to seek your guidance. As he spoke, his arms began to emanate flowing sand. Enveloping Kakashi, with a cold smirk, Kakashi swung his blade, effortlessly severing the sand, which then scattered uncontrollably to the ground. How is this possible? The Sunagakure ninja clutched his shoulder, astonished he could use the sand manipulation to transform his body into sand, which was not only stronger than his current form, but could also be repaired with chakra at any time. But why? Could his arm not recover? As he observed the layer of chakra enveloping Kakashi's blade, he suddenly comprehended the reason. Konoha's white fang. Truly, a name that lives up to its reputation. Gritting his teeth, he leaped backward, distancing himself from the three, though I do not understand why you have come to Sunagakure. Since you are here, you shall remain forever. Earth style. Quicksand. The Sunagakure ninja formed hand seals, causing the ground beneath the three to transform into a sea of quicksand, but a mere parlor trick. Earth style. Earthquake core. Kakashi also formed seals. Being proficient in the 5 elemental natures, he had over 10 methods to counter the quicksand beneath them. As Kakashi completed his hand seals, the sand beneath them solidified. The ground reinforced with chakra, rendering it impervious to any ninjutsu. Not too shabby. The Sunagakure ninja remarked in praise. In that case, let's not hold back. Charge. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet. The Sunagakure ninja unleashed an Earth Dragon Bullet larger than the others. Sand style. Wind hiding technique. One Sunagakure ninja gradually faded into the air like the wind. Fire style. Scarlet Gale Sand. The Red Sand ninja formed seals, unleashing countless high-temperature, hardened grains of sand from his mouth. Sand style. Sand curtain. Sand clone technique. A deluge of sand enveloped the area where Kakashi stood, while 2 other Sunagakure ninjas created numerous clones, attempting to disrupt Kakashi's focus. Kakashi let out a cold laugh as he began to wield the white fang. A mere parlor trick, Blade Tornado. Utilizing only his physical prowess and the technique of wielding the white fang, Kakashi conjured a Blade Tornado, effortlessly blocking the Scarlet Gale Sand and Earth Dragon Bullet. Wind style. Violent Wind Blade. Subsequently, with the wind nature infused into his blade, Kakashi dispelled the thick smoke surrounding him. Surrender. I do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Kakashi threw 2 kunai. The Sunagakure ninja scoffed at Kakashi's words. Arrogant. Sand armor. Rock transformation technique. He cast both techniques upon himself, preparing to use his unique quicksand body to counter Kakashi. However, in the next moment, he realized Kakashi had vanished. What happened? Where did he go? He glared at the 2 still standing in place. Filled with fury, these Konoha ninjas were far too arrogant. Did they really think one person could handle them all? In the next instant, Kakashi reappeared behind him, the white fang gliding across his neck. Despite being reinforced by both the rock transformation technique and sand armor, he was still beheaded in one strike. The surrounding Sunagakure ninjas gasped in shock. Surrender. Unfortunately, facing Kakashi, who had just slain their captain, their anger only intensified, rendering them deaf to his words. You dare slay our captain? Are you still within the confines of Sunagakure? Are you seeking to incite a war between our 2 nations? Chisuna gazed at Kakashi in disbelief. How could he dare? Wasn't Konoha always perceived as weak and ineffectual? In their pursuit of peace, they had previously resorted to betraying their own clan by selling the Byakugan to others. Why, then, do they suddenly exhibit such bravado? Or you might not even possess the qualifications for that. After uttering these words, Kakashi vanished in an instant, reappearing just as the user of the wind concealment technique collapsed to the ground. It was a woman of graceful stature, her form having transformed into a gust of wind. Yet for reasons unknown, Kakashi had managed to pull her back. What you rely upon is nothing more than the sand manipulation and this wind technique. Now that I have dealt with these 2, surrender. The persistence of the weak holds no significance. Kakashi regarded them with a hint of exasperation. Surely, eliminating 2 should be sufficient to instill fear. Alas, he had still underestimated the bonds these individuals shared. I will kill you! Faced with several individuals charging at him with renewed fervor, Kakashi had no choice but to incapacitate them all, just as the one tail was absent and the 9 tails chakra was halved. Although the chakra within these individuals was negligible, collectively it still held considerable value. The construction of a teleportation pathway benefits from abundant energy. However, Just as Kakashi completed this task, a shrill, aged voice pierced the air, accompanied by 10 grotesque puppets of varying forms in her wake. Konoha's white fang. You are too arrogant. This is Sunagakure. Return my son to me, and the lives of my Sunagakure warriors as well. Last issue's answer, Konoha's collapse plan. This issue's why in shadow test. How many masks has Obito worn in total? Report. Lord Chiyo, our patrolling ninja have discovered individuals from Konoha. 2 sand ninjas appeared within the Kazekage's office. From Konoha, Chiyo furrowed her brow deeply. With the Kazekage absent, she was currently the most powerful figure in Sunagakure. Are there many of them? What are their ranks? Based on our observations, 2 ninjas from Konoha have arrived. Both bearing the Konoha forehead protectors that, of course, one of them, although not wearing a forehead protector, bears a striking resemblance to one of the others, likely a brother or something similar. Currently, Lord Suna has intercepted them, and it is likely that combat has already commenced. The messenger spoke rapidly. Given that the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki have gone to Konoha to execute the collapse plan, it is natural for them to preemptively seek to control anyone from Konoha. Indeed, the current situation renders the ninjas from Konoha highly suspicious. Taking action is warranted. Where are they? Take me to them at once. Chiyo rose, slinging 2 scrolls over her shoulder as she followed the ninja to Kakashi's location. As they drew near, she beheld the man with white hair wielding the white fan blade. That he looks remarkably similar. No, it is an exact likeness. Witnessing her elite from Sunagakure fall to his hands, Chiyo's fury ignited. This is Konoha's white fang. Was he not already dead? How can he still be alive? Konoha's white fang. You are far too arrogant. This is Sunagakure. Return my son to me. Return the lives of my Sunagakure warriors. Chiyo conjured several kunai, hurling them directly at Kakashi. Each kunai was ensnared with nearly imperceptible chakra threads that could only be detected by those possessing exceptional sensory abilities. Puppet technique. Manipulative blade. Observing Kakashi evade several kunai, a barely perceptible smile crept across Chiyo's lips. The chakra threads trailing the kunai surged forth to ensnare and strangle Kakashi. Unfortunately, the envisioned scenario did not unfold. Kakashi merely swung the white fan blade, enveloped in a layer of chakra, severing all the threads. You are not the white fang. I must be losing my wits. You are Kakashi, the son of the white fang, are you? Very well, he has slain my son. Thus, I shall take the life of his son in return. Chiyo drew forth the scrolls strapped to her back, and in an instant, 10 uniquely shaped puppets manifested upon the battlefield. Secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10. Old woman, relying solely on these will not suffice to kill me. Kakashi surveyed the 10 puppets. Though they appeared menacing, they paled in comparison to the puppets within the empire. These puppets could only be likened to the graduation projects of the students from Sunagakure's Wind Province. Let us see who prevails. Without further ado, Chiyo commanded her 10 proud puppets to assault Kakashi. In the past, she had annihilated a nation with 10 puppets. These fearless puppets could be said to pose a challenge even for the Kazekage. And without the destructive power of a tailed beast, they were certainly no match for her. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Kakashi enveloped himself in lightning chakra, vanishing in a flash. The next moment, his white fang blade cleaved through over half of the puppets. What? Chiyo's pupils constricted violently. Her reaction was swift as she quickly drew the remaining 5 puppets together to form a stronger jutsu. Puppet technique. Triple treasure implosion. 3 puppets formed a triangular formation, unleashing a powerful gale from their mouths. Puppet technique. Mechanical light shield. Chiyo further coordinated with the remaining 2 puppets to assume a defensive stance, her chakra enveloping them as they steadfastly guarded the puppets, executing the triple treasure implosion. Regrettably, in the face of all this, Kakashi merely retaliated with a wind release. Wind release. Blade tornado. As Kakashi executed this strike, a small vortex emerged from the air, expanding rapidly as it absorbed the winds generated by the triple treasure implosion. Transforming into a colossal tornado, Chiyo's expression soured. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could the son of Konoha's white fang be so formidable? The commotion attracted an increasing number of sand ninjas. And having just emerged from a vault, could hardly contain his elation before he witnessed the unfolding scene. Who has been discovered? He quickly scanned the area, soon spotting Kakashi engaged in combat with hundreds of sand ninjas. Susanoo did not hesitate, unleashing his ultimate technique that on this day, the sand ninjas felt the terror of being dominated by a giant. The third form of Susanoo transformed into a towering giant, standing 100 meters tall. Its blue eyes gleaming ominously as it fixed its gaze on the sand ninjas present. In the next moment, it swung its hand, sending countless individuals flying. Many sand ninjas quickly regained their composure, launching various jutsu towards him. However, lacking sufficiently formidable strength, they were unable to breach his Susanoo's defenses in the realm of ninjutsu. Sometimes 1 + 1 does not equal 2. This group could not even penetrate Susanoo's defenses, let alone withstand its onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Chiyo instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. A profound shock flickered in her eyes. I understand now. I see it all. That deceitful Konoha. The insidious Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a surprise! Beneath that kind facade lies such treachery. The entirety of the logic began to coalesce and perfect itself within Chiyo's mind. Not long ago, Orochimaru contacted the Kazekage, summoning the Jinchuriki, claiming that the Uchiha clan within Konoha had been entirely exterminated and that there were no formidable ninjas left, rendering them easy prey. And yet, just as the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki had departed for Konoha, Konoha's forces arrived. The realization that Konoha had orchestrated this scheme years in advance filled her with dread and despair. Years ago, first, the defection of one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, was announced that, in truth, it was a ruse, allowing him to shed his identity as a Konoha ninja and preemptively convince other ninja villages that he bore a grudge against Konoha. Shortly thereafter, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was proclaimed, leading everyone to overlook the formidable power of the Uchiha. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to eliminate the strongest clan within their village? After all, the Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha. The most absurd part was that they actually believed it. The notion that the Uchiha had been annihilated by their own kind. How could that be possible? The more Chiyo pondered, the more she broke into a cold sweat. Two seemingly unrelated events could now be interlinked. Orochimaru announced his defection, yet he secretly colluded with Konoha to select his targets. The Uchiha clan proclaimed their annihilation, while in truth, they were covertly expanding their influence, allowing them to escape the attention of other ninja villages. Now, Orochimaru has invited the Kazekage to Konoha, and as soon as the Kazekage departs, Konoha arranges for Uchiha members to attack Sunagakure. It seems they intend to swiftly seize Sunagakure, keeping their plans under wraps, and once the Kazekage arrives in Konoha, they can fabricate a narrative about the Kazekage's assassination of the Hokage, thereby justifying their assault on Sunagakure. Despicable. These individuals from Konoha are exceedingly treacherous. They had orchestrated such a grand scheme many years in advance. The entire ninja world is but a pawn in their hands. Achoo! Achoo! Within the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezed several times, then turned his gaze toward the Umbu member before him. Has there been any word from Danzo? None. Ever since Lord Danzo departed with his root members, there has been no news. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. He believed in Danzo's loyalty to Konoha, but why is there not a single update? Could it be that he is conspiring something far more sinister? As for the notion that Danzo has perished, Sarutobi could not entertain such thoughts. That man, how could he so easily meet his demise? He is quite cautious about his life, particularly with so many root members accompanying him. Surely they could conquer Sunagakure without being thwarted by the likes of Kakashi from a parallel world? Sarutobi picked up his large pipe and took a long drag. Lord Third, please take care of your health. You seem to be coming down with a cold. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. Let us not dwell on Danzo's matters for now. The Chunin exam should be nearly organized, correct? We have invited representatives from 4 ninja villages to attend. This event, held in Konoha, serves to showcase the strength of our new generation of ninjas, as well as to proclaim the might and prosperity of Konoha, alongside our aspiration for peace. Do not bring shame upon us. Understood, Lord Third. As for the matters concerning the parallel universe, do we need to address them? The Umbu captain hesitated. Through Toby's gaze turned contemplative as he scanned the distance, and after a moment, he shook his head. This matter must remain confidential for the time being. Yes, in the land of wind, Sunagakure, with Nagato joining the fray, Chiyo felt utterly defeated. Hans appeared, having been barely alive, lying weakly on the ground, struggling to breathe. That Chiyo's eyes reddened. She hesitated, glancing at the sand shinobi beside her, all of whom were rendered incapable of fighting. Her heart aching. I surrender. I surrender. Upon hearing her willingness to yield, Date retracted his susu. Nagato scoffed coldly from the side. Why must you endure pain before accepting reality? Chiyo fell silent. Her sand spirit would not allow her to easily surrender to the enemy, but the bloody reality laid bare before her left her no choice, should she refuse to surrender. The cost would be the annihilation of Sunagakure's ninjas. Even if there were a slim chance of victory, she might have held on, but, observing the three before her, Nagato had not taken action. Kakashi merely breathed heavily. While Date stood in scathe, she felt utterly hopeless. She could not comprehend why Konoha, possessing such formidable individuals, resorted to such treachery and underhanded tactics. Chiyo-sama, we fear not death. Do not surrender. Indeed, hold on until Kazakadano returns. He will surely make these invaders pay. A ninja shouted, only to be silenced as Nagato directly drained him of all chakra through the hungry ghost path. Chiyo's mouth fell open at the sight, but she ultimately sighed and stopped. Everyone. I understand that you are all willing to sacrifice for our village, even your lives, but senseless death and waste hold no meaning. Listen to me. Do not resist for now. Her words rendered them silent. The giant from earlier, join our empire. Nagato reiterated his earlier proposition. Chiyo, however, responded with a cold laugh. Impossible. We of Sunagakure shall never betray our village or our beliefs. Furthermore, you Konoha are simply Konoha. Do not speak of any empire. You filthy wretches. Even now, you seek to evade responsibility. If you could graciously admit your own failings, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Even now. Chiyo believed that Konoha feared the condemnation of other ninja villages, fabricating a non-existent imperial power. I have chosen to surrender. You must understand, I do not fear your so-called empire. I simply wish to prevent further sacrifices of our Sunagakure youth. But that does not mean we fear death. Chiyo's face bore a glimmer of determination. Nagato sighed softly. Time will reveal the answers. All right, Date, go to the location indicated by this, Lady Chiyo, and seek out those rare materials and metals. Nagato commanded. Date and Kakashi exchanged glances, both sensing that Nagato had changed since his battle with Danzo, that he had become somewhat radical. Something felt off, exceedingly off. Kakashi, contact the Empire. The cross-dimensional portal can now be activated. We require guidance and support from within the Empire. All right, Kakashi thought to himself. Wait a minute, I'm the captain here. Yet Nagato, consumed by the desire for Konoha's enduring existence, had long since overlooked everything else. Their actions were witnessed by Zabuza, Kakashi, and Yamato. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and dread. Sunagakure has fallen. Their empire's army is on the way. Their lips grew parched, their hearts racing with disbelief. This was utterly surreal. Yet, buried deep within their hearts, there remained a flicker of anticipation. What manner of empire were they speaking of? Kakashi sent messages to Orochimaru and the Emperor, and soon enough, their holographic projections appeared before Nagato and Kakashi. Date returned just in time. Have you secured the materials? Date nodded, then activated his Kamui, causing mountains of various sand gold, sand iron, chakra metals, and natural chakra materials to materialize. Chiyo stared in wide-eyed astonishment, nearly fainting from shock. She had always hesitated to utilize precious materials to upgrade her own puppets for the betterment of Sunagakure citizens. However, now these invaluable resources were seized in one swift motion. Lord Senju, Lord Orochimaru. The communication with the Empire was established, and the three spoke respectfully, their voices tinged with reverence. Though the Empire lacked traditional kneeling rituals, they still bowed their heads slightly, to convey respect for the two esteemed figures. What is the current situation? Are there any new breakthroughs or developments? The voice of Uchiha Senju was deep and resonant, exuding authority and composure. His gaze fixed upon the trio, eagerly awaiting their response. Yes, we are currently in Sunagakure, and through our efforts, all the materials necessary for the cross-dimensional portal have been prepared. We can construct a positioning anchor according to the designs you provided, and the remaining materials will suffice for opening the portal. Kakashi, being well-versed in these matters, informed the Empire. However, we are uncertain how long the portal can be maintained. Oh, a temporary portal. Are there unresolved difficulties? Upon hearing the Emperor's inquiry, the three exchanged nervous glances, a chill running down their spines. How unfortunate. Exceedingly unfortunate. The Nine Tails we have captured only possess the power of Yang, the complete Nine Tails having been sealed away by Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the Nine Tails rampage. Currently, the Yang Nine Tails are sealed within the body of a living host in this world. Now under Nagato's control. Upon acquiring the Nine Tails, we hasten towards Sunagakure. With the One Tail and the materials currently in our possession, we could stabilize the teleportation array. However, alas, just as we arrived at Sunagakure, their One Tail Jinchuriki had already been taken by the Kazekage to execute the Leaf Village destruction plan. Over there, Senju nodded as memories long buried within his consciousness began to resurface. The Leaf Village destruction plan. At present, the nexus of that world lies within the Chunin exams. Since it is the Chunin exams, we could seize this opportunity to deliver a small yet impactful shock to the inhabitants of that realm. Furthermore, it serves as a perfect means to declare the existence of our empire. If we can achieve this without bloodshed, that would be ideal, that if not necessary, he truly wished to avoid causing any slaughter. The empire can provide ample food, abundant resources, and cultivation techniques. The chakra in the ninja world is primarily divided into natural chakra, and that derive from the divine tree. The more individuals who engage in cultivation, the richer the chakra becomes. Moreover, not everyone possesses the ability to cultivate senjutsu. He now hopes to merge the two worlds swiftly and then select those with the potential for senjutsu and taijutsu cultivation. After all, against Sutsuki, the 5 elemental ninjutsu are utterly ineffective. Reliance on natural senjutsu chakra and taijutsu is paramount. Yet those capable of harnessing these two powers are exceedingly rare. If the two ninja worlds were to merge, a greater number of individuals could engage in cultivation, thus enriching the chakra within the ninja realm, leading to a more rapid emergence of geniuses. Presently, the upper limit of power within the ninja world is too low. He senses that he has long since reached a bottleneck, fundamentally due to the insufficient chakra content in the natural world. Merging with other parallel ninja realms, harnessing the fruits of the divine tree, and enabling more individuals to cultivate abundant spatial powers. This is his ultimate objective. No matter, this is not your concern. Given your limited time in the past, achieving this much in such a short span is already commendable. Receiving the Emperor's affirmation, the 3 individuals, aside from Kakashi, exhibited a hint of shyness on their faces. Previously, they had looked down upon such praise, believing that only the Emperor's lackeys deserved such accolades. Now, my Emperor, I am but your humble and loyal servant. Very well, the construction of the teleportation array may commence forthwith. You will communicate with Orochimaru, and I shall oversee the activation when the time comes. Yes, the Empire, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. The name of Konohagakure remains unchanged, yet the environment has transformed drastically. The site that once housed the Hokage's building has long been repurposed into Konoha University, while Hokage Rock has been preserved, serving not only as a historical monument, but also as a scenic attraction. According to the Empire's classifications, it is rated as 3A.AS for the Valley of the End. It is rated 5A. Konoha University. This is where Uchiha Senju has resided for an extended period at 8T this moment. Uchiha Senju is seated in his office, with Tsunade still by his side. Principal Senju, seeing you in such a rush. Do you have any directives? Tsunade hastened over upon receiving the summons, still slightly breathless from her hurried arrival. Her chest heaved with each deep breath. The temporary cross-realm teleportation passage is about to be activated. Ah, is it finally beginning? A look of surprise graced Tsunade's face, as she understood that the endeavor this man had anticipated for countless years was on the verge of fruition. To send people over and then bring them back. This would essentially stabilize the cross-realm teleportation passage. How about it? Is there any news regarding whether there's a version of me in that world? If so, what am I like? Uchiha Senju pondered. If we follow the original narrative, you should exist. And if all goes well, you would likely be a 40 or 50-year-old old maid. What? Tsunade gasped, shocked at the thought that she might be so unappealing in that world. In no way. Regardless, you cannot harm her. When the time comes, bring her back to me. I want to see what I am like in that world. Tsunade teased as she leaned close to Uchiha Senju, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Don't you wish to experience the sensation of two versions of me? Uchiha Senju shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Tsunade was rarely serious around him, that I'm too old for that. I lack the energy. He waved his hand in refusal. If the Tsutsuki clan were not a threat, perhaps he would consider being a worldly emperor, but now. That is impossible. Tsunade understood that he had never been one to pursue women. Her previous marriage to him, like that of Kurenai, had been a political arrangement. Yet as time has passed, they have come to genuinely admire and respect this, and it is known that women are drawn to strength. They do not favor lambs, but rather those who are more assertive and charismatic than themselves. Very well. If you're not motivated by desire, then for the sake of lightening my workload, you might as well bring her over. Tsunade spoke again. Rest assured, soon there will be fewer matters to attend to. Once the cross-realm teleportation is settled, Orochimaru's technology will collaborate with Akatsuki's mechanics to jointly develop artificial intelligence robots. At that point, you will have little to do. Tsunade's expression hardened, fists clenched. Sensing her impending fury, Senju hurriedly offered reassurance to do not worry. Originally, I intended to bring back the Tsunade of that world. I have long been intrigued by her Baikugo technique, which can store chakra. Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. I was just joking. I want to bicker with you. Now, tell me, what was the reason you summoned me here? The temporary activation of the cross-realm teleportation passage relies solely on Kakashi. Nagato and Dato, which I find too slowed, I wish to arrange another group to go over. Their world happens to be in the midst of the Chunin exams, and I want to send our Empire's new talents to give them a little shock. Who do you think would be suitable for this arrangement? I would like to hear your thoughts. Tsunade considered briefly, but shook her head. You decide. You are the head of the family, the principal of the academy, and the king of a realm. Who do you wish to send? Uchiha Senju fell into contemplation, soon providing a list of names. These individuals must first be compatible with the Chunin exams, and ideally, they should be from Konoha University or Sunagakure University. Following the original plot, this event is primarily led by the ninja villages of these two great nations, as the remaining villages are too small. Within the empire, those lesser places have not established universities. Only in the 5 major provinces that my current thought is to send Gaara and Kankuro from Sunagakure University to that world, from Konoha University. Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, Narashikamo, Aburame Shino, Yamanka Ino, and Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing the latter names, Tsunade maintained her composure until the last 2 names, which startled her. What? Are you really willing to send those 2 treasures to that world? Aren't you afraid they might be lost? Uchiha Senju revealed a shadowy smile in response. The yin-yang powers left by the Sage of 6 Paths in that world still linger. They wish to break through to become like the 6 Paths. So it would be ideal for them to replace Sasuke and Naruto of that world and reclaim that power. As for loss, if they truly were lost, it would only mean they lacked the strength. They cannot blame others for that. All right, you handle contacting these individuals. Have Rasha and Kankuro from the Land of Wind join us at Ninja Realm 64. But Kankuro, as far as I know, is in prison. Can she participate in the cross-realm mission? Uchiha Senju nodded with a smile. She has always upheld the ninja village system. Let her see what the differences are between her so-called ninja village system and our empire's system. Suddenly, he felt the bracelet on his wrist tremble, and upon checking, it was a message from Daito My Emperor. I wish for you to arrange for one of our clan elders from the Uchiha to come and witness this world. Let them see what their so-called ninja village system truly entails. A smile crept across Senju's lips, and he continued, aside from those 7 prodigies in Konoha, summon one more person. Call upon Uchiha Shana. Yes, in the Land of Wind. Within the hidden sand village of the 64th Ninja World, 2 days have elapsed since the commencement of constructing the teleportation corridor. Chiyo watched helplessly as the accumulated wealth, painstakingly gathered by generations of Kazekage through magnetic release, was squandered in an instant. Upon witnessing the peculiar totem materialize, transforming the sand gold, sand iron, and various rare materials into the purest energy that surged into the formation, her heart shattered completely. It was all gone. Entirely vanished. The Empire has already sensed and pinpointed your coordinates. We are now preparing to establish the teleportation corridor. Excellent. Nagato inscribed the array, while Dato infused materials with his divine power. A.S. for Kakashi. He was responsible for interfacing with the Empire. With an increasing influx of materials into the array, spatial tremors began to manifest around it. The next step was to infuse energy. Dato sacrificially offered the corpse of Danzo, whose body, possessing Hashirama cells, instantly stabilized the spatial disturbances. The earlier seismic turmoil subsided, reverting to a gentle ripple. Orochimaru-sama, can we infuse chakra energy now? Numerous shadow clones of Orochimaru were busy calibrating and scrutinizing every piece of data. Wait, don't rush, we'll be ready shortly. We are currently establishing the coordinates. The positioning is now thoroughly fixed. Next, the Empire will first dispatch materials to initiate one-way transmission. Once you receive the Empire's transmission signal, connect using chakra energy at the earliest opportunity. All right, prepare. Begin. At Orochimaru's command, the space began to tremble once more, and before their eyes, a rift tearing through the void emerged. Connect, Kakashi commanded, and both Nagato and Dato followed suit. Channeling chakra, Nagato sacrificially unleashed the Nine Tails, applying several seals, as the Nine Tails transformed into a battery, being drained completely by the teleportation corridor. Yet, at that moment, the energy remained insufficient to connect with the Empire's spatial realm. Reluctantly, Nagato activated the universal pull, drawing countless ninjas from the sand village towards him, swiftly utilizing the Hungry Ghost path to inject energy into the teleportation corridor. Chiyo attempted to intervene, but hesitated as she observed that these individuals merely lacked chakra. Ultimately squatting down in silence, Dato, not remaining idle himself, began to extract his own divine power in hopes of bridging the two worlds. Kakashi, possessing the innate talent for spatial perception akin to the flying Raijin technique, though limited in chakra, took on the role of commander. His gaze shifted to Naruto and Kakashi beside him, and he grinned ominously. Kakashi-sensei's variation. Could you not look at me like that? It frightens me. Naruto, go on. Kakashi promptly thrust Naruto into Nagato's hands. Nagato, as Azura Path sprouted dozens of arms, draining the sand village ninjas. Naruto felt his body become uncontrollable, as if his very soul were being siphoned away. In mere seconds, he sensed his steps faltering, resembling a limp shrimp, as if something within him had been entirely extracted. The distance to the interdimensional passage now only required a mere finger's length. Kakashi bellowed, releasing the seals on Yamato and Kakashi, tossing them to Nagato. Zabuza and Haku could not escape either. Sasuke, eager not to be left behind, volunteered his meager chakra. Sakura followed suit, mimicking his actions. Ultimately, Kakashi's ravenous and fervent gaze fell upon Chiyo. What are you planning? Chiyo's eyes widened in shock. Her chakra had been drained by Naga at last. The interdimensional passage was fully established. In an instant, everyone present felt a torrent of rich natural chakra from the Empire flooding into their world. It felt as refreshing as the sensation of being drenched in sweat on a scorching summer day, only to be rejuvenated by the cool breeze wafting from a milk tea shop, followed by a gulp of icy water. Even though they had just been drained, they felt their pores open wide, a wave of unparalleled exhilaration coursing through their bodies. Various peculiar sounds erupted, especially from Chiyo, who felt her wrinkled skin beginning to regain a youthful luster. What exactly is this? Dato cackled triumphantly, exclaiming success, taking deep breaths of the air from the Empire. Like a tea first, I didn't notice, but after a while, I realized how murky and foul the air here truly is. Orochimaru-sama, The teleportation corridor has been successfully established, Kakashi reported to the Empire. Very well. I'm monitoring. Next, we shall conduct experiments to determine the stability of our transdimensional passage. Now, quickly send someone over. Kakashi scanned the situation. Presently, there were individuals with bloodline limits, ordinary ninjas, jounins, chunins, and even fusion types. Hurry. Time is of the essence. The teleportation corridor won't last long. Orochimaru's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Kakashi gritted his teeth. You, get in there. He seized Kakashi and thrust him into the passage. Apologies for the inconvenience. Variation. Off you go. Soon a white flash flickered within the spatial tunnel, then vanished in an instant. It's done. Kakashi, your variant has arrived. Send the others through. All right, this had been prearranged. Yamato must be sent over first, followed by the remaining captives, including Chiyo. Kakashi successfully crossed over, with Zabuza closely trailing behind. Subsequently, Haku, possessing a bloodline limit, entered to ensure no harm befell those with such abilities. After confirming their safety, Yamato also successfully stepped into the Empire. Chiyo was similarly thrust into the passage, while the surrounding sand villagers had long since fainted, unable to resist or comprehend what was transpiring. Lastly, it was Sasuke and Naruto. Dato, protective of his own, allowed Naruto to go first. Had it been Sasuke, Naruto would have willingly sacrificed himself for the experiment. After wrestling with his inner turmoil and anticipation, a layer of tailed beast cloak manifested around him. The large ears of the cloak flopped about as he cast a reluctant glance at this world, at Sasuke and Sakura. Before diving, it must be said, the recovery rate of the Nine-Tails chakra was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Naruto could harness a portion of Kakashi's chakra. Enveloped in the tailed beast cloak, he could withstand certain dangers from the spatial realm. Thankfully, the anticipated dangers did not materialize. Instead, he felt as though he were soaring through an ethereal space, with countless stars resembling dust swirling around him. Originating and perishing, that a flash of white light enveloped him, and he sensed the presence of the earth beneath him. The familiar sensation of gravity returned, and as Naruto opened his stinging eyes, he was greeted by a throng of people surrounding him, pointing and whispering. With the power of the Nine-Tails chakra, he could perceive that their gestures bore no malice, only surprise and curiosity. That he smiled, standing tall as he stepped out of the teleportation array. You are Naruto? Hyuga opened his Byakugan, and in an instant he scrutinized Naruto inside and out. Yes, Naruto furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar face before him. What is going on? The other party bears no ill intent. Yet I felt a chill just now. The individual was rather short, as Yamanaka Ino remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is this truly the Naruto from that world? Gaara's gaze swept over him, revealing a trace of disappointment. As Naruto sensed the gazes of the people around him, he felt little trepidation. Compared to the malice-filled stares from his own village, these individuals were 1,000 times more amiable. Well, I'm new here. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The imagined hellish sea of blood had not materialized. The Hokage rock stood resolutely in the distance. Yet the sole distinction was the presence of only 3 heads. 2 of them belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Tobirama, whom he had encountered before Dedae's for the third. He was a stranger. Why was it not the third Hokage? Naruto pointed at the Hokage rock, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts. How could this world be so similar, yet so different from his own? Oh, you mean the third one. That is our emperor, who is also the third Hokage of Konoha. Naruto elucidated. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, what about Ludo? Are you the Naruto of that world? In the next instant, Naruto felt a flicker before a figure manifested before him. This individual stood tall and composed, exuding an air of superiority in every gesture. His physique was perfectly proportioned and slender, seemingly frail, yet emanating an inexhaustible sense of strength. Upon closer inspection, his visage was nothing short of breathtaking. His face was exquisitely sculpted, with sharp contours, sword-like brows, piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, all contributing to his striking handsomeness. Particularly captivating were his deep-set eyes, cold and incisive, as though they could perceive the very essence of existence. Leaving one utterly enchanted, he donned a splendid robe, the color simplistic yet dignified, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. A purple sash adorned his waist, enhancing his regal presence. His garments billowed gently with his movements. Reminiscent of an ethereal being, his raven hair swayed lightly, cascading like a waterfall around his ears and temples, making him appear as though he had descended from a celestial realm, evoking a sense of reverence. Naruto's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment, wide enough to accommodate an adult-sized Hinata. Sasuke? Naruto leaped up, momentarily forgetting that the figure before him was not the Sasuke he knew. He tugged at the left Sasuke's face, inspected his teeth, and even sniffed under his armpits. You really are Sasuke? Naruto's heart raced, bewildered by the situation. How could someone so strikingly handsome exist? Ludo. Left Sasuke observed the amused expressions of those around him, lifting Naruto effortlessly. Yet upon seeing Naruto's bewildered demeanor, a pang of empathy struck him. The Naruto of this world. How fragile, how diminutive. In the next moment, his anger dissipated like mist. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. I have a close relationship with Sasuke, and the moment I saw you, I forgot you weren't him. Where's the me of this world? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued. Sasuke always boasted about his flying thunder god technique. Arriving punctually, though he never revealed who he learned it from. In the blink of an eye, a symbol of the flying thunder god on left Sasuke's body flickered, a flash of yellow light zipping past. Hey, me of that world. How are you? Naruto gazed upward in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. He blinked repeatedly, striving to acclimate to this unfamiliar individual. Gradually, he raised his gaze, landing upon the boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The other stood bathed in sunlight, the rays enveloping him in a golden glow. His golden hair flowed like silk, glimmering faintly. Although his hair was slightly tousled, it imparted an impression of carefree elegance. Especially when their eyes locked, he revealed a radiant smile, capable of warming even the coldest of winters. His face was devoid of the annoying six-path whiskers, and he towered noticeably taller than Naruto. If left Sasuke resembled the frigid snow of December, then the Naruto of this world was akin to the warm sun of March. Suddenly, Naruto felt a sting in his eyes, tears threatening to spill over. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged from his throat, spreading to the corners of his mouth. Is this truly another version of me? For the first time, the boisterous and fearless Naruto revealed a hint of inferiority before others. He found himself unable to muster even a forced smile. Is this me? His appearance, his aura, felt like a blinding light, rendering him unable to see. The Naruto of that world, you must have endured considerable hardships. Right? Mingren gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Mom and Dad are on their way back now. Just wait a moment, they'll be here soon. Naruto opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, that he was a loss for words. To refuse? After all, Mom and Dad were not truly his. But could he refuse? Reflecting on the memories of his parents and the consciousness space sealing the Nine Tails, he yearned so deeply for familial love and tangible affection. The portal shimmered once more, and in the next moment, Sasuke arrived in this long-anticipated world. As he stepped out of the portal, Sasuke shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight illuminating the teleportation array, squinting as he searched for Naruto and Kakashi. Hey, kid! While Sasuke was still marveling at the technologically advanced surroundings, a rather unfriendly voice rang out that he frowned and turned toward the source of the voice. In an instant, he too stood frozen, just like Naruto. Is this me? Left Sasuke regarded his alternate self with a smirk of disdain. What a pitiful weakling. Your chakra is astonishingly thin. At what level is your Sharingan? Left Sasuke asked casually, knowing that the Uchiha clan could not be gauged solely by chakra, but rather by ocular prowess. Observing the hostility of this world's version of himself, Sasuke's temper flared. I'll be able to awaken the three Tomos soon. Although Dato had mentioned that this world's version of himself was exceptionally gifted, he too was not to be underestimated. His inner pride compelled him to compete with this version of himself. What? Left Sasuke was taken aback. What a waste. Hard to believe you are the variant of me from that world. In response to Left Sasuke's repeated insults, the second pillar's anger ignited. I don't know where you derive your sense of superiority. Now that I've left our world and arrived in the Empire, surpassing you is only a matter of time. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and the second pillar felt invincible once more. Left Sasuke merely scoffed in disdain. What a disgrace. All right, Left Sasuke, that's enough. Mingren interjected, understanding that his good friend was merely frustrated. Though his words were somewhat harsh, he had already ensured that his brother would be on the way, alongside their mother. Uchiha Makoto, preparing a grand feast at home. In contrast to Left Sasuke's sharp tongue, Mingren radiated warmth and generosity. Left Sasuke did not mean any offense. He has made considerable preparations for your arrival. Over there, Leroux had already begun calling for Left Sasuke and Mingren, who glanced at the two and waved his hand. Let us wait until the portal between that world and this one stabilizes completely. Then we can all gather and have a chat. Humph. Sasuke stared blankly at Mingren, then scanned his good friend Naruto before finally speaking with a dry mouth. So, Ludo, is it you from this world? Naruto took a long moment to accept this reality. In the 64th Ninja World, Kakashi, as the overall commander, had received news from the Empire. All right, the Naruto and Sasuke of the 64th Ninja World have arrived. So you need not send more people over. The Empire has arranged a batch of reinforcements for you. Prepare to receive them. The voice of Yakushi Kabuto resonated from the wrist communicator. Nagato hastily pulled Sakura back, who had nearly stepped halfway into the portal. Realizing that sending a lower-ranking ninja over was of no consequence, we are ready here. The Empire can send people over, as Kakashi's words lingered in the air. Chiendai emerged from the teleportation circle. It was evident that the Empire had gained ample experience in personnel deployment since the earlier experiment involving the three of them. Upon entering the teleportation array, Chiendai caught a glimpse of her own doppelganger. Regrettably, apart from noting that this version of herself appeared older and more haggard, there was no opportunity for them to exchange a single word. She merely witnessed a flicker of astonishment and shock in the other's eyes before she was discreetly nudged into the teleportation channel by the pharmacist. In stark contrast to the hidden sand village of the Wind Province. The yellow sands here momentarily dazzled her vision. It was important to note that this was still near the teleportation array. In the next instant, Uchiha Shana, another criminal, also materialized in this ninja realm through the teleportation array. Before he could unleash his characteristic cackle, he was met with a sharp slap from Nagato. Step aside. Don't block the way. Uchiha Shana glared at the red-haired imp, his eyes bulging with rage. You, youngster. However, before he could finish his retort, Daitu pulled him aside. The activation time of the teleportation array is limited. Shana-senpai, please understand. Seeing that it was Daitu, Shana decided to save face. Though Uchiha Shana, had been imprisoned for adhering to outdated customs and protesting the Emperor's research on the Sharingan. Life in prison had hardly differed from a retirement home. As one of the elders of the Uchiha clan, he was held in high esteem by his kin, which had led to a slight inflation of his ego. Now, as he arrived in this new world, he felt something unfurling behind him. Yes, indeed, it was a pair of invisible wings. Yet upon his arrival, a grand ambition naturally surged within him. To be dispatched to this world is my opportunity. I shall lead the Uchiha of this realm to rise, and then orchestrate a change in the Empire's regime, the honor and strength of the Uchiha. Invincible, and utterly unshamed. With this thought, he patted Daitu on the shoulder. Thank you for facilitating my arrival in this world. You have done splendidly. Daitu, faced with Uchiha Shana's praise, could only awkwardly nod. If this old fellow knew that the Uchiha had been annihilated, I wonder if he would still be able to smile. Never mind. It is crucial that we focus on the pivotal moment of interdimensional transport. I shall refrain from disclosing the truth until Zhuozhu arrives to discuss it together. In a flash, Ai Luo and Congeolang successfully arrived in this ninja realm. Following closely behind was Lo Sha.is, this the 64th Ninja Realm. What a filthy and impoverished world. Lo Sha scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowing deeply. The governor of the Wind Province. He was dispatched to this world to unify the hidden sand village and the land of wind, consolidating the Empire's forward base to provide a stable condition and environment for the impending military forces. The teleportation array shimmered once more, and the five little strong of Konoha, Shaoli, Nararuma, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuganiji, and Yamanaka Kinzuya arrived on the scene. Calling the Empire! Calling the Empire! The teleportation array here is on the verge of collapse. Hold on. Ming Ren and Zhu have already entered the teleportation channel. Unfortunately, before they could finish, the teleportation array trembled violently, bursting forth primal chakra energy, just as Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply and Daito broke into a sweat. And Nagato prepared to forcibly maintain the teleportation channel for just one more moment. A blinding flash of yellow light appeared before them. Flying Thunder God. Ming Ren, gripping Zhuju's hand, felt a bead of cold sweat break on his forehead upon arrival. He had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on Kakashi long ago. That was close. Almost got lost. In the next instant, he glanced at the surrounding individuals and burst into laughter. Everyone, it is a privilege to join you as part of the second wave of advanced troops for the Empire. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group that, if the Empire's twin stars had gotten lost in the collapsed teleportation array, it would have been a tremendous loss. Now that we are out, can we let go? Zhuju disdainfully shook off Ming Ren's grip. Ming Ren scratched his head, beaming with a guileless smile that it's not our first time. After all, Kinzuya chuckled nearby, causing Zhuju to turn beet red. You fool, Ming Ren. Just as the interdimensional teleportation channel closed, the wristbands of several individuals vibrated. Indeed, among those present, aside from Chiendai and Uchiha Shana, everyone else was adorned with wristbands from the Empire. A new mission. The group exchanged glances. I will take charge of the hidden sand village, stabilizing all the sand shinobi, building high walls, and stockpiling resources. Lo Sha proclaimed, outlining his task that I, along with Shana Senpai and Nagato, will be responsible for the subsequent construction of the teleportation channel, with the objective of collecting the seven-tailed beasts, excluding the nine tails. Daito added, my mission is to escort these little ones to Konoha. To participate in the Chunin exams? Oh, the Emperor intends to announce our Empire's arrival in this manner. After the exams, we will seize control of Konoha and then unite with the Sand to extend our influence across the entire ninja realm. Kakashi quickly grasped the underlying logic. Then I shall have AI Luo temporarily become the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, and once the exams conclude, we will return to the hidden sand, and after gathering sufficient tailed beasts and rare metals, even materials of the six paths, we will proceed with the subsequent activation of the teleportation channel. The individuals assess their respective missions before promptly taking action. That I will head to the Land of Thunder, to the Cloud Village, while the two of you go to the Land of Earth, to the Rock Village. We must act independently to gather all the tailed beasts as swiftly as possible. Nagato issued the directive. Shana wanted to express something, but alas, Nagato merely shot him a glare before summoning a giant bird and soaring away. Shana Senpai, do not stoop to his level. Shana was merely concerned about his pride. Deep down, he still retained a sense of superiority that came with being an Uchiha elder. Even in prison, that feeling persisted. Daito, good lad, I have long known that you are the hope of our Uchiha clan. Let us disregard the Emperor's words. Now, take me to Konoha. We share a bond with their Uchiha. Moreover, we possess the Empire's extensive intelligence and secrets. That I still hold some sway within the clan. At that time, we can launch a two-pronged assault, and it is not impossible for our Uchiha clan to become the rulers of the ninja realm. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Senju has acted unjustly, and do not blame us for being merciless. As an Uchiha, he failed to uphold our dominion, even conducting research on the Sharingan to implant it in everyone. Can there be anything more beastly than that? Uchiha Shana lamented, still lost in a blissful reverie of a brighter future. Although Daito felt a pang of sympathy, his true intent was to allow this conservative to witness the current state of the Uchiha in the New World. After much deliberation, he finally shattered Uchiha Shana's delusions that Shana Senpai, the Uchiha of this world, had been exterminated. Shana, who had been fervently envisioning a grand future, froze upon hearing Daito's words. What did you say? Our great Uchiha clan has been annihilated? Who did it? Who is responsible? As a veteran who had once fought alongside the Emperor, Uchiha Shana had long awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. I end this moment of intense emotion. His eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope of his power, and he seized Daitu by the collar, spitting words in fervor. The investigation is still ongoing, but according to the situation described by Sasuke from this world, the one who killed all our kin is you. Daitu, unable to suppress his breath, gazed at Shana's gaping maw, holding back a gasp. You, impossible. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Shana vehemently rejected the notion. All right, Shana-senpai, let us first focus on collecting the tailed beast that I will explain the specifics as we progress. As for revenge, I will ensure that the truth of the matter is revealed. The original intention of Dato was to allow him to comprehend the hardships faced by bloodline limit families without the protection of the Emperor. What truly is the state of the Uchiha clan without the Emperor's influence on history? And he has even obstructed the Emperor's research on the Sharingan. Now look what has happened. The Uchiha have been wiped out. Kakashi sighed as he watched Dato, who was pulling away into the distance. This foolish boy really did summon the clan elders from the Uchiha. His gaze shifted back to the present situation. At this moment, Sakura was gazing starry-eyed at Sasuke, then uncontrollably glancing toward Naruto. Her eyes were so enamored that she lamented her lack of the talent to separate her gaze, wishing she could look at both simultaneously. Is this what you call teamwork under the shinobi village system? Nara Shikamaru cast a glance at the lovesick Sakura, unable to suppress a sigh. What a troublesome individual. If we were to participate in the Chunin exams, this girl might inadvertently reveal our true identities. Sakura, coming back to her senses, thought, yes, they're enemies, but Sasuke is so cool, and Naruto too. It turns out that what I disliked was not Naruto's mischievousness, but rather that his looks did not measure up. If it were this Naruto pursuing me, Sakura found herself lost in such sticky thoughts. Kakashi elaborated on the class system of this world, which primarily consisted of 3 genin paired with 1 jounin. The others grasped the concept. So, you are my Naruto's teammate? Sasuke shot her a cold glance. What a rather forward individual. Naruto was also assessing Sakura. Pink hair, remarkably similar to his mother, and quite cute and beautiful as well. Faced with Naruto's compliment and Sasuke's inquiry, Sakura shyly nodded. Look me in the eye. Sasuke suddenly spoke with an indifferent tone. Sakura instinctively raised her head, and her gaze met Sasuke's Sharingan. Jinjutsu, the Sharingan, in an instant. The reflection of Sasuke as a Sharingan appeared in Sakura's eyes. Her expression became blank, and at that moment, she transformed into Sasuke's puppet, entirely at his mercy. Ino, come here. The immediate priority is to clarify the information about this world. The Emperor has sent us to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha. Although some materials were provided, we still need more specifics. Yes, Ino dared not take this lightly. She understood that she had no real qualification to be part of this cross-dimensional expedition. She realized that her family's secret techniques could play a significant role in this task, which is why she was chosen. In truth, her strength was barely at the jounin level. Ninjutsu, memory reading technique. This was a more advanced technique developed by the Yamanaka clan based on mind reading, capable of extracting the memories of others. However, the memories retrieved would vary depending on the target's strength and mental clarity. Fortunately, with Sakura under Sasuke's Jinjutsu, Ino could proceed with relative ease. Narrowing her eyes, Ino quickly flashed through most of Sakura's memories. It turns out in this world, Sasuke is called Sasuke, and Naruto is called Naruto. I was actually vying for his affection. Naruto is the underdog. She thought of Sakura, who would fantasize about Sasuke late at night, unable to restrain herself. How infuriating! My idol has been tainted. Soon, Ino opened her eyes. The information about this world was nearly identical to what the Emperor had provided. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were in the same class. The whereabouts of Niji and Lee were currently unknown, as there were no memories regarding this Sakura. Shikamaru, Choji, and I were in the same class. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were in another class. Gaara and Kankuro's status remained unclear. Ino relayed the information succinctly. All right, we will gather the remaining details in Konoha. Now, let us depart. Kakashi led the group, and they marched toward Konoha. Father, I'm leaving. Gaara and Kankuro bid farewell to Raza. Raza's expression was serious. Having been the governor for so long, he had long ceased to show any emotion. Kakashi and Gaara, I have something important to discuss with you. Kakashi paused. Governor Raza, please speak. Raza narrowed his eyes, then spoke with a voice devoid of emotion. If you encounter my counterpart in this world, do not hold back. Eliminate him immediately. He has brought our hidden sand village to such a state of poverty. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Kakashi's expression turned grave. Understood. Father, what about me? Gaara was momentarily taken aback. You decide for yourself. Watching the group gradually disappear into the horizon of the desert, Raza let out a slight sigh. What a desolate world. Kankuro, gather the villagers. Once these ninjas awaken, summon them to the Kazekage Tower. Hardly had they departed when Raza and Kankuro began to deal with the mess left behind by Nagato and his companions. In terms of personnel management, as a provincial leader, he was well-versed. With Kankuro, an old hand familiar with the shinobi village system, assisting him, it would not be long before he could completely turn the tide of public sentiment in the hidden sand village, leading them to subconsciously accept and even fervently join the empire. Nagato, have you gone to capture the Nine Tails? The masked figure of Obito slowly emerged in a dimly lit room, his hunched, emaciated form revealing a gaunt face as he looked at the man before him. Madara, where did you acquire this information? Did you not say it was not the right time? Beside Nagato, a blue-haired woman with a beauty mark near her mouth spoke on his behalf. Was it not you? Obito's brow furrowed tightly. What is it? Is someone else after our target? Nagato's hoarse voice emerged. Should we have Pain go investigate? Obito shook his head. Current intelligence is insufficient, but if someone else is after the tailed beasts, let them have it. Without the Geto Mazo, acquiring the tailed beasts would merely serve as a wedding dress for us. However, we must hasten. Have Akatsuki set aside their current tasks to gather intelligence from various villages and probe their situations. Understood. Nagato, keep a close watch on the Geto Mazo. Inform me immediately of any developments. Obito felt a lingering sense of unease and concern, yet the thought that years of planning were about to unfold stirred excitement within him, compelling him to suppress his apprehensions. Great undertakings seldom proceed smoothly. Within the Empire at Konoha University, Orochimaru and Senju stood side by side, silently observing the group of visitors from the 64th Ninja Realm in the distance. My Lord Emperor, will you not go to meet them? Senju shook his head. Not everyone possesses value. Let them familiarize themselves with our Empire's environment first. You executed this cross-dimensional transfer splendidly. Here is a fragment of the Sage of Six-Path Soul. Entrusted to you in our Empire, there is also an individual from the Otsutsuki clan from beyond. Once my strength advances further, or if he senses something amiss, I shall take you along to capture him for your experiments. Do well, Orochimaru. Eternal life shall not be but a dream. Orochimaru gazed at the dark, irregular orb of light in the Emperor's hand, his expression brimming with excitement. The soul of the Sage of Six Paths. This is a legendary sage. Never did I expect his soul to be captured by the Emperor. Be cautious. Do not allow yourself to be possessed. Senju looked at Orochimaru's fervent demeanor, fearing he might unwittingly compromise himself. Haha, impossible. I am the immortal Orochimaru. In the distance, as they watched the Emperor and Orochimaru depart, those responsible for welcoming the group understood the situation without needing further instruction, since there were no additional orders. It fell upon them to make decisions. In light of this, let each of you return to your respective homes and seek out your own mothers. Do not hinder my use of the experimental grounds any longer. There are individuals outside awaiting your arrival. Hurry along. The pharmacist has begun to urge people to leave, and Naruto displays a look of confusion. Do you not require us for your experiments? The pharmacist has.